I traveled to a modern world where everyone practiced cultivation. Everything here is driven by the spiritual energy gained from one's own practice. Technology and immortality are integrated, and there are many powerful people here. Unfortunately, I had no background, no wealth, and no knowledge of cultivation. My life was extremely difficult, and even having enough food and clothing became a problem. Just when I was at my wit's end, I accidentally stepped into a magic chicken shop, but was surprised to find that I could actually see the health bar of the magic chicken. At this time, in the Beicheng Farmers Market in the Beicheng district of Jianghai City, I walked familiarly into the depths of the market and turned straight into a chicken shop. Don't get me wrong, this is a real chicken shop. They sell chicken. When I walked to the counter, I saw a beautiful woman with a hot body lying lazily on the counter. She had a lazy look in her eyes, but when she suddenly saw me come in, she quickly looked up, and after her eyes turned and saw that it was me, she lost interest mercilessly and lay down again. "Oh, it turns out that it's you, the freeloader Tian Wang, who's here to work. I thought you were a guest." She laughed. I was stunned after hearing this, and quickly retorted, "Sister Cece, I don't like what you said. How can I eat for free? I have been working here for 3 months, and I am paid the minimum wage in Jianghai City. You see, I do all the rough and tiring work, and I also kill the chickens in the store. If it were someone else, who would be willing to work so hard for such a small salary?" Lu Cece rolled her eyes at me and said, "You come to work on time every day, neither too early nor too late, and you get a meal from me on time. The food you eat alone is more than your salary. You said it yourself during the interview that work meals are employee benefits," I retorted. Without letting the topic linger, I asked, "Is business bad today?" "Don't mention it. There has been no business all day today. I don't know if we can open tonight." Lu Cece sighed helplessly and waved her hand. "Since you are here, go to the kitchen and kill a chicken. I will take care of it later." "Okay." I nodded and turned to go into the kitchen. As soon as I entered the kitchen, I saw rows of lively old hens. They clucked in the cages, and I couldn't help but smile. Looking at these chickens, I had a special feeling in my eyes. These chickens are not simple. They are all spiritual chickens that have been cultivated through special means and using the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Spiritual chickens are high-end products among poultry. Not only are their meat delicious, but their nourishing effects are comparable to elixirs. A magical chicken is as high as 50,000 yuan. Lu Cece said that I ate white rice, but actually what she felt sorry for were the chickens. But to me, the price of these spiritual chickens is not important at all. What is really important is that, in my eyes, there's a blood bar floating above the heads of these chickens, and the blood bar indicates the spiritual power value of each chicken, with a minimum of 5 and a maximum of 11. I stared at one of the spirit chickens, marked 11, and couldn't help but sigh. 3 months ago, when I came to this world, everything seemed so strange to me. To be honest, it's not hard to accept time travel. Who hasn't read novels or comics and fantasized about traveling to another world one day? The only hard part is adapting to this completely different life. In the world I live in now, the culture of cultivating immortals is deeply rooted in people's hearts. Modern facilities such as water, electricity, and coal have been eliminated, and what replaced them is spiritual energy. Mobile phones, cars, stoves, and even convenience stores on the streets, everything needs to be driven by spiritual energy. What about me? When I first arrived, I was a primitive man without any spiritual energy and didn't know how to survive. If I hadn't been smart enough to run to the market and Lu Cece's store happened to be short of a helper, I might have starved to death on the street. But the most difficult days are over. I now know that everything seems to be destined. I can see these spiritual chickens in Lu Cece's shop, and then I realize that as a time traveler, my cheating has been credited. Back in the kitchen, I walked to the sink, picked up the kitchen knife, and quickly and cleanly cut the chicken's neck. Puff! Blood gushed out instantly, and the blood bar above the spirit chicken's head was emptied, and the value returned to 0. At this moment, a mechanical female voice sounded in my ears. "Experience plus 11. Hearing this sound, I couldn't help but glance at the other chickens in the chicken coop. The first spirit chicken 3 months ago, I have figured out. My system requires me to kill creatures with visible health bars in order to gain experience. And health bars can only be seen on these spirit chickens. Even though I bought ordinary chickens for testing, the results showed that chickens without health bars could not gain experience. Now, these spirit chickens are no longer chickens in my eyes, but a piece of experience plus existence. Unfortunately, these chickens cannot be moved casually, especially before guests come. I can't do anything rash. After a spiritual chicken dies, its spiritual energy will dissipate over time, and refrigeration will not prolong its freshness. During the day, Lu Cece would sell live chickens, and if I took action on my own, Lu Cece would come to settle the score with me. There were at least millions of chickens worth in those chicken cages. I placed the slaughtered spirit chicken next to the pool to let it bleed. My mind raced, and a transparent system panel appeared. Host, Li Jing experience, 132 210 level, 5 spirit strength, 30 equipment, none passive skills, none active skills, none. This simple status bar is like the character panel in the game, clear and intuitive. As for the equipment and skill bar at the bottom, I'm not sure how to operate it yet. But I know that as I gain experience, my spiritual power will increase by 2 times. At level 1, my spiritual power will increase by 2 points. At level 2, it will increase by 4 points. At level 3, it will increase by 6 points, and so on. The increase in spiritual power intensity means that the spiritual power in my body will become stronger. However, my spiritual power is different from the spiritual energy cultivated in this world. Spiritual energy is an invisible and colorless airflow, while my spiritual power is liquid energy that can be directly observed and released and can attach to anything to enhance its external power. Not only that, spiritual power is used as spiritual energy in daily life, which is very efficient. For example, it takes a normal person 15 minutes to charge a mobile phone, but I only need a thought to charge the phone immediately. In this world of cultivating immortals, cultivation is divided into 10 major realms, and each major realm has 3 minor realms: initial, intermediate, and final. For small devices, such as mobile phones, the realm does not make much difference. The most important thing is the standard of the spiritual energy battery. No matter what the level of cultivation is, the charging rate is limited. I'm not sure if I can overcharge the Reiki battery and make it explode, but at this point, I don't dare to try. After all, with a snap, the phone is already fully charged. With Lu Cece now, with a monthly salary of only 2,500 yuan, I have to deduct 1,500 yuan for the rent alone. The rest is barely enough to cover daily expenses. In the past 3 months, I've been tightening my belt to make ends meet. I saved as much as I could and finally scraped together 800 yuan to buy a low-end phone. If the phone crashes again, I'm afraid I'll be heartbroken, right? The advantage of charging efficiency is obvious, but I'll put the rest aside for now and talk about it later. The most important thing right now is to learn some serious skills and save money. In my opinion, the passive and active skills on the panel should be something like spells. If you want to learn spells, going to the Immortal Academy is a good choice. The problem was that I couldn't afford the high tuition fees, and full-time colleges were not suitable for me. If you want to learn magic, there is actually only one way. Through the online magic learning websites, you can explore it yourself. However, these websites are not free. You have to pay to see the name, otherwise you can't see anything. And different spells have different charging standards. The cheapest one costs at least $5,000. Now I really can't afford it. In my hand, I prepared to give a hot bath and wondered whether I should find another job. Lu Cece only needs me to come and help in the evening, and she doesn't need to come during the day. It was okay that my life was unstable before, but now that it has finally settled down, I think it's time to start making some plans. The accumulation of experience points is secondary. After all, I don't expect to find another high-end agricultural product store selling spiritual livestock to help out. The key is that the salary must be high enough. Everyone says that money is not everything, but without money, nothing can be done. Not only for learning skills, I also want to move to a better rental house. The place where I live now has terrible soundproofing. Every night, I always hear some strange noises that disturb me and make it difficult for me to fall asleep. I can't rest well at all. To be honest, this life is a bit overwhelming. After all, immortal cultivators are always full of energy. As a 21-year-old young man, I can't stand this kind of torture. Just as I was still thinking about this, there was a loud bang suddenly coming from outside, followed by countless shouts of panic. I turned around in shock, my mind full of confusion. What happened? Whose aura tank exploded? He hurried out of the kitchen and happened to see Lu Cece hurriedly walking in from outside, her face pale. He quickly closed the door and took out a piece of talisman paper and stuck it on the glass door. In an instant, the glass door of the shop was covered with a thick layer of white light. This is a first-level solidification talisman. One is worth 300,000. My heart skipped a beat. Before I could ask, Lou Cece had already walked quickly to my side. There's a rooster outside that suddenly turned into a demon and pecked several people to death. Don't panic. The people from the inspection department will be here soon. The farmer's market is so big. The rooster may not come to our place. Before she finished her words, a sharp cry suddenly came from outside the door. Turning around, she saw a huge blood-red rooster flapping its wings towards the store. Lou Cece screamed when she saw this. The big rooster that was passing by the door was attracted by her scream, stopped immediately, and turned to look towards our store. Lou Cece's face turned pale instantly, and even I couldn't help but feel a tightness in my heart. The so-called demonization refers to the fact that some wild animals or domestic animals suddenly awaken their spiritual intelligence and become monsters because they feel the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This event is extremely rare, even lower than the probability of winning the lottery. I have been in this world for 3 months and have seen similar news on the internet. I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes today. The situation at hand is definitely not simple. If poultry and wild animals are just demonized, they generally do not pose an immediate threat to humans. But in a place like a farmer's market, once the demonized animals awaken, chaos will surely break out. After all, these animals were once livestock that people regarded as food. Once they open their minds, how can they not harbor hatred? Like this big rooster in front of us. Who knows how many times it was almost chopped by the butcher's knife? How many of its wives were killed and sold? And how many of its cubs were made into tea eggs? What's more, Lou Cece's shop also happens to sell old hens. At this time, a clucking sound came from the kitchen. I took a deep breath, took a step forward, and blocked Lou Cece behind me. At this moment, as a man, I have to stand up. To my surprise, on the rooster's head, I clearly saw a red blood bar showing 574. This means that if I can defeat this demonized rooster, I can gain 574 experience points, which is equivalent to the experience of 57 spirit chickens. When Lou Cece saw me approaching, she thought I was going to rush out, so she quickly reached out to hold me back. Li Jing, don't be impulsive. Demonized monsters are not something that ordinary people like us can deal with. I was about to say that I wasn't impulsive, but Lou Cece said calmly, "Don't worry, I have a solidification talisman in my hand. Even if this big rooster is demonized, it is at most in the middle stage of the first realm and cannot be broken." I couldn't help but roll my eyes. That being said, Lou Cece was really lucky this time, and the talisman paper was inserted and it was stable. Although she has been calm, shouldn't she talk less in this situation? Bang! Outside, the demonized rooster slammed into the glass door, making a loud noise. Solidifying talisman barely held on, but the wall could not withstand it and cracked instantly. Seeing the cracks in the wall, Lou Cece's face turned pale instantly, and I almost couldn't help cursing. I really wanted to turn around and yell, "Sister, why did you only reinforce the door and not the wall?" Without caring about anything else, I quickly pulled Lou Cece back to the kitchen. "Stay in the kitchen and don't run around. I'll handle the outside work." As soon as I finished speaking, I picked up the knife and prepared to go back to the store. At the same time, there was another loud noise outside the door. The glass door collapsed instantly. The glass door towards me tilted and fell down, and I immediately stopped and raised my brows. Lou Cece's solidifying talisman was not completely ineffective. At least, the glass door was strong enough that even after it fell, there was still no crack. When the glass door fell down, it was at a 45-degree angle and happened to be supported on the counter inside the store. This situation seems to be something I can use to my advantage. I quickly shook my arm, and liquid spiritual power emerged and merged into the kitchen knife in my hand. Spiritual power attached to it, and the blade suddenly flashed with astonishing cold light. Facing the demonized chicken that exudes an evil aura, I can't help but feel a little weak. However, when I saw its health bar, I was no longer afraid. The health bar was already showing, so what was there to be afraid of? Outside the store, the demon chicken saw the glass door fall down, but it was leaning against the front. It clucked, flapped its huge wings, and stepped on the door. The tip of its claws hooked deeply into the flat surface of the glass, and it actually stepped on the smooth surface and slowly walked into the store. Finally, it stopped behind the fulcrum of the counter and the door, staring at the kitchen knife in my hand. After becoming a demon, it has acquired some preliminary intelligence. Although it is not particularly smart, it is enough to be aware of potential threats. Seeing that the chicken demon was not in a hurry to act, I came up with an idea. I leaped forward decisively and kicked hard at the slope of the glass door. In order to ensure that I had enough strength, I released the last bit of my spiritual energy in one breath. Bang! Crash! The glass door slid out. The chicken demon was just barely staying on the door with its claws, and then its feet suddenly felt empty. It flapped its wings in panic, trying to use the momentum to fly. However, it is not so easy for its demonized, huge body to fly. Bang! The glass door was instantly pushed completely out of the store. The demon chicken lost its support. It could no longer keep up with its pace and fell down screaming. I seized the opportunity and stepped forward quickly. Puff! With a flash of knife light, my kitchen knife cut through the drooping neck of the monster chicken with incredible precision. Blood spurted out like a fountain, and the health bar of the demon chicken was instantly emptied. At the same time, an emotionless female voice sounded in my ears. Experience plus 574. Level increased by 6. Spiritual strength increased by plus 12. Level increased by 7. Spiritual strength increased by plus 14. This continuous broadcasting sound has no emotional color. But in my ears, it is more pleasant than any congratulations on winning the prize sound. This wave of experience has promoted me to a higher level from where I was. At this moment, I knew killing a spiritual chicken is not worth mentioning. If you want to kill, you have to kill the demonized one. I calmed myself down, looked at the dead chicken, and glanced down at the place where I had kicked the glass door just now. In my panic just now, I didn't have time to take a closer look. Now I see that there is indeed a concave footprint on the glass door. My status bar only showed my level, not my realm, so I wasn't sure how strong I was. Now that I've come to my senses, I realize that I'm already very strong. With the reinforcement of the first level solidification talisman, the power below the second level should not be able to destroy this door. However, I kicked it to pieces easily. Although only one footprint was left, it was enough to show that the strength of my spiritual power had reached the second level of immortal cultivation. In this world where everyone cultivates immortality, the second level of immortal cultivation is not considered top-notch. But having the cultivation of the second level is no longer something that ordinary people can compare to. The key to cultivating immortals lies in aptitude. It is not difficult to get started with chi refining, but if you want to go further, talent becomes the decisive factor. One level for their entire lives due to their limited talents and will be unable to break through to a higher level. Just like Lu Cece, she was selling spiritual chickens at the farmers market, taking the high-end route, and her appearance was magnificent, but in fact, at the age of 26, she was still in the late stage of the first realm. If she could break through the second realm, she would not be content to just sell chickens. Breaking through the second realm means that she can move forward to a higher realm. Why is she still selling chickens here? Feeling the 2-level increase in my spiritual power, I was overwhelmed with joy. With this upgrade, the strength of my spiritual power almost doubled. Host, Li Jing experience, 7/596 level, 7 spiritual strength, 56 equipment, none passive skills, none active skills, none. Looking at the status bar, my determination became even stronger. It's time to change careers and focus on slaying demons and eliminating evil. The experience point requirement will gradually increase with the level, and some experience points will be deducted each time you upgrade. I work hard for 3 months to upgrade my spirit chicken from level 5 to level 6. Now, if I want to upgrade to level 8, I need 596 experience points. If I continue to rely on spirit chickens to level up, I will probably have to kill more than 60 of them, and many of them will have health bars longer than 10 points. This path is obviously not feasible. Turning my head to look at the kitchen, I shouted, "Sister Cece, you can come out now. Everything is fine." Lu Cece was hiding in the kitchen at this time, her heart beating like a drum. Not long after I left, there was no movement in the store. She was hesitating whether to come out to check, but she was worried. When she heard what I said, she was stunned for a moment, and then carefully poked her head out from behind the door. The scene inside the store shocked her. The chicken fell at the door, its neck almost severed, blood flowing like a river. Lu Cece suddenly felt her legs go weak. Seeing that I was the only one left in the store and there was no one else inside or outside the door, she stared in astonishment. "Did you kill this chicken?" "Yeah." I nodded, expressionless. To be honest, the demonization is just that, pretty weak. My words made Lu Cece speechless. Demonization weak? No matter what kind of demonization, is not something that ordinary people can easily deal with. The first level of immortal cultivation can only sustain daily needs, and has no combat power at all. Most of the spells that can be cast have no lethality. The bodies of demonized monsters are usually extremely tough, which is far beyond that of ordinary immortal cultivation. The immortal cultivators have almost no combat power. The difference between the demonized and ordinary people is like the difference between a beast and its prey. Lucy looked at me blankly for a long while, then suddenly rushed out without saying a word and bumped directly into my arms. I was caught off guard and was stunned, not knowing what to do. "You little bastard. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you have the ability of the second realm? Just now I thought I would never see you again." She choked, her tone carrying a hint of anger and worry. I froze, feeling somewhat innocent. But before I could comfort her, a stream of light suddenly fell from the sky. Two streams of light fell steadily, and a man and a woman holding flying swords appeared immediately. Seeing the dead chicken in front of the store door, they were stunned for a moment. Looking into the store again, I saw me holding Lucy. We looked at each other and then jumped off the flying sword together. The man coughed lightly and said, "We are from the Patrol Bureau. We received a report." Before I could finish my words, Lucy, who had buried her face in my arms a second ago, suddenly looked up, her tearful face looking ferocious. "This chicken was killed by my Li Jing. You can't take it away." In one moment, Lucy made me feel like a wounded little animal, and in the next second, she looked like a brave warrior. To be honest, the man and woman outside the door were a little slow to react. I looked at Lucy's aggressive attitude towards the two people outside the door, and silently encouraged her in my heart, and whispered, "Sister Cece, the matter has become so serious. How about we cooperate with the work of the Inspection Bureau first?" The Patrol Bureau is a department specifically responsible for urban security. As a law-abiding citizen, I don't want to get into trouble. A poultry transformation occurred. Second, someone died outside. Third, the Inspection Bureau has arrived at the scene. And fourth, the demonized rooster that hurt people finally died in my hands. Based on these 4 points, Lucy and I should give priority to cooperating with the work of the Inspection Bureau. Lucy heard my whisper and looked up at me. At this moment, our eyes met. She may not have thought too much just now. After all, she had just experienced a life-and-death situation. But when we looked at each other, she clearly realized that it was not appropriate for a girl in her 20s to suddenly approach me in such an occasion, especially with 2 patrol officers next to her. She also understood that others might misunderstand that she was taking advantage of me. She calmly took a half step back, adjusted her expression, and turned to the 2 people outside the door. According to the Monster Nuisance Management Act, whenever a monster nuisance incident occurs, before the Patrol Bureau arrives at the scene, if someone bravely kills the monster and effectively prevents the spread of the disaster, after the incident investigation and aftermath are completed, the monster's gains will belong to the person who bravely killed the monster. She lowered her voice slightly and whispered to me, "This demonized rooster has just completed its transformation. Although it is not full of demonic energy like those monsters, it is filled with strong spiritual energy, which is not easy to dissipate. As a poultry, its value is 10 times higher than that of an ordinary spiritual chicken. It can be sold for at least $500,000. It took me 3 months to adapt to life in this new world. But there are some things that I haven't had time to fully understand. For example, the Monster Nuisance Management Act mentioned by Lucy, I have never even heard of it. For example, this demonized rooster can actually be sold as food, which is completely beyond my understanding. However, none of this matters. What matters is, Lucy said that this demonized rooster can be sold for 500,000 yuan. This is a huge sum of money that can save me from my current predicament. Without any hesitation, I took a step forward with a serious face. Just as he was about to speak, the female inspector outside the door spoke calmly. "Since you 2 know the Monster Nuisance Management Act, you know that we will not have any bad intentions towards monsters. Before we arrived, the monster had been killed and the further development of the situation was effectively prevented. As public officials, we have to express our gratitude to you." She paused, then changed the subject. "The body of a monster will belong to Mr. Li, and it is Mr. Li's freedom to deal with it as he pleases. Now, please cooperate with us and show us your ID card." I coughed and quietly took back the step I had just taken. When Lucy saw this scene, the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. This young man really can't control the situation. She sighed in her heart, seeing that at the critical moment, she had to rely on her to clean up the situation. She said calmly, "My brother is an illegal immigrant who has no ID card. I registered him with the city 3 months ago, and he is going through the process. It will probably take another 2 months. If you really want to confirm his identity, you could go to the municipal government to check." When the inspector heard that I was an illegal resident, his eyes suddenly became suspicious. Illegal household registration? This is not uncommon, but in a big city like Jianghai, illegal household registration is rare. Jianghai City is a prosperous area in Longyu Country, and the surrounding areas are all economically developed provinces and cities. Without an ID card, I can't even take a bus, so how did I get to Jianghai? The two inspectors looked at me with puzzled eyes, but I chose to keep my head down and remain silent, thinking silently in my heart that keeping silent should be the best option to avoid accidentally causing trouble. At this moment, the onlookers who were previously trapped in the farmers market came over one after another. No matter which world, watching is always people's eternal hobby. Seeing the inspectors arrive, everyone got bolder and started talking. "Oh, I'm so scared. I just came to buy some vegetables, but I didn't expect to encounter a demonized livestock." Yeah, this kind of demonization is really rare. Fortunately, the inspection bureau came quickly, otherwise we would be in danger. "TSK, what are you talking about? I heard that it was the guy in the store who killed the monster chicken, not the patrol bureau." "Really? Can that guy be so powerful?" The crowd watching began to discuss at once, and some were still savoring the thrilling moment just now. Gradually, the topic began to deviate from its original focus. "It doesn't matter, as long as the monster chicken is dead. I've seen that monster chicken before, and I was almost scared to death. I was just being chased by it. If I hadn't run as fast as I could, I would have been lying down by now. What you said is useless. I am a most powerful one. If I were not flexible enough, I would have been caught by the chicken demon long ago." Listening to the increasingly heated discussions in the crowd, the inspectors seemed to have no time to consider what my situation was. The male patrolman whispered to the female patrolman, "You're on. Let's set up a cordon first to ensure the safety of the scene." The female inspector nodded and then took action. "Everyone, please disperse. There's nothing to see here." Although her tone was not harsh, it obviously did not stop the crowd from watching. The two inspectors reluctantly set up a cordon and called for backup. Afterwards, they told Lu Cece and I not to leave and to deal with other things first. However, while they were setting up the cordon, more than 100 people had gathered in front of the store. Outside the market, more curious passersby began to approach, wanting to find out what was going on. Seeing the crowd gradually gathering, Lu Cece whispered to me, "Li Jing, don't stand outside. There are so many people, and it's not appropriate to leave this evil chicken at the door. Cut off its head, and let's go to the kitchen to deal with it, away from reporters and the victim's family." "Why leave the chicken head?" I was slightly stunned. Lu Cece smiled and explained, "Reporters are easy to deal with. Just hide in the kitchen. But the victim's family must be respected and leave the injured parts for them to see." "I see." I nodded, secretly sighing in my heart. He is indeed a businessman. He considers things very carefully. Just as Lu Cece said, when I cut off the head of the monster chicken and brought it to the kitchen, reporters rushed to the scene. Soon after, the victim's family also arrived. Fortunately, the inspection bureau had sent personnel to the scene early and set up a cordon in front of the door. Lu Cece and I hid in the kitchen and were not harassed by reporters for the time being. The families of the victims were eventually met. They had no problem with us keeping the heads of the evil chickens. Although the people in this world cannot be called pure, compared to the world I used to live in, where some people were unreasonable for money, the people here seem to be more reasonable. When monsters hurt people, someone should take action to deal with them. No matter who does it, killing the monster is the reward it deserves. This is a common consensus in the world. What makes me feel a little sad is that it took less than 2 minutes from the monster's mutation to the chicken's appearance in front of the store, and in this short period of time, there were already 5 victims. The world seems peaceful, but it is actually full of crises. By midnight, the incident with the evil chicken finally came to an end. The evil chicken was taken away by the victim's family and preserved to be used as a memorial service in the future. The Inspection Bureau had completed the record-keeping and evidence collection work, and then left one after another. The farmers' market gradually became quiet late at night, and the voices became fewer and fewer. Lu Cece and I didn't stay in the market for too long. We locked the kitchen door and chose to leave. On the way to the market exit, Lu Cece looked back at her store and sighed softly. The store has been messed up like this. We need to redecorate it and reinstall the door. It will take at least half a month to resume business. As she spoke, she murmured, "The money is not important, but it's a pity about that devil chicken. If I can continue to open the shop, I can use the devil chicken as a storefront advertisement." There are many big stores in Jianghai City that sell edible monsters, but most of them are imported from all over the place and are kept for several months before being put on sale. It is difficult to find truly fresh ones. The fresher the edible monster, the higher the price. Using the monster chicken as a storefront advertisement can not only attract many customers, but also sell it at a higher price. I listened to her chattering and couldn't help but laugh. Sister Cece, don't think about it anymore. The most important thing is to make sure that people are okay. She narrowed her eyes and said, "I know, it's just a pity." As she spoke, she took out her cell phone from her bag and operated it skillfully. "Don't worry, I will contact the buyer first and sell the whole monster chicken to get good price. The harvest of the monster chicken is yours. I don't want a cent. However, I will transfer 500,000 to you first and then give you the rest after the sale." Before I could react, my phone started vibrating in my pocket. I took it out and saw that 500,000 yuan had arrived. Suddenly, I had money and I was a little overwhelmed. It felt like happiness came too quickly. "Sister Cece, thank you so much. I am indeed a little short of money recently. This is what you deserve. Why are you thanking me?" Lu Cece snorted and continued, "If you want to thank me, then I should thank you. If you were not here today, I would have been dead on the street." She stared at me with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. "You look like a man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, hiding your potential. We have known each other for 3 months, and I just found out today that you have reached the second level of cultivation. You have such strong abilities. Why don't you find a proper job? Although you have just started the second level of immortal cultivation, you're already different from ordinary people. As long as you are willing, you can easily find a job with a monthly salary of 20,000. Before I could answer, Lu Cece suddenly hugged her chest and looked at me, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and said mischievously, "I say, you are not attracted to me, are you?" This topic came up so suddenly that I was completely stunned. Seeing my confused look, Lu Cece couldn't help laughing. "If you really like me, why do you have to come to my shop to kill chickens and get the basic salary?" I was speechless. This topic caught me off guard. In fact, Lu Cece has always been very kind to me, and she even lent me my mobile phone number and bank card temporarily. But I could never tell her about the time travel. After a moment's silence, I finally spoke. "Sister Cece, don't let your imagination run wild. I came to work in your store because I was really desperate, not because I had any ulterior motives. My situation is a bit special, so it's not convenient for me to tell you in detail. But don't worry, Before he finished speaking, Lu Cece raised her eyebrows. "Are you trying to say that you look down on me?" I was speechless. No matter how I answered this question, it seemed that I would get into trouble. Women's minds are hard to understand, especially those with strong personalities like Lu Cece. Seeing my painful expression, she couldn't help laughing. "Okay, I was just kidding. It will take at least half a month for the store to resume business. What are you going to do next?" Seeing Lu Cece's smug smile, I forced a smile and said, "I plan to go to the inspection bureau to see if I can find a chance to be an inspector." As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Cece's face immediately fell. "You heartless person, are you going to abandon me?" "Sister Cece, can you be serious?" I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "No." She shook her head playfully and looked at me with a smile. "Why did you want to be a patrol officer?" "There's no special reason. I just want to find a decent job." I shrugged. "I don't want to rely on you for support all the time. I have nothing to do during the day, so I can come over to help at night. Finding another job will make my life more fulfilling, and I can make some money, so I can consider buying a house in the future. If you just want to make money, I don't recommend you to be a patrol inspector." Lu Cece said in a low voice, "Patrol is not as easy as you think. You have to be on standby at all times and face various dangers. Although it seems safe now, crimes happen from time to time. Patrol officers are on the front line, often facing life and death. Even though demonization incidents like today happen occasionally, there are many monsters lurking in the city, many of which have transformed into human form and are lurking in human society. Patrol officers need to face such dangers all the time, and they also sacrifice the most." "I know all that." I nodded. "Don't worry, since I've decided to take this path, I'll take good care of myself. For most people, incidents of monsters injuring people are terrifying, but for patrol officers, it's just part of their daily work. Although it's dangerous, it's the fastest way for me to gain experience points. At least it's the only way I can think of. The health bar is visible to everyone. Based on current observations, monsters must have health bars. In other words, all non-human creatures with spiritual energy will display a health bar. Seeing my determined expression, Lu Cece blinked, her eyes revealing a bit of complexity. A man's ambition is to go far and wide. Since you are determined to do the patrol, I will not dissuade you. Then she said, however, patrol is a public position after all, and the threshold is very high. Your current qualifications are not enough. First of all, your academic qualifications are not up to standard. Secondly, you have not received professional and systematic training, and you have no idea about the various management regulations that patrols need to master. If you really want to apply, I'm afraid you won't even pass the written test. I listened to it stiffly, and I was filled with resentment. I thought that as long as I worked hard, the position of patrol officer would be within my reach, but I didn't expect that I would be blocked by the threshold of academic qualifications at the beginning. But actually, I do have an education, just not from this world. In addition to the written test, the Inspection Bureau also requires you to master at least 2 spells, one offensive and one defensive, and practice them to a minor level. Although the realm requirement is not high, the minimum requirement is to reach the second realm, but it is still a big challenge. Lu Cece tilted her head, her tone gentle but a little suspicious. If I'm guessing correctly, you haven't learned any offensive or defensive spells yet, right? I grinned but didn't answer. In fact, I haven't even learned the most basic life magic. It's all because I have no money. But now, at least I have some savings. Maybe I can make some arrangements. Practicing proficiency is indeed a problem, but at least it can be compensated. I also know that even if you have mastered the skills, it is only a temporary solution and cannot replace the hard condition of academic qualifications. With your current conditions, you could try the auxiliary inspection section under the inspection department. Lu Cece continued, with a subtle expression between her brows. The requirements for the auxiliary investigation department are not that high. You have the strength of the second realm. If you supplement some basic legal knowledge, you should be able to pass it smoothly. If you perform well, even if you do not meet the entry standards of the Patrol Bureau, you can be promoted through meritorious service after a period of hard work in the Auxiliary Investigation Department. I raised my eyebrows. Doesn't the Auxiliary Investigation Department require academic qualifications? It's better to have a degree, but it's not mandatory. Lu Cece stopped on the street and looked back at me. The salary in the Auxiliary Inspection Department is very low, so there won't be many people with high education willing to do it. Those who go to be auxiliary inspectors are either students doing internships or people like you want to do patrols but can't meet the requirements. I see. I blinked slightly, and hope rekindled in my heart. The Auxiliary Inspection Section, as the name implies, is a lower-level department set up to assist the inspection work. Most of its work is to assist the inspection in handling cases and be responsible for the aftermath of the incident. Today, 2 inspectors called for reinforcements, and the personnel maintaining order on the scene were almost all from the Auxiliary Inspection Department. However, the Auxiliary Investigation Department rarely directly participates in ongoing cases and is more likely to be responsible for subsequent handling after the case is settled. This puts me in a dilemma. If I want to gain experience by killing monsters, I have to be at the scene of the crime. However, at this stage, this is also a good choice. You can't become fat in one bite. Everything has to be done step by step. I pondered for a moment and finally decided, okay, I will supplement my basic knowledge of the law in the next few days and then try my luck in the Auxiliary Investigation Department to see if there is a chance of passing. Tell me if you have any news. Lu Cece smiled and stretched out her hand to stop a taxi. I'm going back first. Call me if you have anything. She got in the car, rolled down the window, and gave me a warm smile. After the store is sorted out in half a month, remember to come back to work. Although our chicken shop is a small business, I can't increase your salary, but if you perform well, I can let you eat more spiritual chicken. Okay, I agreed, secretly sighing in my heart. This shop is not a small business. It is simply a paradise for chickens. However, as for the salary, I never expected it. Not to mention the favors, her cooking skills and the taste of the chickens in her shop are enough to make people willing to visit her often. And helping her kill chickens can also earn some experience points, so why not do it? When Lu Cece's car disappeared from sight, I didn't rush back to the rental house. After all, The idea of going back to rest was just a fantasy, and I didn't want to make things difficult for myself. It was late at night, and the bridge was quiet. I found a place to sit down and took out my cell phone. As the saying goes, without money, there's no sense of security. Now that I have 500,000 yuan in my pocket, I am full of confidence. I can finally arrange the magic of the immortal. I opened the official immortal learning website of Longyu Kingdom and found a basic storage spell. I plan to learn it and give it a try. Storage spells are the most basic life spells, and almost everyone knows them. However, there are many types of storage spells. I spent a long time choosing from more than 100 similar spells, and finally decided on momentary space. Once the storage space of Shuyu space is opened up, as the spiritual energy in the body increases, the storage space will also expand accordingly, which is very convenient. Although it has two disadvantages. One is that the initial space is small, and the other is that it cannot be expanded actively. It is still a suitable choice for someone like me who lacks spiritual energy. I clicked the purchase button, and my account balance suddenly decreased by 500. After the payment was completed, a long phrase popped up on the webpage. Just as I was about to study it carefully, a cold female voice suddenly sounded in my ear. I have found a passive skill that can be learned. Moment of space. Do you want to log in? I was stunned for a moment before I realized what was happening. It seemed that the system did not require me to learn it deliberately. I could log in directly as long as I saw the formula. Log in. Then, I heard the system prompt sound again. Successfully logged into the passive skill, the momentary space, the storage space was successfully opened up. Is that all? I was stunned. This system was too convenient. You could learn it by just paying money. But just when I was about to feel proud, another reminder sounded in my ears. Skill successfully acquired. A skill point column has been added to the status bar. Current skill points, 14. I was just thinking that as long as I had enough money and bought some formulas, I could learn any skill I wanted. But I didn't expect that I would be slapped in the face by reality. Sure enough, there are still many restrictions on learning skills. The 3-word skill points are simple and clear and are used to add points to improve skills. I couldn't wait to open the panel and check my situation. Host, Li Jing experience, 7/596 level, 7 skill points, 14 spiritual strength, 56 equipment, none passive skill, momentary space active skill, none. Looking at the skill point column, I do see the statistic skill points. But where's the place to allocate points? Could it be that momentary space could not be increased? I pondered for a moment and suddenly understood the possible reason. Momentary space is self-growing. Unlike other storage spells, it does not require continuous use to unlock more space. It grows naturally over time and does not need to rely on adding points like other skills. This made me suddenly realize that the allocation of skill points is not used to improve proficiency and power, and skills like momentary space already have the characteristics of self-growth. So naturally, there's no need to add extra points. With this understanding, I decided to continue exploring. I swiped the screen of my phone and turned to the defensive spells that can only be learned by the 2nd level of Immortal Cultivation. I plan to try to learn one to see if it could improve my defensive ability. I really thought about it for a long time when choosing a defensive spell. The skill point limit made me realize that each spell has a price, and I can't make a hasty decision. So, I carefully read the descriptions of various defensive spells, and my eyelids kept twitching. Which one is good? Which one is not good? I couldn't even tell them apart. This was the first problem I faced. Secondly, the defensive spells that could only be learned after reaching the 2nd realm were ridiculously expensive. The cheapest one cost hundreds of thousands, and the most expensive one was as high as 200,000. After much deliberation, I finally gritted my teeth and chose the most expensive one, the spiritual body armor. After all, although it is hard to tell which one is better, the more expensive one can't be worse, right? Although the more expensive one may not be the best, it will definitely not be worse. I reluctantly clicked the purchase button and the web page jumped instantly. The spiritual clothes body protection popped up and the reminder sounded again. I have found a passive skill that can be learned, the spiritual clothes body protection. Do you want to log in? Log in. Successfully logged into the passive skill, spiritual clothing protects the body. As the prompt sound disappeared, I felt that the spiritual power originally flowing in my body began to change. Part of it flowed under the skin and faintly formed a layer of protective clothing. From a sensory point of view, the defense ability has improved to some extent. At least, It won't be easy to cut your hands when killing chickens. This defense ability is better than nothing. I checked the status bar and found that the spirit armor protection was already displayed in the passive skills, and there was a 0/5 mark behind it. As I expected, this skill is not perfect. After all, it is not suitable for my momentary space. Fortunately, it doesn't fit. To fully upgrade the spiritual armor, you need 5 skill points, and I only have 14 now. If you use all 5 points at once, you can learn 2 more skills at most, and the remaining point cannot be used up. I have obsessive-compulsive disorder, and I cannot accept an imperfect state. After confirming that it takes 5 points to fully upgrade the spiritual clothing protection, I feel clear in my mind. For learning magic, entry level, minor level, mastery level, major level, and perfection level. The 5 skill points correspond exactly to these 5 proficiency levels. Although the skill point limit makes people uncomfortable, once you have enough skill points, you can directly upgrade your skills to perfection, which is extremely convenient. Without hesitation, I chose to add points. Body protection skills are related to life and must be maxed out. As the skill points were added, the flow of my spiritual power changed completely and began to flow under my skin, forming spiritual clothes. In terms of senses, my defense sense was greatly improved. As for how much it can be improved, I can't accurately assess it. But with this feeling, my sense of security has instantly improved a lot. The momentary space and the spiritual clothing protection, I became more courageous. Next, I should learn some active skills. Now that we have defense, we also need offensive skills. 1 attack and 1 defense. The small success stage of learning immortal magic is already one of the basic conditions for patrolling. I quickly flipped to the most expensive attack spell I could learn in the second realm, Palm Thunder. The name of Palm Thunder gives people a sense of familiarity, but the price is really painful. 280,000. If I buy this, I just got the 500,000, and before I could even warm my arms, I only had 15,000 left. However, buy it. In order to defeat monsters and gain experience, attack spells are necessary. I gritted my teeth and clicked the buy button, and the web page jumped quickly. I have found an active skill that can be learned, Palm Thunder. Do you want to log in? Log in. Successfully logged into the active skill, Palm Thunder. Add some points. Without hesitation, I raised my Palm Thunder proficiency to the maximum level and looked around. Although I cannot test the defensive capabilities of the spiritual clothing body protection, I can actually use the Palm Thunder. However, this is a bit risky. In Longyu country, it is clearly stipulated that offensive spells are prohibited in non-emergency situations in the city. Even when patrolling, offensive spells can only be used when necessary. By the way, flying freely in the city is not allowed, and only on-duty patrol officers are allowed to fly freely. Although these regulations may feel restrictive, they're also intended to prevent unnecessary damage or disruption of order. If it does not affect others and does not cause any damage, although you may be fined or criticized and educated if caught, it is basically no big deal. After confirming that there were no surveillance cameras around, and no one was around, I boldly raised my hand and blasted the Palm Thunder into the sky. Boom! A bolt of lightning as thick as an arm spurted out from my palm with amazing momentum, rushing straight into the sky and dissipating at a height of about 50 meters. Well, the range of 50 meters is a little insufficient, but the momentum is not to be underestimated. If you get hit, it will definitely hurt a lot. It is indeed a top-level attack spell worth 280,000. I sighed inwardly, quickly withdrew my hand, lowered my head, and left quickly. The commotion just now must have attracted a lot of attention. If we don't leave now, the people from the patrol bureau will probably arrive soon. It was almost 2 in the morning when I returned to the rental house. Amidst the creaking sounds, I sat down on the edge of the bed and took out my phone to check the balance. Balance, 15632. Seeing this number, my face changed. The 2 second-level spells almost used up all my 500,000. Adding the relatively cheap momentary space, I only had 15,000 left. I was basically back to square one. Sighing, I opened the rental website. I only have 4 skill points left, and I have no plans to use them, nor am I able to do so. The starting price for a level 2 spell is 100,000, which I can't afford. As for the spells of the first realm, learning them may waste skill points and may not be useful. The spells of the first realm are mostly related to life, and the space of a moment is enough. With the remaining 15,000 yuan in the account, I decided to improve my living environment and move to a rental house with better conditions. In the next few days, I have to study basic laws carefully. After all, how can I study with peace of mind when the noise at night starts? Beicheng District is a suburb of Jianghai, with many rental listings and prices much cheaper than in the city. However, the quality of the listings is generally not very good. I spent a long time choosing and finally made a decision. If I want to move, I have to move better. The problem is that the monthly rent for really good houses is generally more than 6,000 yuan. Jianghai is a big city after all, and even the northern part of the city, it won't be much cheaper. 6,000 a month is a bit too expensive for me, and I can't afford it. Just as I was hesitating, room sharing information caught my attention. Beicheng Garden is urgently looking for roommates. Requirements: male, good-looking, no older than 25, cultivation level above the second level, able to wash clothes, cook, do housework, and take care of others. For those who meet the requirements, the monthly rent is 3,000. Shared rental. Although I am somewhat resistant to this, the information is really too tempting. Beicheng Garden sounds ordinary, but it is actually a villa area. I know this place because it is not far from the farmers market, only half an hour's walk away. Beicheng Garden is not too high-end. It is a villa after all, and the monthly rent starts at 30,000. But here, 3,000 a month, being able to live in a house worth 30,000 is really great value. The only thing that made me feel uncomfortable was that the roommates were required to do the housework and take care of others. It seemed more like looking for a nanny than a roommate. Considering the requirements for age and appearance, I guess this message was posted by a wealthy woman. After all, why would she look for a young man who is above the second level? After a little thought, I decided to note the address and go check it out tomorrow. Anyway, I won't lose anything by going and taking a look. If I really meet a lonely and empty-headed rich woman, don't worry. As long as it's not outrageous, I can consider dealing with it. Chapter 7. People are worse than dogs. The next day, Li Jing got up early in the morning and cleaned up the rental house, putting all his things into the storage space. March came into this world, and he had nothing that could be called property. All I could take away were some changes of clothes. The storage space is large enough to hold everything, so you can take it all away in one go. After finishing the packing, Li Jing called the landlord and canceled the lease. As the end of the month approached, he was too lazy to ask for a cancellation of the lease. Anyway, he doesn't plan to live in this rental house anymore. I went to Beicheng Garden later and felt it was not suitable, so I found a hotel to stay in for a while. After I started working, I would check what salary I could get and then consider what kind of house to rent. It was approaching noon. Li Jing came to Beicheng Garden. He quickly found the place according to the address provided in the shared rental information. Just as I was about to ring the doorbell on the outside of the villa, the door inside the villa suddenly opened. Then, a huge black and white dog with an extraordinary majesty ran out from behind the door. When Li Jing saw the dog for the first time, his eyes widened. Dog breed. He was familiar with the second of the 3 sledding idiots, the husky, before he traveled through time. There's no need to say much about whether huskies are handsome or not. But that's not the point. The point is, he saw a super long blood bar on the head of the husky that ran out. The marked value is as high as 3,267. What is the concept of 3,267? The chicken that suddenly turned into a demon and pecked several people to death in the farmer's market yesterday only had 574 in its health bar. Before my eyes, it is definitely an old demon dog that has been a demon for many years. If it weren't for the expensive-looking outer door blocking the way, Li Jing would have almost been unable to resist rushing in to exorcise the demons. Blood groove, thickness 3267, equal to 3,267 experience points. This is approximately equal to 326 spirit chickens with health bars exceeding 10 points. Li Jing saw Era, and Era naturally saw him too. When he went out, he saw someone standing outside the door on the outer wall looking at him. Era stopped suddenly and stood in front of the steps, looking into his eyes. Then, under Li Jing's speechless gaze, Era raised one of its front legs and stepped forward as if facing him through the door, but missed a step and rolled down the stairs with a miserable groan of ouch. Seeing this scene, Li Jing's mouth twitched wildly. The purity of this husky's bloodline was beyond his imagination. There was a moment like that. He even suspected that he had seen it wrong. Could such a pure husky be a demon dog with its intelligence and blood tank thickness as high as 3,267? Inside the exterior door, Era fell down the stairs with his face to the ground, stood up quickly, and looked around ferociously. That gesture is extremely human. It seemed as if he was making sure no other dogs saw his embarrassing scene. Just as Era was looking around, an ethereal female voice came from behind the open door of the villa. "Stinky tofu, what were you yelling about just now? Did you fall down again when you went out?" Li Jing was stunned for a moment when he suddenly heard a female voice. The word "again" uttered by the female voice is very essential. After that, he listened to the female voice and found it very familiar. Before he could react, a figure in cartoon pajamas walked out of the villa. When Li Jing saw this figure, his expression suddenly became strange. "Come out at this time, not someone else." It was Chun Yuran, one of the two inspectors who rushed to the farmer's market last night. On the other side, Chun Yuran was also stunned when she saw Li Jingchu standing outside the outer door. "Why are you here?" Faced with the question, Li Jing spoke subconsciously. "I saw this place online for roommates. Rent it." Chun Yuran frowned strangely. After looking at Li Jing through the door, she hesitated for a moment, then walked forward and opened the outer door. "It's not convenient outside. Let's talk inside." Li Jing nodded. To be honest, he didn't expect to meet Chun Yuran when he came here. "But now that I'm here, I have to go in and take a look." Following Chun Yuran into the courtyard, Li Jing glanced calmly at the husky that was following her, wagging its tail. "Your husky seems to be a demon dog?" "Stinky tofu is a spiritual animal, not a monster," Chun Yuran replied nonchalantly. "Spiritual beast?" Li Jing was stunned, and his eyes changed when he looked at Stinky tofu. Spirit beasts are extremely rare species. There's a huge difference between it and monsters. Spiritual animals are naturally aware of human nature and possess extraordinary spirituality. When a spirit animal is born on the first day of the lunar month, it usually possesses a very high level of intelligence. Monsters are not like that. Even if a monster is born a monster, its intelligence will improve step by step with practice. Li Jing originally thought that Stinky Tofu was a demonized domestic pet, but Chun Yuran was skilled and brave enough not to be afraid of it biting its owner, so he dared to keep it. "I didn't expect that this thing is actually a spiritual beast. This is quite extraordinary." Spiritual beasts are known for their rarity. Spiritual animals, like huskies that are kept as domestic pets, are extremely rare. The price must be at least tens of millions. A dog, tens of millions. How rich must Chun Yuran be to be able to afford something like this? Li Jing was terrified. As if knowing what he was thinking, Chun Yuran said calmly, "Don't think too much. I didn't buy the stinky tofu myself. It was a gift from my father when I was 7 years old. Even if I sold myself, I might not be able to afford it." Li Jing was silent. He just thought about it. Chun Yuran's father is rich. Doesn't that mean she is rich too? It's hard to believe you can tell that Stinky Tofu is special. Chun Yuran sighed softly and said with a little sadness, "I have raised this silly dog for 17 years. It has reached the 3rd level of cultivation. But look at its silly appearance. How can it be a successful spiritual animal? People without good taste would think it is just an ordinary husky." Li Jing slowly typed a question mark and looked at the Stinky Tofu in disbelief. This dog, 3 realms? 1 level higher than him. Li Jing was a little confused. He is very familiar with the phrase, "people are worse than dogs." I had only heard of it before, but now I have actually encountered it. As for Chun Yuran herself, I'm afraid she is not much better than this dog. The inspection system has a total of 9 levels, with a simple and rough order. Each level corresponds to a realm above the 2nd realm. Chun Yuran is a 2nd-level inspector, definitely a 3rd-level realm. A dog with a realm equivalent to that of a 2nd-level patrol officer. Can you believe it? But Li Jing changed his mind and felt relieved. Chun Yuran has raised this dog for 17 years. For spiritual beasts, there are no restrictions on talent. From a certain perspective, being born as a spiritual beast is itself a manifestation of its extremely high talent. Assuming one has talent, it is not surprising to reach the 3rd realm after 17 years of practice. Looking at the blood streak on Stinky Tofu's head, Li Jing felt a little uneasy. Taking Stinky Tofu as a reference, a health bar of 3,000 plus seems to mean the initial entry into the 3rd realm. This information is quite valuable. He was thinking about slaying demons and gaining experience, but he wasn't so desperate as to rush towards the demons as soon as he saw them. Li Jing still has the necessary awareness of survival. The monster chicken in the farmer's market yesterday was only a preliminary demonstration of its demonization. He didn't even have any demonic energy, which is why he was easily killed. If you really encounter a powerful monster, it will never be easy. Walk through the courtyard and arrive at the door of the villa. Qin Yuan patted the stinky tofu dog's head lightly. You are out there having fun. I have to entertain the guests. After hearing the instructions, Cho Dofu nodded his head, let out a wow, and ran away quickly. Li Jing raised his eyebrows at this. A spiritual beast is worthy of being a spiritual beast. Born spiritual. Know human nature and understand what people say. Enter the villa. Qin Yuan looked back. Please sit down for a while. I'll go upstairs and change my clothes. There are drinks in the fridge. Take whatever you want. Good. Li Jing responded and sat down on the sofa. As a man, you must have grace. Qin Yuan was wearing pajamas, so it was inconvenient to talk to him. Wait a minute. It's okay to ask someone to change their clothes. Chapter 8. City people really know how to have fun. It takes about 10 minutes. Qin Yuan changed her clothes and went downstairs. When she went downstairs and saw Li Jing sitting upright on the sofa, she said jokingly, "Relax, I don't eat people." Li Jing grinned and continued to sit upright. It's not that he's nervous or anything. The key point is that Qin Yuan is not only a rich woman, but also an on-duty inspector. Whether before or after the time travel, Li Jing was just an ordinary citizen. Facing the inspection, I felt somewhat awkward. Seeing that someone was still sitting there with an anxious look on his face, Qin Yuan smiled and sat down on another sofa opposite and put her phone on the coffee table. I have two things to say about sharing a house. Qin Yuan started talking and looked straight at him. First of all, I bought this villa a while ago, not rented. Ah, this. Li Jing was stunned. Qin Yuan said that she bought the villa, but he was not surprised. Every inch of land in Jianghai city is worth a lot of money. But the situation in the northern part of the city is just like that. In the remote suburbs, it can't be that expensive. The price of this villa is about 15 million. For Li Jing, 15 million is an astronomical figure. But to Qin Yuan, what does this little money mean? This person has a spiritual beast, a husky, that is worth tens of millions. The problem is that this villa was bought by Qin Yuan, so there's no such thing as sharing the house, right? This was not quite what he expected. The second thing is, I didn't post the information about the shared rental. My dad made the decision on his own. Li Jing, to be honest, from the moment he met Qin Yuan, he felt that something was not right. His contact with Qin Yuan last night was limited to the short time he was taking notes. However, it is not difficult to see from his words and the way he asked questions. Qin Yuan is a strong and opinionated girl. Considering that she is already a second-level inspector at such a young age, she is definitely a strong woman. Can a strong woman be unable to take care of herself and need someone to do the laundry and cooking for her, even if necessary? She wouldn't be so playful as to post such an extremely ambiguous and flirtatious information about sharing a house online. Now Li Jing knew that the information about sharing the house was posted by Qin Yuan's father. The one who knows how to have fun is not Qin Yuan, but her father. Li Jing didn't know what to make of this. I can only say, city people really know how to have fun. Seeing Li Jing's speechless face, Qin Yuan did not hide anything. Speaking of this, I'm also quite helpless. With a light sigh, she spoke as if pouring out her grievances. Just 2 years after I graduated, my dad was eager for me to get married, and he introduced me to many young and promising men he thought. I bought this house with great reluctance and moved out of my home. I didn't expect that he would not let me go, and he came up with such a trick. He said that he would help me cast a wide net on the internet so that I could find someone I like and start dating first. Li Jing listened to Qin Yuan's story and found it both funny and ridiculous. Qin Yuan's father is much more fun than he imagined. Cast a wide net on the internet and let your daughter pick someone she likes to start dating. Is this something a human would do? Isn't he worried that those who come here because of his reputation have ulterior motives? Li Jing frowned, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and raised his eyes to say sorry to bother you goodbye. But before he could open his mouth, Qin Yuan suddenly said, I can let you stay in the guest room downstairs without charging you rent. Li Jing, I have already had a general idea of your situation. When I returned to the bureau last night, I also checked the identity information that you were filing. Qin Yuan said, it's not easy to drift on the rivers and seas. You and I are destined to be together, so it's nothing for me to take you in for a while. At least in my opinion, you didn't come here today to dream of hugging a rich woman but to take a risk just to get a bargain. Chen Yuran's analysis made Li Jing feel his face burning. He certainly didn't dream of becoming a rich woman. He took a risk in order to save money, but what he said came true. Facing Chen Yuran at this moment, Li Jing wanted to use his wealth and luxury to lure him. The problem is clearly stated. You can let him stay here without charging rent. If you miss this village, you will miss this store. Everything is because of poverty. Li Jing asked after coughing lightly. Will be a lot of trouble to be your shield? Li Jing is not a fool. Chen Yuran was willing to let him stay without charging rent, obviously not out of kindness, but to please her father. Seeing that Li Jing was a sensible man, Chen Yuran did not hesitate. It shouldn't be a big deal. My dad just wants me to get married soon. He never interferes in my affairs and doesn't dare to interfere. After saying that, she added, besides, I'm not asking you to pretend to be my boyfriend. I'm letting you stay here just to give him a hint and make him delete the roommate information online. It's great that he'll try to contact you. Just deal with it casually, don't take it seriously. After listening to Chen Yuran's story, Li Jing always felt that it seemed a bit unreliable. But I don't think there's anything wrong with it. He's not pretending to be a boyfriend. He's just trying to let the old father who wants his daughter to get married see some signs. It shouldn't be a big deal. Thinking that there is no free lunch in the world, Li Jing gritted his teeth secretly. Okay, I promise you this. Chen Yuran smiled and nodded, revealing an expression that showed that she had a lot on her mind. Obviously, Li Jing was not the only one who came looking for a roommate. Many had come before him. Chen Yuran felt physically and mentally exhausted after the battle of wits and courage with her biological father. Chen Yuran said, taking out a key and placing it on the table. Here is the key to the villa. Keep it and don't lose it. You don't need to do the housework. I have hired a part-time worker. But you have to take care of your own meals. I can't cook and usually eat out. The kitchen is just a decoration. If you don't mind the trouble, you can buy groceries and cook for yourself. Just as she was about to say something else, her cell phone on the coffee table suddenly rang. Chen Yuran frowned when he saw the number displayed on the phone screen, picked up the phone, and pressed the answer button. I don't know what was said on the phone. Her face flickered. She said, I know, and hung up the phone, then stood up suddenly. There's a situation in the area, and the bureau is shorthanded, so I have to go over there. If you have nothing to do, please help me walk the dog. As she spoke, she walked out of the villa quickly. Before Li Jing could even utter a word, Chen Yuran had already waved his hand and summoned a flying sword that soared into the sky, transforming into a stream of light and shooting into the distance. Seeing the flowing light fade away in the blink of an eye, Li Jing was somewhat confused. Is this an on-the-job inspection? Be decisive and go out immediately after receiving a phone call, even ignoring the fact that there are outsiders in the house. Looking back at the key that Chen Yuran left on the table, Li Jing put the key away. Stay as a shield and you can get a villa guest room for free, and you can use the kitchen at will. This deal is very worthwhile. The key is that it doesn't cost money, which is great. Chapter 9. Something is wrong with the North City. Li Jing got up and went to the kitchen for an on-site inspection and was very satisfied. Although Chen Yuran can't cook, she has everything she needs in the kitchen, and they are all high-end items that ordinary people can't afford. Li Jing's previous rental house did not have a kitchen. When it was time for dinner, he could only go to the street to eat. Not only is it very expensive, it also doesn't taste good. It's just one dinner, and he can have Lu Cici's work meal. Having a kitchen allows him to cook his own meals, which can save him some money. Before traveling through time, Li Jing lived alone. Cooking is no problem. After inspecting the kitchen, Li Jing went to take a look at the guest rooms downstairs. This look made him even more satisfied. There is only one guest room on the first floor of the villa. But this one room alone is more than twice as big as his rental house. That's not all. All the furniture in the guest room is brand new. Not only is everything available, but they also provide a computer. Since traveling through time, Li Jing has never even had the chance to touch a computer. One is that he can't afford it. Another problem is that there is no internet in the rental house. Now, it has been accomplished in one step. With such favorable living conditions in front of him, Li Jing felt that there was nothing to complain about. Seeing that it was almost noon, Li Jing decided to go out to buy some food and take the dog for a walk. Before Chen Yuran left, she didn't ask for anything from him. She just wanted him to help walk the dog. It is necessary to satisfy these little things. Walking out of the villa, Li Jing saw Cho Dofu happily digging the soil under the only grape tree in the courtyard, and he couldn't help but smile. The key point is that the stinky tofu not only digs the soil, but also digs a few times with its claws and then spins around wildly on the spot twice, as if it was having a seizure, then drops its head into the hole it dug, and then retracts its head and continues digging. Era, after all, is Era. Well-deserved second. Looking at the stinky tofu, letting the husky's true nature run wild, Li Jing finally understood the sadness Qin Yuan had felt when she talked about this silly dog before. Shaking his head, Li Jing called softly, "Stinky tofu." In the courtyard, Stinky Tofu's ears twitched, and he turned his head to look over in confusion. "Your master asked me to take you for a walk before he went out. I'm going out to buy groceries now. Do you want to come with me?" Li Jing spoke. Upon hearing this, Stinky Tofu let out an "ow" and nodded quickly, then ran over happily and raised one of its front paws to gesture, and a dog leash appeared out of thin air and fell to the ground. Li Jing's eyes widened when he saw this. Storage space? A dog with storage space. This. After being stunned for a long time, Li Jing finally recovered. Seeing Cho Dofu wagging his big tail and picking up the dog leash and handing it to himself, Li Jing felt that he needed to abandon his prejudice against creatures like Era and take a closer look at this big dog. No matter how stupid Stinky Tofu is, it is still a spiritual animal, and it is a spiritual beast of the third realm. Putting aside his prejudice, Li Jing also noticed that although Stinky Tofu had just dug the soil and buried its face in the pit, there was not a trace of dirt on its face or paws. Li Jing reached out and stroked the big head of the Stinky Tofu, savoring its soft hair, and was amazed. It's worthy of being a dog worth tens of millions. This dog's head feels so good to touch. Li Jing took the dog leash and put on Stinky Tofu, closed the door of the villa, and took it out of the villa area. Qin Yuan obviously spent a lot of time and effort in training Stinky Tofu. When he went out, Stinky Tofu behaved very well. Always stay beside Li Jing, without pulling or tugging on the dog leash. His steps were steady, totally unlike the ordinary huskies that would act like a show of attention as soon as they went out. With her good looks, it would be so proud to hold her hand. Walking out of Baiyu Hua Yuan, almost 100% of the passers-by on the road turned their heads to look at me. For a moment, Li Jing couldn't help but fall in love with this big dog. The only thing that made him a little uncomfortable was, every time Stinky Tofu took a step, the unusually long blood stripe on its head would bounce. Li Jing saw this scene. It's like a flamboyant young girl waving her handkerchief and calling out in a coquettish voice, "Come and play, uncle." To be honest, this is very tiring. No conversation along the way. Because an incident happened at the nearest farmer's market yesterday, Li Jing went to a farther market to avoid suspicion. He walked for an hour or so and brought the Stinky Tofu to a farther market. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the vegetable market, Li Jing frowned. Looking up, I saw only a few customers walking around in the market. Only a few vegetable vendor stalls were open for business. It was almost noon at this time. At noon, the business in the vegetable market won't be very good. All the groceries that needed to be bought were bought in the morning. The next peak is in the evening. But in any case, the vegetable market shouldn't be so deserted at noon. What is going on? Just as I was wondering, a middle-aged woman who had achieved great success and was carrying a lot of bags came towards me in the market. Li Jing took the opportunity to walk forward with Stinky Tofu. "Aunt, what's going on in the vegetable market? Why do there seem to be so few people?" The old lady came forward and asked enthusiastically, then stopped and said, "Young man, you must not have watched the news, right? This morning, 5 demonized incidents occurred in various fresh food markets in the northern part of the city, and dozens of people died." 5 incidents of demonization in one morning? Li Jing frowned, thinking that the old lady was talking nonsense. How could demonization incidents happen so frequently? Not to mention the small Beicheng district, it may not happen once a year in the entire Jianghai city. 5 times in the morning, is this going to heaven? It was obvious that Li Jing didn't believe it, and the aunt shook her head. If you don't believe me, just check the headlines on your phone. Not only are people in the fresh produce business panicking, but fruit and vegetable vendors are afraid to open their stalls. After all, everyone is doing business in the same place, and if something goes wrong, you might lose your life. The aunt continued to talk. "Young man, hurry up if you want to buy vegetables. The remaining vegetable vendors in the market may all run away soon. Remember to buy more for storage. If the inspection bureau can't come up with a conclusion today, I'm afraid no vendors will be open in the vegetable market or the farmer's market tomorrow. Then you can only go to the supermarket to buy those extremely expensive and not fresh vegetables." Hearing the words inspection bureau, Li Jing immediately thought of Chen Yuran, who had answered a phone call and hurried out more than an hour ago. After politely thanking the old lady, Li Jing walked into the vegetable market holding stinky tofu, took out his mobile phone, and opened the news app. Then, a red headline came into view. Breaking news. Demonization incidents have occurred one after another in the North City district for unknown reasons, and the number of victims has reached nearly 100. Seeing the headline, Li Jing frowned. What the old lady just said is true. After clicking on the title, Li Jing stopped to review the content. It would be fine if he didn't look at it, but once he did, he was completely shocked. The headline he was seeing at the moment was published 5 minutes ago. As of press time, 8 demonization incidents had occurred in Beicheng district that morning. 3 more times than what the aunt said. The 3 extra times occurred during the hour he went out to the vegetable market. However, these 3 incidents did not occur in a fresh food market, but in a pet shelter and 2 pet hospitals. 8 consecutive demonization incidents. Wouldn't it cause chaos wherever it happened? Including the time at the farmers market yesterday. That's a total of 9 times in less than 24 hours. No wonder Chen Yuran left in such a hurry this morning. So, what is going on? Li Jing was puzzled. As the saying goes, when something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. The frequent occurrence of demonization incidents is unscientific. The series of demonization incidents only occurred in Beicheng district, and other places in Jianghai did not make the news. There must be some external factors that led to the series of demonization incidents. Just as he was thinking about something, the stinky tofu that was walking beside Li Jing suddenly got angry and started barking at a fish stall not far away, as if he was going to rush over. Seeing this, Li Jing hurriedly grabbed the dog leash. Stinky tofu understands human nature and human language and is unlikely to hurt anyone. But don't be afraid of 10,000. Just be prepared for one. It is still necessary to be on guard. On the other side, the fishmonger in front of the fish stall was also frightened by the stinky tofu and hurriedly stood up and took the net bag beside him. Seeing that Li Jing reacted in time and grabbed the dog leash, the fishmonger breathed a sigh of relief, but looked unhappy. Young man, take care of your dog. Li Jing subconsciously wanted to apologize when he heard that, but when he looked up, he saw a huge big-head carp in the basin in front of the fishmonger suddenly jumped up to more than 3 meters high. Chapter 10. Transform into a demon, kill instantly. The accident happened so suddenly that both Li Jing and the fishmonger were stunned. Then, both of them reacted. How is it possible for a fish to jump 3 meters high? Not to mention that this fish was taken to the market and placed in a basin, so it had lost its vitality long ago. Demonization. Just when the two thought of the word demonization, the big-head carp that had jumped to a height of more than 3 meters suddenly grew to the size of a car. At the same time, a rapidly growing blood bar appeared in Li Jing's eyes. In the blink of an eye, the health bar stretched out in a straight line, and a number marked on it soared from 1 to 899. Li Jing's eyes lit up at that moment. The fishmonger's face turned pale immediately. He is just an ordinary person in this realm. A fish monster as big as a car appeared on his face. How could he survive? The fishmonger was extremely desperate when he saw the fish monster's rapidly growing body tumbling above his head and about to fall. This time, he could be smashed to death, just when he was about to close his eyes in despair. Boom! The sound of thunder exploded. A bolt of lightning as thick as an arm came from the sky and hit the demonized big-head carp at a 45-degree angle. Under the shocked gaze of the fishmonger, the angry thunder pierced through the fish's head like a bolt of lightning and shot out from the tail, disappearing about 50 meters above the vegetable market. With a pop sound, the demonized big-head carp fell on the road beside him. Thunder strikes. It killed the big-head carp and also pushed its huge body out. As the refreshing aroma of meat spread, the fishmonger who survived the disaster was startled and came to his senses. He looked stiffly at Li Jing, who raised his arm with smoke coming out his palm. At the same time, a prompt sound rang in Li Jing's ears. Experience plus 899. Level increased by 8. Spiritual strength increased by plus 16. Skill points increased by plus 2. The emotionless female voice of the prompt is very beautiful. However, at this moment, Li Jing couldn't be happy. Under the bombardment of his great perfection palm thunder, the fish demon passed away peacefully. But at the same time, it was also completely electric scorched. Just as I was about to go forward to check, the fishmonger trembled and expressed his gratitude. Brother, I misunderstood you just now. Fortunately, You are here, otherwise I, Jianghai, would be dead. Li Jing paused when he heard this. Don't thank me. Thank Stinky Tofu instead. It was him who discovered the fish monster's mutation in advance. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to save you in time. Stinky Tofu? Jianghai was stunned for a moment, then realized that the Stinky Tofu Li Jing was talking about was the husky next to him. Looking at the Stinky Tofu, who seemed to be heroic and high-spirited on the surface, but was actually holding his tail between his legs and trembling, not knowing whether he was frightened by the thunder or the fish monster, Jianghai spoke subconsciously. Thanks, brother dog. Ouch! Stinky Tofu howled, then imitated Li Jing and raised a paw to wave it, indicating that it was no big deal. Jianghai was dumbfounded when he saw this. He expressed his gratitude purely out of gratitude for having saved his life. I didn't expect that Stinky Tofu would respond to me and behave in such a human way. Spiritual beast? Jianghai's eyes widened in disbelief. Just as he was surprised, the vendors and customers scattered around the market gathered around him. Seeing the fish monster, which was as big as a car, lying in the aisle, burnt on the outside and tender on the inside, looking deader than dead, everyone looked at Li Jing in awe and did not dare to comment. The situation at this moment is different from last night. Few people saw the scene where the big head carp was demonized. But Li Jing raised his hand and slapped out a thunder that instantly killed the fish monster, and many people saw it. How terrifying is that thick and strong thunder? Until now, they are still nervous. Li Jing glanced at the crowd gathering around him, one by one, looking at him in shock and fear, frowning slightly. In this world, everyone is equal on the surface. In reality, cultivation is what is respected. He had anticipated this when he first came here, but he had never really faced it. To be honest, it's really uncomfortable to face this. The key point is that the people watching at this moment are simply looking at him as if he were a monster. Fear, more than anything else. Shaking his head secretly, Li Jing stepped forward. Boss, you're a fish seller, so I think you know the market price of fish monsters. Can you help me see if this one on the ground, which is in such a burnt state, can still be sold? Jianghai was shocked at the moment because Stinky Tofu was a spiritual beast and was slightly stunned when he heard this. Looking up, he saw Li Jing with a serious look on his face. He did not dare to be negligent. He turned around to look at the fish monster, which was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside and exuded a rich fragrance, and showed a troubled look. The burnt parts of the fish monster's body will definitely not sell for much, and the fish meat inside will depend on how much is intact. But even if it is intact, since the whole fish has been cooked, it can only be sold as cooked food. It has no cooking value, so the price probably won't be that high. As he spoke, he hesitated for a moment and gritted his teeth. Brother, if you want to sell this fish monster, I can offer you 300,000. You saved my life, so I will pay you a small amount as a reward for your life-saving grace. 300,000? Li Jing looked very ugly. He had expected that the fish monster would not be sold for much money after being burnt like this. However, it really made him sad that it was so cheap. Not only does the fish monster have a thicker blood tank than a monster chicken yesterday, but its size is also much larger than the latter. If it were in good condition, even if the price wasn't over $1 million, it would probably not be much different. This wave a huge loss. Seeing Li Jing's gloomy expression, Jianghai thought that he didn't believe him. So he spoke quickly. Young man, the price I give you is absolutely fair. I have no intention of cheating you. If you don't trust me, you can ask my colleagues here. Before he could finish his words, Li Jing shook his head. Boss, don't get me wrong. I don't disbelieve you. I just think it's a pity. Pity? Jianghai blinked and then nodded. It's a pity to lose this fish monster. If the fish meat hadn't been cooked by electricity and it had culinary value, it would have cost at least $3 million if it were sold in a larger hotel. $3 million. Li Jing's eyes went dark, and he felt so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. The value of the fish monster was twice as high as he expected. But I think so. Fish and chicken are different after all. Chicken, no matter how special it is still just chicken on the table. At most you can make a soup, or blanch, or braise it. The cuisine is of limited value. However, chefs have come up with new ways to cook fish. Moreover, among the fish, there are some that can be sold for tens or even millions of dollars. How could a fish monster not be more valuable than all kinds of extremely expensive fish? The more Li Jing thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. Li Jing said, trying to force out a smile that was uglier than crying. Boss, you're just running a small business selling fish, so I can't ask you for more money. As for saving my life, Let's not make a fuss about it. So you transfer me 200,000 yuan and cut a few kilograms of fish meat for me, and I will transfer this fish monster to you. Jianghai was stunned. As a fishmonger, he encounters people trying to bargain almost every day. But this was the first time he had seen someone bargaining in the opposite direction. This fish monster can be sold for around 250,000 yuan. Li Jing cut his money by 50,000. So doesn't that mean he made a profit? 50,000 is not a small amount for him. After all, he was only selling ordinary freshwater fish, and he might not be able to make 50,000 even if he sold them for a whole month. Li Jing didn't care about that and reported his bank account very straightforwardly. After suffering a loss of 2.8 million, he wished he could turn back time. But when he thought that he could level up just by going out to buy some vegetables and earn $200,000, he felt a lot more relieved. Perhaps at the price of 200,000, he would suffer a little loss. But if he really had to handle it himself, he wouldn't have the means to do so. Chapter 11, I just want to slap the dog's head. After a while, Li Jing left the market with a stinky tofu. Jianghai is very down to earth. The transaction price of the fish monster was finally set at 230,000. After completing the transfer, he cut 10 kilograms of the freshest and tenderest fish meat from the fish's belly and gave it to Li Jing. Of course, Li Jing would have no objection to getting an extra 30,000 yuan. People should be good to their boss. He must give face, right? Before leaving, Li Jing specifically asked for Jianghai's phone number. There is no need to say how important personal connections are. Every profession has its own specialization. Lu Cici sells chickens. Jianghai sells fish. A chicken boss and a fish boss. It covers two industries, poultry and aquatic products. The two do not conflict. If he encounters the demonization of poultry in the future, he can find Lu Cici. If you encounter the demonization of aquatic products, you can ask Jianghai to handle it. On the way back to the villa, Li Jing glanced at the stinky tofu, which was still holding its tail between its legs. I think you're almost there. It's just a fish demon that has barely transformed into a demon. It's at most in the middle stage of the first realm. A spirit beast like you in the third realm can probably scratch it to death with just one claw. Why are you so cowardly? Upon hearing this, Stinky Tofu turned his head and hummed twice, then lowered his head slightly. Weak and helpless. Li Jing grinned upon seeing this. Speaking of Stinky Tofu, it's really cowardly. He had noticed it just now. Before the big head carp was demonized, Stinky Tofu was still barking. It seems like he is ready to rush forward if they disagree with something. As a result, as soon as the demonization began, it immediately became cowardly and turned around and shrank back. To be honest, Li Jing felt ashamed for Stinky Tofu. If Qin Yuan was present, she would probably be pissed to death on the spot. Considering that huskies have always had the reputation of never winning a fight, never losing an argument, it's not surprising that Stinky Tofu behaved like this. Li Jing shook his head. Okay, I won't say anything more. We didn't buy any vegetables, so we have to stop by the supermarket on the way back. If you want to eat something, you can choose it yourself when the time comes. Having said that, Li Jing continued. After all, you were the one who discovered in advance that the fish monster was about to transform into a demon. If you hadn't noticed it beforehand, I might not have been able to save boss you. Thanks to you, I was able to deal with the fish monster on the spot. It's reasonable to give you a reward. When Cho Dofu heard that Li Jing was going to reward him, he immediately became excited. It just let out a wow, and the tail tucked behind its butt stood up and began to rotate 360 degrees like a propeller. While regaining its cheerful appearance, its steps gradually became more and more careless. Seeing that Stinky Tofu was walking and looking at him, and was about to go into the roadside ditch, Li Jing twitched the corner of his mouth, silently tightened the dog leash, and pulled it back. It really was difficult for Qin Yuan to raise this silly dog to such a big size. On the way back, Li Jing took Stinky Tofu to a large supermarket and did some shopping. He also bought a dozen hams that Stinky Tofu liked, and then he took it straight back to the villa. I went to the kitchen and spent some time preparing some food for myself. I also helped Stinky Tofu thaw the frozen ham, and then the man and the dog had lunch. After filling his stomach, Li Jing let the Stinky Tofu run wild in the courtyard and returned to the villa's guest room to turn on the computer. Log in to a news website. Reports on the series of demonization incidents in Beicheng district were overwhelming, dominating the headlines, hot media, and other pages. There are at least tens of thousands of comments under each report, saying all kinds of things. Some are worried and frightened. There are those who just want to watch the fun and add fuel to the fire. There are conspiracy theories and wild guesses. Some even took advantage of the situation to discredit the inspection bureau, saying that the current inspections are incompetent. Faced with all these, Li Jing chose to ignore them. The internet. It has always been like this. Before he traveled through time, wasn't the internet filled with all kinds of comments like, "I can do it too," and "the world is mine" with a keyboard? After some checking, Li Jing found that there were no new demonization incidents reported in the news. The fish monster he killed in the vegetable market did make headlines. There was even a video of a reporter interviewing Jianghai on the spot in the headlines. Li Jing guessed that after he left, some curious onlookers at the scene notified the media. After watching the video in the news, Li Jing deleted the entire news website. Jianghai is a very genuine person. Even when reporters used various rhetoric to find out who killed the fish monster, Jianghai did not mention him, only saying that it was a handsome young man. Li Jing raised his hand and touched his handsome face. He then chose to visit the website of the Auxiliary Investigation Department to check out the various basic laws that he needed to know as an auxiliary investigator. He was too lazy to figure out why there were so many demonization incidents in Beicheng district. Wait until Chen Yuran comes back in the evening and ask her, and you'll find out. In comparison, it is more effective to quickly complete your homework and take the test earlier as a supplement. There will definitely be follow-up before the Inspection Bureau finds out the cause of the demonization incident and resolves it. This is an opportunity for him. Only by taking the test and becoming an auxiliary examiner as early as possible can you have the opportunity to go to the first scene. This trip to the vegetable market was just a coincidence after all. If you really go out for a walk, you will encounter a demonization incident. I'm afraid the entire North City will fall. Before I knew it, it was evening. Seeing the sky gradually getting dark outside the window, Li Jing, who was addicted to studying, quickly pulled himself out of the situation. The various basic laws that need to be understood for auxiliary research are not very complicated and are basically things that require rote memorization. But endorsing something is really tiring. In particular, the provisions in the bills are extremely similar, but the responses and handling methods they point to are completely different, which can easily cause confusion. Not only do you have to memorize them, but you also have to distinguish them clearly. Li Jing struggled for the whole afternoon and only felt a dull pain in his head. Fortunately, after possessing spiritual power, his physical fitness has improved a lot and his memory has also improved significantly. Otherwise, he would have to spend the entire afternoon doing useless work and might even get a headache. Walk out of the guest room and come outside the villa. Li Jing was just about to take a breath of fresh air when he looked up and saw the grape tree in a yard lying on the ground, with stinky tofu lying there gnawing at the roots. Li Jing. He was stunned for 3 full seconds, and a vein popped up on his forehead. Stinky tofu. Ouch. Stinky tofu looked up and saw that it was Li Jing who came into the yard. He jumped for joy and ran over to him happily. Li Jing looked at the stupid dog speechlessly as it ran towards him and wagged its tail. He just wanted to slap it on the head. He just didn't pay attention for an afternoon, and Chodofu dug up the only grape tree in the yard and ate the roots. Will he say when Chunyuran comes back later? But looking at the silly look of Stinky Tofu, he couldn't get angry. Husky. Destroying a house is an innate skill. If it's not dismantled, can it still be called era? Just when I was feeling annoyed, a streak of light descended from the sky into the courtyard. The light faded, and Chunyuran, with a tired look on his face, appeared on the flying sword. His eyes naturally fell on the grape tree that had fallen in the courtyard and had its roots gnawed. There is no way. There was only one seedling in the entire courtyard. It was lying on the ground, and it was so conspicuous that it was impossible not to notice it. Chapter 12. You call this palm thunder? Seeing that Chunyuran's face was darkening at a visible speed, Stinky Tofu let out a whoop and quickly ran behind Li Jing with his tail between his legs. Li Jing, are you scared now? Why didn't you think about the consequences when you built it? With a cough, Li Jing stepped forward. Before he could finish his words, Chunyuran raised his hand. No need to explain. I know the character of my own dog very well. Next time, remember not to leave Stinky Tofu alone in the yard. Lock it in the house. It won't dare to tear down things at home. I have something else to ask you. As she spoke, she jumped off the flying sword, took out a tablet, and handed it over after a few operations. Li Jing took the tablet, but what he saw was a frozen surveillance video. In the video, there is a scene where he killed a fish monster with a palm thunder in the vegetable market at noon. Seeing the surveillance video, Li Jing was a little confused. There are indeed surveillance cameras on the avenue outside the vegetable market. There is no surveillance inside. Of this, he was very sure. If there had been no surveillance, he would have been on the news by now. So, how was this picture taken? As if knowing the doubts in his mind, Chen Yuran said, "This is a picture captured by a special drone that the Bureau temporarily deployed in an area that needs special attention." Dedicated drone? Li Jing was stunned for a moment. Then his expression became strange. There's nothing else. The key point is that from the angle of the surveillance footage, the palm thunder that he blasted out seemed to be directed directly at the camera. Seeing that he seemed to realize something, Chen Yuran reached out and pressed the play button on the tablet screen. Then, the surveillance footage was lost. Li Jing. Looking at Chen Yuran stiffly, Li Jing spoke dryly. "Are the drones in your bureau expensive?" "It's not expensive, just over 700,000 yuan. Li Jing almost couldn't catch his breath. "More than 700,000. Isn't that expensive? I can't even afford the compensation if I sell him." Just as he was about to lie down, Chen Yuran took the tablet. "Don't worry, the Bureau won't ask you to pay for the accidental loss. Besides, you killed the fish monster on the spot and saved the lives and property of the people. The Bureau will not pursue your responsibility. No need to pay." Li Jing was possessed by stinky tofu and became energetic. "You save someone, but they still hold you responsible. Who will dare to help someone in the future?" Chen Yuran curled her lips and took out a small notebook. "But you still have to cooperate with me in taking notes. The Bureau will have to keep a record of it." "The record is easy." Li Jing nodded quickly and briefly recounted the story of how he accidentally encountered the demonized fish monster at the vegetable market. When Chen Yuran heard that the stinky tofu was responsible for this, she looked at the shivering dog huddled aside in surprise and reached out to stroke its head. "Well done." After receiving the praise, Stinky Tofu suddenly felt that he was good enough and raised his head and wagged his big tail. Here, Chen Yuran wrote down the general idea of Li Jing's narration and asked, "What spell was that strike you used to kill the fish monster?" "Palm Thunder." Li Jing responded truthfully. Chen Yuran slowly typed a question mark. "Let me ask you this nicely. Can you be normal? You call that a palm thunder when it's so big and thick." Faced with the doubts, Li Jing blinked and spoke hesitantly. "The palm thunder of great perfection." Chen Yuran was silent. Seeing that Li Jing didn't seem to be lying, she looked strange. Thunder magic is the most powerful in the immortal magic system. No doubt about it. The only thunder technique that can be learned in the second realm is palm thunder. She came from the second realm, so naturally she has mastered it. To be honest, Chen Yuran had no idea whether the palm thunder of great perfection could be that big and thick. There are very few people who can practice the second-level magic to perfection. After all, human energy is limited. There are so many spells, no one would focus on practicing just one. Chen Yuran himself had only mastered the palm thunder to a small degree. It's not that she's not hardworking. It was because she was too talented that she entered the third realm before she even learned all the second realm spells. After entering the third realm, who would still practice second realm spells? After a moment of silence, Chen Yuran confirmed the question. "How many offensive spells have you learned?" "There's only one kind, palm thunder, and I've been practicing it for many years." Li Jing responded. He is not a one-track-minded person. Telling Chen Yuran that I just learned palm thunder yesterday would definitely make her suspicious, so I have to tell her about it over a longer period of time. In fact, if he had not happened to be photographed by a drone, he would have had no choice but to make do with it. He would not even have said that he had mastered the palm thunder to a high level of proficiency. When Chen Yuran heard that Li Jing had only practiced one attack spell, palm thunder, she nodded doubtfully. On the one hand, she was unsure. On the other hand, she recognized Li Jing's fighting ability. Last night, Li Jing killed a monster chicken with an ordinary kitchen knife. It is absolutely impossible for an ordinary person of the second realm to do such a thing. Putting away the notebook in his hand, Chen Yuran didn't ask any more questions. In this world, it is very impolite to rashly inquire about the depth of other people's cultivation. Even among acquaintances, people don't ask questions casually. You should know about the unusual situation in North City today. I came back to take your statement. I have to go to the police station for night duty later. You may be alone tonight. Chen Yuran said this with a somewhat embarrassed look on her face. I've been busy all day and only had breakfast. Have you prepared dinner at home? Not yet. Li Jing shook his head and said, I brought back some fish monster meat at noon. It was cooked by electricity and can be eaten directly. Do you want to try some? Okay. Qin Yuan nodded and took out her cell phone. Give me your fairy signal. Let's add each other as friends, and I'll transfer the meal money to you later. The meal is waived. You don't even charge me for rent, so how can I charge you? Li Jing waved his hand, took out his cell phone, and reported his immortal signal. Xianxin is the social software of this world, equivalent to Micrix. After they added each other as friends, Qin Yuan still insisted on transferring 3,000 to Li Jing. A rich woman is a rich woman. She is not short of money. A meal costs 3,000 yuan. The fish monster meat that was cooked by electricity is not worth that much. The main reason is that the process is too rough. Being cooked by electricity is not the same as being cooked by roasting. Putting aside the nutritional value of fish monster meat, the taste is even worse than ordinary food. If not for this, the fish monster that was electrocuted wouldn't be so cheap. She went into the house to help Qin Yuan cut some grilled fish slices and also made one for herself. Li Jing sat at the table with her and asked her about it. There have been frequent incidents of demonization in the North City district. Does the Inspection Bureau have any explanation? In private, Qin Yuan is a rather casual person. Now she and Li Jing can be considered roommates. Hearing the question, she took a bite of the grilled fish slice and sighed softly. There is no accurate explanation yet. The whole bureau is busy just dealing with the aftermath today. Demonization is only an occasional incident and has never been the focus of the Inspection Bureau. It's okay if it happens once in a while, but it has happened so many times in a row that the Bureau has urgently transferred a lot of inspectors from other positions to barely cope with it. Having said that, she continued, the Bureau has set up a special task force to conduct an investigation. We have some clues so far. The frequent demonization incidents are definitely not natural. The task force speculates that it is caused by humanoid monsters in the North City. Chapter 13, You are still young, a little immature. A humanoid monster? Li Jing was stunned and looked strange. For a monster to transform, it needs strength of at least the third realm. During the transformation process, the monster will suffer great pain. But as long as you successfully possess a human form, their intelligence will be fully developed and reach a level that is no different from that of humans. The speed of practice will also be significantly improved. That's not all. Disguised in human form, they are able to mingle in human society and, through various channels, enjoy resources that were originally only available to humans. Compared to ordinary monsters, incidents of humanoid monsters injuring or harming people are quite rare. There is no creature in the world more creative than humans. Integrating into human society will bring great benefits to the cultivation of human-shaped monsters and will not cause any harm. Once their identities as monsters are exposed, they will completely lose the opportunity to enjoy abundant resources and a comfortable life. Therefore, even if they want to harm people, humanoid monsters will usually make sure that they will not attract too much attention and will only take action when they are sure to avoid being caught by the Patrol Bureau. The situation in the North City District today makes it extremely unlikely that a humanoid monster is causing trouble. Seeing Li Jing looking at her strangely, Qin Yuan roughly guessed what he was thinking and shrugged. Don't look at me like that. I didn't come up with this speculation, and I'm not even on the task force. In my opinion, this speculation is really a bit ridiculous. It is true that humanoid monsters have the ability to transform into demons with their own demonic energy, but this is meaningless to them. The creatures that have been transformed into demons are only at the beginning of their intelligence and cannot be used as subordinates. If the demonization is completed in the city, the survival rate is infinitely close to zero. Going through so much trouble is purely a thankless task. Qin Yuan said, I have to tell you the story without denying it. We still have to wait for the clear investigation results to find out the specific situation. The task force was only given the task at hand, so we will tentatively consider this humanoid monster as the direction of the investigation. Isn't this a bit too casual? Li Jing frowned. Including the incident at the farmers market yesterday, there have been 10 demonization incidents in the North City as of noon today. How much pressure has the temporary task force been under? If they don't try to find a direction for the investigation, they won't even be able to lead the team, let alone conduct follow-up investigations. Qin Yuan said this calmly, finishing the fish on the plate in no time, and said with an air of connoisseurship, You are still young and immature. In such an emergency, it is necessary to be flexible. Li Jing was speechless. He understands the truth. It's just that Qin Yuan's tone. He just thought about it. This girl is only a few years older than me. How dare she say she is young? Just as he was secretly complaining, Chen Yuran stood up. I have to go now. Thanks for dinner. It's just a small matter. Li Jing raised his eyes. Do I need to prepare breakfast for you tomorrow morning? Chen Yuran was about to go out, but when he heard this, he paused and turned back to ask. How's your craft? I can't say anything else, but I can guarantee it's better than what you get at the roadside stalls. Li Jing smiled confidently. Okay, prepare one for me, and I'll give you food money then. Chen Yuran nodded. Hearing that there was another meal allowance, Li Jing raised his eyebrows. It seems that capturing the stomach of the rich woman Chen Yuran is a way to make money. Watching Chen Yuran walk out of the villa and fly up on a sword, Li Jing looked at the sword light rising into the sky with secret envy. The art of wielding a sword is a standard skill for cultivators in novels. Both handsome and cool. Unfortunately, the sword-wielding technique in this world requires one to reach the third realm to learn, and the price is the most expensive among the 3-realm attack spells, costing a full 1 million. The level has been reached, and the money has been in place. You also need a flying sword. A flying sword is a magical weapon that needs to be refined through special means. The cheapest price starts at 3 million. After concentrating on eating the monster fish meat, Li Jing decided to go back to his room to continue studying. 1 million seems like an astronomical figure. However, for him who had received more than 700,000 yuan in 2 consecutive days, it was not out of reach. And as long as he joins the auxiliary investigation department, he will have a proper job. A month, I can definitely make at least 20,000 yuan. Once you join the inspection bureau, your salary will at least double. To be able to reach the 3rd level when entering the inspection bureau and become a 2nd-level inspector like Chen Yuran, the monthly salary must be at least over 100,000. 1 million is no big deal. In addition, the 2nd-level patrol itself is equipped with mass-produced standard magic tools. If he chooses a flying sword, he can easily save 3 million. The quality of the inspection bureau's standard flying sword is once again better than the lowest-priced flying sword. If you want to change your life, you must become an inspector. The night passed quietly. Li Jing worked late into the night and worked hard all night, barely gaining a general understanding of the various basic laws that he needed to know for the auxiliary investigation. After preparing breakfast and placing on the table for Chen Yuran, Li Jing chose to go straight out to the inspection bureau. It would be a bit difficult to prepare for the exam with just 1 day's effort. Apart from anything else, his mind was like a mess and very confused. But he was unwilling to wait any longer. Not how eager he was, but now the chances of passing the test are very high. I had a conversation with Chen Yuran at the dinner table last night, but there was nothing I could call a gain. But there is one thing that Li Jing has made clear. In order to deal with the series of demonization incidents in the urban area, the North City Patrol Bureau was extremely busy. The Inspection Bureau is already so busy, and the Auxiliary Inspection Section will be even busier. It should be noted that the Auxiliary Inspection Department exists to cooperate with inspections. After yesterday, there must be strict surveillance everywhere in the North City District. It is obvious that the Inspection Bureau cannot handle it all with its own staff, so people from the Auxiliary Inspection Section have to take the lead and cooperate in the work. Although Beicheng District is only a suburb of Jianghai City, its area is very large. At this critical juncture, the Auxiliary Inspection Department must be short of human resources, and the on-the-job auxiliary inspection must be easier than usual. Just as Li Jing expected, all the way to the North City Patrol Station, you can see 1 or 2 auxiliary inspectors at almost every intersection. On some main roads, auxiliary inspection teams consisting of more than 10 people control traffic, focus on checking freight vehicles, and use handheld instruments to test pets passing by. Long Yu's efficiency is still high after all. In just 1 day, the prevention and control arrangements in Beicheng District were completely completed. Li Jing did not delay when he arrived at the place and went straight into the Auxiliary Inspection Section compound located next to the North City Patrol Branch. As soon as he entered the compound, he knew he had come to the right place. The Auxiliary Investigation Department is a very large department. The number of auxiliary inspection staff in various places is generally several times, or even 10 times that of the local inspection bureau. At this moment, only a few auxiliary investigators could be seen coming in and out of the auxiliary investigation department. There were quite a few people coming to register and handle affairs, and there was a constant stream of people coming in and out of the auxiliary inspection hall. Chapter 14, Special Organization. Walking through the compound and into the auxiliary inspection hall, Li Jing saw the recruitment window at a glance. At this time, there were 7 or 8 people filling out forms in front of the counter, and another 10 people were waiting on the side. Seeing this scene, Li Jing raised his eyebrows. The recruitment of Auxiliary Investigation Department is carried out on a long-term basis. It is difficult to retain people for this auxiliary job. The threshold for auxiliary investigation is low, which is relative. To assist in the job search, one must have at least the initial stage of the second realm. This basic threshold blocks 70% of ordinary people from entering the second realm. Plus, the salary is low, and there are many problems. There are really not many people who are willing to do this job for a long time. Just as Lu Cece said the night before, people who choose to do auxiliary inspection work are either interns or people like him who want to be inspectors but cannot meet the requirements for entry into the patrol job. The former ran away when the internship period ended. The latter, who has been engaged in auxiliary investigation work for a period of time and sees no way out, will naturally look for other ways out. In the second realm, it is very easy to find a job with a salary of over 20,000. If you can't see a way out, there's no need to fight to the death. Who doesn't care about money when living in this world? Early in the morning, 7 or 8 candidates gathered in front of the counter. They were obviously speculators, like him, who took advantage of the tight human resources in the Auxiliary Investigation Department to come and take the exam. Without thinking much, Li Jing came to the recruitment window. At the recruitment window, a good-looking female assistant was busy entering the forms filled out by the candidates into the computer. Glancing at Li Jing walking in, she kept typing on the keyboard and looked up with a professional smile. "Sir, are you here for exam assistance?" "Right." Li Jing spoke up. After receiving a positive response, the female assistant stopped and took out something that looked like a dashboard. "Please input a bit of spiritual energy into the spirit measuring instrument. I need to confirm your cultivation level." Li Jing knew about the spirit testing instrument. However, this was the first time he had seen it since he traveled through time. This thing is recognized by the world as the only reliable way to verify actual cultivation. In front of the spirit measuring instrument, any means of confusing the public will not work. The state is what it is. It cannot be faked, nor can it be covered up. The spirit detecting instrument is extremely expensive and involves many cutting-edge technologies. The price of a spirit detecting instrument is often over 2 million. Due to its limited service life, this thing usually only appears during examinations in industries that have strict requirements for cultivation, and it is difficult to come across it in ordinary situations. After taking a quick look at the spirit testing instrument, Li Jing followed instructions and input a trace of spiritual power into it. His spiritual power is perfectly compatible with the spiritual energy cultivated by people in this world, so there's no need to worry about the spiritual measuring instrument not responding. Spiritual energy surged in. The display screen of the spirit measuring instrument lit up, and a piece of text appeared. Early stage of the second realm, qualified. Seeing the text revealed, the female assistant said and asked, "Sir, have you ever learned magic, such as flying in the sky or controlling the wind?" Without waiting for Li Jing to say anything, she explained. "Due to attendance requirements, our Auxiliary Investigation Department is in urgent need of personnel who have learned relevant spells. If you have learned spells such as flying and controlling the wind and have at least achieved a small level of proficiency, it can be used as an extra point for the exam. Once you pass the assessment, you can join the special establishment of our Auxiliary Investigation Department." Special compilation? Li Jing was stunned for a moment, then nodded without thinking. Spells such as flying in the sky and controlling the wind are purely auxiliary spells. It has only one purpose: to go to heaven. This type of spell does not conflict with the sword-controlling technique that can also fly into the sky. After all, flying a sword requires the help of a flying sword. Even if you have learned the art of wielding a sword, you still need this kind of spell to assist you. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'd have to abandon the offensive nature of sword-controlling techniques and just use the flying sword as a tool to reach the sky. It is worth mentioning, flying with a sword is much faster than relying on spells, such as controlling the air and the wind. Li Jing has not yet learned the relevant spells, but with the status bar, he can learn and apply it at the same time. Anyway, he has money in his pocket now, and he has 6 skill points in surplus after killing the fish monster and upgrading yesterday. You have to learn it sooner or later, so just keep learning it. If it can be used as a plus point, of course you have to strive for it. And since the Auxiliary Inspection Department has created such a bonus item, the special establishment mentioned by the female auxiliary inspectors is likely to be able to have the authority to fly in the city, just like patrol officers. Being able to go to the sky at will is so much more convenient. Special establishment must enter. The female assistant at the window saw Li Jing nod to indicate that he had learned the corresponding spell and took out a form and handed it to him. Sir, please fill out the application form first. There are many people taking the test today. I will take all the candidates to take the written test at 10 o'clock. There will also be a practical skills test after that. At that time, the examiner will check the spells filled in on the form. Good. Li Jing took the form and went aside to check the content that needed to be filled in. What needs to be filled in the form are mainly some personal information, and then the spells that the individual has learned and his or her proficiency level. After confirmation, Li Jing took out his mobile phone and directly opened the Immortal Studies website. He chose the most expensive air escape spell in the air control and wind control series of the second-level auxiliary spells without any hesitation. Deposit, minus 243,000. Seeing that the account balance was only over 4,000 yuan, Li Jing's heart was bleeding. But the money that should be spent still needs to be spent. Fortunately, he can now use Chunyuan's villa guest room for free and has no housing pressure. Otherwise, it would be difficult. As the web page jumped, the formula of the escape method popped up and a prompt sound rang in my ears. I found that you can learn the passive skill, the air escape technique. Do you want to log in? Log in. Successfully logged into the passive skill, the void escape technique. Host, Li Jing. Experience, 310/747. Level 8. Skill points, 6. Spirit strength, 72. Equipment, none. Passive skills, momentary space, body protection spirit cloth, May 5th. Escape technique, 0/5. Active skill, palm thunder, May 5th. Calling up the status bar to check, Li Jing chose to max out the escape technique and started filling out the form. In order to keep a low profile, he filled in the palm thunder, protective spiritual clothes, and escape technique as minor achievements. His goal was just to pass the assessment and assist in the job search, so there was no need for him to be too eye-catching. After filling out the form, Li Jing looked at the time. It's only 9 o'clock. The written test will have to wait until 10 o'clock. Thinking that he would have to wait for another hour, he simply opened the news website on his mobile phone. There have been a series of demonization incidents in Beicheng district with many follow-ups. Under the deliberate guidance of some unscrupulous self-media, the internet has become extremely lively and noisy. Instead of paying attention to the rumors on the internet, Li Jing focused on searching the mainstream media's follow-up reports on the demonization incident. Since yesterday afternoon till now, there have been no more demonization incidents in the North City district. The reports of mainstream media are not as casual as those of self-media, which write nonsense just to attract attention. However, in various follow-up reports, there was a strong sense of impending storm in the North City district, and behind the calm, there was a faint sense of unease. Li Jing didn't have much thought about this. It is right to be prepared for danger in times of peace. Compared with the direction of public opinion on the internet, he cares more about the real reasons that lead to the frequent occurrence of demonization incidents. Chapter 15, Practical Skills Assessment. 10 o'clock. The number of speculators who came to take the test and provide auxiliary examinations has risen to more than 40 people. The female assistant at the recruitment window is very punctual. When the time came, she took those who came to take the test, including Li Jing, to a spacious reception room, distributed the written test papers, and started the written test. The written test was much simpler than Li Jing had imagined. The test paper contains multiple choice questions related to various basic laws. There are not many questions, and more than half of them are multiple choice questions with one choice from 4 options. In less than half an hour, Li Jing finished the test paper with full confidence. The rest of the people who came to take the test also basically finished within half an hour. After everyone finished answering the questions, the female assistant investigator led everyone to an open space at the back of the assistant investigator compound. At this time, there was a man who was estimated to be around 30 years old waiting in the open space. Seeing everyone coming, the man grinned. Sister Hanyan, you have good business today. You brought more than 40 candidates. Li Jing, who was mixed in the crowd, heard the man's teasing voice and twitched his lips. This guy at first glance is an old hand, openly teasing colleagues. Business is good. Is this what people say? The female assistant investigator, known as Han Yin Mei, was obviously used to Kong Wu's behavior. She rolled her eyes and ignored the teasing. Keeping a professional smile on her face, she looked back at the people behind her. Let me introduce you all. This is the examiner in charge of the practical skills assessment, Kong Wu, who is at the third realm. During your assessment, I will upload the written test results to the auxiliary inspection system. At that time, Examiner Kong will refer to your written test and practical skills test results to screen and determine the candidates who have passed this assessment. After saying that, she nodded to everyone and turned away. Before leaving, she did not forget to turn around and give Kong Wu a fierce look. Kong Wu didn't feel embarrassed after being glared at twice. He just smiled and watched her walk away, then looked at everyone present with a serious expression. Sister Han Yin has just made her point clear. If you don't have any questions, let's not waste any more time talking and start the practical skills assessment now. As he spoke, he raised his leg and stomped heavily on the ground. With a buzzing sound, an invisible light curtain that could barely be captured by the naked eye rose from all around the open space, covering the entire open space. This is a third-level protective formation. It cannot be broken by those below the fourth level. Kong Wu opened his mouth and said, "Don't worry, everyone. The protective formation is just for precaution." As he spoke, he waved his hand and took out a tablet computer to operate it. Lu Yangcheng, Ikizishi, a handsome young man, stepped out from the crowd. Before he could stand still, Kong Wu waved his hand, took out a steel knife, stepped forward and slashed at him. Not to mention Lu Yang himself. Everyone else, including Li Jing, was also shocked. But then, everyone discovered that the steel knife did not carry any spiritual power or magic. It was just an ordinary cut. Clang! The steel knife fell on Lu Yangqing's chest and bounced high. Not bad. A minor level of spiritual armor technique. Kong Wu took a half step back and put down the steel knife. Demonstrate the light wind technique you learned. Lu Yangqing. It was true that Kong Wu's previous blow was just an ordinary one, but it really scared him. The key is that he was not mentally prepared at all. Kong Wu drew his knife and chopped at him without saying a word. How could he not be shocked? Among the crowd of examinees, Li Jing looked at Kong Wu with a strange look on his face. I have to say that Kong Wu is very real and bold. When we meet, we fight like a sword, without any hesitation. I'm not worried about whether there is any false information in Lu Yangqing's registration. What if the spiritual armor technique he registered is a lie? Or the level is just entry level? If Kong Wu struck him with this knife, it would probably take half of his life. Over there, Lu Yangqing, who was undergoing the test, managed to calm himself down, mobilized the spiritual energy in his body to perform the light wind technique, and rode the breeze into the air, hovering in midair. Kong Wu nodded upon seeing this. Okay, come down. As he said this, he picked up the tablet. The 6 offensive spells you have learned are only entry level and have no value for assessment. Go back to the side and wait. Lu Yangcheng twitched his lips when he heard this, looking very unconvinced. How come an entry-level attack spell has no value in assessment? It's not okay to look down on others like this, right? However, facing Kong Wu, he had no temper. Man is not only the examiner of this test, but also a person in 3 realms. He is in the early stage of the 1st or 2nd realm and has no right to challenge others. When Li Jing heard that Lu Yangqing had learned 6 kinds of attack spells, he looked over in surprise. This person seems very rich. Light wind technique and spirit armor technique are not cheap. Even if the 6 spells that Lu Yangqing learned were all cheap ones, the cost would at least be over 1.5 million. In addition, it is not ruled out that he has learned other spells. If you're not wealthy, how can you do this? Kong Wu sent Lu Yangqing away and called out another name. Ishiozhu, Ikizishi. A young man with a hint of coldness stepped forward from the crowd. Seeing this, Kong Wu was about to follow suit and entertain him like he entertained Lu Yangqing, but the latter suddenly waved his hand, took out a jade-colored sword, and slashed his neck with it, as if he was drawing the sword to commit suicide. Seeing this scene out of the blue, everyone present's eyes twitched collectively. Looking at Ishiozhu, who looked a little thin, Li Jing was secretly shocked. This guy who looks a bit aloof is actually a ruthless person. If he was not mistaken, the long sword in Ishiozhu's hand was a genuine and valuable flying sword. Flying swords are only meaningful when combined with sword-controlling techniques. But as a sharp weapon, Its sharpness is unmatched by ordinary blades. Even if it was just a casual swipe, its lethality was far more brutal than a fierce chop from the steel knife in Kong Wu's hand. For a vital part like the neck, Xiuzhu would just rub it. Even if someone is very skilled and courageous, a normal person can't do it, right? As the examiner, Kong Wu had similar thoughts to Li Jing. This Xiuzhu is a little abnormal. Kong Wu frowned and looked at Xiuzhu, who had a white mark on his neck, and waved his hand. Okay, you've passed the practical skills test. Xiuzhu said nothing and returned to the examination team. When the others present saw this, no one said anything. Xiuzhu is undoubtedly a man of real talent. There are flying swords. First of all, it proves that he is extremely wealthy and has no shortage of money, so he must have learned a lot of magic. The fact that he dared to use a flying sword to cut someone's neck proved that his defensive magic was at least at the entry-level level. The defensive spells are at the master level, so the spells of other systems will definitely not be bad. When Xiuzhu returned to his position, Kong Wu spoke again. Li Jing. Li Jing was stunned. He didn't expect that it would be his turn so soon. After saying yes, Li Jing stepped out. Kong Wu was still the same as before, and he chopped him with his knife when they met. With Liu Yangqing's previous experience as a lesson, Li Jing was naturally mentally prepared. Facing the steel knife, he neither dodged nor avoided. If his minor spiritual armor technique can withstand a blow from a steel knife, how can his major spiritual armor that protects his body be damaged? By a crisp sound, the steel knife fell on Li Jing's chest and broke. The broken blade flew and hit Kong Wu's forehead, then bounced out. Li Jing. Kong Wu was hit on the forehead. Chapter 16, just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't do it. I'm most afraid of the air suddenly becoming quiet. Li Jing and Kong Wu stared at each other in bewilderment. Both of them were thinking about the same question. How come this knife broke just like that? Among the crowd of examinees, Xiuzhu narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Li Jing intently. The strong steel knife is not an ordinary blade. Instead, it is standard equipment distributed by the Auxiliary Investigation Department. Compared with the standard equipment of the magic weapon level issued by the Inspection Bureau, the equipment of the Auxiliary Inspection Section is much more ordinary. But even so, Fachako's equipment is also a good thing made of special materials and has the characteristic of being able to contain spiritual energy to enhance the strength of the blade. Ordinary blades are unable to contain and carry spiritual energy. Kong Wu did not infuse spiritual energy into the blade, so it was true that the steel knife did not unleash its true power. However, the steel knife itself is built with the ability to carry and contain spiritual energy. Even if it is not infused with spiritual energy, the strength of its blade is far greater than that of ordinary knives, and it cannot be broken easily. Kong Wu didn't use his true strength. He just chopped casually. The knife broke. The problem can only be with Li Jing. Just as he was thinking about it, Liu Yangqing, who had also completed the practical skills test, spoke up. This Li Jing is quite something. He must have learned some kind of defensive spell that has a countershock effect. Everyone present has at least the strength of the second realm. They could also see the problems that Xiuzhu could see. After hearing Liu Yangqing's words, everyone suddenly realized and looked at Li Jing with strange eyes. Defensive techniques with anti-shock effects are not uncommon, but are very difficult to practice. For ordinary defensive spells, just practice them normally. Defensive spells with anti-shock effects are different. You have to keep getting hit in order to become more proficient at them. The process is similar to the horizontal training in martial arts dramas, which is extremely self-destructive and slow. It takes accumulation over time and constant beatings. Practicing this type of spell is troublesome and progress is slow. If you really want to achieve practical results, you have to specialize in it. For those who are capable of entering the second realm spells are just an early transition. Who would be willing to specialize in a single defensive spell? Looking back, defensive spells with anti-shock effects are not necessarily stronger than defensive spells of the same level in terms of defensive power. Some are even inferior to the latter. Its only characteristic is that it has anti-shock effect. There is only one kind of person who specializes in one thing, the stubborn outlier. Unlike others, Xiuzhu glanced at Liu Yangqing as if he was a fool when he heard him speak. Don't take things for granted. If this Li Jing really learned a defensive spell with a countershock effect, do you think Examiner Kong would not be prepared? How could Liu Yangqing have thought that this guy would suddenly confront him? He frowned and stared over. He has no temper when he meets the examiner of the third realm. How could he not be angry when he met an examinee of the same level? But when Liu Yangcheng thought about it carefully, he felt that what Xiuzhu said made sense. The spells that the candidates present need to be tested on are all clearly recorded in the auxiliary checking system. Kongwu knew about it in advance, so there was no reason for him not to be on guard. Trying hard to suppress his displeasure, Liu Yang became a Taoist. Then tell me, how did Li Jing manage to break the steel knife? The defense method he has learned may have reached perfection. Xiuzhu whispered, no matter what kind of spell it is, as long as the proficiency reaches the entry level or above, every level of improvement will usher in a qualitative change. When it reaches the great perfection, the power can at least break through the limit of one realm. Then he added, at least in my opinion, the steel knife in Examiner Kong's hand was not broken by the shock, but because the target Li Jing was too hard and the strong impact caused it to break. After listening to Xiuzhu's story, Liu Yangqing thought about it for a while and raised some questions. I understand the principle, but is there anyone in this world who can really practice the second level of magic to perfection? There are mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people. Xiuzhu opened his mouth and said in a neutral tone, just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't do it. Liu Yangcheng frowned. He didn't know why, but he always felt that Xiuzhu's words were directed at him. Two people are talking here. On the other side, Kongwu looked suspicious. He listened to Xiuzhu's words. He also had doubts in his mind. According to the information registered in the tablet, the defensive spell that Li Jing learned was the most advanced body-protecting spiritual clothing among the second-level defensive spells. The higher the level of a spell, the harder it is to practice. Li Jing registered only a minor level of success, so it can be considered that he has a hidden trick up his sleeve. But to say that his protective spiritual clothing is at the great perfection level is a bit outrageous. After looking at the broken knife in his hand, Kongwu decided to give up thinking. In any case, Li Jing's defensive spell was effective. The specific level of proficiency is not important. The practical skills assessment he is responsible for is only to confirm whether the candidate's registration information is false or not, and it is common for candidates to hide their facts. After all, what you learn is a relatively private matter. It's really important to care about it. I'm afraid there are a few candidates here who don't keep their secrets to themselves. After all, the registration information they filled out was only to meet the threshold for employment assistance. Only a fool would write down everything they had learned in detail. Throwing the broken knife away, Kongwu rubbed the spot on his forehead that had just been hit by the knife. Show me the escaping technique you learned. Li Jing breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Kongwu didn't care about the accident just now. He was surprised to find that his protective spiritual clothing was so hard. The main reason is that he has never used the protective spiritual robe, so he doesn't know how strong it is. He didn't mind exposing his proficiency. Anyway, even if he was exposed, it would only attract attention and he didn't need to respond to any questions. The key point is that he was worried that Kongwu would ask him to pay compensation. After learning the art of escaping into space, he only had more than 4,000 yuan left in his pocket. How could he compensate? Tilting his head to glance at Xiuzhu in the crowd, Li Jing carefully performed the air escape technique. What Xiuzhu said just now was more or less a lesson for him. It turns out that a great perfection level spell can break through at least one realm limit. This touched upon Li Jing's blind spot in knowledge. But in his opinion, the reason why his protective spiritual clothing is so strong is not simply a matter of proficiency, but also because spiritual power has higher energy efficiency than spiritual energy. He was aware of this problem as early as last night when Qinyuan questioned his thick palm thunder. Li Jing also learned his lesson when he used the escape technique at this moment. The air escape technique is a passive skill, just like the body protection spiritual armor. Its characteristic is that he does not need to use it deliberately. The spell itself is always running in his body. It is not up to him to decide how much effort to contribute. He had just learned the method of escaping into space an hour ago, so he didn't know what the situation was like. It's always better to be careful. Using the air escape technique, Li Jing's figure slowly rose higher. Feeling that it was about time, he chose to hover in the air. Seeing him hovering steadily in the air, the martial artist on the ground nodded. Okay, come down. When Li Jing landed, Kongwu took more than 10 steps back. Take me as your target and demonstrate the attack spell you learned, Palm Thunder. You are the examiner. Li Jing looked up in surprise. Just fight if I tell you to. Don't waste time. There are many people waiting behind you. Kong Wu said impatiently. You are only in the early stage of the second realm. You can't hurt me. Li Jing. Think about it. Palm Thunder is an active skill. You can control how much power it outputs. With its strength at the early stage of the second realm, even if the Palm Thunder of the Great Perfection level could break through the realm limit, it would probably not be able to hurt Kong Wu. Li Jing hesitated for a moment, then raised his hand and slapped out. Bang! A flash of lightning as thick as a little finger appeared and shot out from the palm of his hand. Kong Wu raised his eyebrows upon seeing this. This Li Jing has hidden a lot. Judging from the thickness of this Palm Thunder, it should be of entry-level quality. The Palm Thunder of the minor level is just an arc of electricity. It is impossible to be of this scale. Without thinking too much, Kong Wu calmly raised his hand and blocked the Palm Thunder that was coming straight at him. It happened in a flash. The Palm Thunder hit his palm. At this moment, Kong Wu's expression changed. The lightning that should have dissipated instantly after hitting his hand not only did not dissipate, but instead broke through his defense. By the time he realized he needed to defend himself properly, it was too late. Grass! Kong Wu only had time to curse before he twitched on the spot, straightened his body, and fell down. Bang! There was silence in the open space. All examinees. The initiator was Li Jing. Chapter 17. The examiner is shameless. Kong Wu's car overturned, catching everyone present off guard. Li Jing himself was even more caught off guard. If Kong Wu hadn't been lying there with his face twitching from time to time, Li Jing would have even suspected that this big brother was deliberately playing a trick on him. With this Palm Thunder just now, he has almost minimized the output of spiritual power. Kong Wu, who has the third realm of cultivation, falls down when he is touched. What else could it be if not playing him? But the scene of Kong Wu falling to the ground and twitching was so realistic that it didn't seem like an act. Li Jing quickly analyzed the current situation and finally came to a conclusion. Kong Wu didn't mention much defense at all. To put it bluntly, Kong Wu relied on his high level of cultivation and did not take all the other candidates, including himself, seriously. What Li Jing could think of, others had also thought of. For a moment, everyone felt a little gloating as they saw Kong Wu lying there twitching. The second realm is indeed nothing compared to the third realm. The gap between realms is like a natural chasm. But who wants to be looked down upon? Lu Yancheng, who had been frightened before, was so happy that his mouth was crooked with laughter. Just now Kong Wu said that his 6 entry-level attack spells were not worth assessing. How irritating was that tone? If he could defeat Kong Wu, he would have jumped up long ago. Now, that Kong Wu had fallen into a ditch, of course he had to be happy. Xiaozhu, who seemed rather different, did not rejoice secretly, but looked at Li Jing with more interest. Li Jing couldn't care about anyone else at this time. It was wrong for Kong Wu to underestimate the enemy. But no matter how bad a person is, he is still an examiner. He electrocuted the examiner, so he must have some desire to survive, right? Just as he was about to go forward to help the man up, Kong Wu, who had fallen to the ground, suddenly stopped twitching and raised his head with a dark face. Li Jing's heart skipped a beat when he saw this, and he laughed dryly. Examiner Kong, are you okay? Kong Wu moved his lips, got up as if nothing had happened, and said calmly, What could possibly happen to me? Do you think you can really hurt me? I was just trying to scare you. As he said that, Kong Wuzhuang glanced at Li Jing casually, just as Li Jing and the candidates present expected. He really didn't mention much defense just now. Kong Wu is not Li Jing. He has a status bar. The spells learned can be divided into active and passive. Although the defensive spells he learned were also used all the time, they were only running at the lowest level, far from the peak level. But then again, Kong Wu is careless, and he has the capital to be careless. As a third-realm cultivator, even without any effort, an ordinary second-realm cultivator would not be able to break his defense. The gap between realms is like a natural chasm. But just now, Li Jing hit him hard in the face, easily breaking his defense. Although it didn't hurt or itch, it just shocked him and made him fall down. The fact that he could do this was enough to show that Li Jing was hiding very deeply. It would be impossible to break his defense easily with just the entry-level Palm Thunder. What specific methods did Li Jing use? Kong Wu really wanted to ask, but was too embarrassed to open his mouth. One is privacy. Second, he lost face this time. If the news got out, he would probably become the laughingstock of the entire auxiliary investigation department tomorrow. Seeing Kong Wu calmly saying that he was just trying to scare Li Jing, all the candidates present secretly cursed him for being shameless, but no one dared to say anything. There is no way. Who said he was the examiner? Li Jing himself was also very tactful and pretended to be suddenly enlightened. It turns out that Examiner Kong was playing a joke on me. I was so scared. I thought. Li Jing stopped talking halfway through. This hesitation made Kong Wu very satisfied. This guy is quite smart, isn't he? Kong Wu Dao gritted his teeth secretly. You are very good. You have brought me quite a surprise. You have passed the practical skills test. Please wait aside. Good. Li Jing nodded quickly and retreated back into the crowd. On the other side, Kong Wu pretended to be calm and brushed off the dust around him. The assessment continues. I'm going to be serious from now on. You'd better show some real skills. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but secretly curse Kong Wu for being shameless again. Anyone who understands can hear it. Kong Wu's words seemed nonchalant, but in fact he wanted to increase the difficulty of the test and take it out on them. Kong Wu's assessment is still the same, simple and crude. Small shoes indeed are put on the candidates. What was originally a casual knife cut turned into a knife infused with spiritual energy. Not only does it require all your strength to cast offensive spells to block the attack, but it is also very painful to be hit by the knife. Certainly, Kong Wu's moves were relatively measured. Whether it is light or heavy depends entirely on the type and proficiency of defensive spells registered by the candidates. He uses more force on those with thicker skin. If the skin is thinner, he will use less force, just for the pleasure of beating someone up. In this regard, the candidates dared to be angry but not to speak out. He could only use all his strength to attack Kong Wu when testing his attack spells. However, not everyone has this opportunity. Kong Wu won't give any chances below the entry level. Only those offensive techniques with a proficiency level above the minor success level can be used for revenge. But that's all. After having experienced such a setback, how could Kong Wu relax? No matter what kind of attack spell it was, before it could touch him, it was dispersed by the defensive spell he had learned. After more than an hour, the practical skills assessment ended. Except for Liu Yancheng, Yi Xiuzhu, and Li Jing, who were the first to take the test, almost all the candidates present were abused by Kong Wu. The examinees were filled with complaints. But at the critical moment when the practical skills assessment was over, no one cared about these. Because Kong Wu will immediately use the results of the written test and practical skills assessment to decide who can stay as an auxiliary investigator and who will be forced to leave. There was silence in the open space. Kong Wu, who felt relaxed and at ease after torturing so many examinees, checked the written test results displayed on the tablet computer and glanced at everyone present. You all have pretty good abilities, and I can tell you put in a lot of effort on the written test. Kong Wu opened up the conversation and said, apart from the actual skills, 6 people failed the written test. But you are lucky. A group of fresh graduates who completed their internship just left the auxiliary inspection department a while ago, and the next group will not come until March. Today I can make an exception and let all of you stay. Having said that, he continued, I'm sure you all know why I made an exception. Yesterday, there were frequent demonization incidents in the North City District. The Auxiliary Investigation Department is under a lot of pressure and is in urgent need of manpower. In the next few days, you must adapt as quickly as possible and be mentally prepared to encounter monsters at any time. We in the Auxiliary Investigation Department don't need to face monsters directly, but if we do, we can only rely on ourselves to save our lives. Hearing that no one needed to leave, the candidates all breathed a sigh of relief. As for the monster, no one present was afraid of it. If I were really afraid, I wouldn't just take the opportunity to study for the exam. Seeing that no one was shaken, Kong Wu spoke again. Those whose names I call will stay. The rest of you can go directly to the recruitment window in the lobby to find Chu Hanyin and Chu Fucha. She will arrange positions for you. After saying that, Kong Wu started to sign up. Liu Yancheng, Yi Xiuzhu, Li Jing, Deng Ying. Kong Wu finally called out 9 names and said nothing else. Those he called were all people who had practiced the art of flying and controlling the wind and had achieved some success. This made it clear to the examinees. Those who are called to stay will join the special organization. Those who are not called will leave on their own accord. After all the other candidates had left, Kong Wu looked at Li Jing and the others who stayed behind. Assistant Inspector Chu should have mentioned the special organization when you were filling out the form. I will explain it to you in detail. Due to the frequent occurrence of demonization incidents, the patrol pressure of the Patrol Bureau is very high. We need to transfer a group of personnel from the Auxiliary Inspection Department to form a patrol organization to cooperate with daily aerial patrols. The patrol force currently has about 70 people divided into 8 groups. Including the 9 of you, there are 79 people in total. From now on, the 9 of you will be under my jurisdiction and become Patrol Group 9. Our group's mission is tentatively set to be night patrol, and we will begin patrol duty tonight. After listening to Kong Wu's story, everyone had different expressions. Among them, Li Jing is the most annoying one. Kong Wu is undoubtedly a wonderful person. It's over, brother. He is a little narrow-minded. How hard would it be to follow Kong Wu? What a shame. He was still the only one present who had offended Kong Wu. As if he knew what Li Jing was thinking at the moment, Kong Wu smiled at him very kindly. Li Jing, you seem to have some objections to following me. It's okay if you have any objections. You can speak out. Li Jing. He didn't expect to be bullied so soon. Just when I didn't know how to respond, Kong Wu spoke again. Let me be frank with you. Your written test score is 60 points. Normally, you need at least 75 points to pass the written test. You can only barely pass if you include the extra points for the special organization. If you don't want to join the patrol organization, the extra points will not count. Chapter 18. The troubled road ahead for the trio. Cough. Li Jing coughs. He was quite confident in the written test. Who knew that he didn't even reach the passing line and had to rely on extra points to barely pass. What else is there to say? Stay safe. Li Jing said, stand up straight. Examiner Kong. Oh no. Sir, I feel very honored to follow a third-level expert like you. I am willing to join the patrol team, and I hope you will take care of me in the future. When he heard someone's voice full of desire to survive, Kong Wu smiled brightly. I will take care of you, that's for sure. After all, among all the people who came to take the exam today, you are the one that makes me most satisfied. Li Jing burst into tears. What are you most satisfied with? This person obviously holds a grudge. When the other people present saw that Li Jing was being taken care of, they all looked at him with their eyes and their noses in their hearts. As the saying goes, my friend dies, but I shall live. It would definitely not be pleasant to hang out with a wonderful person like Kong Wu. It couldn't be better to have Li Jing blocking the bull in front. After Kong Wu had a friendly exchange with Li Jing, he looked at everyone and said without being aggressive, since no one here objects, I will assume that you are willing to join Patrol Group 9. The patrol mission is organized into teams of 3, and the grouping is up to you to decide. When they heard that the group would be divided into 3-person groups, everyone looked at each other and tacitly moved away from Li Jing. But there was one person who was an exception. Xiaozhu walked up to Li Jing without hesitation. Brother Li, I'll be in the same group with you. Li Jing. He was flattered by being called Brother Li. However, when facing Xiaozhu, he just wanted to say, don't come over. Among the people who came to take the exam today, Xiaozhu was the most abnormal. If there's a choice, Li Jing would definitely not choose Xiaozhu. This guy drew his flying sword and slashed his own neck when he disagreed with something. God knows how he usually behaves. Li Jing also noticed something else. Ever since he defeated Kong Wu with an electric shock, Xiaozhu's way of looking at him became very strange, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Li Jing said, forcing a smile, forget about Brother Li. Just call me Li Jing. No problem. Xiaozhu nodded. Seeing Xiaozhu and Li Jing walking together, the others hurriedly divided themselves into groups. The grouping within the group is 3 people. Xiaozhu and Li Jing. If one is abnormal, the other will receive special care from Kong Wu. These 2 together are a perfect match. There is still one person missing from the group who is willing to join them. Naturally, Lu Yangcheng was left alone. Lu Yangcheng. Wu Yin looked at his colleagues who had formed 2 groups of 3. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he walked silently to Li Jing and Xiaozhu. You too, I'm with you. Xiaozhu is not very fond of Lu Yangcheng. Considering that they would be working together in a group, he nodded reluctantly. Li Jing looked at Lu Yangcheng, who had no choice but to come over, feeling a little amused. He was not surprised that this person was left alone. Among the 9 people left behind by Kong Wu, Lu Yangcheng was the only one whose offensive spells were only at the entry level. Assuming there is a choice, no one will choose him. The proficiency of the attack spell is only at the entry level, and the power is almost negligible. At most, it can only be used to bluff people. Thinking that this person was at least a normal person, Li Jing subconsciously wanted to say hello. Before he could speak, Kong Wu looked over. Li Jing, you will be the team leader for the time being. Xiaozhu will be fine, but Lu Yangcheng, you have to take more responsibility. Li Jing tilted his head. Xiaozhu turned his head. Lu Yangcheng frowned. Facing the three people's attention, Kong Wu said calmly, Li Jing, you passed the written test after all, with the bonus points. Lu Yangcheng was one of the 6 people I just mentioned who failed the written test, and he ranked in the bottom 5. Li Jing looked back in disbelief and looked at Lu Yangcheng. 5 points? Seriously? They're all multiple-choice questions. Even if you guessed, you wouldn't get only 5 points, right? Xiaozhu, who was standing by, looked at Lu Yangcheng with a similarly strange expression. Lu Yangcheng was publicly executed. His face turned pale, and he said shamelessly, Don't look at me like that. I'm just not in good shape today. If it were any other day, I would have no problem passing the exam. Li Jing was speechless. He felt that he needed to retract his previous evaluation of Lu Yangcheng. This guy's not a normal person either. 5 points for the written test. This guy came to take the exam, but it's obvious that he didn't do any homework. Li Jing couldn't understand. Why would Kong Wu let this guy stay? It is true that the threshold for auxiliary investigation is low, but it is at least part of the system. How can this work without even understanding the basic laws? The other 2 groups of people looked at Lu Yangcheng, and while they were glad that they did not choose to be in the same group with him, they were also confused about this. At this time, Kong Wu spoke. Don't think that you can stay here today and do whatever you want in the Auxiliary Investigation Department. The Auxiliary Investigation Department conducts an internal assessment of new employees at the end of each month. The basic law assessment is the most difficult part of it, and it is much more difficult than today's test paper. Anyone who fails the internal assessment will be kicked out, and there is no possibility of exceptions. After saying that, he said again, I will not disclose the written test scores of others one by one. What I can tell you is that, including those who have already reported to Chu Fucha, those who come to take the test today will not be able to pass the internal assessment for newcomers by the end of the month unless they seriously study various basic laws. After hearing these words, everyone present felt a sense of crisis. None of these speculators dare to say that they have studied the basic bill thoroughly. According to what Kong Wu said, today's exam is just an appetizer. The real focus is the internal assessment of new employees at the end of the month. If you can't pass normally, you will have to pack up and leave. Seeing everyone's expression change, Kong Wu smiled maliciously. In any case, you should work hard this month. I won't say much here. Gather here at 10 o'clock tonight. I will assign you specific patrol tasks and issue you certificates, uniforms, and standard equipment. A few minutes later, Li Jing, Xiaozhu, and Lu Yangcheng walked out of the auxiliary inspection compound together. As soon as he walked out of the door, Lu Yangcheng looked at the 2 of them. It's dinner time now. Do you want to have a meal together? It's my treat. Forget about the meal. We can talk about it if you can stay for the assessment at the end of the month. Xiaozhu responded coldly and looked at Li Jing. I'm going to go back and rest first. See you at 10 o'clock in the evening. After saying that, he walked straight to the side of the street, hailed a taxi, got in, and left. Seeing that Xiaozhu didn't even want to pay any attention to him, Lu Yangcheng's face looked unhappy, but he didn't get angry with him. What do you say, my king? Li Jing's mouth twitched. He has long been accustomed to being called the king. Who asked him to be called Li Jing? Regardless of before or after the time travel, most of his acquaintances called him this. The problem is that he and Lu Yangcheng just met, right? Looking at Lu Yangcheng, and then looking at the direction where Xiaozhu left by car, Li Jing felt very tired. Putting aside the newcomer assessment, this trio of his is really a bit weird, and their future is worrying. With a sigh, Li Jing responded, I'm going to go back and rest first. I didn't sleep all night last night to prepare for today's test. I have to go back and replenish my energy. Okay, see you tonight. Lu Yangcheng responded and hailed a taxi on the street. Li Jing was not as extravagant as Lu Yangcheng and Xiaozhu, so he chose to walk to Beicheng Garden. Taking a taxi is very expensive. On the way back to Beicheng Garden, he took out his cell phone. As soon as he turned on the screen, he found a red envelope of 50 yuan from Chun Yuan and another message in the immortal letter. Breakfast is okay. I'll give you the food money. I haven't slept all day, so I'm going to bed first. Don't bother me when you come back. I'm very irritable when I wake up. Seeing that Chun Yuan specifically mentioned in her message that she was in a bad mood when she woke up, Li Jing grinned, accepted the red envelope, and did not reply to the message. Li Jing found Lu Cece in the friend list and edited the information. Sister Cece, I have passed the auxiliary assessment, but whether I can stay or not depends on the new employee assessment at the end of the month. I don't know if Lu Cece can't open a store, so she has nothing to do at home and can only hold her mobile phone. Li Jinggang sent the message, and Lu Cece replied at the speed of light. It's only been 2 days, and you're already going to take the test? It's a good thing you passed. The northern part of the city is not peaceful these days. If you choose this time to take the exam, you will probably be very busy after you start working. I'm still lying in bed and haven't had lunch yet. How about I give you a chance to treat me to a meal to celebrate your successful employment? Lu Cece's 3 consecutive messages about sex made Li Jing completely confused. The first 2 pieces of news are nothing special. What's the last one? Celebrate his successful employment and then have him treat us? Li Jing raised his hand and rubbed his eyebrows, then opened his account and took a look. Account balance, 4234. Recent transaction record, red envelope, plus 50. Thinking that they had known each other for such a long time, but he had never invited Lu Cece to dinner, Li Jing hesitated for a while and replied to the message. Sure, but don't eat anything too expensive. Stingy. Lu Cece replied quickly, and then sent another message. Number 1088 Tianbei Road, Jingxiang Apartment, Building 9, 6th floor, 601. Come and pick me up. Li Jing. Chapter 19, The Witch. The address given by Lu Cece is not too far away. It took Li Jing only half an hour to arrive at the destination. This was his first time visiting Lu Cece's residence. Standing outside the community and taking a look, Li Jing couldn't help but sigh. It turns out that people cannot be compared. This community is a fairly high-end apartment complex. Judging from the appearance of the building, it was probably built only a few years ago. In the park, there are carefully maintained green plants everywhere, and there's even a small park. Looking at the supporting facilities, the apartments inside must be not cheap. After passing the gate and entering the community, Li Jing quickly found building number 9. Taking the elevator to the 6th floor of building 9, Li Jing rang the doorbell of room 601. Ding-dong sound. Lu Cece's voice came from the doorbell. Li Jing. Yes, it's me. Li Jing responded through the pager. Before he finished speaking, the door opened. Lu Cece, who was obviously dressed up carefully, walked out with a smile on her face. You came pretty quickly. I was thinking about blowing my hair out and taking care of it. I'm going out like this. Do you mind? It's just a meal. There's no need to be so particular. Li Jing smiled and said, Besides, Sister Cece, you are naturally beautiful. You look good no matter what you do. Why should I mind? Yo! Lu Cece raised an eyebrow. It's only been 2 days since we last met. How come you've become so sweet? This is not a question of whether it's sweet or not. I'm just stating the facts. Li Jing said as he followed suit. Have you thought about what to eat? Hot pot. Lu Cece closed the door and said, There's a new hot pot restaurant that just opened near our community. It's having a sale right now. Let's go eat there. After a while, the two went downstairs and walked out of the community. The hot pot restaurant that Lu Cece liked was just 2 blocks away from the community. They chatted and laughed all the way to the hot pot restaurant. Just as they were about to enter, a slim woman in front of the counter caught Li Jing's attention. The woman's appearance is very delicate. To be precise, it's seductive. The figure sculpted and outlined by the body-shaping Chong Sam is indescribable. Very provocative. But this alone was not enough to attract Li Jing's attention. If he had seen such a beauty before traveling through time, he might have been unable to resist looking at her a few more times. What a man. Just some hobbies. Just like an old man said, looking at girls is just for physical and mental pleasure. But after traveling through time, Li Jing really felt numb. This world is full of beauties. After all, everyone here is cultivating immortality, and at the very least, some have reached a certain level of cultivation. Not only is there spiritual energy nourishing the body, but there are also various spiritual objects that can preserve youth and beautify the skin. Even if it is just one level, a woman in her 40s can live like an 18-year-old, which means she is good at spending money. What Li Jing really cares about is, he saw a streak of blood on the woman's head that was longer than the stinky tofu. The number marked on the health bar is as high as 3,926. Li Jing didn't dare to say anything else. But since he could see her blood bar, the woman in the store must not be a human. A humanoid monster? Li Jing was suspicious, but but he remained calm on the surface and walked into the hot pot restaurant with Lu Cece. When he saw the woman, his front foot was already on the threshold of the store. Saying he wanted to leave now would attract attention. Humanoid monsters mingle among human society and usually do not harm anyone. But making them feel threatened is another matter. Most of the recorded cases of humanoid monsters injuring or harming people were caused by conflicts with them or their jealousy. The remaining small number were humanoid monsters that accidentally exposed themselves and killed people to silence them. It cannot be said that there are no humanoid monsters that intentionally harm people. But the highly intelligent humanoid monsters are not stupid. They know that if they want to survive in human society, they have to put away their wildness, adapt to local customs, and become good citizens. Li Jing and Lu Cece walked into the store and were immediately greeted by a waitress. "How many people are there?" "Just the two of us." Lu Cece replied with a smile. "Please follow me, both of you," the waitress said, turning around to lead the way. As Lu Cece hurried to catch up, she pinched Li Jing secretly and spoke through gritted teeth in a voice that only the two of them could hear. "Can you please help me? You praised me for my good looks just now. Now you can't take your eyes off a beautiful woman? Can you give me some face when you go out?" Li Jing laughed awkwardly when he heard that and looked away from the woman in front of the counter. "If you want to put on a show, you have to do it in its entirety." The woman in front of the counter was indeed something he was wary of. Taking the health bar of Stinky Tofu 3267 as a reference, the health bar of non-human creatures roughly represents a realm for every 1500 interval. From this, it can be inferred that the woman in front of the counter is about in the middle stage of the third realm. But if you really want to talk about how Li Jing is weak, actually he is not. On the one hand, the opponent has a bright health bar. On the other hand, the woman's human form was so seductive that he could look at her without any worries. Isn't it inappropriate to deliberately avoid it? In fact, at this moment, almost all the male customers in the store, including those who are eating, will glance at women from time to time and pay attention to the fact that beauty is a feast to the eyes. It's just that the woman sitting in front of the counter looked lazy, holding her cell phone, doing something unknown, and never paying attention to anyone. Now Lu Cece had some objections, so Li Jing naturally couldn't keep watching her anymore. Seeing someone looking away, Lu Cece pouted her lips and glared at him. Following the waiter and sitting down at an empty table, Lu Cece stretched out her hand. "Cell phone." "Oh." Li Jing acted obediently, took out his mobile phone, unlocked the fingerprint lock, and handed it over with both hands. Seeing that he looked like he was desperate to survive, Lu Cece couldn't help but chuckle. She took the phone and scanned the order code on the corner of the table. She glanced at the woman at the counter and hummed softly. "The lady boss of this store is really pretty. She is on the cover of this store on the store review app. Many people come here just to see her beauty. Is that woman at the counter the owner of the hot pot restaurant?" Li Jing turned his head in surprise, then looked back and lowered his voice. "Sister Cece, do you know her name?" "This is my first time here. How can I know her name?" Lu Cece curled her lips and pretended to complain. "Are you so interested in her? Is your boss's wife not attractive anymore or something? Are you thinking about someone else?" Li Jing was speechless. It was obvious that Lu Cece was joking. But this is not something you can just accept casually. Is his boss lady nice? That's for sure. Even if it doesn't smell good, he has to say it smells good. This is the principle. It is also the desire to survive that men should have. It's embarrassing to talk about the problem, isn't it? With Lu Cece's personality, if he really responded, who knows what she would say? Just when he didn't know how to respond, Lu Cece lifted up his phone and displayed the ordering interface. "I'm a little unhappy right now. Do you think I should turn my anger into appetite and fill my stomach with more delicious food?" "Li Jing, I only have 4,000 in savings. Please take it easy, Cece." 4,000? Lu Cece was slightly stunned. "You spent your 500,000 so quickly." "I learned 2 spells, and that's it." Li Jing spread his hands. "So?" Lu Cece blinked and smiled wickedly. "You can't eat that much in a hot pot meal. 4,000 is enough." Li Jing, seeing someone's expression gradually becoming hopeless, Lu Cece was overjoyed and laughed. "Don't worry, I'm not a pig. How can I spend 4,000 yuan on a hot pot?" Then she said again, "Also, I have found a buyer for your demon chicken, and the transaction price is 600,000. I have asked someone to deliver the item, but the money has not yet arrived in my account. I will transfer the extra 100,000 to you later, so you can spend it sparingly." Hearing that the monster chicken had been sold and that he had earned an extra 100,000 yuan, Li Jing suddenly felt that he was ready again. Money is not urgent. Sister Cece, just order as much as you want. I'll make sure you're full. Lu Cece laughed when she heard that, rolled her eyes at him, and lowered her head to place the order. Chapter 20. Pure Money Relationship. This hot pot meal cost Li Jing more than 500 yuan. Considering the consumption level in Jianghai City, it is quite average. It's neither expensive nor cheap. After eating and drinking, Li Jing sent Lu Cece back to the apartment. After saying goodbye to Lu Cece and walking out of the community, Li Jing glanced in the direction of the hot pot restaurant and set off on his way home. Li Jing had no intention of contacting the owner of the hot pot restaurant. I have no intention of exposing it. He is Li Jing. He is not a monk who would beat or kill someone as soon as he sees that he is not a human. This world has a low tolerance for monsters. But to be honest, being a demon isn't easy either. It can almost be said that they survive in the cracks of the human world, with their survival in danger at any moment. Li Jing is not a saint, but in his opinion, she runs a hot pot restaurant peacefully and has not hurt anyone or broken any law. I cannot disrupt her peaceful life just because I can see through her as a demon. People are divided into good and evil. What about humanoid monsters that possess high intelligence? Many evils are forced out. At least that's what Li Jing saw. The hot pot restaurant proprietress is harmless and always plays the role of a sign girl. She sits on the counter and is addicted to a mobile game called Glory of Immortal Kings. He occasionally talks to store clerks and customers and is friendly. It was nearly 3 in the afternoon. Li Jing returned to Beicheng Garden. As soon as he pushed open the door of the villa, Li Jing saw Cho Dofu lying in the living room with his limbs tied up and a roll of tape wrapped around his mouth. Suddenly seeing such a funny scene, Li Jing's mouth twitched again and again. Noticing someone coming in, Stinky Tofu looked up. When it saw that it was Li Jing coming back, tears quickly welled up in its big, bright eyes. That look shows how aggrieved he is. Li Jing smiled when he saw this, looked up at the second floor, ignored the aggrieved, Stinky Tofu, and went straight back to his room. After all, he has to work at night. It's almost 3 o'clock. I need to rest and recuperate. With his spiritual power, his body doesn't tire so easily. Not sleeping for a few days and nights is not a problem. But if you don't sleep for a long time, you will inevitably become mentally depressed. The situation with Stinky Tofu. Li Jing guessed that this guy disturbed Qinyuran's sleep. He can't take care of this matter, and he's too lazy to do it. Let's be serious. Stinky Tofu is a 3rd-level spiritual beast. How could ordinary ropes and tapes possibly restrain it? The reason why it was lying there like a salted fish at this moment was that it was cowardly and did not dare to break free from the restraints left by Qinyuran. In a blink of an eye, the time came to 8 o'clock in the evening. Li Jing took a nap and woke up naturally. Walk out of the room. Cho Dofu was still lying in the living room with his limbs tied up, and Qinyuran was not there. But the lights on the first floor were on, so she must have gotten up. Li Jing looked upstairs after seeing the dog's eyes full of resentment, as if asking why he didn't save his Stinky Tofu. What a coincidence. As soon as he raised his eyes, Qinyuran, who was wearing cartoon pajamas and looked sleepy, walked down the stairs. Suddenly meeting Li Jing's eyes, Qinyuran paused and instinctively wanted to step back, but felt it was inappropriate, so she tidied her messy long hair. When did you come back? Afternoon. Li Jing responded, pretending not to notice her unkempt appearance. Did you just wake up? Qinyuran nodded. Seeing that Li Jing didn't care about her unkempt appearance, she relaxed a lot. To be honest, it's quite inconvenient to live under the same roof. But since Li Jing doesn't care, there is no need for her to care about it. Walking to the sofa and sitting down, Qinyuran sighed softly. I'll clean up in a bit, and then it's time to go to work again. I have to go to work later. Li Jing replied, saying, Today I went to the auxiliary examination department to take the test and passed it. I was assigned to the patrol team. Assisted investigation department? Qinyuran was stunned. Why did you suddenly go to the auxiliary examination department to take the exam? I have now managed to gain a foothold in Jianghai. Don't you think I should get a proper job? Li Jing asked back. This? Qinyuran blinked, felt there was nothing wrong, and shrugged. That's right, you should find a proper job. Killing chickens in a chicken shop with your cultivation level of the 2nd realm is not only a waste of talent, but also a way to get ahead. A man should have some ambition. She said this with great interest. You found a good time. The auxiliary inspection department's patrol team was established yesterday. It has the authority to fly in the city. But if you become an auxiliary inspector, what will happen to the chicken shop? Without waiting for Li Jing to speak, she revealed a gossipy expression. The chicken shop owner took you in, so she's done you a favor. I saw she was pretty close to you that night, so you wouldn't abandon her, would you? I will go to Sister Cece's place as usual. Li Jing responded and said, the chicken shop has to be renovated recently, so it can't be opened. I will make adjustments after it resumes business. After saying that, he added, Sister Cece and I are not what you think, so don't talk nonsense. I was just saying it casually. Why are you taking it so seriously? Chen Yuran smacked her lips and said, if you really had an affair with the chicken shop owner, you wouldn't have to come out and look for a house, right? As she spoke, she took out her cell phone and fiddled with it. At the same time, the cell phone in Li Jing's pocket vibrated. Li Jing subconsciously took out his mobile phone and found that it was Chen Yuran who sent the red envelope. When he clicked it and saw that the bill was 100 yuan, he looked up in surprise. Before he could open his mouth, Chen Yuran made a face. I'm hungry, order some food. Li Jing. When he came to the villa and saw Chen Yuran yesterday, he realized that the former was not so rigid and private. However, due to the frequent demonization incidents in the North City District, Chen Yuran, as an on-duty inspector, had to work overtime, and the two did not have time to make any contact. However, the experience of sending red envelopes to order food really made Li Jing a little confused. Sister, do you want to be so natural? Looking at the $100 in his account, Li Jing asked her with a puzzled look. What do you want to eat? Let's have fried noodles. I have to take over at 9 o'clock and can't wait that long. Chen Yuran laughed. Okay, wait for me. It will be done soon. Li Jing said this and went to the kitchen. $100 is just a small amount of money, but a serving of fried noodles can earn you $100, which is a huge profit. Li Jing didn't dislike this purely monetary relationship. Mainly, it's because of poverty. With such a wealthy woman by your side, how can you not seize the opportunity? The night deepens. After Chen Yuran finished eating the fried noodles and left, Li Jing thought it was about time and also left the villa. Before going out, he released the stinky tofu. No way. No one knew what was going on with the stinky tofu during the day, and Chen Yuran had no intention of releasing it. This silly dog is so pitiful. About 5 minutes before 10 o'clock, Li Jing arrived at the open space behind the auxiliary inspection compound. At this time, everyone else had already arrived. On their first day at work, they did not slack off. What made Li Jing a little upset was, although Yi Xiuzhu and Lu Yangcheng, who were in the same group with him, were standing together at this moment, both of them looked as if they had never interacted with each other and stood there without any communication. Yi Xiuzhu saw Li Jing coming and nodded. Lu Yangcheng greeted him warmly. Heavenly King, you are finally here. We have been waiting for you for a while. Li Jing was about to reply when Kong Wu came flying in and landed on the field. Seeing that all 9 people had arrived, he waved his hand and took out more than 10 standard swords. Everyone is here, so let's not waste time talking. Check the standard weapons. There are knives and swords. You can pick one according to your preference. As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xiuzhu. Yi Xiuzhu, you have a finished flying sword, but you'd better choose one as well. During your duty, try not to use your private soldiers unless necessary. It will have a bad impact. Clear. Yi Xiuzhu responded and stepped forward to take out a standard longsword. With him taking the lead, the others followed suit and took auxiliary standard weapons according to their preferences. Li Jing's choice was the knife. Sword is known as the King's Army. It looks very cool when played. He won't solve the problem. The auxiliary standard weapons are not first-level treasure weapons, but are just relatively strong, ordinary weapons with the ability to carry spiritual energy. They cannot be driven by spells related to controlling objects, something that can only be held in the hand and gestured. To Li Jing, a sword is definitely not as good as a knife. The use of a sword requires certain techniques and routines. The same is not true for a knife. Even if you don't know how to use a knife, you can still pick up a knife and chop melons and vegetables. Start with a standard steel knife. Li Jing was just about to take a look when a prompt tone suddenly rang in his ears. I have found a standard steel knife with the equipment level of ordinary weapon. It can be registered as exclusive equipment. Do you want to register it? Tip. After logging in, you can store your equipment in your body at any time. During this period, the related items will continue to be nourished by spiritual power, improving their toughness, strength, and quality. The efficiency depends on the strength of the spiritual power. Chapter 21. Cultivation of Objects. Li Jing was slightly stunned when he heard the prompt sounds one after another. He had many ideas about how to trigger the equipment column on the status bar. This includes triggering it by obtaining an object that can be identified as equipment by the status bar. The auxiliary steel knife in front of me triggered the status bar. It was not an accident, but it was a bit sudden. What he never expected was, the status bar login device is not just for logging in. After logging in, the equipment will continue to be nourished by the spiritual power in his body, thereby improving its toughness, strength, and quality, having the effect of nurturing soldiers. This function has some bugs. Ordinary practitioners can also nourish objects. However, not all objects can be taken into the body for nourishment. I want to use my own power to nourish objects and make them grow. First of all, the object itself must have the potential for growth. An artifact with growth potential must be of at least the 8th level of treasure quality. The quality of objects in this world. It is divided into 5 categories: ordinary weapons, treasure weapons, spiritual weapons, immortal weapons, and Taoist weapons. Among the 5 levels, there are 10 stages. The 8th level treasure is a top-level treasure and is extremely difficult to refine. The price starts at least tens of millions. After meeting the condition of the 8th level of treasure, the practitioner must establish a connection with the weapon and leave his own spiritual imprint, and then he can take it into the body and cultivate it in daily practice. Logging into the equipment bar allows Li Jing to directly cultivate ordinary weapons without having to spend any time thinking about it. This is more than just convenience. The key is that in his hands, ordinary weapons have room for improvement. Looking around, Li Jing silently said, "Log in," in his heart. Log in successful. Get equipment standard steel knife, ordinary weapon level 4. With the current strength of spiritual power, it will take 27 days to upgrade to the 5th level of ordinary quality. 2 prompt sounds rang out in succession, and the standard steel knife disappeared from Li Jing's hand. To others, it seemed that he had put the steel knife into the storage space. But in Li Jing's perception, the steel knife was shrunk countless times and appeared in the sea of consciousness where the spiritual power flowed most densely between his eyebrows. Host, Li Jing. Experience, 310/747. Level 8. Skill points, 1. Spirit strength, 72. Equipment, standard steel knife, level 4, ordinary weapon 19%. Passive skills, momentary space, body protection spirit cloth, May 5th. Escape technique, May 5th. Active skill, palm thunder, May 5th. After calling up the panel, Li Jing felt bored. The standard equipment distributed by the Auxiliary Investigation Department is good, so don't expect too much. But it's just a 4th level ordinary weapon, which is a bit shabby to be honest. A level 4 weapon can be purchased for around 100,000 yuan. After all, patrolling still has a future. The mass-produced standard flying swords distributed by the Inspection Bureau would not reach the 8th level of treasure. But it is at least a 4th or 5th level treasure, much stronger than those cheap flying swords on the market. Thinking that this was something that came for free and it was not easy for him to ask for anything, Li Jing calmed down. Anyway, there is an equipment column for logging in and nurturing, so at least there is room for appreciation. All that's left is to take care of it slowly. Find ways to upgrade and increase the strength of spiritual power and improve the efficiency of nourishment. The other side, seeing that the 9 people present had all chosen their own standard equipment, Kong Wu waved his hand and took out a table, and took out 9 sets of uniforms with nameplates one after another, and laid them out. Here are your uniforms, one for each of you. Pick one according to the name on the nameplate. Your ID and communicator are in the pocket of your uniform. Keep them safe. Having said that, he continued his story. You must keep your ID with you during your duty and always wear a button communicator. There are 11 preset channels in the communicator, which are for the 9 of you in the group, me, and the patrol hotline. You can select a channel by adjusting the operation with your spiritual energy. To deal with different situations, you can contact each other or report to me. If the situation is urgent, contact the patrol hotline directly to seek support from the patrol bureau. Kong Wu's face became serious as he watched 9 people, including Li Jing, step forward to receive their uniforms. From now on, you're officially auxiliary investigators. Personally, I like to joke around. It's fine, but as your direct superior, I don't want anyone to make fun of work. Assisted investigation work is relatively easy, but it is also a public office in the formal system. I hope everyone can take their own duties seriously and not do anything that is disgraceful to the assistant investigators. After speaking in a formal tone, Kong Wu looked at the trio consisting of 2 women and 1 man present. Our patrol group 9 is mainly responsible for the eastern coastal area of the northern city. Zhao Junfeng, your group is named Beicheng Group, and you will be the team leader and be responsible for patrolling the eastern coastal upstream area. Is there any problem? The one whose name was called was the only male among the trio. When he heard that he would be the leader of the Beicheng Group, he straightened his back. No problem. Kong Wu got a response and looked toward the other group. Deng Ying, your group will be named the Long Night Group. You will be the team leader and will be responsible for patrolling the eastern coastal areas. The Chanya Group is the opposite of the Beicheng Group, consisting of 2 men and 1 woman. Deng Ying is the only woman in the group. Deng Ying was somewhat surprised when she heard Kong Wu's words. She didn't expect that she, a woman, would be appointed as the team leader. Looking left and right at her 2 colleagues, she stood up straight and replied, "Clear." Kong Wu nodded silently and finally looked at Li Jing. Li Jing, your group will be named the Heavenly King Group, responsible for patrolling the central part of the eastern coastal area. Li Jing, the King Group. It sounds very domineering, but he really feels bad. His name is Li Jing, not Li Jing. Standard equipment, uniforms, certificates, etc. are in place. Specific areas of responsibility have also been allocated. Kong Wu didn't say much nonsense. He added a few details that needed to be paid attention to during patrol and asked everyone to change their clothes and go to the relevant areas. The North City area is very large. It occupies almost 2/5 of Jianghai City. Located on the eastern coast, it is quite far away from Fachako. It is more than 300 kilometers from the Fucha compound. Normally, it would take more than 3 or 4 hours to drive there. The patrol team has the authority to fly over the city, so a few hundred kilometers is nothing. Compared to walking on the ground, flying in the sky is not a bit more efficient. In less than half an hour, Li Jing and the other 3 flew to the area they were responsible for. When they arrived at the place, Li Jing chose to land on a tall building and looked back at Yi Xiuzhu and Lu Yangcheng who had landed with him. "Do you 2 want to take a break first?" "I'm fine." Yi Xiuzhu let out a breath and turned his head to look at Lu Yangcheng. "How are you?" "I'm okay too." Lu Yangcheng responded subconsciously. Then he realized something was wrong and looked up in confusion. Yi Xiuzhu has never been interested in him and has always ignored him. Not only did she take the initiative to talk to him, but her words also showed concern. What was going on? Li Jing was also a little surprised when he heard this, and he looked at Yi Xiuzhu again and again. Originally, he didn't notice. Thinking about it now, it seems that Yi Xiuzhu has never spoken to me since he called me brotherly. This person ignored Lu Yangcheng, and there was a hint of disgust in his expression. But in essence, his character doesn't seem to be that bad. He just doesn't get along well with others. The King Group, there is still hope. Li Jing was secretly delighted and spoke. "We need to check our area every hour for patrol purposes. There's no rush for now. This trip is over 300 kilometers. Don't try to be brave, the 2 of you. Let's take a break." Lu Yangcheng is a sensible man. From what Yi Xiuzhu just said, he also realized that this guy didn't seem to be as bad as he had imagined. Seeing Li Jing speak, Lu Yangcheng took over the conversation. "Okay, guys, sit down and have a chat. We've all suffered a lot of losses from flying all the way here, so it's good to take a break." As he spoke, he took out 3 cans of Coke from the storage space and handed one to Yi Xiuzhu. A can of happy water. Faced with Lu Yangcheng's cola diplomacy, Yi Xiuzhu hesitated for a moment, nodded, and did not refuse. Upon seeing this, Lu Yangcheng immediately confirmed his guess. He did not insist on talking to him. He handed over a can of Li Jing and said jokingly, "Li Tianwang, you should drink a sip too." "Thank you." Li Jing smiled, took the Coke, and sat down. This time he flew here, the loss was almost nothing. After all, his method of escaping into space has been maxed out and has reached the level of great perfection. The consumption is very low. His flying speed is also very fast. He had no idea what the specific limit was. It's not that he doesn't want to test. Yi Xiuzhu and Lu Yangcheng's air and wind control skills are both at a minor level. He can't just abandon his team members and let himself go, right? After this trip, Li Jing also discovered that Yi Xiuzhu and Lu Yangcheng were not simple. The methods of flying in the air and controlling the wind can be learned at the second level. However, with the little spiritual energy of the second realm, it is far from enough to fly in the air for a long time. It took them half an hour to get here without either of them getting red in the face or out of breath. This is something that ordinary people in the second realm cannot do. Just when I was wondering whether to find a topic to talk about, Lu Yangcheng spoke mysteriously. I haven't seen any follow-up to yesterday's series of demonization incidents, and the Inspection Bureau is still investigating and hasn't officially announced anything. But I have some news that may be of interest to you two brothers. As he spoke, he lowered his voice. My father is in the business of various testing instruments. I heard him say at dinner in the evening that the Inspection Bureau urgently ordered a batch of cutting-edge instruments for detecting demonic miasma from him this afternoon. The quantity was large and the price was very high, and he was required to complete the delivery before tomorrow morning. Chapter 22, Beicheng Group seeks help. Cutting-edge equipment for detecting demonic miasma? Li Jing and Yi Xiuzhu both turned their heads. Lu Yanchang said this. It came suddenly and was very attractive. After all, it was an emergency order from the Inspection Bureau. At this juncture, when the real reason for the demonization incident is not yet clear, it is easy for people to make associations. Li Jing frowned, thinking that since Lu Yangcheng got the news from his father, it should be very reliable. Breathing in the demonic miasma does have a chance of causing animals and creatures to transform into demons. But as far as I know, the conditions for the appearance of something like the demonic miasma are extremely harsh, and it takes a long time for it to become a major event. As he spoke, he whispered, if there was a demonic miasma in the North City, the Inspection Bureau should have responded and eliminated its source long ago, so that the demonic miasma would not develop to the point where it could affect animals and creatures. Before he finished speaking, Yi Xiuzhu agreed. Compared to the impact on animals and creatures, the demon miasma has a more obvious impact on the human body. Even if the demon miasma has not yet become a major force, excessive inhalation of it will affect the mind, and in severe cases it may even cause irreversible damage to the body. After saying that, he continued, before affecting the monsters, humans must be affected first. If the demonization incidents that occurred yesterday were caused by the demon miasma, the major hospitals in the North City would have been overcrowded. It is impossible for the Inspection Bureau to not notice such a big thing. Hearing the two people's words, Lu Yangcheng scratched his head. This is indeed bizarre. The possibility of demonic miasma becoming widespread in the city is extremely low, and yesterday's series of demonization incidents almost covered the entire North City district. How large a scale of demonic miasma is this? Lu Yangcheng muttered to himself as he opened the can in his hand and took a sip of Coke. But in my opinion, the Inspection Bureau's urgent order for cutting-edge equipment to detect demonic miasma is definitely not without purpose. Cutting-edge testing equipment is not cheap, and those specifically used to detect demonic miasma are rarely used. My family does a pretty good business, but we only sell relatively common testers. A guy came in with such a large urgent order, worth tens of millions. My dad contacted many colleagues and suppliers from other places to barely get the money together. It's not certain whether the goods will arrive tomorrow morning. The Inspection Bureau already has relevant equipment in stock, so they must have at least a few. If they didn't need it urgently, they wouldn't have placed such a large order. I guess they must have found some clues. Li Jing listened to Lu Yangcheng's words with a frown on his face. What Lu Yangcheng said makes sense. An order worth tens of millions is nothing to the Inspection Bureau, but it certainly won't be that casual. When placing an order, it is definitely necessary to use it. But the probability of the entire North City area being covered by evil miasma is almost zero. Just as Yi Xiuzhu said before the evil miasma reaches the level that can affect animals and creatures, humans will be affected first. The permanent population of Beicheng District is close to 20 million. If it had been covered by evil miasma, the world would have been in chaos long ago. Besides, the Inspection Bureau itself has the relevant instruments and equipment. If the situation is really that serious, wouldn't it be possible to just stand on the roadside and do a random test to get the results? Li Jing and the other two discussed a lot around the topic of demonic miasma. He even did his homework on the spot and used his mobile phone to search for all kinds of information about the evil miasma on the internet. But that's all. They have all just started working as assistant investigators and are far from being professionals. It's okay to discuss. As for how to go deeper, the three of them don't have the ability. After resting for a while on the top floor of the building, the three began their first round of patrol. The uniforms distributed to auxiliary personnel are not just a set of uniforms. The uniform itself is somewhat defensive. Not only that, there are locators sewn inside the uniforms that connect directly to the auxiliary inspection intranet. As long as they are in uniform, their location will be monitored by the auxiliary inspection intranet. This function exists mainly for safety reasons. However, it is easy to catch those who slack off at work. The eastern coastal area is very lively near midnight. In this world, everyone is cultivating immortality, and everyone is particularly energetic at night, so people's nightlife is quite rich. Li Jing and 3 others flew over the area that the Heavenly King group was responsible for and found nothing noteworthy. Just as they were thinking about finding a place to rest, the communicator in the 3 people's ears rang. Tianwang group, please reply if you hear me. There was a sudden noise from the communicator, which made Li Jing and the other 3 stunned. The voice came from Kong Wu. Hovering in the air, Li Jing raised his hand and input a stream of spiritual power into the communicator to connect with Kong Wu. The Heavenly King group received it. At the same time, Xiaozhu and Lu Yangqing also connected their communicators to Kong Wu. As soon as the communicator completed the docking, Kong Wu's voice sounded again. Suspected traces of a monster have been found along the coast of the area that the Feixian team is responsible for. It's possible that a monster has come ashore from the sea. We haven't seen where the monster is yet, and we're not sure if it's a newly demonized monster. Currently, the 3 of them are trying to find it. You go over there to support and assist in the search. Hearing Kong Wu's words in the communicator, Li Jing and the other 2 looked at each other. Then Li Jing spoke. Understood. The Heavenly King team will go to support immediately. Be careful and report any situation immediately. Kong Wu gave instructions and cut off the channel connection. Seeing that Kong Wu was no longer on the channel, Lu Yangqing made a strange sound. Isn't the Feixian team's luck too good? It's only been 2 hours since their first day at work, and they've already discovered traces of a monster during their first round of patrol. Is this too exciting? It's just a suspicion. Let's go and take a look first. Li Jing said this, and while flying towards the area in charge of the Feixian group, he switched the communicator to the channel of Zhao Junfeng, the leader of the Feixian group. This is the Tianwang team. We have received the support order from Team Kong. We will be at the eastern coastal upstream section in 10 minutes. Feixian group received it. Zhao Junfeng quickly responded and said, the traces of the monster were found on the beach along the coast. You will see it if you walk along the road. It is very conspicuous. Our Feixian team is searching in the direction of the south of the road. I would like to trouble the 3 members of the Tianwang team to search in the north. In addition, I have contacted the auxiliary ground staff. The personnel transfer will be completed soon. They will be responsible for the residential areas along the coast. About 15 minutes. Li Jing and 3 others arrived at the coastal highway mentioned by Zhao Junfeng. Yakong had not walked far when the 3 of them discovered a long series of grooves on the beach outside the road, which looked like they were left by snakes or reptiles swimming. They ran from the sea along the beach all the way up to the road. Just as Zhao Junfeng said, the traces were so obvious that they couldn't be more obvious. Just visually assessing the past. It is an S-shaped groove, at least 1 meter wide. Looking at the rough marks on the beach, Lu Yangqing was shocked. The Feixian group really encountered a monster. Such a thick mark is obviously not left by ordinary marine creatures. As he spoke, he fished out an instrument that looked like a remote control from the storage space, took out a handful of sand from the imprint, and stuffed it into the groove of the instrument. Li Jing frowned upon seeing this. The instrument in your hand. Universal detector. Lu Yangqing responded. My family is in the testing equipment business after all, and I always carry one with me, which will come in handy right now. Wait a minute, brothers, the reading will come out soon. As he was speaking, the detector in his hand made a soft beep. Hearing this, Lu Yangqing looked down and said with certainty, it is indeed a demon, and it is not the kind that is just transformed. The instrument has detected demonic energy, and it is estimated that the strength is at least above the late stage of the first realm. Just as he finished speaking, the universal detector began to make rapid, light beeps. Chapter 23, Big Incident by Accident. Li Jing was stunned when he suddenly heard a rapid, abnormal sound from the detector. Just as he was about to ask a question, Xiaozhu suddenly drew out his standard long sword with a clang. The sudden noise startled Li Jing. Lu Yangqing, who subconsciously wanted to check the detector, was also frightened. Looking up, Xiaozhu was looking at the 2 of them solemnly, the standard long sword in his hand already infused with spiritual energy. The sharp sword edge flashed a captivating light in the night. Seeing this scene, both of them changed color. This is no time to joke. After Lu Yanqing's instrument testing, it was found that the sunken marks on the beach were undoubtedly left by monsters. If a monster lurks nearby and they haven't discovered it, without thinking too much, Li Jing immediately waved his hand and summoned the standard steel knife that was nurtured in his sea of consciousness. With the infusion of spiritual power, the steel knife emits a cold light. Lu Yancheng at the side also put away the detector, took out the standard long sword, and poured his own spiritual energy into it. After completing his preparations, Li Jing turned his head and looked behind him. Seeing that the beach was quiet and empty under the night sky, he retreated to Yi Xiuzhu's side. "Xiuzhu, did you find anything?" Before he finished speaking, Lu Yancheng also retreated. "Explain quickly what's going on." Yi Xiuzhu typed a question mark and looked at the two of them. The detector suddenly beeps. Doesn't that mean the monster is nearby? Li Jing, Lu Yancheng. Hearing Yi Xiuzhu's matter-of-fact words, the two of them were immediately upset. Putting away the standard long sword in his hand, Lu Yancheng shouted angrily, "Brother, this is a detector, not a tracker, and it's a basic universal model. To do a test, you have to put something in it, and it can only detect the residual breath in the relevant objects. It can't detect the traces of monsters." Yi Xiuzhu remained silent and put away his sword. "It seems I misunderstood." Seeing Yi Xiuzhu's calm expression as if nothing had happened, Li Jing's mouth twitched, not knowing what to say. Even though he had only been here for a few months, he knew that the detector was only for detection. Not to mention the basic general model that Lu Yancheng took out. Even if it is specially used by the Inspection Bureau, the detector can only be used for detection, right? Isn't this common sense? Be reasonable. Li Jing is quite optimistic about Yi Xiuzhu. This guy is very strong and has a wealthy family. Apart from the fact that he has a different way of thinking and is not good at interacting with others, Yi Xiuzhu looks reliable no matter how you look at him. In comparison, Lu Yancheng, who also comes from a good family, seems somewhat uneducated. A score of 5 in the written test for the auxiliary assessment before employment is not reliable no matter how you look at it. But at this moment, Li Jing felt that he needed to change his evaluation of the two people. Yi Xiuzhu is very unreliable. On the contrary, Lu Yancheng is much more reliable. With a long sigh of relief, Li Jing retracted his standard steel knife. "Yancheng, why is your detector suddenly beeping so happily?" At this moment, Lu Yancheng was speechless towards Yi Xiuzhu. But it is obviously meaningless to argue with such a person with a different way of thinking. Shaking his head secretly, Lu Yancheng took out the detector that he had not had time to check just now and looked at the display screen. Then his face changed. "Demon miasma." Li Jing frowned when he heard the voice. "Demonic miasma?" The detector detected the evil miasma? On the other side, Yi Xiuzhu's body stiffened when he heard the word demon miasma and asked quickly, "How strong is it?" "9, harmless." As Lu Yancheng spoke, he poured out the sand in the detector, bent down, scooped up a handful of sand at his feet, and stuffed it back in. Drop! With a slight sound, the test data popped up on the detector display. Seeing the data pop up, Lu Yancheng raised his eyes. This handful of sand is normal. There is no demonic energy or miasma left. As he spoke, he looked at the traces left on the beach. Things are a bit troublesome. The traces left by the monster on the shore have traces of demonic miasma, which means it has been deeply corroded by the demonic miasma. The situation is indeed not good. Yi Xiuzhu took over and said, "The erosion of demonic miasma will affect the mind. Even if a demon has a strong tolerance to demonic miasma, the spiritual wisdom that it has opened up after its transformation into a demon will most likely be swallowed up completely under the deep erosion, and it will completely become a beast driven by instinct." As he spoke, he looked at Li Jing. "We have to find the monster that has come ashore as soon as possible, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Injuring people is only one of the problems. The other is that it has become a strong source of infection from the demonic miasma. Once it encounters something that feels threatened and releases demonic energy, the demonic miasma will definitely infect the surrounding objects, and whoever touches it will be doomed." Li Jing responded, looked at the place where the monster came ashore from the ocean thoughtfully, and looked back. "Yancheng, you stay here and don't let anyone get close to this beach. Also, contact the Inspection Bureau and ask them to send an emergency patrol here. The demon miasma that the Inspection Bureau is investigating is likely in the sea in front of us. The demon miasma is in the sea? Liu Yangqing was stunned. Xiaozhu, who was standing by, was also stunned. But then, the two of them reacted. Since they discovered the remnants of the demonic miasma, their thoughts were almost entirely focused on the demon that had come ashore. With Li Jing's reminder, the two of them immediately understood. This time, they accidentally ran into a big event. The evil miasma was in a vast ocean near the coast, which explained why the monster that came ashore was deeply eroded. At the same time, it also makes many unreasonable incidents of demonization in Beicheng district become reasonable. Ordinary creatures who are deeply corroded by the evil miasma will either become demons or not live long. The demonized creatures in the ocean have no impact on the shore. The monsters in the sea have aquatic habits and are unlikely to come ashore, and the probability of being caught by fishermen who make a living by fishing along the coast is even smaller. It's already become a monster. How embarrassing it would be to be caught in a fishing net. However, the situation is different for various seafood products that have not been demonized. As for the seafood itself, not much can be kept alive after being caught. If you are a bit pretentious, you will die in front of you within a few seconds of coming out of the water. The fishermen did not notice anything unusual and simply took the eroded seafood to the market. As a result, the seafood in the market became a source of infection by the evil miasma. The evil miasma in a living being's body can remain for a long time after death, and it goes through a process of gradual dissipation and dilution. It may not be a problem if people come into contact with it. Who would take a deep breath from a dead sea fish for no reason? There is no big problem if you eat related seafood. Once it enters the oil pan, the evil miasma will be evaporated instantly. It is also not a big deal for live poultry and pets that come into contact with related seafood. After all, they cannot absorb much. But if you eat it raw, that's another story. Aren't all those seafood in the market that have gone bad and cannot be sold eventually sold cheaply to cats, dogs, chickens, and ducks? There are even people who specialize in purchasing related seafood at low prices, chopping it up and using it as fish food, or even making dog and cat food. Thinking of everything that had happened during this period, Liu Yangqing didn't dare to be negligent for a moment. I'll contact the patrol bureau right away. Having said that, he quickly walked away and adjusted the communicator to the channel connecting to the patrol bureau. This matter has a huge impact and must be reported as soon as possible. The source of the evil miasma is one aspect. On the other hand, there are countless seafood products that have been deeply corroded by the evil miasma and are now scattered in the major markets in the northern city. Fortunately, thanks to the frequent demonization incidents yesterday morning, all kinds of vendors are afraid to do business. No one will sell the related seafood, which effectively curbs the spread of the source of infection of the evil miasma and leads to its demonization. It has been calm since yesterday afternoon. However, hidden dangers still exist, and a thorough investigation and recovery of the relevant seafood are needed. Watching Liu Yangqing walk away, Li Jing looked towards Xiaozhu. It's okay as long as Yangqing is here on the beach. Let's go find a monster that came ashore. Good. Xiaozhu nodded and flew into the air. While Li Jing Yakong was following, he contacted Kong Wu through the communicator. Reporting of relevant situations is mandatory. More importantly, the situation is urgent and Kong Wu must be informed so that adjustments can be made as soon as possible. The monster that came ashore was severely corroded by the demonic miasma and was extremely dangerous. Their patrol group, 9, has the ability to fly in the air, so they can still deal with the enemy if they encounter one. If the ground crew who haven't learned how to fly and control the wind encounter this, they will probably be in danger of death. Regarding this matter, we must immediately notify the Feishan team and contact the auxiliary ground staff to be dispatched to search for people in residential areas along the coast. Don't be afraid of 10,000 things. Just be prepared for the worst. If the ground staff really encounter this situation and have a head-on conflict with the monster that has come ashore, or if they stimulate the monster to release its evil spirit, it may not be as simple as casualties among the ground staff. Chapter 24 Cat. Tonight, it's destined to be a sleepless night. After Li Jing and Liu Yangqing passed the news respectively, the Auxiliary Investigation Section and the Inspection Bureau quickly completed the personnel adjustments. The situation is serious and cannot be taken lightly. The efficiency of the Inspection Bureau is as high as ever. After only 10 minutes, Liu Yangcheng, who stayed behind, received news that the task force had arrived with professional equipment to carry out relevant tests. Afterwards, Kong Wu reconnected with Li Jing and informed him that he had completed communication with the ground staff of the Auxiliary Investigation Section and temporarily dispatched the Changya group to assist in finding the whereabouts of the monster. It was nearly midnight. The entire North City area is brightly lit, under the cover of night. Whether along the eastern coast or in the inner city, sword lights kept flashing across the night sky. A large number of on-duty inspectors were urgently mobilized. In addition to searching for the monster that came ashore, they also visited fishermen and related personnel door to door. The existence of seafood infected by the evil miasma was quickly confirmed. However, the whereabouts of the monster that came ashore remains a mystery. In a blink of an eye, more than an hour passed. It was early morning. According to the original division of labor, Li Jing and Yi Xiuzhu searched along the highway along the eastern coast for several rounds but found nothing. They both landed on the rooftop of a sea view house near the sea. Li Jing is fine. Yi Xiuzhu couldn't hold on any longer. Flying in the air for more than an hour has already brought him to his limit. Standing on the rooftop of the sea view room, Yi Xiuzhu looked at the calm Li Jing with a pale face and spoke hesitantly. "Excuse me, what is your proficiency level in the sky escape technique?" Li Jing turned around after hearing the voice, thought for a moment, and said, "Great perfection." He wants to keep a low profile, but the strength does not allow it. Yi Xiuzhu has walked such a long way with him, so he should show what he should show. It would be bad to hide it. Yi Xiuzhu got a positive response and showed an expression of as expected. It seems that my guess during the practical skills assessment was correct. Your body protection, spiritual clothing, is also at the level of great perfection. As he spoke, he hesitated. Your palm thunder. Great perfection. Li Jing shrugged. Yi Xiuzhu was silent. One attack, one defense, and one defense method. 3 great perfections? Where the hell did this monster come from? Looking at Li Jing carefully, Yi Xiuzhu didn't ask any more questions. It is actually quite taboo to inquire about the actual practice of others. The fact that Li Jing was able to give him a positive response was a sign of his trust in him. Sitting cross-legged on the roof, Yi Xiuzhu raised his eyes. My spiritual energy is seriously depleted. I need to adjust my breathing for a while. Li Jing responded and said, a large number of inspectors have already arrived along the eastern coast. They're the main force. We are just auxiliary inspectors. We don't have the authority or equipment. There's no need to work so hard. We have been busy for so long, so we could be considered to have done our duty. You should take a rest, and we could talk about other things after you recover. Yi Xiuzhu nodded silently, closed his eyes, and regulated his breathing. Tonight, he really tried his best. If you don't regulate your breathing properly, you might damage your foundation. Watching Yi Xiuzhu begin to regulate his breathing, Li Jing waited by his side and looked at the ocean not far away, feeling regretful. As an assistant investigator, he didn't expect to gain anything. After all, if you want to really get to the front line, you have to patrol. Tonight was an accident. Just happened to meet him. But unfortunately, the monster that had come ashore was nowhere to be seen, and he didn't even have the chance to take a look at what it was, let alone steal the monster from the patrol. Li Jing estimated that there was not much point in searching further. So much time has passed. The monster's whereabouts remain a mystery, and there has been no news of it attacking anyone. Based on this speculation, the monster may not have really come ashore. Maybe after walking around the beach, he found that the sea was more comfortable, so he turned back. Judging from the traces it left behind, the thing that came ashore had a body diameter of at least 1 meter. If such a long strip had really come ashore, it would have been found long ago. Apart from the large number of ground crew members from the Auxiliary Investigation Section, there are at least 100 patrol officers flying in the sky on swords. With so many people unable to be found, there's a high possibility that the monster was just faking a shot. Li Jing raised his hand to put on the button-type headphones and connected with Liu Yangcheng. Yangcheng, how is the situation there? Nothing has happened yet. Liu Yangcheng replied. The task force has used professional equipment to detect the remains of demon miasma in the traces of the demon crawling, and has kept evidence. In addition, through the biological components left in the sand, it was determined that it was a monster, such as a conger eel. The task force is now waiting for the arrival of diving equipment and protective gear. We will go diving in the sea to try to find the source of the demon miasma. After telling the story, he sighed. I was just thinking about sneaking out to look for you guys, but unfortunately, I was drafted before I could run away. I have to go to sea with them later. Do you and Xiaozhu want to? Without waiting for Lu Yangcheng to finish his words, Li Jing said silently, "Good luck." After saying that, he decisively cut off the communication and blocked Lu Yangcheng's channel. Assisting and cooperating with the inspection work is the primary duty of the auxiliary inspector. But it's really too troublesome to follow others into the sea. On the one hand, he is not very good at swimming, and on the other hand, the one who was conscripted is Lu Yangcheng, so there is no need for him to get involved, right? If he can avoid it, why not? Li Jing on this side blocked Lu Yangcheng in one go. Xiaozhu, who was regulating his breathing, opened his eyes and raised his hand to block it. The inside lines of the King group are interconnected. Just now, Lu Yangcheng was obviously trying to invite the two of them to go to the sea together. He heard it. He is also not interested in going into the sea. After both of them completed shielding Lu Yangcheng, they looked at each other and smiled in tacit understanding. The plastic brotherhood speaks for itself. Xiaozhu closed his eyes again and concentrated on regulating his breathing. Li Jingzi was thinking about sitting aside for a while and playing some games. Just as he was about to sit down, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a cat walking leisurely on the highway next to the Sea View house. Wildcat. Li Jing was surprised and looked over subconsciously. This sight made him a little confused. The cat's breed is ragdoll. Whether before or after he traveled through time, the puppet was a valuable pet cat. She is known as the fairy among cats. But that's not the point. The point is, the puppet was strolling on the road with a blood bar on its head. Because it was dark and the distance was far, Li Jing couldn't see the health bar value clearly. Frowning and staring at the ragdoll cat for a while, Li Jing saw it strolling towards the beach along the coast, turned around and said something. "I'll be away for a moment and back soon." Without waiting for Xiaozhu to respond, he flew into the air. In just 2 breaths, Li Jing arrived at the road and landed in front of the ragdoll cat. Face to face, the ragdoll cat stopped in its tracks with a harmless look, swung its furry tail back and forth, and opened its mouth to meow. Li Jing frowned upon seeing this. It was so close that he could clearly see the health bar above the ragdoll cat's head. 3,926. If it were any other number, he might not have thought much about it. The key is the health bar of equal value. He had just seen one of them during lunch. The health bar of the hot pot restaurant owner is also 3,926. Isn't this a coincidence? With the intention of confirming the situation, Li Jing spoke tentatively. From the hot pot restaurant, when the puppet heard the voice, its big furry tail stiffened slightly and then returned to normal. It sat still and licked its paws, looking at Li Jing with its big gem-like eyes, looking well-behaved. Chapter 25 Transaction. The ragdoll cat's fleeting abnormality was concealed very well. Unfortunately, Li Jing still saw everything. After all, he was very focused at the moment, and his eyes were always fixed on the other person. Facing a monster at least in the middle third realm, Li Jingke was not so careless. Especially, even if what he said just now was not correct, it was equivalent to pointing out the fact that it was a monster. This is very taboo for the humanoid monsters that mingle in human society. If one is not careful, not only will he lose the chance to survive in human society, he may also lose his life. Noticing the ragdoll cat's sudden abnormality, Li Jing immediately concluded that he had not recognized the wrong cat. The puppet in front of you is the owner of the hot pot restaurant. Seeing that she did not suddenly try to kill the witness, but chose to play dumb and pretend to be a familiar ragdoll, Li Jing hesitated for a moment and half squatted down. To tell you the truth, I have a special ability that can see through the disguise of monsters. But you can rest assured that I have no ill will towards you. I made an appointment with someone to have lunch at your restaurant at noon, and I already saw that you were a monster in human form. If I had any ill will towards you, I would have reported it to the patrol long ago. As he spoke, Li Jing raised his hand and pointed at his headphones. Besides, right now, if I shout into the communicator, at least 100 level 2 patrols will come charging over here. More than 100, you can't bear it. Before he could finish his words, a clear female voice rang in his ears. What do you want? Li Jing raised an eyebrow when he heard the female voice speaking directly next to his ear. This means a transmitting sound? Li Jing said as he lowered his eyes and saw that the ragdoll cat was no longer cute and obedient, but had a cautious attitude. I didn't think anything. I was just curious as to why you came to such a dangerous place alone at this late hour. There are patrols and auxiliary inspections everywhere along the eastern coast. It's impossible for a demon like you to sneak here without a reason. Without waiting for the puppet to respond, Li Jing formally asked the question. Are you here for the demon miasma? Yes and no. A female voice sounded in his ear and said, I discovered the existence of demonic miasma a while ago. But I am a demon, so it is not convenient for me to come into contact with humans, let alone to have any contact with the Inspection Bureau. The demonic miasma has been getting stronger these days, and occasionally there are demons in the sea that come ashore and endanger the coastline. I drove them back. Li Jing was stunned when he heard that. There are monsters coming ashore from the sea. Has it been happening for a few days? After finishing the food, was it the owner of the hot pot restaurant who chased him away? Li Jing looked at the ragdoll cat sitting in front of him with a strange expression. You're a demon. Why are you so enthusiastic? If you leave the demons ashore and leave them alone, the Patrol Bureau will definitely find out. Then they will naturally discover the demon miasma, right? The female voice laughed sarcastically and said, You are a human. How can you understand the difficulties we monsters have in surviving in human society? Monster miasma exists in the outer sea. Even if the Patrol Bureau notices it and finds the source, it will take at least 10 days to half a month to deal with it. After saying that, she smiled coldly. Since the existence of demonic miasma has been confirmed, the North City District will definitely be under martial law. By then, demons like me will be living in fear all day long. Once things deteriorate to the point of touching the bottom line, the Inspection Bureau will be determined to conduct a thorough investigation of the city, and I may not be able to escape. Li Jing listened to her words and found them to be reasonable. If the Inspection Bureau is really determined to conduct a thorough investigation, even if the humanoid monster looks no different from an ordinary person, is still in danger. Evil spirit can be hidden. Appearance can be changed. But biological characteristics cannot be changed. A monster is a monster. Even if it has a human form, it is still a monster. In the face of modern detection methods, monsters have nowhere to hide. Even if a strand of hair is sent to the Inspection Bureau's laboratory, its DNA can be clearly identified in minutes. It is easy to tell whether someone is a human or a monster. Even what species the monster is can be analyzed. So, you came here alone tonight? We originally came to patrol the coast, but we didn't expect to find that the demon miasma had already occurred as soon as we arrived, which attracted the attention of the Patrol Bureau. The female voice in my ear said unhappily and calmly, Strictly speaking, I expected this. When I discovered the existence of the demonic miasma, it was already very large and had corroded many marine creatures, turning them into demons. It was only a matter of time before something like this happened. With the continuous demonization incidents in the North City yesterday, I knew it was almost time to consider running away. I wanted to take a look at the situation, but I didn't expect to bump into you on the way. The lady boss of the hot pot restaurant speaks very honestly. Her words were filled with a boldness and frankness that ordinary women did not have. Li Jing listened to her story, considered it for a moment, then raised his eyes and said, How about we make a deal? Trade. The female voice sounded alert. I believe you are a good demon, and I hope you can live up to my trust. Li Jing opened his mouth and said, According to what you said, the miasma exists in the open sea and is quite large, so it is very troublesome to deal with. The Inspection Bureau has already noticed it and is preparing to go out to sea to find the miasma. No one has reminded them of the specific location, so I'm afraid it will take them a long time to find the source, and then they will need another 10 days or half a month to deal with it. The situation in the North City District is bound to be tense for a long time, which is very unfavorable to you and other humanoid monsters living in the North City District. As he spoke, Li Jing smiled. How about this? You tell me the exact location of the demon miasma, and I'll find a way to alert the people in the Patrol Bureau, which can save a lot of time. In exchange, I can take you in for a while and ensure your safety. You guarantee my safety? The female voice laughed and said, You are just a junior assistant, and your uniform is still new. How can you guarantee that you can protect me? There's a level 2 patrolman living in my house, but he can't find my home no matter how hard he tries. Li Jing shrugged and threw out his chips. The female voice fell silent and then rose several decibels. You let me live with a level 2 patrolman. Are you sure it's to protect me, not to turn me from a walking swindler into a walking hero? The most dangerous place is the safest place. Li Jing opened his mouth and said, As long as you behave like a pet cat and don't expose yourself, who can tell that you are a demon without conducting various tests on you? The female voice fell silent again. Seeing that she was motionless, Li Jing lobbied her. You just opened a hot pot restaurant in North City. I think you spent a lot of money, but it's far from making back your investment. If you abandon the store and move away from North City, you will probably suffer a great loss of vitality. Those plain words struck a deep blow to the hot pot restaurant owner's heart. As a demon, it is quite difficult for her to live in human society. After all, she couldn't show off her cultivation like ordinary people and find a high-paying job based on her level. How difficult is it to save money? Looking up at Li Jing, who was squatting in front of her, she hesitantly stretched out a furry little paw. I don't like cat food. It's not safe. It's not a big deal. I'll get you whatever you want to eat. Li Jing responded by reaching out and holding her paw very formally. This scene is somewhat funny. However, the pads on the hot pot restaurant owner's paws are really comfortable to touch. A preliminary consensus was reached, and the hot pot restaurant owner did not hesitate and jumped lightly onto Li Jing's shoulder. Take out your phone, open the satellite map, and I'll point out the location of the miasma for you. Good. Li Jing took out his cell phone and opened the satellite map as instructed. Upon seeing this, the lady proprietress of the hot pot restaurant stretched out a sharp claw, moved the satellite map to the waters off the eastern coast, and tapped the next location. Seeing the location being pointed out, Li Jing frowned slightly. The location of the evil miasma is on the edge of a small, uninhabited island. Looking at the map, it's not too far away. However, if the Inspection Bureau really wants to go out to sea to search for it, it will probably take a long time. The sea is vast, and the direction is not clear, so it is not easy to find the way there. After noting down the location, Li Jing called up the immortal letter to find the contact Qin Yuran and edited the information. Where are you? I need you for something. Li Jing didn't know whether Qin Yuran was near the eastern coast at this moment. After all, she is not a member of the Special Task Force, so she may not be there. What is certain is that she is running around at this moment. Shortly after the message was sent, Qin Yuran replied, What is it? Important things should be discussed in person. Li Jing replied to the immortal letter and sent his location. Come find me. If it's inconvenient for you, I can come find you. 2 immortal letters were sent one after another. Qin Yuran didn't reply. However, a sword light soon flashed across the sky and landed nearby. The sword fell to the ground. The light faded, and Qin Yuran revealed his figure with a frown on his face. What are you doing in the middle of the night? Halfway through her words, her eyes lit up. Where did this doll come from? It's so beautiful. Chapter 26 Cat Demon Qing. Seeing Qin Yuran's arrival, his attention was immediately attracted by the owner of the hot pot restaurant. Li Jing said casually, I picked it up on the roadside while on patrol. Picked it up. Qin Yuran was surprised and stepped forward to give the hot pot restaurant proprietress a hand. When she touched its soft hair, her eyes lit up. In terms of appearance, ragdoll cats are undoubtedly the ceiling among cat pets. The proprietress of the hot pot restaurant is a ragdoll that has become a demon and has the cultivation level of the middle stage of the third realm, so naturally, she is not simple. This hair feels amazing to the touch. It's more comfortable than the dog head of her stinky tofu. The lady proprietress of the hot pot restaurant was pulled up by Qin Yuran and hung on Li Jing's shoulder, not daring to move. Under normal circumstances, she would never dare to have contact with the patrol. This is not a question of whether you can win or not. As a humanoid monster living in human society, she had to be in awe of Longyu Country's only designated water meter department. Don't say she is a monster. Even if you are a human, you have to carefully consider whether you have committed any crime when you see the patrol. On the other side, Qin Yuran saw that the proprietress of the hot pot restaurant was so obedient when he stroked her, and she stroked her hard with joy. This little fellow is so cute. You found him late at night. I think he got lost. You suddenly asked me to come here, just for him. Half and half. As Li Jing spoke, he glanced at Qin Yuran, stroking the hand of the hot pot restaurant owner, and felt extremely envious. Who doesn't like to pet cats? He wants to masturbate too. The problem is that he has seen the human form of the hot pot restaurant owner, but he couldn't bring himself to do it, and he was also afraid that if he did, he would be sued for molestation. Li Jingdao said with secret envy, It will take some time to find the owner. I'll post something online later. I want to take this little guy home to keep for a while. Do you have any objections? I'm fine, Qin Yuran said indifferently. I wanted to get a cat for a long time, but I already have stinky tofu at home, and it's causing enough trouble for me. I'm busy with work and don't have much time to take care of it. If you're willing to take it home to keep it temporarily, just take good care of it yourself." After getting approval, Li Jing nodded. "Give me your phone." Chen Yuan was stunned for a moment, then took out his cell phone with a puzzled look. Seeing this, Li Jing took the phone without further ado, opened the satellite map to help her locate the location, and handed it back. This location is the location of the demon miasma that the task force is tracking down. Chen Yuan. The task force was investigating the evil miasma, but she was not originally aware of it. On the one hand, she is not a member of the task force, and on the other hand, she rests during the day and goes to work at 9 o'clock in the evening. At this moment, of course she knew about it. After all, she was one of the inspectors who were dispatched to cooperate with the operation. She happened to be nearby when Li Jing sent her the message. That's why she was able to come here so quickly. The information that evil miasma exists in the sea has been confirmed. But at this moment, the task force is still waiting for equipment and protective gear and plans to go out to sea. No one can tell when the evil miasma can be found. Li Jing suddenly gave her a location and told her the exact position of the evil miasma. How could she not be confused? Chen Yuan lowered his eyes to look at the location on the satellite map, his face full of suspicion. "Where did you get this information?" "A kind person passing by." Li Jing responded and said something. "She is not in a position to reveal her identity, so don't ask any more questions." Chen Yuan was silent for a moment and then spoke. "You really know how to cause trouble for me. If I take this message over, won't the higher-ups come to ask me for clarification? Just try to be perfunctory. I just started working as an assistant inspector today, so I'm not suitable for receiving too much attention." Li Jing said, "If you think it's troublesome, you don't have to send them over and let the task force handle it on their own. But the situation is at a stalemate, and those of us working there will be very busy. Only by finding the source of the miasma and dealing with it as soon as possible can the North City area return to peace faster." Chen Yuan didn't respond when he heard it. He glanced at the owner of the hot pot restaurant intentionally or unintentionally, then flew up on his sword and left a few words. "I hope to see his sumptuous breakfast when I get off work tomorrow morning. It's your treat. I won't pay for the meal." Watching the sword light fade away, Li Jing smiled. The hot pot restaurant owner said with some uneasiness, "Well, why do I feel like this person just now seems to have noticed me? Be more confident and take away the as if. Li Jing responded calmly. From a moment he called Chen Yuan. He had prepared himself mentally. Chen Yuan is not a fool. He has been doing patrol work for several years and has rich experience in handling cases. The reason why Li Jing dared to call Chen Yuan and send the location of the evil miasma to the task force through her was that he was sure that the latter was not an unreasonable person. Chen Yuan easily locked onto the owner of the hot pot restaurant, which really surprised Li Jing. Originally, he thought he could keep it a secret for at least a while, but he didn't expect Chen Yuan to have such a keen sense of smell. The lady boss of the hot pot restaurant lost her composure when she heard what Li Jing said. Without waiting for her to speak, Li Jing said, "Don't worry, she didn't expose you on the spot, which means she recognizes you to a certain extent. As long as you don't harm others, she won't do anything to you. Monsters are taboo, but it's not uncommon for human-shaped monsters to exist in the city. The Inspection Bureau originally turned a blind eye to it. Otherwise, how could human-shaped monsters survive?" The hot pot restaurant owner said nothing, but weighed the pros and cons secretly, and finally said softly to show her approval. What Li Jing presented is the fact. The reason why human-shaped monsters can hide and live in human society is that they keep a low profile and conceal themselves. But in essence, it was thanks to the Inspection Bureau turning a blind eye. Otherwise, the world is so big that it would be difficult to find a place for humanoid monsters. As long as the humanoid monsters live a peaceful life and don't harm anyone, and as long as people don't discover that they're monsters and cause trouble, the Inspection Bureau usually won't take any measures. After all, the existence of humanoid monsters in human society is inevitable. If we really take it that seriously, the situation will get out of control. A demon that transforms into a human form must have cultivation level of at least the third realm. They're not even given any living space and are forced to death. God knows what they will do. Seeing the worried look on the hot pot restaurant proprietor's face over his shoulder, Li Jing took the opportunity to pat her head to comfort her, secretly praising the amazing touch of her smooth hair, and said, "After all this talk, you still haven't told me your name." "Ji Qing." The lady owner of the hot pot restaurant responded that she didn't think anything was wrong after being hit on the head twice. After all, she is in the form of a cat now. If it is a human body, that is another matter. Upon learning Ji Qing's name, Li Jing smiled. My name is Li Jing. Ji Qing raised his eyes, and his big, gem-like eyes blinked twice. Tower-bearing heavenly king. Li Jing. There is no way to chat today. Just as he was speechless, Ji Qing turned his head and looked at the beach not far away, and said, under the shallows ahead, there is a monster that has been severely corroded by the miasma. It is not convenient for me to take action. How about you contact someone to come and deal with it? Li Jing. Li Jing quickly turned his head and looked at the beach where Ji Qing was looking, frowning. There was no sign of anything hidden underneath the beach. Is there a monster hiding underneath? Looking back at Ji Qing, Li Jing asked seriously, are you sure there's a monster hiding down there? A cat's sense of smell is 200,000 times stronger than a human's. Ji Qing spoke calmly. Plus, I have practiced a lot, so my sense of smell is at least 1,000,000 times better than yours. After saying that, she added, if you have watched the video about fishing in the sea, you should know that marine creatures usually have a skill called lying on the sand. Li Jing was speechless. Ji Qing started talking about data and short videos, which choked him directly. After that, he came to his senses. The transformation of living beings into monsters is itself a manifestation of natural advantage. As a demon, Ji Qing is extremely sensitive to demonic aura and demonic miasma. Combined with its talent as a cat, it's not surprising that it can discover monsters lurking under the beach. Previously in the vegetable market, didn't Stinky Tofu predict the demonization of the fish monster? After figuring out the problem, Li Jing suddenly became more motivated. Although he didn't know if the monster hiding under the beach was the one he had been looking for all night. As long as it was a monster, it was experience points, right? Flying into the air and heading towards the beach, Li Jing asked out of respect for the monster's life. Can the monsters that have been severely damaged by the demonic miasma be saved? It's too late to save him. The mental damage is irreversible. Ji Qing spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Jing brought Ji Qing to the sky above the beach. The beach below is very calm. Li Jing looked around. Point out the location to me. That thing is hidden in the sand, and I can't find it. It's hidden quite deep there, probably 10 meters below the sand. Ji Qing raised a furry paw and pointed to the front left, saying, I advise you to find a few more people to come here. The monster below is seriously corroded by the monster miasma. Its existence itself is a hazard. If you can't kill it instantly and it releases its monster energy, this beach will be polluted. Before she could finish her words, she saw Li Jing raising his hand with a beaming look on his face. Boom! There was a loud bang. In Ji Qing's dull gaze, a bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket struck the beach, instantly piercing through the sand and penetrating deep into the ground. Chapter 27. Hiding the Merit and Fame. Experience points plus 1,448. Level increased to 9. Spiritual strength plus 18. Skill points plus 2. Level increase 10. Spiritual strength plus 20. Skill points plus 2. Li Jing was pleasantly surprised when he heard 3 prompt sounds in a row. The monster hiding under the beach actually provided him with 1,448 experience points. Let him skip a level again. Host, Li Jing. Experience, 46/1134. Level 10. Skill points, 5. Spirit strength, 110. Equipment, standard steel knife, level 4, ordinary product, 19%. Passive skills, momentary space, body protection spirit cloth, May 5th. Escape technique, May 5th. Active skill, palm thunder, May 5th. Calling up the panel to check, Li Jing felt very comfortable and made a silent estimate in his mind. The monster provided him with 1,448 experience points, allowing him to level up twice. He originally had 310 experience points in surplus, and the experience points required to upgrade were 747. At this moment, there's a surplus of 46 experience points, which means that upgrading from level 9 to level 10 consumes 965 experience points. After coming to the conclusion, Li Jing flew into the air. The experience popped up, which meant that the monster hiding under the beach passed away peacefully. For reference, it provides a total of 1,448 experience points, and its level is roughly in the late first realm, close to the second realm. Previously, Liu Yangcheng speculated from the residual demonic power detected by instruments that the eel-like demon that came ashore was also in the late first realm. However, the one on the shore is probably not the same one as the one underground. At least that's how Li Jing understood it. Conger eels can only dig holes and cannot lie on the sand. There is no rush to confirm what kind of monster is under the beach. The monster is dead, and the proper thing to do is to hide your merits and fame. In order to ensure a fatal blow, he had really used all his strength. The palm thunder, which was supposed to be as thick as an arm, suddenly grew to the thickness of a bucket. Not only did the loud bang resound through the night sky, it also made the entire sky brighter. There are patrols and auxiliary inspections everywhere along the eastern coast now. If we don't leave now, we may not be able to leave. People are afraid of being famous, and pigs are afraid of being fat. Now that he is just an assistant to the new recruits, it is better for him to keep a low profile. If it was a monster that could be sold for money, he might not mind showing his face. But the underground one was severely corroded by the evil miasma and was no longer useful. Li Jing flew away with all his strength. He did not go to the sea view room where Xiuzhu was. He stayed as far away from the scene as possible and landed in a dark corner. Hiding in the darkness, Li Jing saw a sword light flashing across the night sky and falling on the beach where the incident occurred. He flew into the air again and slowly went to the beach where the incident occurred. It will definitely not work if you just finish the job and leave. Not to mention that there was Xiuzhu nearby, and there was a locator in his uniform. He happened to be nearby when the incident happened. If he didn't go over to check out such a loud commotion, it would seem very suspicious, wouldn't it? If Kong Wu later accuses him of dereliction of duty, that would also be a problem. On Li Jing's shoulder, Ji Qing was completely confused at this moment. What was that just now? Palm? Thunder? Ji Qing couldn't believe it. She saw Li Jing take action. That gesture was definitely the second realm's most powerful attack spell, Palm Thunder. The problem is that the Palm Thunder is too thick and too big. Even if one has mastered the authentic third-level thunder technique to a certain level, it may not be possible to summon such a strong thunder. Looking at Li Jing's profile in surprise, Ji Qing silently shrank back. Li Jing has the ability to see through the identity of monsters. She didn't say it, but she was actually worried about it. How much of a threat is a person like Li Jing to the humanoid monsters? However, at this moment, Ji Qing didn't dare to have any thoughts. Just thinking about that thick thunder just now made her feel scared. Fortunately, she was kind-hearted and did not try to kill after her identity as a monster was revealed. Otherwise, if she were to face off against Li Jing, with such a thick palm thunder hitting her, even if she didn't ascend to heaven on the spot, she would at least be seriously injured and die. Especially looking at Li Jing's attack just now, it was fast, fierce, and accurate. He was clearly asking whether the monster severely corroded by the demonic miasma could be saved just a second ago, and he looked like he respected the monster's life, but in the blink of an eye he changed his face and slapped the monster to death. His move was even more brutal than that of a regular inspector. The monster hiding under the beach is only in the late first realm. Is it necessary for him to use such terrifying means? When Li Jing and Ji Qing returned to the beach where the incident occurred, 3 second-level inspectors, 2 men and 1 woman, had arrived. At this time, 3 people were gathered in front of the dark sand pit to check. Previously, Li Jing's attack had penetrated the entire beach. But at this moment, the dissolved sand and gravel under the bombardment of the palm thunder has crystallized, forming a layer of black glass-like substance, which is stuck 2 or 3 meters below the sand pit, blocking the things below the sand pit. Seeing Li Jing arriving, the 3 people present were slightly stunned. There's nothing else. The main reason was that Li Jing was carrying a ragdoll cat on his shoulder, which made him look a little bit different. Li Jing was wearing an auxiliary inspection uniform and could fly in the air. It seemed that he was a member of the patrol team added by the auxiliary inspection department and happened to be on duty nearby. Why bring a cat with you on duty? Is Fucha so good at playing now? The 3 of them looked at each other, and the only female assistant among them stared at the cute cat like Ji Qing and spoke. My colleague from the auxiliary investigation department, you should have been nearby just now. Did you see anyone leaving when you came over here? No. Li Jing shook his head and said, I came here to check because I heard a big commotion. I thought someone had discovered the monsters that had come ashore and were fighting, so I wanted to rush over to help. After telling a bunch of lies with his eyes open, Li Jing pretended to look at the sand pit on the ground. What's going on here? It's still uncertain at this point. The female inspector said this, looking at the other two inspectors. What do you two think of this sand pit? There must be something down there. One of the male patrol officers spoke up, analyzing. The earth-shattering thunder method, just now, was not simple. Its momentum was no less than any third-level thunder method I know. Thunder methods are extremely masculine and have a natural restraint on monsters. It is impossible for a monster to command them. I think there was a third-level master who didn't want to show up here just now. He found something hidden underground and took action. Just as he finished speaking, another male patrol officer spoke up. We can find out if there's anything underneath by blasting this place open. It's true that monsters are afraid of the most young and strong thunder, but some monsters have the ability to drive the Een thunder, so there may be one hiding under the sand pit. Having said that, he continued, you guys step back and be ready to assist me at any time. I will blow open the sand pit. Two patrolmen, a man and a woman, thought what he said made sense and nodded. As the two of them retreated on their flying swords, the female inspector looked at Li Jing, who had already risen into the air consciously. It may be dangerous here, comrade. Please stay away. Learn. Li Jing nodded like an honest man and retreated into the distance. The patrolman who stayed on the beach saw that Li Jing had gone far away, and his two colleagues had already controlled their flying swords and were ready to attack. They flew up with their swords and slapped the sand pit with their backhands. Heaven-shaking palm. With a loud roar full of ritual sense, a huge virtual handprint appeared out of thin air and fell down with a loud bang. Boom! There was a loud bang. Shake the heaven and earth. The whole beach sank. Endless sand and gravel were blown into the air. Li Jingyu was hovering in the air in the distance, and seeing the sound, he couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. As expected of a Level 2 patrol officer, Level 3. If this palm strikes an ordinary person, he would probably be beaten into a pulp on the spot. Ji Qing felt the same way when he heard this. Level 2 inspection, the strength is still sufficient. The one who just made the move is definitely in the middle stage of the third realm. In a one-on-one fight, she might not be sure of winning. But hearing Li Jing's exclamation, she just wanted to roll her eyes. Compared to this guy's outrageous palm thunder, what's this palm? Let's not talk about anything else. Thunder magic has the most powerful attack power among all immortal magic spells. Even though Palm Thunder is a second-level spell, it is so huge that ordinary third-level spells cannot withstand it. Gravel flew everywhere. The second-level inspector's heaven-shaking palm blasted a huge pit with a diameter of about 6 or 7 meters on the beach. The glassy substance that had been dissolved and condensed in the sand pit was completely shattered. Seeing that nothing came out of the huge pit he had blasted, the inspector lowered his eyes to look inside the pit, then looked up and said, "There's a crustacean monster down there. It's dead." Chapter 28, Value. Crustacean monster? Li Jing raised his eyebrows and stepped forward. Before him, two other patrol officers nearby landed on the beach. Without waiting for Li Jing to approach, the female inspector took out an instrument with a pointer and pointed it towards the huge pit. The next second, the instrument beeped. Hearing the buzzer, the two patrolmen nearby both changed their expressions. The female patrolman glanced at the two men's expression and spoke up. "Don't be nervous. The demonic miasma intensity reading is only 16, which is below the harmful standard. It seems that the thing below was killed before it could release its demonic energy. However, it is hard to say how strong the demonic miasma is in its body. Let's set up a cordon and contact the logistics department to come and deal with it." Hearing that the intensity reading of the miasma was below the harmful standard, the two inspectors' expressions eased a little. The intensity of the demonic miasma exceeds 30, and inhalation will cause permanent and irreversible damage to the human body. This is no joke. They each took out the patrol cordon from the storage space and walked away to set it up. The female patrol officer who remained in place looked at Li Jing. "Colleague, there's a demonic miasma left here. For the sake of your cat, you'd better not stay here for long." "Good." Li Jing nodded, pretended to protect Ji Qing, and flew to the sea view room where Yi Xiuzhu was. Taking advantage of the opportunity to approach the huge pit, he took a look inside. The thing was huge, buried about 10 meters below the beach. Standing on the beach and looking into the giant pit, you can't see the whole picture, you can only see the part of the shell that has been pierced. It looks like a crab. After a while, Li Jing returned to the rooftop of the sea view room. At this time, Yi Xiuzhu was still regulating his breathing. Noticing Li Jing's return, he looked up. Seeing Ji Qing hanging on Li Jing's shoulder, he looked puzzled. Where did the cat come from? I found it on the roadside, Li Jing said casually. This little guy must have gotten lost. I plan to take him back and raise him. Upon hearing this, Xiuzhu looked at Ji Qing but didn't care much. After letting out a long breath and finishing his breathing exercise, he stood up and looked in the direction from which Li Jing came. There was a loud explosion over there just now. It shook the earth. Have you checked it out since you came over there? Li Jing responded and said quibblingly. There's a monster hidden under the beach over there that has been severely corroded by the demonic miasma. It is already dead. The people in the patrol bureau speculated that a third-level expert who did not want to show his face passed by and killed the monster, causing the explosion. A third-level expert who doesn't want to show up? Xiuzhu frowned, feeling that this matter was a little unreliable. But I can't tell where the problem lies. After all, the judgment comes from the people in the inspection bureau. Without thinking too much, Xiuzhu asked, So, the monster that was killed was the one we were looking for? No. Li Jing shook his head and said, The one that was killed was a crustacean monster, not a conger eel. After receiving this response, Xiuzhu sighed. Does that mean we still have to stay here and patrol? I'll just patrol. It's better than being assigned to do something else. Li Jing smiled. Just as he was about to say something else, he saw more than a dozen sword lights flashing across the coast in the distance and heading towards the open sea. Behind the sword light, there were several speedboats with searchlights following. Xiuzhu caught a glimpse of this scene and looked over subconsciously. Those should be from the patrol bureau? Why are they heading straight to the open sea? Aren't they searching the coastal waters? I don't know about that. Li Jing pretended to be stupid and said, We are just assisting in the investigation. There's no need to pay so much attention to it. We can ask Lu Yangsheng what is going on after get off work tomorrow morning. We are also close to the source. There is someone on the front line in the same group, so we must have reliable information. When talking about Lu Yangsheng, Xiuzhu grinned. There are many things that they, as auxiliary investigators, are not able to come into contact with firsthand. Lu Yangsheng was drafted into the patrol team and followed them on the front line, which did give them a reliable source of information. However, when he gets off work tomorrow morning, Lu Yangsheng will probably complain to them first. Without continuing the topic, Xiuzhu said, I've almost finished regulating my breathing. Shall we continue patrolling? The night passed quietly. 8 o'clock in the morning. The whereabouts of the eel-like monster that came ashore remains a mystery. Related work is still ongoing. However, Li Jing and Xiuzhu were temporarily relieved. Auxiliary inspection work is mostly miscellaneous tasks. But the advantage is that there are enough people. Unlike patrol inspections, it is common to have to work overtime due to insufficient manpower. Being able to leave work on time is one of the few advantages of the Auxiliary Investigation Department. After handing over to the patrol team members in charge of the day's duty, Patrol Group 9, where Li Jing and Xiuzhu were located, officially announced the end of the first day's work, except for Lu Yangqing. This guy is out at sea. He can't come back until he gets back from patrol. I can only work overtime. The key point is that with his strength at the second level, he can't fly back by himself. Too far. In response to this situation, Li Jing and Xiuzhu both expressed their deep condolences to him through the communicator and took the opportunity to find out the specific situation in the outer sea. It's a pity that Lu Yangsheng was under a gag order, so the two of them didn't find out anything. Li Jing didn't care. Just ask Chen Yuran when you get home. He was the one who gave the location, so Chen Yuran should be able to tell him something about the situation. Xiuzhu felt a little uncomfortable. The gag order has been issued, so the inspection bureau must have made some breakthroughs. I'm curious. However, no matter how curious he was, there was nothing he could do. He was just a newly hired assistant investigator and was not qualified to get involved in anything too in-depth. It was about 8:30. Li Jing took Ji Qingyakong back to his villa. It is convenient to have the authority to fly in the city. Li Jing can be said to have taken advantage of the patrol team's special convenience. Otherwise, it would be quite a hassle to come back from the East Coast. Landing in the courtyard, Li Jing said to Ji Qing, who was hanging on his shoulder, You should have heard Chen Yuran say last night that there's a dog at home. Before he could finish his words, Ji Qing, who remained in the form of a ragdoll cat, yawned and spoke in human language. It's just a dog. There's no need to explain it to me. I'm not an ordinary cat. I won't fight with a domestic dog. If I really want to fight, I'll slap it to death. Li Jing smiled when he heard this and said, What Chen Yuan raises is not an ordinary dog, but a third-level spiritual beast. I'm afraid it won't be killed with just a slap. A third-level spirit beast. Ji Qing was stunned for a moment. Then his attitude straightened up. Is it powerful? I'm mainly giving you a reminder. Don't take it too seriously. Li Jing smiled and said, Stinky Tofu is in the early stage of the third realm, and is a little weaker than you in terms of strength. And its breed is a husky. You know what a husky is. Era. Ji Qing was stunned and bored for a moment. Then he was surprised. Era is a little stupid, but it is a truly valuable species among pets. The one in your home is also a spiritual animal, so it must be worth tens of millions, right? Seeing Ji Qing estimating the price of Stinky Tofu, Li Jing was both amused and confused. In terms of net worth, Ji Qing 2 is definitely several times higher than Stinky Tofu. The husky is a spiritual animal and is extremely rare. It's a monster ragdoll cat, so it doesn't matter, right? Spiritual beasts are intelligent and can understand human language. But the IQ is just that. In comparison, humanoid monsters whose intelligence is no different from that of humans are superior. Finally, Ji Qing also has a beautiful human form. She is a cat girl. It can be used for masturbation and also for warming the bed. If we really want to sell her off, wouldn't the price be astronomical? Monsters are not a problem. There are many brave people in this world. There are people who keep monsters. Even in some places abroad, raising monsters is an open industrial chain, but the monsters they sell have been strictly screened and trained and rarely hurt people. Without responding to Ji Qing's words, Li Jing reached out and pushed open the door of the villa. As soon as the door opened, Stinky Tofu, who had spent the night alone at home, immediately ran to the door excitedly. Seeing that it was Li Jing coming back, the Stinky Tofu's tail swung high. Even though they had only been together for 2 days, Li Jing treated it much better than Chen Yuan. Just as he was about to rush out of the house, Stinky Tofu paused, stood still, and silently tucked his tail between his legs. It saw Ji Qing. Li Jing couldn't help but twitch his lips when he saw this. He has witnessed how cowardly Stinky Tofu is. Therefore, he was not worried that Stinky Tofu would conflict with Ji Qing. I mentioned this just now because I wanted Ji Qing to be mentally prepared. The Stinky Tofu in front of him did not disappoint him. As soon as it saw Ji Qing, it became timid. Chapter 29. Status of Stinky Tofu 1. Li Jing said as he walked in and stroked the Stinky Tofu dog's head. Ji Qing will stay for a while. Your master has agreed. Don't be such a coward. Just treat her as a guest. She won't bully you. Hearing that Ji Qing was a guest and would not bully him, Cho Dofu became less timid. It is not an ordinary husky after all. Although it's hard to change the husky's nature, its IQ is a bit worrying. But after all, it is a spiritual animal that is born with spirituality. Wagging its tail, Stinky Tofu howled twice at Ji Qing. Upon hearing the voice, Ji Qing blinked his big, jewel-like eyes and spoke in human language. Thank you. I don't need your doghouse. Li Jing slowly typed a question mark and turned his head in surprise. Can you understand what it says? Animal language is universal. I'm a cat demon, and it is a spirit dog. Naturally, I can understand what it is saying. Ji Qing said as a matter of course, with disdain. It just said it would give me half of its kennel, so I could sleep with it. Li Jing remained silent, stared at the Stinky Tofu, and seemed to be hesitant to speak. Stinky Tofu is a male dog. Maybe Ji Qing had no bad intentions in inviting him, but this was obviously inappropriate. Over there, the Stinky Tofu was rejected and made 2 low whoop sounds, looking lost. Li Jing grinned upon seeing this, walked into the living room, and put Ji Qing on the sofa. Chen Yuan should be back soon. I'll go make breakfast first. If you have nothing to do, play with Stinky Tofu for a while. Without waiting for Ji Qing to say anything, Cho Dofu became excited, ran to the sofa, gestured with his paws, took out a frisbee, and placed it in front of her, then shouted towards the door. Li Jing could understand this scene without Ji Qing's translation. Stinky Tofu is inviting Ji Qing to play frisbee in the yard. Ji Qing is definitely not interested in this. After all, she is different from Stinky Tofu. As a humanoid monster, she had long since gotten rid of her animal instincts. This is not the case with Stinky Tofu. As a spiritual animal, it still retains the instincts of a dog and likes to play. If Cho Dofu took out his cell phone and played Glory of the Immortal King with her, she might not be able to handle it. Frisbees are so cheap. I have some things to take care of, so I don't have time to accompany you for the time being. Ji Qing politely rejected the Stinky Tofu gestured with his furry front paws, took out his mobile phone, opened the immortal letter, and tried to contact the staff of his own hot pot restaurant. She came back with Li Jing. I definitely can't go back to the store for some time. You have to say hello to the store clerk to avoid any problems in running the hot pot restaurant. Seeing this, Cho Dofu was tactful and lay down in front of the sofa without disturbing Ji Qing. It doesn't dare to get on the sofa. Qin Yuran will beat it up when he comes back and sees it. Li Jing saw that the cat and the dog were getting along fairly well, so he walked away into the kitchen with peace of mind. Li Jing had not been busy in the kitchen for long when he heard the stinky tofu in the living room roaring excitedly. Thinking that it should be Qin Yuran who came back, he looked out from the kitchen into the living room. Just at this moment, Qin Yuran came in from outside. Li Jing called out upon seeing this. Breakfast will have to wait a while. I'm just busy here. Qin Yuran nodded, rubbed the stinky tofu and brought it to the dog's head, looked at Ji Qing, who had put away his phone on the sofa and looked well-behaved, turned around and asked, "What's the cat's name?" "Let her tell you herself." Li Jing responded and turned back to the kitchen. Last night, Qin Yuran saw that there was something wrong with Ji Qing, so there was no need to hide it. Seeing Li Jing's attitude was so bachelor, Qin Yuran raised her eyebrows slightly. She was somewhat aware of it, but not sure. Now she was sure. The enthusiastic passerby mentioned by someone was actually Ji Qing. On the sofa, when Ji Qing saw Qin Yuran looking at him with interest, he felt extremely nervous. Li Jing is being too casual. Even if people could see that she had problems, they shouldn't do this, right? After hesitating for a while, Ji Qing gritted his teeth and spoke. "Hello, Inspector Chun. My name is Ji Qing." Seeing that Ji Qing spoke in a clear and pleasant female voice, Qin Yuran looked a little strange. "Are you a woman?" As she spoke, she walked over to Ji Qing and sat down, saying lightly, "Your information last night was very valuable. It saved our inspection bureau a lot of effort and contributed to the stability of the North City District. You don't have to be so nervous. Since I promised Li Jing to take you in temporarily, I won't do anything to you." After that, she said again, "In order to avoid suspicion, it's best not to transform into a human form during your time at my house. That will not benefit anyone." Hearing Qin Yuran's quite rational voice, Ji Qing nodded obediently and looked up at her curiously. This inspector seemed to be different from what he knew. As if knowing what she was thinking, Qin Yuran smiled. "The patrol's job is to maintain the city's public order, not to catch and kill monsters indiscriminately. Although patrols usually don't show leniency to humanoid monsters whose identities have been exposed, that's also for safety reasons." As she spoke, she stretched and continued. "In the final analysis, dealing with the harm caused by monsters is only one part of our patrol duties. Compared to the situations where monsters hurt people, dealing with crimes committed by practitioners is what we really have to deal with more frequently. On ordinary days, we don't have the time to care about where you monsters hide in the city." After explaining the matter very rationally, Qin Yuran picked up Ji Qing and held her in his arms, stroking her. In recent times, the management of monsters has indeed been tightened. With the appearance of the monster miasma, various preventive measures are inevitable. But there is no need for you to be scared about it. Human monsters should not be affected that much. Just stay in my house for the time being and don't run around. Ji Qing. She understands the truth. Qin Yuran was so easygoing, which made her feel at ease. So why did Qin Yuran start to attack her while they were talking? I'm afraid he's just greedy for her body. Just as she had this thought, Cho Dofu saw Qin Yuran favoring her, and she came over and hummed softly, asking for rubdown. The dog's mind is quite simple. However, Qin Yuran already had Ji Qing, so she didn't want to bother with stinky tofu. She has been raising stinky tofu for 17 years, and this silly dog has caused her a lot of trouble. I get a bit bored of doing it every day. Now that she has a new love, it's okay for Qin Yuran to be a bit of a jerk to him, right? Besides, Ji Qing is only staying here for a while. When the limelight is over, he will leave and return to his original life. If I don't seize the opportunity to do it a few more times, won't I have no chance in the future? However, as the owner of Stinky Tofu, Qin Yuran is still relatively fair. After reluctantly stroking a handful of the stinky tofu to please her, Qin Yuran turned back to Ji Qing, squinting her eyes and savoring the soft fur of the fairy cat in her arms. "My house only has a dog bed, not cat bed, and you are a woman, so it is definitely not okay for you to sleep in Li Jing's room. From today on, you will sleep in the same room with me. Ji Qing." It turns out that he is greedy for her body. The villa is so big, and there are only 2 people and a dog living in it. How could there be no vacant rooms? However, facing Chun Yuran, she didn't dare to refuse. On the other side, Cho Dofu listened to Chun Yuran's words with a dazed look on his face. As a husky, it is a bit second-rate. But this doesn't mean that it doesn't realize that it has been cheated and its status is -1. With an ow, Stinky Tofu turned around and ran to the kitchen. In the kitchen, Li Jing was busy cooking. Suddenly, Stinky Tofu came running in, humming softly. Li Jing felt very aggrieved, and the corner of his mouth twitched. He heard what Qin Yuran said outside. The fact that Cho Dofu came in to find him now showed that he did not dare to challenge Qin Yuran's authority and came to him for comfort. To be honest, he was quite surprised by this. Qin Yuran did say last night that she had wanted to get a cat for a long time, but she didn't have the energy to do so since she already had Stinky Tofu. But he really didn't expect that Qin Yuran was really not picky at all. The cat demon still sucks. Not only does it suck, you also have to sleep together. Outrageous, Li Jing said, touching the Stinky Tofu dog's head with a mixture of laughter and tears. All right, it's no big deal. You're already a big dog. You need to be strong. The comfort, which could not be called a comfort, made Stinky Tofu feel a little better. He turned around and howled towards the refrigerator twice. Li Jing understood what was happening and opened the refrigerator to take out 2 pieces of ham that he had bought the day before. Wait, I'll melt the snack for you later. Ouch! Stinky Tofu howled in satisfaction and wagged its tail. It doesn't dare to mess with the bad women outside. It also doesn't dare to mess with the cat. Fortunately, Li Jing understands it and knows how to treat it well. Life is hard for a dog. Chapter 30 Existence is reasonable. It took about 15 minutes. Li Jing finished preparing breakfast, put it on the plate, and walked out of the kitchen. At this time, on the sofa in the living room, Ji Qingzheng was so depressed that he lay on Qin Yuran's legs and let her do whatever she wanted to him. But now, she has adapted to it. Some things, once you accept it, it actually becomes not difficult. How does the saying go? Life is like being forced. If you can't resist, you can only enjoy it. At least Qin Yuran's hands are soft and delicate, and it is quite comfortable to be stroked by her. Born as a cat, what's the big deal about being petted a few times? Stinky Tofu followed Li Jing out of the kitchen with a grilled sausage in his mouth. He looked up and saw the scene on the sofa. He felt sad but helpless. He could only turn his head away and ran to the corner of the living room to eat. Li Jing saw that Ji Qing looked like he had given to Qin Yuran and felt a little envious. He walked to the dining table and put down the plates, then greeted everyone. Come and have breakfast. It won't taste good if it gets cold. Qin Yuran agreed, carried Ji Qing over to the table, picked up the chopsticks, and started eating. Seeing this, Li Jing's mouth twitched, and he spoke helplessly. Well, why don't you put Ji Qing down first? She hasn't eaten anything all night, so let her eat something? Ji Qing was so moved when he heard this. At this moment, Li Jing was like Guanyin, the savior of suffering in her eyes. After hearing what was said, Qin Yuran blinked and said nothing. She put Ji Qing on the table with some reluctance. Li Jing smiled, sat down at the table, and handed a plate to Ji Qing. He prepared 3 servings of breakfast. Thanks. Ji Qing spoke in human language, sniffed the food on the plate, sat down, and licked the food on the plate. Ji Qing eats very politely. With her ragdoll cat form, this scene is absolutely amazing. Especially her conflicted look when she wanted to use her little paws, wearing white gloves from time to time while eating, but was worried about getting her paws dirty, was simply heartwarming. Qin Yuran sat aside and watched. It took a lot of effort to resist the urge to pick her up and feed her herself. Picking up the chopsticks and taking a sip of the relatively rich breakfast, Qin Yuran looked at Li Jing. The clue from last night is very important. The Bureau has offered a reward of 200,000 yuan. I don't need this little money. You gave me the information. I'll give it to you after dinner. Li Jing raised an eyebrow. Are there bonuses for providing information? Inspection Bureau, very humane. Thank you, Li Jing said with a smile and looked at Ji Qing. Before he could open his mouth, Ji Qing raised his eyes. You can keep the bonus for yourself. I don't care about a mere 200,000 yuan. I told you the news just so that I could live a more stable life in North City. Li Jing was speechless. He has met a lot of people in recent days. Originally, he had no awareness. At this moment, he realized it too late. It seems like all the people I met in the past few days are well off. Even though Ji Qing, who has a difficult time making money as a humanoid monster, owns a very popular internet-famous hot pot restaurant in a busy area in the northern part of the city, and has a substantial financial fortune. The clown was actually me. Silently swallowing back the words that were about to come out of his mouth, Li Jing burst into tears before he could speak. In this world, he is rootless and not even as good as a cat demon. With a sigh, Li Jing chose to change the subject and asked Chen Yuan, "Can you tell me about the source of the demonic miasma?" "I'm not in a position to go into detail. If you're interested, there will be a press conference at noon, and some details will be revealed on TV." Chen Yuan continued speaking, lowered his head, and took 2 bites of breakfast, and said, "What I can tell you is that the source of the miasma is quite large, and it is estimated that it will take about half a month to complete the harmless treatment. Then, at 10 o'clock, the various districts of Jianghai City will dispatch about 1,000 second-level patrol officers and above to cooperate with the North City branch to thoroughly clean up the coastal waters along the eastern coast. The cleaning work will take 12 hours, aiming to prevent the possibility of monsters infected by the miasma coming ashore to invade the city as much as possible." Hearing that there would be an operation to clean up the monsters near the coast during the day, Li Jing was eager to take action. The Inspection Bureau treated the incident so seriously that it even dispatched 1,000 Level 2 and above inspectors from various districts in Jianghai City to assist in the cleanup. It seems that many monsters have been affected and mutated by the evil miasma. Monster, those are all experiences. However, he could only think about it. He still has a good idea of his own weight. Not to mention that he was just an auxiliary investigator and had no right to get involved. Marine monsters in the sea are different from those on the shore. After a monster is severely corroded by the demonic miasma, it cannot be simply killed. The body must be disposed of afterwards to prevent it from becoming a source of infection by the demonic miasma. The cleaning work of the Inspection Bureau is very arduous. Without thinking too much, Li Jing asked, "The source of the demonic miasma is in the open sea. I think there will be more demons in the open sea. Why are you only clearing the coastal areas?" Before he finished speaking, Ji Qing spoke. "I think you are quite sensible. How come you don't even understand this?" As she said this, she licked her little paw. Existence is reasonable. Demon miasma itself is a natural phenomenon, and demons are also part of the world's ecological chain. If we forcibly interfere with it, unpredictable situations may occur. Correct. Chen Yuan smiled and said, "As long as it does not affect the safety of the city, the Inspection Bureau will not interfere if it can. This is not only the case with our Longyu Inspection Bureau, but also the response policy of other countries. To give a very realistic example, there are at least 300 kinds of spiritual objects and materials in the world, and they will only appear in places where demonic miasma gathers. Some of them are associated with demonic miasma. Others are formed by the transformation of the corpses of demons that were severely corroded by demonic miasma." After she finished telling the story slowly, she glanced at Ji Qing inadvertently. "By the way, among all the spiritual objects and materials related to the demon miasma, the most expensive and rarest kind of mushroom spiritual object can only grow on the corpses of humanoid demons that died from the demon miasma and returned to their original form. It takes more than 50 years for it to mature. The older it is, the higher its value. The highest value can reach several hundred million." Several hundred million. Li Jing took a breath. Ji Qing felt very uncomfortable when Chen Yuan looked at him. "Sister, just say it. Why are you looking here? Are you trying to scare the cat?" Without thinking carefully, Ji Qing tucked his little paws in and shook his big furry tail and placed it next to Chen Yuan's hand. Seeing this, Chen Yuan remained calm and played with her tail contentedly. Li Jing looked at this scene and grinned secretly. He found out, although Chen Yuan is easy to get along with, she is actually a fan-like person who hates people. Taking advantage of the opportunity to give him some scientific knowledge, he frightened Ji Qing and aroused the latter's desire to survive. Just as he was speechless, the cell phone in Li Jing's pocket vibrated. Subconsciously taking out his cell phone, he found that it was a message from Kong Wu. When he clicked it, he couldn't help frowning. The Inspection Bureau has identified the source of the miasma and will begin to deal with it today. The relevant seafood traceability work will be completed by this evening. The work of Patrol Group 9 remains unchanged. You and Yi Xiuzhu will go to the area responsible for the Heavenly King Group tonight, as usual. Liu Yangqing cannot return to the team for the time being. As an assistant, he will have to stay in the open sea for at least 7 days. Li Jing didn't care about anything else in the news. He is just a small auxiliary investigator. Why should he care about these things? Liu Yangsheng has to stay in the open sea as a soldier for 7 days, which is a bit. 7 days. How much resentment will Liu Yangsheng have when he comes back? Just as I was about to reply to a message, a group message suddenly popped up in Xinxin. Li Jing was stunned, then clicked on it and found that Kong Wu had opened a chat group for Patrol Group 9. Kong Wu. This chat group will be used as the internal communication group of Patrol Group 9 during spare time. I will change the notes so that everyone can recognize it. Deng Ying, Long Night Group got it. Zhao Junfeng, Feixing Group got it. Rin Sangon, Changyi Group got it. Long Feixian, Long Night Group got it. Ishiozhu, Tianwang Group got it. Jiang Qingxi, Feixing Group got it. Shan Xiaoyu, Feixing Group received. Seeing that everyone was there except Liu Yangsheng, who was away on business, Li Jing quickly changed his remarks and replied to the previous message. Li Jing, Tianwang Group got it. As soon as the message popped up, Liu Yangsheng, who had not appeared before, appeared. Liu Yangsheng, King Group Captain Kong, can you come to the open sea to save me? It's so hot outside, and I have to wear a protective suit weighing dozens of kilograms. My small body can't bear it. Kong Wu, the sun is strong, just bear with it. If you can't even bear this little hardship, how can you be a research assistant? Faced with Kong Wu's inhumane remarks, Liu Yangsheng fell into a long silence. Including Li Jing, the rest of the Patrol Group 9 also remained silent. Speak for Liu Yangsheng? No one is that stupid. Kong Wu is a wonderful person. God knows if he will suddenly have a brainstorm and pick someone at random to go to the open sea to replace Liu Yangsheng. It's a good world where only Liu Yangsheng is hurt. There was silence in the group for a while, and then Kong Wu sent another message. Kong Wu, last night was your first day on duty, and you performed very well. Especially the Tianwang team, which almost directly solved the frequent demonization incidents in Beicheng District. The Inspection Bureau allocated a bonus. Liu Yangsheng, who made the first contribution by carrying private testing equipment, received 300,000 yuan, and the other 9 teams each received 100,000 yuan. I think everyone has no objection, right? Deng Ying, Long Night Group, we have it in the Long Night Group too? Kong Wu, the 9 patrol groups are a whole. They take care of each other and prosper together and suffer together. Deng Ying, Long Night Group, I understand. Thank you, Captain Kong. I like the Feixing Group and the Tianwang Group. Liu Yangsheng, King Group, whoever comes to switch shifts with me, I will give the 300,000 yuan bonus to him. The group fell into silence again. 300,000 is not a small amount of money. But among the people in Patrol Group 9, isn't everyone's skill worth millions? After that, no one would take Liu Yangsheng's word seriously. On the one hand, showing up would be a disgrace to one's character, and on the other hand, even if Liu Yangsheng was really willing to give it, they would be too embarrassed to ask for it. The key clue was finally obtained by Liu Yangsheng. It's great to be able to benefit from this. Even though Li Jing was short of money, he was satisfied with the 100,000 yuan bonus. Including the 200,000 that Chen Yuan will transfer to him later, he has already earned 300,000 this time. What could he be dissatisfied with? Seeing that no one was paying attention to Liu Yangsheng, Li Jing felt quite embarrassed and wondered whether he should send a message. But he thought about it carefully and finally decided not to send it. It would be bad if Liu Yangsheng dragged me into trouble soon. At most, I could treat him to a meal when he comes back and comfort him. Chapter 31, A Sudden Crime. The days passed quickly, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. The dust has not yet settled on the matter of the evil miasma in the outer sea. However, after a week of settling down, order has gradually been restored in the northern part of the city. Major fresh food markets and pet hospitals have gradually resumed operations. The heat on the internet regarding the problem of the evil miasma has gradually subsided. Thanks to the close cooperation and strict control of the Patrol Bureau and the Auxiliary Investigation Section, the North City District is eerily peaceful, with the crime rate dropping to a historic low, and even petty thefts are no longer a problem. This week, Li Jing has been carrying out evening patrol work day after day. At first, he was hoping that a monster would escape along the eastern coast during his duty and give him some experience. However, life is not full of surprises. The Inspection Bureau did a very thorough job of cleaning. The entire eastern coastline, which was under the charge of Patrol Group 9, was calm for 7 full days. Today is the day when Patrol Group 9 switches to the midnight shift. It was also the day when Liu Yangsheng returned from overseas. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Li Jing arrived on time at the central section of the eastern coast that the Tianwang Group was responsible for, and met Ishiozhu, who also arrived at work on time, on the rooftop of a sea view room when they were resting on the first night of duty. They greeted each other when they met. Li Jing took out his headphones and put them on, looking around. Yang Cheng hasn't arrived yet. Just got word that he'll be late, so let's wait for him. Xiaozhu said this, turned his head to look at the vast ocean, and sighed. The matter of the sea monster miasma should be over in a week or so. The patrol team will continue to be organized as an auxiliary inspection department, but I don't know where we will be assigned after 7 days. It would be too boring if we are still patrolling along the coast. Xiaozhu's words touched Li Jing's heart. After these 7 calm days, he finally understood why no one wanted to do auxiliary work for a long time. Whether you have experience or not is another matter. The key is that patrolling day after day is too boring. The patrol team is a special organization of the auxiliary inspection section, so they do not have to run around for various chores. But during these 7 days, he and Xiaozhu just walked back and forth along the eastern coast every hour and did nothing. To be honest, this is quite torturous. We'll see when the time comes. Li Jing said with a sigh. It will be the end of the month in 7 days. We still have to deal with a new employee assessment before deciding whether to transfer to another place. These days, we can do some homework during our free time at work. I'm afraid Yang Cheng won't be able to do his homework in the open sea. What do you think? Before he could finish his words, a dark-haired man flew in from the sky and landed on the roof of the sea view room. What if? When they suddenly saw the person coming, Li Jing and Xiaozhu were both stunned and didn't dare to recognize him for a moment. Judging from his facial features, the person coming is definitely Lu Yangqing. But he is so dark that he looks like a piece of charcoal. The key is that he just has a dark face. The rest is still white. That row of white teeth hanging on a face that looked no different from the bottom of a pot was so eye-catching. Seeing that the two brothers looked at him with extremely strange expressions, Lu Yangqing said with a stern face, "What? You don't dare to recognize me?" Cough. Li Jing coughed and laughed dryly. "Yang Cheng, why are you so tanned? I remember the miasma is below the sea surface. You followed the people from the inspection bureau to deal with the miasma, shouldn't you?" Lu Yangqing said in a gloomy tone while speaking halfway. "I'm just helping with odd jobs over there. I've been staying on the boat the whole time. When I wanted to go out to sea to help with patrols, they didn't let me go. The sun has been scorching at over 40 degrees Celsius these days. How can I not get tanned?" As he spoke, he gritted his teeth in secret hatred. "You two are really too much. You left me in the open sea without caring about me. Not only did you not come to rescue me, but you didn't even reply to my messages. Every time I showed up in the group, you two disappeared. If it wasn't for Deng Ying from the Long Night group who felt sorry for me and chatted with me often, I would have suffocated to death in the sea." Speaking of Deng Ying, Li Jing made a tisk sound. "I don't like what you said, Xiaozhu, and I didn't say anything. Wasn't it because we saw you and team leader Deng Ying chatting enthusiastically and didn't want to disturb you?" "Oh." Lu Yangqing's face was full of disdain, but he couldn't help but smile. During this week, he did have a good chat with Deng Ying. They even made a dinner appointment. "The time is when I get off work tonight." As for Deng Ying, he had a deep impression of her. There are only 3 girls in Patrol Group 9. Deng Ying's appearance is enough to rank first, and her strength can be said to be the strongest among the 3 girls. Lu Yangqing took this matter very seriously. His family is very well off, but he still hasn't had a serious girlfriend. Regardless of whether the other person is interested in him or not, Lu Yangqing feels that it is necessary to develop the relationship. Li Jing looked at Lu Yangqing and saw a smile on his face, with a slightly strange look on his face. Lu Yangqing and Deng Ying were chatting animatedly, and he saw it clearly through the screen. Not only him, but the entire Patrol Team 9 saw it. The two of them have a dinner date tonight, and everyone knows it. From an outsider's perspective, there is definitely drama between the two. Lu Yangqing had made a great contribution not long ago and had become famous once. He was also very humorous and talkative. There must be some meaning behind the fact that Deng Ying is willing to chat with him during break time. But with Lu Yangqing's tanned hair, he might have to persuade Deng Ying to leave as soon as they meet. Nothing else to talk about. Just at this moment, Li Jing looked at him and smiled. The row of glaring white teeth on his dark face was already a little creepy. Just as I was hesitating whether to say the next sentence, Xiaozhu spoke. "Yang Cheng, you look like you just came back from digging coal. If I were team leader Deng, I would definitely not accept this. I advise you to be mentally prepared for the dinner tonight." Li Jing's mouth twitched when he heard that. "Don't hit people in the face. This is a slap right in the face." It was obvious that Lu Yangsheng had expectations. Couldn't he be more tactful in his words? Look, when Lu Yangsheng heard Yi Xiuju's words, his body stiffened and his expression fell. Li Jing saw that the situation was not good and quickly spoke. It's not a big problem. Yangsheng, only got a tan on your face while wearing protective clothing at sea. The rest of your face is still quite white. After a while, your face will slowly turn white again under the nourishment of spiritual energy. Team leader Deng is a beautiful and kind person. He should. Before he could finish his words, Lu Yangsheng waved his hand. Okay, you don't have to comfort me. I don't need to think too much about my current state. I'll just take it one step at a time. As he spoke, Lu Yangsheng let out a long breath of anger. Now that we are all here, let's start patrolling. If we don't move, Captain Kong will accuse us of slacking off. Okay, Li Jing nodded. This topic must not be continued. Yi Xiuju is very straightforward. Who knows what he will say if the conversation continues? Just as they were about to take off into the air, Kong Wu's voice rang out in their headphones. Tianwang team, immediately head to Tianbei Seafood Market, number 714, Dazhong Road. I just received a report from the Inspection Bureau that 14 bodies were found in a shop in Tianbei Seafood Market that has not yet resumed business. It could be a monster that committed the crime, or it could be a homicide. A patrol has already gone to the scene. You go over and assist, and ground support will arrive later. The sudden voice from the headset made Li Jing and the other three pause. 14 bodies? Is this going against the will of heaven? The North City area has been peaceful this week. The three of them were caught off guard by the fact that they had just started working and encountered such a major incident. They looked at each other, and Li Jing responded. The Heavenly King team received it and will head to the scene immediately. Chapter 32 Crime Scene. Tianbei Seafood Market is located in the area under the responsibility of the Tianwang Group and is not too far away. In just 3 to 5 minutes, Li Jing and the other two arrived at the destination by flying. Before the sky fell, the three saw a cordon set up in front of shop in the center of the market with its roller shutter door half open. Outside the cordon, a large number of curious passers-by gathered, poking their heads out to try to peek into the shop. Li Jing sighed as he looked down from the sky and saw the huge crowds of people below. Alas, there are always people watching the fun wherever you go. Sighing, he turned and looked at Lu Yangsheng and Yi Xiuju. The cordon has been set up. They must have been on patrol. I'll go to the shop to see if there's anything I can do to help. Yangsheng, you and Xiuju will stay outside to maintain order. The ground staff are slow to arrive, so we'll probably have to wait a while. Learn, Lu Yangsheng responded. Yi Xiuju also nodded. The Heavenly King group is headed by Li Jing, so the two will naturally listen to his orders. Especially now that I have serious work to do. After the three men fell, Lu Yangsheng and Yi Xiuju went to both sides of the cordon respectively, trying to persuade the crowd to leave. Of course, it is impossible to persuade the old men and women who are watching to leave with just a few words. But at least there was someone maintaining order at the scene. Seeing the auxiliary inspection uniforms on the two men, the crowd that had originally wanted to stick their heads into the cordon retreated a little. Li Jing walked into the store alone. As soon as he entered the door, he was stunned. At this time, two inspectors, a man and a woman, were standing in front of an inner door of the store and talking. One of them was Qin Yuan. He also recognized the other one. It was the male inspector who went to the farmer's market with Qin Yuan the previous night, Luo Zhai's. Qin Yuan glanced at Li Jing coming in and smiled sweetly. Surprised to see me? Luo Zhai's turned his head subconsciously and then raised his eyebrows. Is that you? Inspector Luo, we meet again. Li Jingyu smiled friendly. Seeing this, Luo Zhai's nodded in response and asked curiously, how did you become an assistant investigator? When did it happen? Without waiting for Li Jing to reply, Qin Yuan spoke. 2 days after the incident at the farmer's market, he went to take the exam for auxiliary inspection. He is now a member of the patrol team of the Auxiliary Inspection Department, responsible for the area where the Tianbei Seafood Market is located. When we arrived at the scene and called for auxiliary inspection support, I guessed that he would be the first to arrive. This. Luo Zhuai's blinked, a little confused. The incident at the farmer's market happened not long ago. Of course, he remembered Li Jing and had a deep impression of him. He was really surprised to encounter this at the crime scene. So here comes the question. Why does Qin Yuan look like she knows Li Jing so well that she even knows when he want to take the test? Seeing his partner looking confused, Qin Yuan didn't want to explain much. In private, she is indeed more easygoing. But at work, She is a real strong woman. Looking at Li Jing, Chen Yuan asked, "Besides you, are there other people from Pachaco who have arrived?" "There are 2 colleagues from my team. They are now maintaining order outside. Do you need me to ask them to come in?" Li Jing responded, "Not for now. We are also waiting for someone from the forensic science department." Chen Yuan said, "The assistant ground staff won't be here for a while, so I'd like to trouble those 2 to stay outside to avoid any trouble later." Li Jing walked in and asked, "What's going on here?" It's hard to say at this point. As Chen Yuan was speaking, she saw Li Jing approaching and whispered, "It's a miserable situation inside. You'd better be prepared." As she spoke, she took a half step back. Li Jing took this opportunity to see the scene behind the door of the store and frowned slightly. Behind the inner door is a cold storage. Just standing in front of the door, you can see 7 or 8 shriveled bodies lying on the floor of the cold storage. It was the first time that Li Jing had seen a mummy. However, before traveling through time, he watched a lot of heavy-taste movies and TV series. Among them, forensic investigation is what he is most passionate about. In similar dramas, which one doesn't feature 1 or 2 corpses with tragic deaths? Seeing this scene, he didn't feel any physical discomfort. Since he dared to dream of being an inspector, he would not be persuaded to quit just for this reason. Just looking at the 7 or 8 shriveled corpses in front of him, he couldn't help but have doubts in his mind. What caused these corpses to shrivel to this extent? Monster? Human cultivation? Seeing that Li Jing remained calm after seeing so many corpses, Chen Yuan said calmly, "I think Li Jing has a good mental state." The Tianbei seafood market closed on the day when the demonization incident occurred frequently, which was 9 days ago. Luo Zhuai's and I have just checked with the owner of the store next door. This store was still operating normally 9 days ago, and there was nothing strange about it at that time. It has only been 9 days. Even if someone died in the store, it would not have become so corrupt and withered. Watching Chen Yuan telling Li Jing about the crime scene, Luo Zhuai's was not shy and continued the conversation. "We have to wait for the forensics department to come and find out why these people died. It is obvious that this is not just a murder scene, but also a place where corpses are hidden." A place where corpses are hidden? Li Jing was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized. This seafood restaurant has a small storefront. At most, it can be run by 2 or 3 people. There were 14 bodies lying in the cold storage at this moment, and it was obvious that something was wrong. As the 3 were talking, a beautiful woman in patrol uniform suddenly walked in from outside the door. When they saw the person coming, Chen Yuan and Luo Zhai's eyes lit up. "Sister Qiu Ci, why did you come here in person?" Chen Yuan spoke. "Everyone else in the department is busy. If I don't come, who will?" The beautiful woman smiled, walked closer to look at Li Jing, nodded in a friendly manner, and walked straight into the cold storage. Seeing this, Luo Zhai's hurriedly followed in. Chen Yuan whispered something to Li Jing. "This is Section Chief Yang Qiuzi of the Forensic Science Department of the North City Patrol Branch. I have to call her sister. Please be careful with your words later." "Oh." Li Jing nodded subconsciously, then thought something was wrong. Chen Yuan has to call someone sister. What does it have to do with him? Before he could figure out, Chen Yuan had left him and followed into the cold storage. Thinking there was nothing to ponder, Li Jing followed closely behind, examining Yang Qiuzi's back with curiosity. Yang Qiuzi looks only 2 or 3 years older than Chen Yuan, but he is already a section chief-level figure and is definitely a big shot. Enter the cold storage. Yang Qiuzi stopped in front of the mummy closest to the inner gate, took out a pair of gloves, put them on, squatted down, pointed at the mummy's chest, and then closed his eyes. Li Jing frowned. "What is this for?" Inspiration is a spell commonly used by the forensic department. It can sense whether there is spiritual energy inside a corpse through contact. This spell cannot be learned or touched by ordinary people. It can only be learned in forensics-related colleges. To use it formally in work and ensure that there will be no misjudgment, it must be practiced to at least the level of great success. Chen Yuan explained it to him very considerately. Before he finished speaking, Yang Qiuzi stood up and walked towards another mummy. He followed suit and pointed his finger at the chest of the mummy, then turned around and looked at the 3 people. The spiritual energy inside the corpse is completely exhausted. Preliminary judgment is that this is the main cause of death. As she spoke, she took out a scalpel. "Zhe, come over and give me a hand." "Good." Luo Zhai's responded, took out a pair of gloves, and put them on. Yang Qiuzi took advantage of the situation and cut open the chest of the mummy. Without her command, Luo Zhai's reached out and gently pressed the chest of the mummy, opening it. When they opened it, both of them changed their expressions. There are no internal organs inside the mummy. Seeing that there was nothing in the chest of the mummy, Chen Yuran also showed a solemn expression. Li Jingchu watched from the side, completely confused. There are no internal organs in the mummy's chest cavity, so there must be something wrong. So what's the problem? Can anyone explain this? Just as she was confused, Chen Yuran raised her hand and put on the headphones. Team headquarters, the situation here at the Tianbei Seafood Market is somewhat serious. Requesting support. As of now, it can be determined that the crime was committed by an evil cultivator, and it may be related to the evil cultivator case 6 months ago. Chapter 33, Taboo Cultivation Method. Evil cultivator? Li Jing glared and turned his head away. Evil cultivators refer to those cultivators who practice forbidden cultivation methods. Before people in this world formally begin to cultivate immortality, they must choose a practice method that suits them, and then draw qi into their bodies through the practice method. The method of cultivation is the foundation of cultivating immortals. Only when one has mastered the cultivation method can one be considered to have officially entered the stage of practice and be able to use spiritual energy for one's own benefit. There are many different types of cultivation methods, each with its own characteristics. Unlike regulated immortal arts and magic, the entry threshold for cultivation methods is extremely low and completely free, and a simple search on the internet will yield thousands or even tens of thousands of them. Some are more peculiar and may require some effort to find, but only the practice method that suits you is the best. How to judge whether a practice method is suitable for you is a matter of opinion, and the standard is usually whether you have a smooth start. Taboo cultivation methods are a type of evil and unorthodox practice that is expressly prohibited. These types of cultivation methods have one common feature. The realm is improved quickly and the process is easy. Their practice methods are usually against human ethics, and they seek their own benefit by harming others. Some simply rely on killing others and stealing their cultivation to improve themselves. The evil practitioners who base their practice on forbidden cultivation methods are the most feared group of people in this world. Evil practitioners generally regard human life as worthless and take pleasure in harming others. Taboo cultivation method is like poison X. Once infected, one will become addicted to the pleasure of rapid advancement from harming others and will be unable to extricate oneself. Li Jing was surprised enough to have encountered a strange miasma overseas a while ago. I didn't expect that now I would even encounter evil practitioners committing crimes. He had only been an assistant investigator for a short time. Crimes committed by evil practitioners are even rarer than sudden incidents of demonization in cities. Even during on-the-job inspections, it is rare to encounter such a situation. There is no other reason. Evil practitioners are punishable by everyone and are truly like rats crossing the street. If you encounter a humanoid monster whose identity is exposed and has not done any evil, a more reasonable patrol officer may deal with it according to the circumstances. However, if they encounter evil cultivators, the patrol will never show any leniency towards them. Kill on the spot. There is no need for any interrogation process, and no need to consider arresting the person. Kill anyone you see. How dare evil cultivators show up in the city? Li Jing was stunned here, and Chen Yuran ended the call and looked over. Meeting his eyes, Chen Yuran hesitated for a moment and whispered, "I'm just guessing, but judging by the current situation, it's almost certain that it was an evil cultivator who committed the crime." Half a year ago, there was an evil cultivator case in Beicheng district. The evil cultivator at that time practiced by extracting the spiritual energy deposited in the human organs. There were more than 10 victims in the case, and all of their bodies were empty shells with their internal organs taken away. Our Beicheng branch office worked with other branches in the city for this, but unfortunately we were unable to capture the evil cultivator who committed the crime at that time, and he escaped. Evil practitioners are all wild. The same forbidden practice method may spread in a small area, but it is very rare that an evil practitioner who has mastered the same forbidden practice method will commit crimes in places where others have committed crimes. The perpetrator this time is most likely the one who escaped 6 months ago. What's worse is that he seems to have become much more proficient in his forbidden cultivation method in the past 6 months. Although the bodies of the victims in the cases 6 months ago were also hollowed out, They were all directly disemboweled. Unlike the mummified corpse in front of us, there is no obvious external injury, and the internal organs are gone. After telling the story, Qin Yuran looked at the other mummies in the cold storage with an expression of pity. If that person really committed the crime, it is very likely that these victims were alive and their internal organs were drained and absorbed to become nutrients for their realm improvement. Li Jing moved his lips but didn't say anything. The evil cultivator's methods were cruel, and he had heard a little about them when he was learning about the cultivation system. But such cruelty was beyond his imagination. Seeing that he didn't say anything and had no intention of continuing to elaborate, Qin Yuran gave the order. Go out first and join your 2 colleagues to keep an eye on the crowd. The evil cultivator is cruel and cunning by nature. He is likely to be at the scene right now. If you find him, remember not to alarm him rashly. There are quite a few people gathered outside. If you alert him, the consequences will be disastrous. Then, she added, the support from the patrol bureau will arrive within 5 minutes, and they will then take control of the scene. I will notify your superiors separately. Good. Li Jing nodded, turned, and left. Outside the seafood store, Lu Yangsheng and Yi Xiuzhu were still guarding both sides of the cordon. After the initial persuasion, they were too lazy to speak. There is no way. Those who like to watch the fun will never think that things are too big. 14 people died in the seafood restaurant, and no one there showed any fear. Why waste your time talking when you know you can't persuade and believe? Seeing Li Jing coming out of the store, the 2 turned around and cast inquiring glances at him. Meeting the 2 people's gazes, Li Jing raised his hand, put on the earphone, and whispered, "We'll talk about the details later. The support from the patrol bureau will arrive soon. Keep an eye out for any suspicious persons at the scene and don't act rashly." Lu Yangsheng and Yi Xiuzhu both frowned when they heard this. Support from the patrol bureau? Shouldn't the people coming be the ground staff from the auxiliary investigation department? Li Jingrang kept an eye out for suspicious people. Does this mean the murderer might be at the scene? They looked at each other from a distance, but did not speak, observing the crowd calmly. Li Jing walked out of the store and pretended to glance at the crowd casually. He didn't have high expectations at this glance. He had the ability to see the health bars of monsters, but it was impossible for him to tell which one of the people present was the evil cultivator. Not to mention that the evil practitioners who committed the crime might not be so bold as to just watch from the scene. However, what Li Jing did not expect was, just as he was about to look away, he caught a glimpse of a streak of blood beside the ditch in the corner of the market. Subconsciously looking over there, Li Jing discovered that the health bar belonged to a giant rat, with the number 621 marked on it. Monster? Li Jing was shocked. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but the rat demon was observing the seafood restaurant through the crowd. Before he could take a closer look, the rat demon looked at him and turned around and dived into the ditch. Li Jing was stunned when he saw this, and instinctively wanted to fly into the air. But then he changed his mind and stood still. It turned out that he was right not to move. Not long after the rat demon rushed into the ditch, it soon poked its head out from another location in the ditch. Li Jing caught a glimpse of the rat demon showing up and pretended not to notice it and looked away. The rat demon escaped attention and climbed out of the ditch very cautiously. Li Jing observed it out of the corner of his eye and immediately concluded that there was something seriously wrong with this rat. When he came to the market before, he hovered in the air and looked down at the market. The view from the air was wide, and he didn't see any health bar at that time. The rat demon suddenly appeared and was observing the seafood restaurant in an obviously suspicious manner. What's even more suspicious is that the rat demon is overly vigilant. The moment she glanced over at him just now, it was clear that she had noticed his gaze and then ran away. Health bar, 621. This means that the rat demon is only in the middle stage of the first realm. No matter whether it is a natural monster or a demonized one, a monster in the middle stage of the first realm is just beginning to develop intelligence, and it is impossible for it to be so alert. After a moment's thought, Li Jing took out his mobile phone from his pocket and opened the Xinhua website. The thunder in his palm is very powerful. It's a pity that it's a bit short, with an effective range of only 50 meters. At this moment, the rat demon was next to a ditch 100 meters away from him, and he couldn't reach it. If he flew into the air, the rat demon would definitely escape into the ditch first, given its alertness, and it would be almost impossible to kill it. If he wants to defeat the rat demon, he needs to learn a new skill with a long enough attack range. Chapter 34: Spiritual Strike. Browsing the Taoism website, Li Jing searched quickly at a glance. The offensive spells and the immortal arts are basically long-range methods. However, this long distance has limitations. The effective range of those that can be learned in the second realm is mostly within 100 meters. There are very few weapons with an effective range of more than 100 meters. Once the main spiritual energy is constructed into a spell and released, its stability will deteriorate. From the perspective of modern science, spiritual energy itself is the same as ordinary gas. Once it leaves the human body as a container and is exposed to the air, it will immediately begin to dilute. This process is very quick and short. When the dilution reaches a certain level, the power of the spell will decrease. Ultimately, the ritual that serves as the basis of the spell will collapse due to insufficient concentration of spiritual energy to support it. The dilution of spiritual energy is inevitable. To improve this, one needs to increase the concentration of spiritual energy in the body and enhance its stability. In the second realm, the spiritual energy cannot be condensed any further. Li Jing's spiritual power is very different from that of ordinary people, but it is also dilutive. To be precise, the liquid spiritual power in his body is volatile. Simply in terms of maintaining the duration of spell composition, there is basically no difference between spiritual power and spiritual energy. At least according to the records on the Taoism website, the maximum distance of the palm thunder of great perfection is 50 meters. After flipping through the books for a while, Li Jing finally locked onto a second-level attack spell called Spirit Strike. Compared to the palm thunder worth 280,000, the spiritual strike is too cheap. The price is only 120,000. Under normal circumstances, Li Jing would definitely not choose such a cheap item. First of all, he has money in his pocket now. Secondly, the price of 120,000 is close to the lowest level of spells that can be learned in the second realm. It feels like a waste of money to learn it. But if the attack distance is long enough, spiritual attack is undoubtedly the best solution. The effective killing range of just the entry-level spiritual attack can reach 500 meters. Great Perfection level spiritual attack, 3,000 meters. The length is beyond words. The Palm Thunder, with a maximum effective range of only 50 meters, is not even as good as a younger brother in front of the spiritual attack. Certainly, in terms of lethality, the two are opposite. The lethality of spiritual attacks is very weak, so weak that it can be ignored with the slightest means of resistance. Li Jing didn't mind this. He currently has 5 skill points in surplus, which is enough to max out the Spirit Strike in one go. The spiritual attack of Great Perfection may not be beyond our expectation. His spiritual power and energy efficiency are far higher than spiritual energy. Looking back, he now really needs a more low-key attack spell that can be used more conveniently in front of others. Without thinking too much, Li Jing clicked the buy button. The formula popped up, and a reminder sound rang in my ear. I have found an active skill that can be learned, Spirit Strike. Do you want to log in? Log in. Successfully logged into the active skill, Spirit Strike. After learning Spirit Attack, Li Jing decisively spent the remaining 5 skill points on the status bar to max it out, and then switched to Xianxin to edit a message and send it to Chen Yuran. One question: do evil cultivators have the means to control monsters? Chen Yuran, who was in the seafood restaurant, soon sent back a message. A simple question mark highlights her doubts. Then she immediately sent another message. The evil cultivators have strange methods and cannot be dealt with by common sense. Their magic system is not the same as the immortal magic that ordinary people learn. In the internal case files of the Inspection Bureau, there are precedents of evil cultivators controlling monsters. After receiving a response, Li Jing quickly edited the message. I found a very suspicious rat outside. It was spying on the seafood store. Do you think it has? Li Jing raised his eyes when he was halfway through editing the message. High in the sky, dozens of sword lights appeared in the distance. The support from the Patrol Bureau has arrived. Without any hesitation, Li Jing raised his leg and stomped the ground hard to release spiritual power. Bang! The ground shook. Li Jing used the recoil force of his spiritual power to impact the ground to reach a position higher than the crowd of onlookers, and then he flicked his hand and snapped his fingers. Next second, a stream of spiritual power compressed into a long needle shot out from his fingertips. Spirit Attack. It happened in the blink of an eye. The spiritual attack instantly crossed more than 100 meters and hit the rat demon with incredible precision as it tried to hide back in the ditch due to the arrival of patrol support. Puff! A flash of blood appeared. The rat demon's head was pierced on the spot, and its blood bar was emptied. Just as Li Jing expected, the great spiritual attack of perfection is worth looking forward to. With the triple blessing of proficiency, spiritual power, and great realm suppression, the unsuspecting rat demon didn't even have the chance to react and died on the spot. Experience points plus 621. A reminder sound rang in his ear, and Li Jing landed with satisfaction. Including Liu Yangxin and Yi Xiuzhu, who were maintaining order at the scene, everyone present was startled by Li Jing stomping on the ground just now. At this moment, seeing him land with a refreshed expression on his face, most people looked confused. Liu Yangcheng, Yi Xiuzhu, and a small number of people noticed Li Jing jumping up and flicking something with his fingers. Everyone turned their eyes and saw the rat demon with a pierced head. Seeing the corpse of the rat demon, everyone looked back in confusion. The rat demon is huge, but it actually looks like a larger rat. To the people who couldn't see the monster's health bar, it looked like just a big rat. Li Jing jumped up 3 or 5 meters in such an exaggerated manner, just to kill a mouse? Liu Yangxin and Yi Xiuzhu didn't think it was that simple. Just as I was about to ask a question, Chen Yuran walked out of the seafood store quickly. At the same time, dozens of patrol officers arrived to provide support, and sword lights fell in front of the crowd. Suddenly seeing so many patrol officers arriving at the scene, the onlookers finally realized that something was wrong. It's just an ordinary homicide case. Why would it alarm so many patrol officers? Patrol very busy. Everyone, please be patient. We need to verify the identity information of everyone present. A male patrolman who was leading the group spoke. As he spoke, he glanced at Li Jing, who was the center of attention in front of the seafood store, glanced at the rat demon lying dead beside the ditch, and winked at a patrolman beside him. The inspector understood what was happening and went to check the body of the rat demon. The remaining patrols were divided into 2 groups. One group surrounded the crowd, while the other group took out equipment to confirm their identity and walked into the crowd. The onlookers saw this scene and were confused as to what was going on. They stayed where they were and took out their ID cards. When it comes to inspections, I find that people in this world are still very conscious. It is the citizens' duty to cooperate with inspection work. Chen Yuran went out and saw that the support from the inspection bureau had arrived, and someone walked away. She subconsciously looked in the direction that person was going. Seeing a big rat dead next to the ditch, she went forward and pulled Li Jing over. That rat. I was just about to send you a message to explain. Li Jing turned his head, picked up his phone, and showed her the unfinished text message, and said, "The sudden arrival of the patrol's backup alerted it, so I had to take it down directly." Chen Yuran read the text message and said strangely, "Are you sure there's something wrong with that rat?" "Sure." Li Jing nodded and recounted the incident when he made eye contact with the mouse just now. He can see the monster's health bar, but he can't tell anyone. But this alone was enough for Chen Yuran to realize that the rat was a rat demon controlled by someone. "Look," Chen Yuran frowned after hearing the details of how the rat demon deliberately avoided Li Jing while spying on the seafood store. Before she could say anything, the inspector who led the team to the scene came over to check on the 2 of them. "Inspector Chun, would you be willing to introduce me to him?" Chen Yuran did not dare to neglect the person who came over. His name is Li Jing, and he is a member of the patrol team of the Auxiliary Inspection Department. After responding, she looked at Li Jing again. "This is Dai Hong, the leader of the 6th Serious Crime Unit of the North City Patrol Branch. The leader of the 6 major crime teams. Another heavyweight." Li Jing was startled and quickly reached out his hand. "Team Leader Dai, nice to meet you." "Nice to meet you." Dai Hong smiled, stretched out his hand, and shook hands with him lightly. "I heard everything you just said. You are very observant. I also saw you take action when I came here. It was quick and decisive without any hesitation. Our Serious Crime Unit 6 needs people like you." This. Li Jing was confused. Chen Yuran was full of questions. "Dai Hong, are you extending an olive branch to Li Jing?" Chapter 35, He Gave Too Much. After being stunned for a moment, Chen Yuran spoke seriously. "Team Leader Dai, this is against the rules. Girl, you still like to be serious as always." Dai Hong smiled and said, "Don't be so nervous. I just said it casually. If I really let Li Jing join the Serious Crime Unit 6 directly, the director will definitely not agree." Chen Yuran's expression softened a little when she heard these words. This is not a question of whether she is serious about it or not. But Li Jing's cultivation level is only at the second level, so he doesn't have the capital to join the serious crime squad. There are many departments within the Inspection Bureau. The Public Security Department, the Forensic Science Department, the Serious Crime Squad, the Logistics Team, etc. Each department has its own responsibilities. The Public Security Department, where Chen Yuran works, is responsible for daily urban security. The Forensic Department, where Yang Xiaozi works, is responsible for conducting forensics on various physical evidence and the bodies of the victims. Among all departments of the patrol system, the casualty rate of the Serious Crime Squad is undoubtedly the highest. Serious case. You taste it carefully. The Serious Crime Squad has to deal with cases with extremely high risks on a daily basis. For example, the case of evil cultivation right before our eyes. Dai Hong's arrival with the Serious Crime Unit 6 means that he will take over the case. How dangerous would it be for Li Jing to join in? Turning sideways to block Li Jing behind him, Chen Yuran opened her mouth to say something. However, before she could open her mouth, Dai Hong spoke first. You know the current situation in the Bureau, Yuran. In order to deal with the sea monster miasma, many people have been transferred from various departments, especially the Serious Crime Squad, which usually has nothing to do. Most of the backbone forces have been withdrawn. Suddenly, a case like this has occurred, and I am seriously short of manpower here. As he said this, he looked at Li Jing with a smile, and then returned his gaze to Chen Yuran. In order to deal with an emergency case, it shouldn't be too much for me to temporarily borrow someone from the Auxiliary Investigation Department, right? Chen Yuran was silent. It is certainly not excessive to borrow people from the Patrol and Auxiliary Investigation Department. It can even be said that it is natural. The existence of the Auxiliary Inspection Department is to assist inspections. Dai Hong's reason left her unable to refute. To be honest, she was very puzzled. Why did Dai Hong suddenly become obsessed with Li Jing? As she was unable to refute, and Dai Hong was much higher in position than her, Chen Yuran turned around. Li Jing, what do you say? While asking, she quietly touched Li Jing's waist and twisted it hard. Li Jing was about to answer when he was suddenly pinched. The pain was so severe that his eyes went black on the spot. Looking at Chen Yuran, who was winking at him in front of him, Li Jing felt both angry and amused. He doesn't know much about the internal system of the Inspection Bureau, but this does not prevent him from knowing his own worth. The Serious Crime Squad, how could a person like him, who is at the second level, get in there? Li Jing has never been a person who would become arrogant. His awareness of survival is extremely high. Even without Chen Yuran's reminder, he would have chosen to decline. But Chen Yuran was worried about him and hit him on the waist. How fragile is a man's kidney? Chen Yuran's grip was quite strong, and the angle of her attack was extremely tricky, almost making him cry. Li Jing forced himself to keep a straight face and looked at Dai Hong. Team Leader Dai. As the words came to his lips, Dai Hong raised his hand to interrupt him. This case may be related to the evil cultivator case from half a year ago. I think you already know about it. Yuran has already reported the news, and the director is taking it very seriously. The case is tentatively scheduled to be taken over by our Serious Case Team 6 for investigation. The director ordered us to solve the case within 7 days. I'm under a lot of pressure here. As he spoke, Dai Hong added, if you are willing to work for me temporarily and provide decisive assistance in solving the case, I can then apply for a maximum bonus of 1 million yuan for you. The top prize is 1 million? Li Jing took a deep breath and said resolutely, I am an assistant investigator. It is my job to cooperate with the patrol. It is my duty to serve the Serious Crime Unit 6. Very good. Dai Hong nodded with satisfaction. Chen Yuran. She just saw Li Jing speak, and his expression clearly showed that he was trying to refuse. Unexpectedly, Dai Hong just said a few words casually, and this guy immediately changed his mind. Is this how you play? Li Jing was poor, and she knew it. That was why she would pay Li Jing's meal allowance separately every time she ate at his restaurant. But this stuff is... There should be a limit to being blinded by money, right? Is it possible to risk your life for money? Seeing Chen Yuran looking at him with a speechless face, Li Jing smiled awkwardly. It's not that he doesn't want to refuse this, but Dai Hong gave too much. 1 million. He sold a chicken monster and a fish monster and earned a total of more than 800,000 yuan. Including the bonus that Chen Yuran had previously brought back to him and the bonus paid on his behalf by the Auxiliary Investigation Department, the total was only 1.1 million. He was able to make so much money in a short period of time, all thanks to the evil miasma. Now that the matter of the demonic miasma has been settled, it is unlikely that there will be any follow-up. It will be difficult for him to make money after that. Seeing Li Jing and Chun Yuran staring at each other, Dai Hong looked at them with interest and spoke. Yuran, you should also come to our Serious Crime Unit 6 to help with this case. Luo Zhuai's doesn't need to. The Public Security Department is also short of staff at the moment. If both of you are temporarily transferred to the Serious Crime Unit 6, the Public Security Department will be short of one group of people. Afterwards, your director will inevitably give me trouble. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuran turned around, hesitated for a moment, and nodded silently. This case was originally supposed to be handled by her and Luo Zhuai's, but it was transferred to the Serious Crime Unit 6 because of the involvement of evil cultivators. The Serious Crime Unit 6 was short of people and invited her, so she had no reason to refuse. Certainly, the main reason was that she was worried about Li Jing, who valued money more than his life. After getting Chun Yuran's approval, Dai Hong smiled with satisfaction. At this time, the patrol who had gone to check the rat demon's corpse came hurriedly over. Team leader, the rat killed by this assistant brother has been confirmed to be a rat demon. As he reported, he tilted his head to look at Li Jing and Chun Yuran with a hesitant look on his face. Dai Hong spoke up upon seeing this. If you have anything to say, just say it. The two of them have been temporarily transferred to our Serious Crime Unit 6 to participate in the investigation of the case. There is no need to hide it. The visitor was slightly stunned when he heard this, looked at Li Jing in surprise, and lowered his voice. Evil energy was detected in the rat demon's hair, and there was also a faint trace of demonic miasma left. Demon miasma? Dai Hong's eyes twitched, and he gave the order. Take the body of the rat demon back to the forensics department and have them use professional equipment to test it and give me a detailed report. Clear. The person responded quickly and turned away. Watching his subordinates walk away, Dai Hong frowned and looked at Qin Yuran. Things are getting increasingly tricky. Qin Yuran responded in a low voice, rubbing his brows. To be honest, when Li Jing informed me that I had discovered a demon being controlled by someone and spying on the scene, I had a bad feeling. Now it seems that the worst has happened. Having said that, she continued. With the demon miasma involved, it's clear that the criminal has the confidence to commit crimes in the rivers and seas. A large amount of seafood infected by the demon miasma flowed into the North City some time ago. If I'm not mistaken, the criminal discovered the clues long before the Inspection Bureau noticed it and began to trace the relevant seafood. So much time has passed. I'm afraid he has cultivated and controlled a considerable number of first-level monsters. Dai Hong remained silent. What Qin Yuran described is undoubtedly the worst situation foreseeable at present. The source of infection from the demonic miasma is in hand. With just a little bit, the criminal can create countless monsters under his control. Nothing could be worse than this. A monster that has barely completed the demonization stage will not be too strong. But if the number is considerable and they are under control, it is hard to imagine how much trouble they can cause in the city. Li Jing, who was standing by, was listening to their conversation, his face looking extremely excited. He had never thought that the matter would be related to the evil miasma. When he saw the rat demon, he was only thinking about gaining experience points. If the rat demon's behavior hadn't been so suspicious, he might not even have thought that it was being controlled by someone and was spying on him secretly. At this moment, the experience points have been credited and he has entered a cool-down period similar to the Sage Time. Qin Yuran's speculation made him realize the seriousness of the situation, and it was as if he saw countless experienced babies. Serious Crime Unit 6, you made the right choice. Li Jing quietly hid his anticipation and spoke. Captain Dai, the case is much more serious than expected. Where do we start? Chapter 36, Freaks and Freaks. Dai Hong didn't know what Li Jing was expecting, so when he heard him speak suddenly, he thought that he was just full of hatred for evil and wanted to find the evil cultivator out immediately. Dai Hong naturally knew why Li Jing agreed to temporarily work for the Serious Crime Unit 6. He was the one who proposed the $1 million bonus on purpose. How could he not know that this person was doing it for the money? But he really admired Li Jing's enthusiasm. The more serious the situation is, the more we cannot afford to panic. There is no rush to make specific arrangements for now. Dai Hong opened his mouth and said, You've trained your spirit strike to the point where you can kill a level 1 monster, which shows that you're very patient and have good vision. Coupled with your extraordinary observation skills, I'm looking forward to your performance in this case. I'll communicate with your superiors about the temporary transfer later. You're very familiar with Iran, so during your transfer to the Serious Crime Unit 6, you should work with her, follow her lead, and don't act rashly. Learn, Li Jing responded, appearing serious on the surface, but feeling a little uncomfortable in his heart. He was flattered by Dai Hong's praise. He had no objection to him following Chen Yuan. What confused him was carefully tasting the hidden meaning in Dai Hong's words. It seems that the reason why the former fell in love with him was largely because of the spiritual attack. How can learning a spiritual attack make you very patient and have good vision? Something seems wrong. Be reasonable. No matter how weak the spiritual attack is still a second-level attack spell. Although the power is small, it is indeed lethal. Assuming that the rat demon is completely defenseless, anyone else who has achieved a certain level of skill using spiritual attacks would probably be able to kill it unexpectedly. The most powerful spiritual attack in his hand could at best kill the rat demon quickly. Chen Yuan learned from Dai Hong that Li Jing used spiritual attacks to kill the rat demon. She was slightly stunned and looked a little strange. Just now, she was wondering why Dai Hong was thinking about Li Jing. Now she understood. Anyone who is familiar with Dai Hong knows that the leader of the Serious Crime Unit 6 is a freak who is extremely obsessed with spiritual attacks and has mastered the first and second level spells to the great perfection level. The spell of Spirit Strike is inexpensive and of high quality and cannot be considered unpopular. But many people learn it just to look cool and don't use it in actual combat. Dai Hong is not like that. Not only did he practice the spirit attack to perfection, but he also researched a lot of experience and skills. He even used it in the Jianghai City Inspection Practical Skills Exchange Competition to beat a group of people in the fourth realm. Just based on this point, no one dares to disagree. Dai Hong himself is in the fourth realm. How difficult is it to use second-level spells to defeat fourth-level spells? But he did it. Turning her head to look at Li Jing, Chen Yuan couldn't help but feel curious. Li Jing learned spiritual attack, which should be a recent thing. A while ago, she heard Li Jing say in person that he had only learned one attack spell, Palm Thunder. Li Jing must have something unique to gain Dai Hong's appreciation for his use of spiritual attacks. Otherwise, there is no reason why he would be able to catch the former's eye. Although she was curious, Chen Yuan didn't think about it blindly. Because in her opinion, Li Jing is a freak no less than Dai Hong. He was able to single-mindedly practice the second-level Palm Thunder to perfection, and a slap could be so thick and big. He must have some skills and experience similar to Dai Hong's use of spiritual attack. These two together are a freak plus a freak. How could a normal person like her understand what a freak did? Here, Dai Hong saw that Li Jing and Chen Yuan had no objection to their partnership and asked, "How's it going there, Chief Yang?" The 14 mummies inside all look the same, their bodies hollowed out and shrunken. Apart from the possibility that they might be related to the evil cultivator case 6 months ago, there aren't many other details. Chen Yuan replied, saying, "Currently, Section Chief Yang is trying to take samples and confirm the victim's identity through biological means." "Okay, Yuan, you go in and keep an eye on it. Let me know the results as soon as you get them." Dai Hong said this, waving his hand to summon a flying sword. "I'll go back to the bureau and explain the situation to the director in person. When we're done here, you bring Li Jing and my people back." After saying this, he soared into the sky. Seeing this, Chen Yuan looked up and looked at Li Jing. "Are you coming in with me? Or I'll just wait for you outside." Li Jing responded and said, "I have been temporarily transferred to the Serious Crime Unit 6. I have to explain this to my 2 colleagues in the same unit." "Okay." Chen Yuan nodded and instructed, "Don't say anything you shouldn't say." Watching Chen Yuan enter the seafood restaurant, Li Jing looked at Lu Yangsheng and Yi Xiuzhu. Seeing that he was finally alone and looking at them, the 2 brothers finally found an opportunity and walked closer. The 2 had wanted to come over and ask, but Chen Yuan and Dai Hong were with Li Jing. Let's not talk about Chen Yuan, who came out of the seafood restaurant. Dai Hong was obviously the leader of the patrol group present and held a high position, so the 2 men did not dare to disturb him rashly. Especially since the 3 of them had deliberately controlled their voices when they spoke just now, and it was obvious that they were trying to avoid being around others. It was very necessary for them to be more tactful. Coming to Li Jing from the left and right, Lu Yangsheng asked in a low voice, "King, who is the person who led the team to the scene?" "The head of the 6th Serious Crime Unit, Dai Hong." Li Jing responded truthfully. Major Crime Unit?" Lu Yanqing's eyes widened again and again, leaving aside Li Jing, who suddenly jumped up and killed a rat. With so many inspectors coming at once, anyone who is not a fool can realize that something is wrong. But he didn't expect that these inspectors were actually from the Serious Crime Squad. Xiaozhu was also surprised to learn of Dai Hong's identity and asked in a low voice, "What's going on inside? Would you mind telling me in detail?" "As for the details, I don't know much," Li Jing said. Dao. According to the judgment of the two inspectors who arrived at the scene first, the case was committed by an evil cultivator, and it may be related to the evil cultivator case that occurred in the North City district half a year ago. Evil cultivator. Liu Yang's eyes were already wide open and almost fell out of their sockets. Xiaozhu's expression remained unchanged, and he was still as aloof as usual. "I remember the evil cultivator case half a year ago. The whole Jianghai city was in an uproar at the time, but in the end the case was not solved and the evil cultivator who committed the crime got away." After whispering the story, he looked over to confirm. The inspector judged that the two cases were related. "I guess they found a connection at the scene." "There is indeed a connection, but it is only speculation at the moment." Li Jing said this and waved his hand to stop the conversation. "It's inconvenient for me to tell you more. I was just drafted by Team Leader Dai and will be temporarily transferred to the Serious Crime Unit 6 to help investigate the case. Before the case is solved, the patrol mission of the Tianwang team will have to be undertaken by the two of you." Xiaozhu looked up blankly. Lu Yanqing on the side spoke in disbelief. "Are you crazy? You're a first or second-level assistant investigator. Why are you meddling in the serious crime team?" Before he finished speaking, Xiaozhu raised his hand to signal him to shut up and asked Li Jing with a frown, "Did you join voluntarily or—" "Voluntary." Li Jing shrugged. Xiaozhu nodded and said nothing. Seeing this, Li Jing smiled silently and looked at Lu Yangqing. "Yangcheng, you don't have to worry about me. I can't say anything else, but I can still take care of myself. The new recruit assessment will be held in 7 days, so you should hurry up and finish your homework. Don't let me return to the team and our Tianwang group be missing one person. Also, tonight you and Dang Ying." Before he finished speaking, Lu Yanqing made a tisk sound with his mouth. "Can you stop being like an old lady? Mind your own business." As he said this, he said angrily, "When you encountered an evil cultivator committing a crime, you volunteered to be temporarily transferred to the 6th Serious Crime Unit. How desperate are you? This matter is very dangerous. You should think carefully." Chapter 37, Illusion Array. Not long after Li Jing communicated with Lu Yanqing and Xiaozhu, Kong Wu came with a message asking the two to go back for patrol. Kong Wu didn't say much to Li Jing. Just let it be careful. Time passes by every second. About 10 minutes later, the ground crew from the auxiliary investigation section arrived. Instead of entering the seafood market, they dispersed outside the market and blocked the entire street nearby. At the same time, as the ground staff of the auxiliary investigation section completed the blockade of the surrounding area, the personnel of the Serious Crime Unit 6 completed the identity verification of the people present and allowed them to leave in an orderly manner. Normally, if you're asked to leave during the inspection, those good-hearted people present may not pay any attention to you. But after their identity information was checked collectively, most people present became scared. It's okay to watch the fun, but it's a bit lively and you really can't watch it for too long. There's such a big scene inside and outside the market that it is obvious that something big has gone wrong. Who would dare to stay here for long? After the onlookers left, the members of the Serious Crime Unit 6 dispersed and began to check the shops in the market one by one. Li Jing was standing at the door of the seafood store, watching them busying themselves, hesitating whether to go over and lend a hand, but then he thought since he was not as professional as them, it would be better not to cause trouble. Thinking it was not a good idea to stay here alone, Li Jing decided to go to the seafood restaurant to have a look. Just as he was about to enter the door, Qin Yuran came out quickly. The two men met head-on and both paused. Then Qin Yuran spoke. "The victim's identity has been revealed. We have to make an impromptu trip to the beach." "Seaside?" Li Jing frowned. Before he could ask, Qin Yuran came to the door, took out a tablet, and switched on the screen in 2 clicks. Li Jing lowered his eyes subconsciously. 16 identities were displayed on the tablet screen. 14 of the identities are presented in gray. This gray information is the victim's information confirmed by Sister Yang through biological means. Qin Yuran whispered and spoke quickly. There are 14 victims in total. They either have no relatives or are alone in Jianghai. They are all idle and unemployed people without proper jobs. 9 of them have criminal records, and 5 rely on social assistance to get by. The criminals are very smart and specifically target these people. Even if these people disappear, no one will pay attention to them in a short period of time. As she spoke, she pointed to the 2 colorful messages displayed on the screen. These 2 are the operators of the seafood store. Their specific identity information was just sent to me by the branch after investigation. I originally thought they would be one of the 14 victims, but now it seems that I was oversimplifying things. After listening to Chun Yuran's story, Li Jing stared at the identity information of the 2 people. The seafood restaurant is run by a couple. Both of them are native Jianghai people and have been making a living from marine fishing for more than 20 years. Their files are clean, and they have no criminal records. The possibility that these 2 people are the suspects of the crime is very low, Chun Yuran said, as if knowing what he was thinking. Regardless of whether these 2 people are suspects or not, they are currently missing. I have passed the message to Team Leader Dai, and he asked us to go to their residence to confirm the situation. After saying that, Chun Yuran said, "Leave the scene to others. You are slower than the flying sword in the air, so I will lead you." Before Li Jing could say anything, he felt a soft and boneless little hand pulling him. Then a great force came. The next second, he was pulled into the sky on Chun Yuran's flying sword. Li Jing hurriedly covered his mouth and nose. It was his first time to use a flying sword. He was not mentally prepared at all, and this wave almost made him vomit on the spot. Whether the speed is fast or not is secondary. The key is flying into the sky with a sword, which is completely different from flying in the air or controlling the wind. The method of flying in the air and controlling the wind is to use spiritual energy to form magic formulas to bless oneself, so that the caster himself has the ability to float in the air. Flying a sword is different. The spell was cast on the flying sword. No matter whether the person performing the sword-wielding technique or the person riding with him, there was no blessing on them. They were simply carried up to the sky by the sword light. It's not that he's going to fall down, but the process of flying the sword into the sky is equivalent to riding a super high-speed roller coaster. People who have experience in flying swords and are used to it will definitely not think there is anything wrong. But for someone like Li Jing who has never ridden a flying sword, the feeling is really not going to be that good, especially since he is not mentally prepared. Looking at Chun Yuran, who was staring straight ahead, completely unaware that he, the passenger, had fainted from the flying sword, Li Jing was speechless. He doesn't dislike Chun Yuran, who is serious and decisive at work. But to be honest, he still prefers the more easygoing Chun Yuran, who is a little pink and black and private. Flying on a sword is still faster. In less than 2 minutes, Chun Yuran brought Li Jing and flew to the coastline, landing in front of a house near the sea. As soon as they landed, they both frowned. This seaside house is not a standalone building. There are 7 or 8 residential houses in a row around it. It was just past 6 in the evening, almost time for dinner. Including the house in front of us, every household is brightly lit, and there is even an old man in the yard next door, enjoying the sea breeze comfortably. This situation reveals abnormality within normality. The rest of the houses are easy to deal with. The building in front of them, which belonged to the couple who owned the seafood restaurant, had no reason to be lit. If the couple were suspects in the crime, they would have run away long ago. If not, how could the missing couple be at home? Something is not right. Chun Yuran whispered, summoned the flying sword, and held it in his hand. Li Jing responded. The 2 of them had a tacit understanding, and their eyes fell on the old man who was enjoying the sea breeze in the yard next door. One of them was wearing an auxiliary inspection uniform, and the other was wearing a patrol uniform. Any normal person would definitely take a look and ask what was going on when they saw them. However, the old man in the next yard was always looking at the sea and never looked at the 2 of them. After staring at the old man for a moment, Chun Yuran opened her red lips slightly. This place seems to be set up with an illusion array to deceive people. Illusion array? Li Jing was stunned. Formation. It is an advanced knowledge independent of the immortal learning and magic system, which requires cultivation above the 3rd realm to engage in. Just like cultivation methods, the formation diagrams needed to set up formations are completely public, and you can find thousands of them by simply searching on the internet. But to truly arrange a complete formation, one needs to thoroughly understand all the variables contained in the formation diagram. Without understanding the variables of the formation diagram, forcibly setting up the formation will at best be superficial. If there is even a slight disturbance, the formation will completely collapse. What is before our eyes is undoubtedly a complete formation. Otherwise, when the two of them flew in on their swords and broke into the formation, the illusion formation would have been broken. In order to break the complete formation, one has to find the core of the formation and break it, and the other is to use one's cultivation to forcibly tear the formation apart. They didn't have to think about it, as they could just use their skills to forcibly break through the formation. You can only find the center of the formation. The core of the problem array is not so easy to find. Turning to look at Chen Yuan, Li Jing was about to speak when the latter spoke first. "Don't look at me. I don't understand the formation." Li Jing. He was not surprised that Chen Yuan didn't understand the formation. In the formation, there appeared something called bald head. You can find any battle formation diagram. However, the battle formation diagram is really just a picture. It takes talent to understand it, let alone study the variables thoroughly. When it comes to studying the formation diagram, other people's experience is useless and will only make you more confused. Only when you understand it yourself do you truly understand it. Chen Yuan had already reached the third realm at the age of only 24. One of the reasons for this achievement was her extraordinary talent, and the other was that she was diligent enough in her practice. She spends all her time on cultivation, so how can she have the leisure to study the formation diagram? Even if she did, she would definitely spend her free time practicing. After a short silence, Li Jing said, "How about we call for backup?" Chen Yuan responded straightforwardly after hearing this and raised her hand to put on her communication headset. "Team Leader Dai, Li Jing and I have arrived at the door of the seafood restaurant couple. Someone has set up an illusion array here to deceive people. The illusion array did not directly affect us, but it only played a role in confusing people. The level of the array is estimated to be not too high. If nothing unexpected happens, this may be another place where corpses are hidden. Do you want to come here in person and try to break the array by force, or find someone who knows how to do it?" Li Jing listened to Chen Yuan's rapid report, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. What she described was very practical and the most likely scenario. But when Dai Hong heard what she said, he was probably about to burst into tears. "I just took over the case, and before I even had time to arrange a specific direction for the investigation, I found another place where a body was hidden." Chapter 38, Have you learned it? After about 5 minutes, a flash of sword light flashed across the gradually darkening night sky. Dai Hong arrived riding a sword. Meeting Li Jing and Chen Yuan who were waiting there, he looked around, and his gaze finally fell on the old man who was enjoying the sea breeze in the yard next door. "Team Leader Dai." Chen Yuan stepped forward. "It is indeed an illusion formation, but the formation is not very advanced. It is just recreating the scene at a certain moment. It is probably an entry-level, first-order formation diagram with limited variables." Dai Hong looked back as he spoke and sighed softly. "I'll try to see if I can tear this formation apart by force." As he spoke, he glanced at Li Jing. "Learn a little." Li Jing. Dai Hong's words made him very confused. What does Dai Hong want him to learn? Learn to break the formation? Isn't Dai Hong going to rely on his cultivation to forcibly tear open the formation? Is this something he could learn? Before he could figure out, Dai Hong pointed his sword with one hand towards the sky. Swish! A sharp white light spurted out from his fingertips, condensing into the shape of a flying sword and hovering above the three people's heads. Li Jing was slightly stunned when he saw this. "This is the spiritual attack of great perfection." Chen Yuan spoke. "Li Jing, spirit attack? The flying sword condensed from white light. Is it a spiritual attack? How is this done?" His spiritual attack was also perfect, but he could only compress his spiritual power into the shape of a long needle. Dai Hong condensed into the shape of a flying sword. Whether he is handsome or not is secondary. At this moment, Li Jing could clearly feel that the flying sword hovering above his head contained a huge amount of highly concentrated spiritual energy that was compressed to the extreme, and it had an unparalleled, sharp taste. Just feeling it made his scalp tingle. It is hard to imagine what would happen if this blow hit a person. How can this be a spiritual attack that is known for its effective killing range, but low attack efficiency? Li Jing was a little confused. It's true that he has just learned the spiritual attack. I've only used it once, so it's true. But he knew very well that spiritual attacks had great limitations. There's only so much power that can be condensed into one strike. If the limit is exceeded, the spiritual attack spell will be exploded on the spot. If you want to increase the power of spiritual attacks, The only way is to improve the quality of spiritual energy. Dai Hong is in the fourth realm, and the quality of the spiritual energy in his body is undoubtedly much higher than that of him, who is currently only in the second realm. But no matter how high the quality of the spiritual energy is, the fact that Spirit Strike is a second-level spell is a dead end. Even in the hands of a fourth-realm spell, a second-realm spell is still a second-realm spell. Even if one has practiced to the level of great perfection, its energy efficiency can only break through the limitation of one realm and reach the level of the third realm. A spiritual attack of the third realm level, supported by the fourth realm cultivation, can it reach this level? Dai Hong was thinking about something and whispered, "Spectral light into shadow." With a crash, the sword body of the spiritual flying sword hovering in the air shook slightly. 1 minute and 10 minutes and 100, it turned into hundreds of spiritual flying swords, which dispersed and surrounded the residential area. Li Jing stared. What is the principle behind this? Spiritual attack can be split? Before he could figure out, Dai Hong swung the sword in his hand lightly. The next second, hundreds of spiritual flying swords turned into streams of light and fell down together, piercing into the ground. Burst! Dai Hong uttered a word lightly and snapped his fingers. The next moment, hundreds of spiritual flying swords that were stuck into the ground exploded at the same time. Boom, boom, boom. There was a series of loud noises and the ground shook. After the explosion, the spiritual flying sword burst into extremely rich spiritual power, sweeping around. The spiritual energy swept across the place violently. There was a slight crisp sound of something breaking, and under the night sky, the residential area was like a torn canvas, and the scene here was like rain and snow melting. Qin Yuan's eyes lit up when she saw this. The illusion is broken. Dai Hong turned and looked at Li Jing. Have you learned it? Li Jing. Learn? It's almost like a waste of study. He couldn't condense the spiritual power in Dai Hong's hand into the shape of a flying sword. Not to mention the subsequent splitting of light and shadow. He understood the last explosion. Dai Hong must have used some technique to compress the excess spiritual energy and condense it into a spiritual attack. As he released the means of forced compression, the spell of spiritual attack was expanded and exploded into spiritual energy to form an impact. Magic is dead, but humans are alive. Limits on power and realm are just excuses for ordinary people to be complacent. Dai Hong spoke with a half-smile. It's not just about spirit strikes. No matter what kind of spell it is, as long as you study it carefully and dig deep into the techniques behind it, you will discover an infinitely broad world. Faced with Dai Hong's words, Li Jing remained silent. If someone else said these words, he would definitely not believe them. After all, spells in this world are clearly classified according to their strength, and their use is also subject to certain restrictions on one skill level. However, after witnessing Dai Hong's live teaching, he felt that he needed to change his understanding of magic. The status bar and skill points allow him to easily learn the spells he wants to learn and maximize his proficiency. But even so, the spells in his hands still have room for improvement. The key lies in whether he understands the techniques. Straightening his posture, Li Jing nodded. Been taught a lesson. Seeing that someone was willing to learn from him, Dai Hong smiled. Just as he was about to say something else, Qin Yuan spoke. Team Leader Dai, the illusion has been broken. Why don't we first check if this is another place where corpses are hidden? Dai Hong. The 3 words corpse hiding place touched his nerves. Without bothering to give Li Jing any more lessons, he quickly walked towards the house belonging to the couple who owned the seafood restaurant. As Qin Yuan hurried to catch up, her voice rang in Li Jing's ears through telepathy. Everyone has his own path to take. The difference lies in how he takes it. Team Leader Dai's path may not be suitable for you. By the way, Team Leader Dai himself is a fanatic of spiritual attacks. He is clearly a 4th-level cultivator, but he has not learned many 4th-level spells. He has not learned any 3rd-level attack and defense methods except for the art of controlling objects. Li Jing paused after receiving the message and frowned strangely. Qin Yuan's words fully demonstrated how passionate Dai Hong was about spiritual attacks. I haven't learned many of the 4 realms of magic. Except for the art of controlling objects, he didn't learn any of the 3 realms attack and defense methods. How much time and effort did he put into the spiritual attack? No wonder the spiritual attack performed so exaggeratedly in his hands. He has devoted his entire life to spiritual attacks. Can his spiritual attacks be the same as those of ordinary people? Looking up at Daihong's back, Li Jing grinned secretly. Knowing that Daihong was a keen fan of spiritual attack, he confirmed his previous guess. The reason why Daihong was optimistic about him was not because of anything else, but because of his spiritual attack. The illusion was shattered. The real scene hidden behind it emerged. The old man who was enjoying the sea breeze in the courtyard next door disappeared as the illusion array was broken. All the lights in the residential area were turned off, and the place fell into complete silence. Daihong took the lead and arrived at the door of the house belonging to the couple who owned the seafood restaurant. He raised his hand and slapped the door open with a bang. He then flicked his finger, and a stream of spiritual energy was injected into the indoor chandelier. The chandelier was infused with spiritual energy, and a light came on, illuminating the first floor of the house. Then, two mummies lying in the living room came into view of the three people. Seeing the mummy, Daihong stopped and let out a breath. Has Section Chief Yang finished his work at the seafood market? She was already finishing up when I left, and she should have returned to the bureau by now. Chen Yuran responded, glanced at the two mummies in the room, and said, I'll contact her and ask her to come over. As she spoke, she turned and looked at Li Jing. Just as he was about to speak, a mouse suddenly ran out from the kitchen door in the inner room. Because of the rat demon in the market, Li Jing and others are very sensitive to rats. Seeing the mouse appear, the three of them looked over at the same time. Daihong and Chen Yuran couldn't see anything, but Li Jing saw a blood bar on the top of the mouse's head. Health bar, very short. There are only 27 marked numbers. Chapter 39, The Criminal's Big Move. Monster? Li Jing frowned. The health bar with a value of 27 is only slightly stronger than the spiritual chicken in Lu Cici's shop, and can be defeated by poultry with better spiritual quality in any minute. For a moment, he was a little unsure. Can this mouse be considered a monster? As she was in doubt, Chen Yuran whispered, I seem to sense a hint of spiritual energy in this rat. It feels like a spiritual product. Before he finished speaking, Daihong, who was standing at the front, waved. Swish! A spiritual flying sword shot out. A flash of blood appeared. The mouse that stopped in front of the kitchen door had its head and body separated. After killing the mouse, Daihong looked back. Spirit injection technology exists for people to eat high-quality meat. This technology is cutting-edge biotechnology, and no one would use it to breed mice. As he said this, he walked towards the kitchen with a serious expression. Seeing this, Chen Yuran subconsciously followed. Li Jing followed closely behind, glancing at the mouse with its head removed on the ground. 27 experience points. What a pity. Arriving at the kitchen door, Daihong peeked inside. Seeing that there was nothing unusual in the kitchen, he flicked his finger, and a stream of spiritual energy triggered the faucet in the sink to draw water. He walked forward, took a bowl, got some clean water, turned around, and poured it on the dead mouse. After bathing in clean water, the mouse's originally gray-brown fur gradually turned into pure white. Seeing the color of the mouse's fur change, Chen Yuran's expression changed slightly. White rat. Li Jing turned his head in confusion. A white mouse is a white mouse. What's the big deal? Just as the thought was halfway through his mind, he suddenly lowered his eyes. This world is completely different from the world he lived in before he crossed over. A lot of common sense is no longer useful. But in fact, apart from the aspect of immortal cultivation civilization, the two worlds are basically the same. For example, white mice. Regardless of whether Li Jing traveled through time or not, white mice are the only species of mice in the world that are widely bred and raised by people, and are used as common experimental animals in the fields of medicine, surgery, biotechnology, etc. Other species of mice, either they're not available or pet rats, are very expensive. But white mice are easy to buy in large quantities as long as you have the channels. In addition, it is impossible for the white rat species to exist in the wild, because it is a variant of the wild mole that was artificially bred. Looking at the dead mouse on the ground, Li Jing's expression looked a little ugly. On the other side, Daihong's expression changed from gloomy to bright. You ran. Do you have a detector with you? There is a universal version. Chen Yuran responded, took out the universal detector, bent over, plucked a rat hair, and stuffed it into the groove at the top of the detector. With a beep, the detector pops up the reading. Spiritual strength 9. No demonic energy seen. Chen Yuran reported the test results, stared at the detector, and waited quietly. About a few dozen seconds later, a series of beeping sounds were heard. Seeing the detector beep, Dai Hong's cheek muscles twitched, and he spoke woodenly. Demon miasma readings? 2. Confirmed to be contaminated by demonic miasma. Chen Yuran said this, waving his hand and scattering a green flame. I don't know what kind of magic this green flame was, but when it fell and touched the mouse corpse on the ground, it was burned to ashes in an instant. After cremating the rat, Chen Yuran took out the rat hair that had just been tested and burned it. Seeing her deal with the dead rat, Dai Hong rubbed his brows and raised his hand to press the communication headset. All members of the 6th Serious Crime Unit, listen up. Immediately investigate all companies that breed experimental mice in Jianghai City. Regardless of whether they are individuals or entities, trace all orders placed by their industry within the past half-month. I want the details within an hour. Dai Hong gave orders to all members of the Serious Crime Unit 6 and instructed Chen Yuran. Contact Chief Yang and ask him to get the biological characteristics of the rat demon in the seafood market. We have to prioritize things. Ask the forensics department to put the forensics work related to the demon miasma aside for now. Also, contact the Bureau to get some support. The Serious Crime Unit 6 doesn't have that many people right now, so someone needs to handle the scene here. Having said that, he turned to Li Jingdao again. Li Jing, come with me upstairs and then go to other houses to confirm the situation. Good. Li Jing nodded. Soon, Li Jing and Dai Hong came to the 2nd floor. As soon as they reached the stairs, they were attracted by a series of light and frequent squeaking sounds. The source of the sound came from a room with a closed door in the corner of the corridor on the 2nd floor. The sound was so faint that you could only hear it on the 2nd floor. After looking at each other, they quickly walked to the door of the room. Dai Hong raised his hand and violently slapped the tightly closed door open. Then, a row of rat cages appeared behind the door. In each mouse cage, there were several or even dozens of white mice squeaking. On the floor of the room, there were many rats that had escaped from the rat cages and were crawling around. Seeing this scene, Dai Hong put on a mask of pain on the spot. Li Jing was dazzled. There were at least 1,000 white rats in the room, and each of them had a bloody streak on its head. The quality of this batch of white mice with blood bars is not high. The values marked on the health bar are generally only 1 to 3, which is not even as good as the spirit chicken, let alone the one with a health bar of 27 downstairs. However, no matter how low the quality is, it is an established fact that each of these white mice has a health bar. The densely packed blood bars with numbers marked on them almost made Li Jing suffer from trypophobia. I have to say, the evil cultivator who committed the crime was really a big deal. The current situation is worse than the worst situation that Dai Hong and Chen Yuran had foreseen. How can this be called raising a monster? It's clearly mass production. Obviously, the rats in this room were just some failed products kept for observation. The presence of health bars means that while they have been eroded by the evil miasma, the individuals have undergone changes similar to demonization. But they were not truly transformed into demons. They just underwent a mutation in which spiritual energy appeared in their bodies, which was far from reaching the level of transforming into monsters and generating demonic energy in their bodies. That's why their health bars are so short. It is difficult to imagine how much the evil cultivators who committed crimes invested in the mass production of monsters, and how many of them were successful. Even if there is the influence of demonic miasma, the demonization of the infected creatures is a probabilistic event, but the probability is higher than the naturally occurring demonization event. Most creatures that are invaded by the evil miasma will end up dead. Only a small number of lucky people can achieve demonization. There are nearly 1,000 failed products that are neither successful nor failed. The number of white rats that died during mass production is definitely an extremely terrifying number, and the number of rat monsters that were successfully mass-produced is probably not small. Looking at a room full of bloody white rats, Li Jing was a little dazed. At this moment, he suddenly saw Dai Hong beside him waving his hand and taking out a talisman. He didn't recognize this talisman, but it's certainly not cheap. Talisman artifacts are extremely expensive consumables in this world. But that's not the point. The point is that Dai Hong's move was clearly intended to redeem these white mice on the spot. How is this possible? How much experience is there in this room? Without any hesitation, Li Jing decisively reached out and held down Dai Hong. Team Leader Dai, let me handle this. There's no need to spend so much money. Can you handle so many white rats infected by the evil miasma? Dai Hong looked over. It's not a big deal. I was inspired by your spiritual attack earlier, Team Leader Dai. and I just happened to have an idea that I wanted to verify. Li Jing said this, deliberately mentioning spiritual attack. Dai Hong is extremely obsessed with Ling Ji, and because Ling Ji has high hopes for him, catering to his interests is undoubtedly the right choice. As expected, Dai Hong immediately raised his eyebrows when he heard the word spiritual attack. It's rare that you have such an idea, so I'll give you these rats to practice with. But you have to make sure there are no dead bodies left behind. Otherwise, these rats will become a source of infection for the demon miasma and may cause secondary contamination. As he spoke, he put away the talisman paper and took a half step back as if he was waiting to see what was happening. If you have any ideas, try them out. There is always a teacher among 3 people. You may be able to give me some inspiration. Li Jing grinned when he heard that. Dai Hong's spiritual attack did bring him a lot of inspiration. He did have ideas. However, his idea was not aimed at the spiritual attack, but at the palm thunder. He did not have Dai Hong's skill to forcibly compress excess spiritual energy into a spiritual attack, so he cannot put his ideas about spiritual attacks into practice. This wave may disappoint Dai Hong. Without thinking too much, Li Jing squinted his eyes to estimate the length of the room, repeatedly adjusted the output of his spiritual power, and raised his hand to slap out. Boom! A palm thunder as thick as a fist and just long enough to fill the room spewed out from his palm. Chapter 40, Lightning Sword Dual Wielding. Seeing that Li Jing used palm thunder instead of spiritual attack, Dai Hong felt bored. But he changed his mind and felt relieved. It was not difficult to kill these white rats by relying on spiritual attacks, but even he himself could not destroy the corpses. He was just overthinking. Looking at the palm thunder spurting out from Li Jing's palm, Dai Hong nodded secretly. The palm thunder, which is as thick as a fist, is definitely at the great perfection level, and there must be some unique techniques in it. The palm thunder of simple great perfection cannot be so thick. As Dai Hong secretly commented on Li Jing, his liking for him increased. How rare is it to practice the second-level magic to perfection? Especially Li Jing is so young. Although he did not master the art of spiritual attack, he can still be regarded as one of his enthusiasts. While waiting for Li Jing's next move, Dai Hong frowned suddenly. He was so busy evaluating Li Jing's palm thunder that he didn't pay any attention to it. Now he looked over and realized. The palm thunder that blasted out from Li Jing's hand flickered and did not disappear for a long time. Dai Hong slowly typed a question mark. Shouldn't the palm thunder have been able to hit the soul once and for all? Before he could react, Li Jing shook his arm and the palm thunder in his hand increased by 3 points, and he swept it out with a wave of his hand. The thick palm thunder swept across and engulfed nearly 100 white rats, and then collapsed. Dai Hong stared. He could hardly believe his eyes. What the hell is this game? Thunder Sword. Can palm thunder be played like this? Li Jing frowned when he saw the palm thunder collapse. His idea came from Dai Hong condensing the spiritual attack into the shape of a flying sword. He couldn't change the spell's form. However, he was able to control the amount of force he exerted. The palm thunder as thick as a fist was no burden to him. As his level increased, the strength of his spiritual power increased exponentially, and the palm thunder he blasted out with all his strength was already as thick as a bucket. Compared to a bucket, what is the thickness of a fist? As long as the spell does not cause any burden, he can easily and instantly cast palm thunder. However, its actual application is much more difficult than imagined. He managed to quickly and instantly cast the palm thunder. The continuous and instantaneous palm thunder continued to dissipate and condense in his hand. Visually, it looked like an extremely long lightning sword that flickered. However, the instant rhythm is difficult to master. The time from the palm thunder being blasted out to its disappearance is about 1 second. At this point, Li Jingshang can still use his own physical sense to quickly and instantly release palm lightning to continue the thunder sword. However, after hitting the actual target, the time it takes for the palm thunder to dissipate naturally becomes extremely unstable, and the duration becomes varying lengths. It became extremely difficult to continue using the thunder sword in time. The palm thunder that dissipates faster will cause the lightning sword's power to be interrupted for a moment. The palm thunder that dissipates more slowly will collide with the subsequent palm thunder, affecting the stability of the thunder sword. The interruption of the lightning sword is not a big problem. As long as Li Jing releases the palm thunder fast enough, the momentary interruption will not be a big deal. However, The collision between the palm thunder that did not have time to dissipate and the subsequent palm thunder was the culprit that caused the overall collapse of the lightning sword. There is almost no solution to this problem. The reason why the dissipation time of palm thunder changes is that it is essentially composed of electrical energy, and when it hits the actual target, it is guided by a conductor. It is a natural phenomenon that electrical energy is conducted when it encounters a conductor. The speed of diversion is affected by many factors and cannot be predicted. Looking at his palm where green smoke was rising due to the continuous instantaneous palm thunder, Li Jing sighed inwardly. The lightning sword is, after all, just an immature idea. The only two things worth mentioning are that it looks impressive in actual use and its low power consumption. If he were to use all his strength, he would not be able to instantly release palm thunder continuously, and the spiritual energy temporarily stored in his body would continue to decrease. The lightning sword is not like that. It takes no effort to cast instantly, and the loss is so small that it can be almost ignored. Dai Hong, who was standing by, watched Li Jing lower his head in deep thought without saying a word to disturb him, while examining him with admiration. After his initial surprise, Dai Hong had figured out how the lightning sword in Li Jing's hand was generated. At the very least, he is also a master of the fourth realm. Even Li Jing couldn't figure out that he achieved the lightning sword by frequently and instantly releasing palm thunder, so why should he mess around? If Dai Hong had mastered the palm thunder to the great perfection level, he could easily do the same thing. But he is different from Li Jing. Li Jing is only at the second level of cultivation, but he can easily and frequently release palm thunder with considerable power instantly, which shows that the spiritual energy in his body is far more abundant than that of ordinary people. This boy's a monster. It was hard for Li Jing not to notice Dai Hong's undisguised scrutiny. Honestly, this is pretty uncomfortable. After all, Dai Hong is a rough guy. Pretending to be unaware, Li Jing listened to the reminder tone that continued to broadcast in his ears without stopping. Experience +1. Experience +3. Experience +1. Experience +2. The constant reminder sound is a bit disturbing, but it really makes your body and mind feel relaxed when you hear it. Li Jing glanced at the large number of white mice still alive in the room, smiled friendly, and raised his hands. Boom! Boom! Two loud thunders exploded in succession. Two lightning swords appeared with a loud bang. Li Jing held one in each hand. Dai Hong's mouth twitched when he saw this. He thought he was good at having fun, but Li Jing was obviously not inferior to him. One lightning sword is not enough, so I actually tried dual wielding. Isn't this kid afraid of getting exhausted? Dai Hong didn't know that the lightning sword was not a burden at all to Li Jing, who possessed spiritual power. After a moment, all the white rats with bloody stripes on them in the room died, and the cages that originally locked them were turned into ashes. Perhaps it was because the amount of individual experience points gained at one time was too much, but the reminder sound in Li Jing's ear stopped abruptly after being broadcast for nearly 100 times, and then sounded again to broadcast the subsequent total number. Experience +1,767. Level increased by 11. Spiritual strength increased by +22. Skill points increased by +2. Level increased by 12. Spiritual strength increased by +24. Skill points increased by +2. Li Jing smiled when he received the notification of being promoted twice. Host, Li Jing. Experience, 103/1640. Level, 12. Skill points, 4. Spiritual strength, 156. Equipment, standard steel knife, 4th level, 47%. Passive skills, momentary space, body protection spirit cloth, May 5th. Escape technique, May 5th. Active skills, Palm Thunder, May 5th. Spirit Strike, May 5th. Li Jing felt more comfortable after calling out the panel to check. Including what the system had previously reported, this room of white rats brought him nearly 2,000 experience points in one go. Although the health bar of white mice generally ranges from 1 to 3. But this harvest was richer than any other harvest he had ever gotten from killing monsters before. If he took into account the rat demon he killed at the seafood market in the evening, the experience points he gained from the evil cultivator case alone would have exceeded 2,005. Thinking that the evil cultivator also had a group of controlled monsters, Li Jing felt indescribable anticipation in his heart. Even if he doesn't do this for the maximum bonus of 1 million, as a public official, he must still eliminate harm for the people, right? Looking at Dai Hong, Li Jing spoke seriously. Team leader Dai, the evil cultivator who committed the crime, is truly insidious and abominable. We must find a way to catch him as soon as possible to prevent him from harming others again. Dai Hong didn't think there was anything wrong with this. The case has become increasingly difficult. If we don't find the evil practitioners who committed the crime in time, God knows how the situation will turn out. Nodding, Dai Hong glanced at the empty room full of ashes to confirm that everything was fine, then turned around and said, "The criminal must be caught, but some things cannot be rushed. Investigating a case requires a gradual process. We must start with clues. This house is obviously the base where the evil cultivator who committed the crime cultivated rat demons. Let's go to other rooms to see if we can get anything." Chapter 41. Confusing. The night deepens. Li Jing and Dai Hong did not find more details in the house of the seafood restaurant couple, nor did they find any results in the other neighboring houses. They only found the bodies of the residents who had been killed. While the two were searching the house, the support Chinyaron called for arrived one after another. Handing the scene over to the support team for detailed investigation, the three gathered at the coast. With the sea breeze blowing in his face, Dai Hong felt overwhelmed. The details of the evil cultivator case are still unclear. The number of victims increased from 14 to more than 40. Most of the victims in the seafood market had no relatives or friends. This small residential area on the coast all has families, so we need to contact them and inform them. Communicating with the victims' families is not easy. Comfort is one. Second, after communicating with the victim's family, the incident would inevitably be spread, and the media and the internet going wild was foreseeable. It's just an ordinary murder case, so we can just suppress it for now. But when it comes to evil practitioners, they cannot be suppressed at all. Dai Hong himself doesn't have to face these. After all, he is in charge of investigating the case and doesn't need to show up in public. However, due to various factors, his pressure is definitely not small. With a long sigh, Dai Hong withdrew his gaze from the distant ocean. "What do you think about the situation in this residential area, Yuran?" The evil cultivator who committed the crime bred white rats in large quantities to make him a demon. This is the only available clue we have at present. Chinyaron replied and narrated slowly. "We can trace back this clue and find something. In this information age, it is impossible to hide it completely once a trace is left. But I don't think what we find based on the white mouse will be of much use. The criminal deliberately bred a large number of white rats. He must have had a thorough plan. Most of the factors that would directly affect or even expose him have been dealt with. In addition, the clue of the white rats was not so much discovered by us, but rather the criminal deliberately let us discover it. The illusion array can only temporarily cover up the crime, and the criminal cannot be unaware of it. However, he still chose to hide the body here, and even left a large number of white mice that could serve as clues. He is provoking the inspection bureau, and it also makes us cautious and not dare to make any rash moves." After listening to Chun Yuran's analysis, Dai Hong nodded in agreement and looked at Li Jing. "Li Jing, do you have any different opinions?" Li Jing was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect Dai Hong to ask for his opinion. He was just a temporary guest star in the Serious Crime Unit 6 and had no experience in handling cases at all. Compared with him, Dai Hong and Chun Yuran are professionals. But since Dai Hong asked, Li Jing felt he needed to say something. Regardless of whether what he said was right or not, at least he shouldn't make people think that he was a jerk. Li Jing quickly reviewed what he currently knew in his mind and combined it with the plots of various crime movies and TV series he had watched before traveling through time. And then he spoke. "Yuran's speculation is correct. The white rat clue is most likely deliberately discovered by the criminal to make the inspection bureau cautious. If you want to say a different opinion, I have one. I don't have much experience in handling cases, so don't laugh at me if I say it wrong." As he spoke, he organized his words and started talking. "The rat demon I killed in the evening was a coincidence, and it also clearly shows that the criminal was paying attention to the actions of the patrol bureau. It was very unusual for the criminal to observe the actions of the patrol bureau after such a large crime, with more than 40 victims, instead of running away. If the criminal simply wanted to provoke the patrol bureau, he could have left something at the seafood market. There was no need to give us a surprise after we followed the clues and found this house." After listening to Li Jing's story, Dai Hong and Chun Yuran looked thoughtful. Seeing that the two seemed to agree with what he said, Li Jing continued. "I think the criminal may have other intentions and deliberately threw out a clue after the crime to buy time. If he really wanted to escape, he would have had plenty of time to get away from Jianghai after committing the crime. Then, Dai Hong raised his eyes. Keep talking. Don't stop. Chen Yuran held her chin with her hands. Li Jing. He wanted to continue talking, but the problem was that he had no food in his stomach. His reasoning was purely based on the crime movies and TV series he had watched. How could the script be the same as the real story? Besides, the crime in front of us is committed by an evil cultivator, and it is not an ordinary murder case at all. It involved an evil cultivator who deliberately provoked the inspection bureau to delay time for his own benefit. How could he guess what the other person was trying to do? After thinking for a while, Li Jing gritted his teeth and spoke. Perhaps this case was a means for the criminal to divert the attention of the patrol bureau from the very beginning. As soon as he finished speaking, Dai Hong's eyes sparkled. I was right about you. You hit the nail on the head. Li Jing was at a loss. He just proposed a hypothesis based on what he just said. How did he hit the nail on the head? Before he could figure out what was going on, Chen Yuran beside him pondered. If it's really like what you said, we were played like monkeys by the criminal this time. As she spoke, she analyzed it quickly. It is an established fact that the criminal used seafood infected by the demon miasma to cultivate demons. This is the basis for his crime, but we may have been misled by this detail. The criminal learned about the existence of the demon miasma before the inspection bureau, and then cultivated the demons. Since he knew about the existence of the demon miasma, he must have expected that the North City Patrol Branch would allocate a large number of personnel to deal with the demon miasma, and that human resources would be tight. He caused a major case at this critical moment. The Bureau cannot ignore it and will inevitably order people to focus on the investigation. In addition, the white rats in the residential area have made the situation even more serious. It is easy to make the whole Bureau busy for this. After saying these 3 words in a row, Chen Yuran narrowed his eyes. Based on this assumption, the criminal's plans are likely to be directly related to the North City Patrol Branch. Li Jing blinked when he heard this, thinking about the possibility. Chen Yuran's analysis is not without reason, but it was too bold for an evil cultivator to plot against the North City Patrol Branch. Is the one who committed the crime really that brave? What else could make an evil cultivator commit suicide to such an extent? As Chen Yuran was thinking about something, he looked at Dai Hong. The criminal is very cunning, and his actions are linked step by step. The specific details of the case need further investigation. But if Li Jing's speculation is correct, the fact that the case happened this evening may also be a problem. We may need to investigate the person who reported the crime scene in the evening. He may have a connection with the criminal. In addition, what the criminal is planning is likely to happen in the next 2 days. Well, I'll go back to the Bureau and arrange for someone to investigate the person who called the police in the evening. And by the way, confirm whether there have been any events in the branch in the past 2 days that might have attracted the attention of the criminal. Dai Hong nodded and said, You 2 stay here. People from other departments are helping to investigate the scene right now. We can't be without someone from the Serious Crime Unit 6. I'll let you know as soon as I have any news. Thank you for your hard work tonight. Chapter 42. Section Chief Yang's Sudden Change of Style. In a blink of an eye, a night passed. The residential area, the second scene, is much larger than the first scene of the seafood restaurant, and the situation is much more complicated. Not only did it involve nearly 30 victims, but the criminals also bred white mice for observation. The on-site inspection work was carried out very carefully, and the progress was very slow. A whole night has passed, and the investigation and evidence collection work is still ongoing. Discovery cannot say no, but there are basically some situations related to the victims. After a busy night, the inspectors who arrived at the scene to support the investigation preliminarily determined through the traces of life left in the residential area and the use of civilian equipment that nearly 30 victims were victimized about a week ago. The time point was exactly the second day when the Inspection Bureau started to deal with the overseas evil miasma. This discovery is better than nothing. But that's how case handling works. We can only proceed meticulously and try to find possible clues. Early morning, Li Jing and Chen Yuran were assisting with survey work in one of the houses when Yang Xiaozi came over. Yuran, the biological sampling and comparison of the victims' remains has yielded results, and the relevant information is in the Patrol Bureau's database. There were a total of 29 victims at the scene, 3 of whom were not residents of the residential area, and they had no clear connection with each other. Chen Yuran paused when he heard that and looked over. I see. Sister Yang, you're the only one in the forensic department tonight. Sorry for the trouble. Don't say these useless things. Remember to reward me well when the case is solved. Yang Qiuzi smiled, rubbed his shoulders and sighed. I didn't even have time to rest the whole night. It's not easy for me to be alone. Chen Yuran listened to her sigh and said straightforwardly, I'll treat you to a meal when the case is solved. Yang Qiuzi's eyes lit up. It's a deal. Chen Yuran nodded, took out the tablet to access the database, and walked out of the house. Seeing this, Li Jing subconsciously wanted to follow him out, but Yang Qiuzi suddenly reached out and grabbed him. Don't leave in such a hurry. I have something to ask you. Li Jing turned his head. It can't be said that he and Yang Qiuzi know each other. From the time they met at the seafood market last night until now, the two of them haven't even spoken a few serious words to each other. Thinking that Yang Qiuzi was only at the section chief level, Li Jing stopped. Chief Yang, what do I want to ask? Regarding the case, I may not be able to reveal it to you. Halfway through his words, Yang Qiuzi spoke with his eyes shining. What's your relationship with Yuran? Li Jing. Yang Qiuzi's words immediately put him at a complete loss. I thought Yang Qiuzi suddenly pulled him to ask something, but it turned out to be gossip. Looking at Yang Qiuzi, who had 2 dark circles under his eyes after being busy all night, Li Jing said with a smile, Chief Yang, please don't get me wrong. Yuran and I are just ordinary friends. There's nothing special about it. You just aren't honest, are you? Yang Qiuzi smacked his lips, and his entire demeanor changed from that of a reliable section chief to something else in an instant. Let me tell you, I have watched Yuran grow up since she was a child, and I know her personality very well. She is indeed quite casual in private, but at work, she only cares about work and is too serious. I noticed it at the seafood market yesterday evening. She obviously took good care of you and explained the case to you. Under normal circumstances, even her partner Luo Zhuai's would not enjoy such treatment. After muttering the story, she narrowed her eyes. Tell me the truth. Are you her boyfriend? Li Jing was speechless. It's not like he hasn't seen gossip before, but this was the first time he had seen someone like Yang Qiuzi, who would imagine someone else's boyfriend just because they had a disagreement. But at this point, he had finally figured it out. When Chen Yuran calls Yang Qiuzi's sister, it is not just out of respect. The two are presumably relatives. Otherwise, Yang Qiuzi would have no reason to say that he watched Chen Yuran grow up, and no reason to be so sensitive about the latter's affairs. Thinking that he had the mission of being a shield when living in Chen Yuran's house, and had agreed with her in advance to deal with certain situations, Li Jing said, It's not what you think, Chief Yang. I'm just staying at Yuran's house. She and I. Before he finished speaking, Yang Qiuzi took a breath. You two are progressing faster than I thought. You're already living together, no wonder. Li Jing. Yang Qiuzi has already said everything. What else can he say? Just when he didn't know how to respond, Yang Qiuzi looked him up and down. It's rare for Yuran to come to her senses, so I won't ask any more questions to avoid delaying things. My Yuran is very good. You should seize the opportunity. Also, her old man is not easy to deal with. You'd better be mentally prepared. After saying this, Yang Qiuzi patted his shoulder carelessly and turned away. Li Jing grinned upon seeing this and followed him to the door of the house. At this time, Chen Yuran was checking the information in the database in the yard. When Yang Qiuzi went out and saw Chen Yuran, he didn't say anything. He just smiled at her meaningfully, summoned his flying sword, flew up and turned into a stream of light and left. Chen Yuran glanced at the smile she left behind, frowned, and looked at Li Jing, who followed her out. What did you say to Sister Yang? Nothing. Li Jing shrugged and said truthfully. She asked me if I was your boyfriend, and I told her that I was temporarily staying at your house. Chen Yuran nodded in approval. Yang Qiuzi and she are indeed relatives, cousins, and they grew up together. Li Jing was staying at her house temporarily, so there was no need to hide it from Yang Qiuzi. It's not just her father who is worried about her. All her relatives and friends are very enthusiastic about this, and they can't wait for her to find a boyfriend and get married tomorrow. It's still necessary to deal with it. Seeing that Chen Yuran didn't say anything, Li Jing knew that he had handled it correctly. Is there anything suspicious in the victim's identification information? I have no idea at the moment. Chen Yuran responded and said. The 3 victims who were not residents of this residential area had no connection with each other, but there must be reasons for their victimization. The information in the Patrol Bureau's database may not be complete. This is a possible direction of investigation. The Intelligence Department has begun to investigate their backgrounds and try to find clues. As soon as he finished speaking, Dai Hong's voice rang out from the communication headsets in their ears. Li Jing, you two come back to the bureau immediately. We're going to have a meeting with the Serious Crime Unit 6. Chen Yuran raised her eyebrows when she suddenly received a call from Dai Hong. Understood, we'll be right back. After responding to the call, Chen Yuran looked over. It looks like there has been some progress from Team Leader Dai. Let's go over and see what he says. Not long after, Li Jing rode Chen Yuran's flying sword back to the North City Patrol Branch. Soon, the two came to the conference room. At this time, in addition to Dai Hong, there were more than 10 members of the Serious Crime Unit 6 in the conference room. Seeing the two people come in, Dai Hong spoke. Find a seat yourself. As he spoke, he sent a stream of spiritual energy toward the projector behind him, turning it on. Everyone is here. Let's start now. What I'm going to say next is for the 6 groups present to know only, and don't spread it to anyone else. Even if other group members ask, don't say more. After hearing this, everyone present, including Li Jing and Chen Yuran, who had not yet had the time to sit down, looked at each other in surprise. During the investigation process, information blocking is a necessary measure. But even the other relevant personnel in the Serious Crime Unit 6 had to keep it secret, which is really interesting. Chapter 43. The clouds are cleared and the criminal is identified. Without waiting for people in the conference room to speculate, Dai Hong started talking. Regarding the evil cultivator case we are currently handling, we have made a breakthrough after a full night of multifaceted investigation. The case is quite complicated and sensitive, and the follow-up investigation will be undertaken by everyone present. We will not have any backup for the rest. Upon hearing this, all the members of the Serious Crime Unit 6 present showed serious expressions. They are all real members of the Serious Crime Squad, unlike Li Jing and Chen Yuran, who are just temporary workers. They know it better than anyone else. When Dai Hong said there would be no backup, it meant that the seriousness of the situation had escalated to an uncontrollable level. The serious crime team has to consider the risks involved and do its utmost to minimize the possible losses at the expense of the personal safety of its members. After hearing what Dai Hong said, Li Jing and Chen Yuran looked at each other silently and sat down in their seats. Chen Yuran was an inspector, so of course he had already realized the situation. At this critical juncture, Li Jing would not back down. Not to mention that he is already sitting here. He is still thinking about the monsters cultivated by the evil cultivator who committed the crime. Now that there has been a breakthrough in the case, how could he back down? The awareness of survival is a must. But if there is an opportunity to move forward, we must seize it. Once you miss something, you really miss it. Risks and opportunities often coexist. Seeing that everyone present was staring at him quietly, and no one spoke, Dai Hong controlled the projector to call up a biological identification report. This is the biological identification report of the rat demon in the seafood market. Its biological characteristics have been confirmed to be a wild mole mutant white rat. However, after it was transformed into a demon, its physical appearance changed. Combined with the clues found by Li Fucha and Chun Xuanxia, who were temporarily transferred to the 6 serious case team, it has been completely confirmed that the criminals used seafood infected by the demonic miasma to mass-produce rat monsters. In addition, after investigation, individuals and entities in Jianghai City that bred experimental rats received a large number of orders on the day when the demonization incidents occurred in the North City district. In 2 days, a total of 300,000 experimental white rats were sold to a newly registered biotechnology company. According to the results of the investigation, the registration procedures for this biological company were informally carried out, and the specific company information was not filed. However, through the investigation of the Intelligence Department, it was finally determined that this biological company had 3 persons in charge who were not related to each other. When Li Jing heard this, he raised his eyebrows slightly. Chen Yuran's expression also changed slightly. It is probably no coincidence that the 3 responsible persons who have no connection with each other just happen to match the 3 unrelated victims in the residential area. As expected, Dai Hong controlled the projector to call up the information files of the 3 people. The archival materials were exactly about the 3 unrelated victims who went to the private residence. The criminal was very cunning. According to the biological evidence report from the second scene in the residential area, all 3 people were killed. However, the law is long and the criminal left traces. After the Intelligence Department retrieved the surveillance files in the city and traced them, It was found that the three unrelated victims had recently come into contact with a woman named Ji Xiaomin in Shanqing District. As he spoke, Dai Hong pulled up an identity information file. Ji Xiaomin, now 37 years old, is a native of Jianghai. He was detained in Longmen Prison in Shanqing District for nearly 7 years for theft, robbery, and intentional injury. The last time he was released from prison was more than a year ago. After being released from prison, Ji Xiaomin bought a single-family apartment worth hundreds of millions of yuan in Shanqing District. The source of the funds is unknown. The intelligence department checked the surveillance files in the city and found that Ji Xiaomin, who lives in Shanqing District, has been frequently in and out of our Beicheng District for the past month. Until 9 days ago, there was no trace of her in the city surveillance files. It is now basically certain that this woman is the suspect in this case. After confirming that the suspect was a woman, Li Jing silently memorized her appearance. 37-year-old Ji Xiaomin is very well maintained and has a good appearance. She has a pretty face and looks to be around 26 or 27 years old. There's a sense of maturity and a hint of charm between her eyebrows. It is hard to imagine that the criminal would be such a charming-looking woman. The suspect's information has been confirmed, and now we are focusing on this case. Dai Hong spoke and controlled the projector again to retrieve the information file of a male. When Qin Yuran saw this male file, her body froze. Li Jing noticed something strange and turned his head, asking in a low voice, "What's wrong?" This person was an attempted criminal that our Ministry of Public Security caught while assisting in investigating a case of evil practitioners half a year ago. Qin Yuran whispered. As soon as he finished speaking, Dai Hong began to narrate. This man's name is Yang Yangan, also a native of Jianghai. He has a long criminal record. He was imprisoned with Ji Xiaomin in Longmen Prison. After they were released from prison, they had close contact. Until half a year ago, Yang Yangan was arrested on the spot by the Public Security Department of the North City Patrol Branch for attempted murder. Because it was not actually murder and the victim was afraid of retaliation and was unwilling to testify in court, Yang Yangan's case has been under trial for half a year, but the charges will eventually be determined. At 10 o'clock this morning, Yang Yangan's case will be heard again for the final trial. After saying that, he glanced at Li Jing. I would like to thank Li Fucha for providing me with the ideas at the scene in the residential area. He speculated that the criminal may have committed the crime to divert the attention of our North City branch from the beginning, and he had other plans. With this inspiration, I used Ji Xiaomin's interpersonal relationships to lock on Yang Yangan and made a breakthrough in the case in time. If it was any later, the consequences would be disastrous. Hearing this, everyone in the Serious Crime Unit 6 looked at Li Jing. Li Jing felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by everyone and couldn't help but think to himself, this time, should I be considered to have made a great contribution? Is the maximum prize of 1 million secured? Just as he was thinking about it, Dai Hong spoke solemnly. Based on the information we have so far, we can conclude that Ji Xiaomin committed the crime in order to try to kidnap Yang Yangan before or after his final trial. No one can say for sure whether this plot has been premeditated for a long time. It is undeniable that the demon miasma incident provided a great help to Ji Xiaomin, but it also stretched the human resources of our North City Patrol Branch. The current situation is not optimistic, and we have to face more than just Ji Xiaomin. According to the database's calculation of the probability of demonization, it is conservatively estimated that more than 300 of the 300,000 white rats infected by the demon miasma will be transformed into demons, and nearly 100 of them will reach the middle stage of the first realm. This number is terrifying. With Ji Xiaomin's control, the damage caused by such a large number of rat demons once they appear in the downtown area is incalculable. In addition, Yang Yangan is also a problem. As long as they don't cast spells or release evil spirits, evil cultivators cannot be identified through various detection methods. We have reason to suspect that Yang Yangan is also an evil cultivator, and it is very likely that he is one of the perpetrators of the evil cultivator case half a year ago. He and Ji Xiaomin were a duo. The two had close contacts, so much so that Ji Xiaomin was willing to take the risk of committing a crime for him. It is likely that the two met in prison and started practicing the same forbidden cultivation method together. After finishing the story, Dai Hong turned off the projector. This is the information we have at the moment. We will arrange the specific tasks below. As he spoke, he looked towards the two male Level 3, Level 4 patrol officers in the conference room. Mu Baicheng, Li Qidao, the two of you chained your shoulder straps to level 1 and set off for the North City shelter now. Yang Yangan will be escorted to the court at 9 o'clock. I have arranged to replace the two patrolmen who were originally responsible for escorting him. You two will be responsible for escorting him. If Yang Yangan makes any unusual movements, he will be shot on the spot. Don't worry about anything else. Receive. Mu Baicheng and Li Qidao both spoke, stood up, and left the meeting room. After the two left, Dai Hong looked at another female level 3 4th boundary inspector. Chen Yihan, take 4 people with you. Bring the 3rd level invisibility talisman and secretly assist Mu Baicheng and Li Qidao. Don't worry about Yang Yangan. Your mission is Ji Xiumin. Just keep a low profile before she shows up. If she shows up, kill her immediately without holding back. Learn. Chen Yihan stood up, turned around, and selected 4 colleagues with his eyes. The 4 of them understood what she meant and stood up one after another, following her out of the meeting room. 2 groups of people left one after another, and except for Li Jing and Chen Yuran, there were only 6 inspectors left in the meeting room. 2 of them were at level 3 and level 4, and the remaining 4 were at level 2 and level 3 patrols like Chen Yuran. Looking at the 8 people present, Dai Hong Dao. Leave the ground escort to Mu Baicheng and the others, and the rest of you follow me. We'll investigate the underground pipelines along the escort route and around the procuratorate. It's not easy for more than 100 rat demons to hide. The procuratorate is located in the prosperous area of North City. If Ji Xiumin wants to kidnap Yang Yangan, she can only go underground. Hearing this, everyone nodded and stood up one after another. Li Jing also stood up. As Chen Yuran stood up, she suddenly spoke. Team leader Dai, can you give me 5 minutes before we set off? Li Jing turned his head in confusion. On the other side, Dai Hong raised questions. What's wrong? There are only 2 hours left before the escort starts at 9 o'clock. The underground drainage system in the northern part of the city was just expanded a few years ago. The pipelines are complicated. I'm afraid we won't be able to check the surrounding area in time. Chen Yuran said, my family recently got a new civet cat. Catching mice is a cat's natural duty. I will go back and bring it here. Maybe it can provide some help. Li Jing, civet? Are you talking about Ji Qing? This person is really just lying with his eyes open? But then again, Chen Yuran's idea is very practical. Monsters can easily identify each other. Ji Qing is a natural enemy of rodents, so who knows, he might be able to discover something. When Dai Hong heard that Chen Yuran had a civet cat, he did not suspect anything. He and Chen Yuran were old acquaintances and knew that the latter had an extremely precious spiritual animal, a husky, at home. Since we already have a civet dog, it wouldn't be surprising to also have a civet cat, right? Without thinking too much, Dai Hong nodded in agreement. In order to avoid alarming Ji Xiumin and causing her to make a big mess, he reduced the number of investigators as much as possible and kept a low profile to avoid certain situations. If there is any help that can be used, he will definitely be happy to use it. Chapter 44, Going Underground and Starting a Search. Chen Yuran has always had a good sense of time. No more, no less, exactly 5 minutes. She held the trembling Ji Qing in her arms and flew over on a sword, landing at the main entrance of the North City Patrol Branch. When the members of the Serious Crime Unit 6, led by Dai Hong, saw Chen Yuran coming, all their eyes fell on Ji Qing in her arms. A few men, okay. The 2 female patrolmen in the team were stunned on the spot. There is no way. Putting aside the undeserved title of civet cat, Ji Qing, who is actually a ragdoll cat, is as eye-catching as can be. At first glance, it not only makes people feel that it is handsome, but also makes people want to grab it and take a few sips. Especially Ji Qing, who is trembling at this moment, with his big gem-like eyes full of anxiety. His well-behaved and timid appearance could simply melt one's heart. Li Jing looked at Ji Qing trembling in Chen Yuran's arms and grinned secretly. In the eyes of uninformed bystanders, Ji Qing suffers from a common problem among domestic pet cats. He becomes extremely anxious and stressed when he enters an unfamiliar environment or meets strangers. But he knew Ji Qing was extremely nervous facing the members of a serious crime squad. At this moment, Ji Qing, as a humanoid monster, has reached the peak of his monster life. Ordinary humanoid monsters don't even have the courage to come into contact with the patrols, so they hide if they can. Not only did she become the focus of attention of a group of senior inspectors from the Serious Crime Squad, she also appeared openly at the main entrance of the North City Patrol Branch. If I tell this to other human-shaped monsters in the future, I guarantee that they will give me a thumbs up and say, "You are awesome, sister." Just as Li Jing thought, Jiqing was not feeling well at this moment. These days, she has been living a very comfortable life in Chen Yuran's house, and she even likes this kind of life where she turns a deaf ear to what is happening outside. After all, apart from having to sleep with Chen Yuran every night and being dragged by Chen Yuran to take a bath together from time to time, she didn't have to do anything but be a good cat and didn't have to worry about anything else. However, this comfortable peace was suddenly broken. 5 minutes ago, she was still playing Glory of the Immortal King at home. Chen Yuran came back out of the blue and said she needed her help with something. Without giving any explanation, she carried her out of the house and only told her the general idea on the way. Jiqing didn't mind helping to catch mice. Although she had never caught a mouse since she was born as a rag doll, and her cat instinct had left her after she successfully transformed, it was not difficult for her to help find the rat demon. During this period, she and Chen Yuran got along quite well. What's a favor? But putting herself in his shoes at this moment, she couldn't help but panic. It can be said that Chen Yuran is really brave. They insisted on saying that she was brought to the North City Patrol Bureau as a civic cat. If someone found out something, wouldn't she be in trouble? Here, Chen Yuran arrived and greeted everyone and spoke directly. "Team leader Dai, I brought the civic cat. Shall we set off now?" Dai Hong nodded and said, "Time is running out, so let's hurry up. If we can't find Ji Xiumin's rat demon, things will become very difficult." As he said this, he turned around and looked at everyone. "Come with me. Let's find a nearby manhole cover and go down." Upon hearing this, all the members of the Serious Crime Squad responded in unison and no longer paid attention to Jiqing. Serious business cannot be delayed. After a while, the group came underground through a drainage manhole cover on the roadside nearby. The underground sewage drainage system in the North City District is quite advanced. The pipes are extensive and spacious. But once you go underground, the environmental factors inevitably become extremely harsh. The air in the underground pipes was filled with a nauseating stench. The ground was muddy and full of filth. In the sewage channel, various severely decayed and unknown objects are floating and sinking. Fortunately, no one in this group can be said to be delicate. When it comes to patrolling, what does this little scene mean? It is worth mentioning. When they got underground, everyone had to abandon their flying swords and choose to use air-controlling and wind-controlling spells to fly at low altitudes. After all, the underground drainage system has limited space, so no matter how spacious it is, it won't be much more spacious. The sword light was escaping too fast, and it was an attack spell in itself, so it would be very troublesome if it accidentally hit something. Yukong was at the front of the team. While Dai Hong was leading everyone towards the North City shelter, he gave instructions to the 6 members of the Serious Crime Unit 6 in the team. The underground evacuation system of the North City shelter has a total of 4 branching main roads and 21 relatively narrow auxiliary roads. When you arrive, you will split up into 2 groups and search along 1 main road each. I will be responsible for 1 main road alone. Keep in touch with each other and call for support immediately if you find anything. As he said this, he looked at Chen Yuran, who was walking side by side with Li Jing Yukong. You and Li Jing will be in a team, focusing on searching for auxiliary roads that we may have missed. If your cat finds anything, contact me immediately. Clear. Chen Yuran nodded. Li Jing responded with understood. After getting responses from the 2, Dai Hong looked at everyone one by one. Underground combat is bound to be limited. Everyone please be safe. Don't act recklessly, be careful when you attack, and try to avoid damaging the drainage system. The North City shelter is not far from the North City Patrol branch. In just 2 or 3 minutes, everyone followed the drainage system pipes and arrived just below the shelter, according to the prior allocation. Dai Hong and 6 members of the Serious Crime Unit 6 spread out to search the 4 branching main roads of the traffic diversion system. Li Jing and Chen Yuran stopped where they were and did not rush to move. Now that Jiqing is here, how can we not put her to use? When Dai Hong and others went deep into the main road, the 2 looked at Jiqing. Only Li Jing and Chen Yuran were left by his side, and Jiqing was also very down to earth. Meeting the 2 men's gazes, she wrinkled her pink nose and sniffed around for a while, and her voice rang in their ears through telepathy. There's indeed a faint trace of demonic energy in the pipes. I can't say for sure if it is a rat demon. There are too many messy smells in this ghost place, and I can't tell them apart. But in recent times, there must have been a large number of demons frequently entering and exiting the surrounding pipes. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so much demonic energy left. After listening to Jiqing's words, Li Jing and Qin Yuan looked at each other. The direction of the investigation established by Dai Hong was based on conclusions drawn from the information currently known. There is no clear evidence whether Ji Xiumin really planned to kidnap Yang Yangon. Whether the rat demon under her control is in the underground drainage system is essentially just a guess. Now that Ji Qing had confirmed that there was demonic energy remaining in the underground drainage system, it was finally confirmed. Ji Qing, can you confirm the path of the monster's movement based on the remaining demonic energy? Qin Yuan asked. It's a little difficult, but you can try. Ji Qing responded, took a deep breath of the air with a strong sour smell, then snorted violently and lowered his head to retch. Li Jing's eyes twitched when he saw this. I'm afraid that what Ji Qing took in this sip could complete half of the periodic table. This time, it was really difficult for her. Qin Yuan felt a little sorry when she saw Ji Qing retching continuously and whispered, if you can't confirm it, don't force it. You're very sensitive to demonic energy. Once you get close to it, it will naturally. Ji Qing had just finished speaking when she looked up with tears in her cat eyes. Judging from the thinness of the remaining demonic energy, the demons come and go in a very regular pattern. Coming from the south and going to the south, there are relatively clear traces of demonic energy remaining in the main roads and auxiliary roads to the south. South? Li Jing turned his head to look, then asked Qin Yuan for confirmation. If I remember correctly, the Inquisition should be west of the asylum. Let's ignore all that for now and search southwards. Qin Yuan replied. The south is not where the prosecution office is located, but it may not be where Ji Xiumin is hiding. Li Jing thought it made sense and nodded, choosing a southbound auxiliary road. Chapter 45. One-time attack formation. In the underground drainage system of the northern urban area, the main roads are independent and not connected to each other, but the auxiliary roads intersect with each other at regular intervals. In addition to interlacing and connecting with each other, the main roads are linked together by changes of direction. The entire drainage system is like a huge underground maze. If you have a poor sense of direction, it is easy to get lost underground and lose your way in the drainage system. Just in case, Qin Yuan took out the tablet and turned on the positioning, retrieved the drainage system drawings from the Inspection Bureau's database for comparison, and used this to confirm the location. After moving forward for a while along the southward auxiliary road chosen by Li Jing, Qin Yuan saw that nothing was discovered and hovered in the air. Li Jing followed and hovered, giving him an inquiring look. We're already 9 blocks away from the shelter. Qin Yuan opened his mouth and said, now I need to change direction and go to the review office. The shortest way is at least 21 blocks away. 21 blocks. Li Jing frowned. This journey is a bit far. The key is that in the underground drainage system, you can only follow the pipes and cannot choose a direct route like outside. After thinking for a while, Li Jing looked at Ji Qing. What have you discovered along the way? Did you notice that my nose is almost broken? Ji Qing spoke in human language and raised his paw to scratch the tip of his nose. The concentration of residual demonic energy here is slightly higher than below the shelter, and the surrounding auxiliary roads connecting to each other are also about the same. Seeing that Ji Qing could not provide more help, Li Jing looked at Qin Yuan. What should we do next? Should we go back to the Inquisition, or? I'm a little unsure now. Qin Yuan shook her head and said, Ji Qing is sure that the remaining evil spirits in this place have become more concentrated. If we continue to move forward, we may be able to gain something. But if we don't gain anything, it will be very troublesome for us to change the route to the inquiry office. As she spoke, she pursed her red lips. How about you give me an idea? Li Jing was speechless. He asked Qin Yuan, wasn't it just to let her make the decision? She kicked the ball back. Without thinking too much, Li Jing said, if I had to choose, I would continue to head south. There must be a reason why the demonic energy is so dense in our current location. We might as well continue forward. Halfway through his words, a female voice sounded in the communication headset. Boss, my team found a group of rat monsters at the junction of the auxiliary road below the inspection office on the westbound main road. There are not many of them, only 27. The rat monsters have been killed, and the criminal Ji Xiumin has not been found. We are conducting further searches. Learn, Dai Hong replied, and then said, everyone, Please continue searching and move towards the direction of the procuratorate. Receive. Receive. The other two groups responded separately. Li Jing heard the communication between the members of the Serious Crime Unit 6 through the earphone, and his brows furrowed. Soon, a member of the 6th Serious Crime Unit discovered the rat demon, and it happened to be below the procuratorate. To be honest, this is a bit unexpected. In another hour, Yang Yangon will be sent from the shelter to the procuratorate. But the shelter and the procuratorate are unlikely to be the places where Ji Xiaomin would choose to take action. One of the two places is where criminals are detained, and the other is where criminals are tried. Not only are there patrols on duty 24 hours a day, but there are also a large number of civilian patrols who handle daily affairs. The Inspection Bureau is facing a shortage of human resources, which has an impact on these two locations. However, no matter how great the impact is, the Inspection Bureau will not transfer the manpower from the shelter and the procuratorate. If something happens in these two places, it will not be as simple as the Inspection Bureau being slapped in the face. Ji Xiaomin is very calculating and is not so straightforward. If she were to take action, she would most likely do it while being escorted. But Li Jing changed his mind and felt that things were not so absolute. The practices of evil practitioners are cunning and changeable. No one can say for sure whether Ji Xiaomin will do the opposite and confront the procuratorate head-on. Just as she was feeling doubtful, Chen Yuran raised her hand and put on the headphones. Team Leader Dai, the Civic Cat has detected something unusual on the southbound auxiliary road, but we are unable to confirm whether the anomaly actually exists. The location of the Inspection Institute is left to you to handle, while Li Jing and I will continue to investigate. Okay, you two, be careful. Dai Hong responded. Obviously, he also had concerns about what Li Jing was thinking. The order to move closer to the procuratorate was issued only because the rat demon was discovered. Seeing that Chen Yuran had no intention of joining the main force, Li Jing did not object. He was thinking about Ji Xiaomin's rat demon. However, the 27 rat demons that were discovered have been killed. If you go there now, you will only see corpses. If there is any further discovery, he and Chen Yuran will definitely be slower than others now, and by the time they arrive, the opportunity will be gone. Instead of making a wasted trip, it's better to trust Ji Qing's nose. Chen Yuran had a similar thought at this moment. Including Dai Hong, everyone else was moving closer to the procuratorate, so there was no need for the two of them to join the fun. Whatever the prosecution needs, Dai Hong and others will surely be able to deal with it. There are only 9 of us on this trip, so it wouldn't make much sense to gather us all in one place. After ending the call, Chen Yuran raised her eyes. Let's continue. Okay. Li Jing responded and continued to fly forward. In a blink of an eye, the two of them flew through the air for nearly 8 blocks. Still no useful discoveries. Instead, members of the Serious Crime Unit 6 sent news one after another through the communication headset, saying that 3 batches of more than 70 rat demons had been discovered. Li Jing was heartbroken when he got the news. There were nearly 100 rat monsters before and after. How much experience is that? If you were to meet him, wouldn't he take off on the spot? Keep going south. After passing 2 blocks again, Ji Qing suddenly spoke. Left. I sensed the fluctuation of the formation. Li Jing and Chen Yuran both paused and looked at her in surprise. Formation fluctuations? The 2 persons and the cat followed the remnants of demonic energy, but what Ji Qing discovered was not a demon, but the fluctuations of a formation. Tilting his head to look to the left. At this moment, the two were at the intersection of the southbound auxiliary road and a wide main road. Turning left would lead them into the main road. Thinking of the magic array set up by Ji Xiaomin at the coastal residential area, they were afraid that the array here was also set up by him. Li Jing and Chen Yuran were surprised and doubtful, but did not dare to delay, and turned left as he said. After entering the main road on the left, Li Jing asked, Ji Qing, have you ever been involved in formation techniques? I studied it for a while when I had nothing to do, and I have a basic understanding of it. Ji Qing said calmly. It was mainly because I suffered from insomnia during that period, and the formation diagram had a very good sleep-inducing effect. Li Jing, the formation diagram has a good sleep-inducing effect, but it's okay. If you think about it carefully, there seems to be nothing wrong with it. Chen Yuran heard that Ji Qing Shi had studied formations and asked in a low voice, Are you sure what formation you sensed? We'll know when we get there. If it's a formation I know, it won't be hard to tell apart. Ji Qing responded, pointing his little paw forward. It's not far away. The wave is at the auxiliary road where you turn right ahead. Qin Yuran raised her eyes when she heard the voice, and then her face darkened. When Li Jing saw the scene in front of him, his expression changed. At the right turn at the auxiliary road that Ji Qing pointed to, there were obvious traces of a formation mark. To be precise, the formation is drawn directly on the pipe. Neither of them understood the formation. However, they both knew that formations that were directly drawn rather than realized through clever arrangements were all extremely powerful one-time attack formations. What was Ji Xiumin's intention in setting up a one-time attack array so far away from the prosecution office and the shelter? Accelerating into the air and coming close to the brand, Li Jing and Qin Yuran hovered in the air. Without waiting for the two to speak, Ji Qing, who was able to see the formation mark up close, spoke. I've seen this formation before, a one-time explosive formation. It's a low-level first-order formation and not very threatening. Any late-stage, second-level person can withstand it. Li Jing, Qin Yuran. Seeing the two people in silence, Ji Qing raised his eyes in confusion. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Do you know where we are now? Li Jing spoke woodenly. I didn't look at the map. How would I know? Ji Qing spoke subconsciously, and then his whole body trembled. There won't be methane in this sewer, will there? It's said to be a sewer. How can there be no methane? Li Jing rolled his eyes and said, the entire northern city's domestic and industrial sewage is transported through this underground drainage system. If there is an explosion here, I'm afraid. Before she finished speaking, Qin Yuran spoke. Relevant situations were taken into consideration when the drainage system was built. The pipeline itself is made of special materials and will not be blown up in one go. However, if it is blasted in a targeted manner by the formation, it is inevitable that a section will be broken off and cause the ground to collapse. As she spoke, she picked up the tablet in her hand. We are now located below the North City Spiritual Energy Station. Reiki Energy Station. Li Jing took a breath. Ji Qing also widened his cat eyes. The people in this world use spiritual energy in a self-sufficient way in their daily lives. But it is limited to personal use only. Large-scale public facilities that require continuous energy supply must rely on spiritual energy stations for maintenance. For example, factory production lines, hospital life support systems, traffic control systems, etc. If an accident suddenly occurs at the Reiki Energy Station, it can easily cause a variety of problems, and in serious cases it may even cause the entire city to be paralyzed. Ji Xiumin is so brave. Ji Qing, do you have the ability to dispel this explosion formation? Qin Yuran looked solemn. It will take time. Ji Qing responded. A one-time attack array has no core. If you want to cancel it, you can only erase the spells and techniques hidden in the array diagram. This is a technical job, and you have to take your time. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly became angry and turned her head to look to the east. Someone is coming. Chapter 46. Do you still have anything? Ji Qing's words came very suddenly. Li Jing and Qin Yuran were both startled when they heard the sound and looked towards the east. Just as the two turned their heads, a middle-aged man walked out from an auxiliary road intersection about 200 meters away from them and entered the main road. Male? Not Ji Xiumin. Li Jing was stunned. When Qin Yuran saw that the person coming was a man, she also frowned. On the other side, the man saw two people and a cat from afar and stopped suddenly. It was obvious that he hadn't expected anyone to be here. Looking at Li Jing and Qin Yuran, they were wearing auxiliary inspection uniform and patrol uniform respectively. The man's eyes fell on the latter's epaulets and smiled coldly. The inspection bureau is quite capable. They found this place so quickly. I told that woman Ji Xiumin a long time ago not to make so many meaningless arrangements. It will be better to find two more people. As soon as the man met, he confessed himself and told Li Jing and Qin Yuran directly. Ji Xiumin has accomplices, and not just this one. Before the two could say anything, the man showed a look of disdain and took out a walkie-talkie. Old 5, there's a problem. I ran into someone from the North City Patrol Bureau at the explosion array. I can handle it by myself. I'm just a level 2 patrolman with an assistant. Inform the others that the Patrol Bureau has reacted. Find a chance to take action and don't delay any further. Li Jing and Qin Yuran looked very unhappy when faced with the man's behavior of treating them as if they did not exist and ignoring the surrounding people. The person who came was so confident, obviously he had quite strong cultivation. His communication with his accomplices also implies that there may be other arrangements that will be implemented immediately. Glancing sideways at the one-time explosive formation engraved on the main road beside him, Chen Yuan put Ji Qing on his shoulder, took out a round stone, and spoke in a low voice. It's not convenient to take action here. If this guy triggers the one-time explosion formation, not only will we suffer, but the spiritual energy station on top will also collapse. I need time to arrange the barrier stone. This guy's at least in the third realm. Do you have a way to deal with him? Li Jing glanced at the pebble in her hand. Boundary stone. It is a standard equipment commonly used in patrol and case handling, and is often used when dealing with fierce resistance from suspects and ongoing emergencies. The barrier stone is a disposable consumable item refined using a special technique. It can open a barrier at a fixed location to create a subspace, temporarily isolating all people, things, and objects in the relevant area into the subspace, effectively curbing the impact of harmful incidents. After a slight hesitation, Li Jing whispered, I could try to delay it for a while, but I can't guarantee that I can buy you much time. Now, it's not a question of whether he is willing to go, but that he has to go. If the one-time explosive formation around you is triggered, it will definitely detonate the methane in the drainage system. Even if he and Chen Yuan could hold on, the main road they were on would surely collapse due to the directional blasting, and they would inevitably be buried alive. After that, the collapse of the main road will also affect the spiritual energy station on top. If the spiritual energy station collapses, things will get serious. After flying more than 10 meters in the air, Li Jing met the middle-aged man from afar and waved his hand to take out the auxiliary inspection standard steel knife. Ji Qing spoke softly upon seeing this. How about I go help Li Jing? Trust Li Jing. He is much stronger than you think. It will be of the greatest help if you concentrate on breaking the one-shot explosion formation. Even if I open the barrier, it will only reduce the scope of damage. Chen Yuan spoke quickly, putting his mind into the barrier stone, and began to set it up. Ji Qing felt a little worried after hearing her words. But thinking about it, Li Jing is indeed not as simple as he seems. She temporarily focuses her energy on the explosive formation. She still remembers vividly the palm thunder that frightened Li Jing that night when they met along the east coast. Ji Qing flew away from Chen Yuan's shoulder, opened his mouth, and spit out a breath of evil spirit, covering the formation's mark and trying to erase the magic formula. The other end of the main road. The middle-aged man looked disapproving when he saw Li Jing coming toward him alone. How strong can a mere auxiliary investigation be? Suddenly, he saw Ji Qing in the form of a ragdoll cat flying in the air, opening his mouth and spitting out evil spirit to try to break the formation. He was slightly stunned. Monster? And it's a monster that can break the formation? The middle-aged man looked at Ji Qing intently, his eyes shining. Interesting. I was wondering why you two were carrying a ragdoll cat with you when investigating a case. It turns out it's a humanoid monster. The Inspection Bureau is really going backwards. Associating with a humanoid monster, how big of a storm would it cause if this were to be exposed? As he said that, he looked at Ji Qing with eyes filled with undisguised greed. Monsters are feared by ordinary people. Humanoid monsters are even more terrifying to talk about. But in the eyes of people who have achieved success in spiritual practice and have evil natures, human-shaped monsters are extremely rare and precious things. If you can subdue it or take it down by force and sell on the black market, you can definitely get a good price. If the doll is a female, you can keep it for yourself. How does the saying go? The most terrifying thing in the world is the human heart. Seeing that the middle-aged man ignored him and stared at Ji Qing with fiery eyes, Li Jing's expression gradually turned cold. He doesn't care if he is looked down upon. He has never been a person who cares about other people's eyes. But there are some things that Li Jing can't tolerate. It is true that Ji Qing is a demon, but he has never regarded her as a non-human alien, but as a female friend. Who would remain indifferent when a female friend is coveted by someone? Resisting the urge to just unleash a palm thunderstrike with all his strength, Li Jing lightly shook his arm to infuse spiritual power into the standard steel knife in his hand, causing it to emit a sharp blade light. The middle-aged man smiled contemptuously upon seeing this. The Auxiliary Investigation Department is not without experts. But for someone as young as Li Jing, the best he could achieve was the early stage of the second realm. In the early stage of the second realm, what is there to be afraid of? I don't have time to waste on a minor investigation like you. If you guys ruin things here, it will be a bit of trouble. After saying this calmly, the middle-aged man took out a gray-brown whistle that gave off a strange aura and blew it. Squeak! Along with a shrill whistle, a burst of dense squeaking sounds came from the side road behind him, and more than a dozen huge rats ran out and stopped behind him. When Li Jing suddenly saw this scene, his eyes lit up again and again. To be honest, he has no interest in killing people. He did it reluctantly, because he had no other choice. Who would have thought that before they could take any action, the middle-aged man summoned more than 10 rat monsters? That's right. The dozen or so mice in front of me are all rat monsters. There's a blood bar on top of each head, although each health bar is not too long. With the numbers marked between 100 and 300, the accumulated experience points are quite a lot. These rat monsters aren't too strong, but you can't use any powerful spells here underground, so they'll be enough to keep you entertained for a while. The middle-aged man said confidently, "Wait till I take care of the other two." Before he could finish his words, Li Jing raised his hand, and more than 100 spiritual attacks appeared behind him. The middle-aged man slowly typed a question mark. He recognized the spiritual attack. So, why can Li Jing condense so many spiritual attacks in one breath? In the second realm, it's good enough if you can fire 2 or 3 shots at a time. More than 100 rounds. Even if you're in the third realm, it is impossible to do it. Before he could figure it out, Li Jing waved his hand. Swish, swish, swish. Among the more than 100 spiritual rays behind him, 10 of them shot out like lightning, accurately striking the more than a dozen rat demons gathered behind him. Before he could even react, the rat demons behind him had all died suddenly. Such a situation made the middle-aged man unable to remain calm any longer. He didn't even see clearly how the spiritual attack came from, and 2 of them just brushed past his scalp. Its power is so fierce that it is difficult to describe. It's okay to be prepared, but if you get hit by one accidentally, it will definitely not feel good. Spirit strikes are famous for having a large effective range but low lethality. Why is it in Li Jing's hands? Looking at the remaining 90-odd spiritual attacks behind Li Jing, the middle-aged man broke out in a cold sweat. Not daring to be bold, he waved his hand and drew out a gray-brown long sword. At the same time, a prompt sound rang in Li Jing's ears. Experience plus 2,246. Level increased by 13. Spiritual strength increased by plus 26. Skill points increased by plus 2. Just upgraded to the next level? Li Jing was unsatisfied and looked towards the opposite side with hope. Do you have any more? Chapter 47. The Calmness of an Expert. The middle-aged man's face darkened when he heard Li Jing's words. Do you have any more? Look down on yourself. Do you feel you have no means? Anger welled up in his heart. However, at this moment, he did not dare to act rashly. The key point is that he is not sure what realm Li Jing is at. Looking closely at Li Jing's brand new auxiliary inspection uniform, the middle-aged man quickly assessed the situation. He released more than 100 spiritual attacks in one breath, and the level of concentration of the spiritual attacks was enough to make him feel threatened. He was definitely not in the early stage of the second realm. Looking at Li Jing's expectant expression, as if he couldn't wait for him to do something to make him happy, the middle-aged man immediately made a conclusion. The young man in front of me is a super master hiding in the auxiliary investigation department. It's hard to say exactly how high it is. Looking at his calmness, he is at least at the 4th realm level. This makes sense. A small assistant inspector not only is accompanied by a beautiful 2nd level inspector, but also by a well-behaved and obedient humanoid monster. This does not make sense at all. How could ordinary people have such blessing? The more the middle-aged man thought about it, the more he felt that was the case. Careless. Fortunately, it's not too late now. Squinting his eyes slightly, he took a half step back. This time, Xie Guangquan was wrong. I didn't expect that there was an expert like you in the auxiliary investigation department. Li Jing. He was hoping that Xie Guangquan could summon another group of rat demons. But the other party said this, and he was really confused for a moment. I am in trouble today, but I'm afraid it won't be that easy for you to keep me. Xie Guangquan talked to himself. In the underground drainage system, your ability to fly is restricted, and you can't use powerful spells. Even if you are in the 4th realm, you can't bring out your full strength. As he spoke, he carefully placed the long sword in his hand across his chest. I advise you not to be so aggressive. If you push me too far, I can just detonate the marsh gas and take you with me to the ground. Maybe you can survive with your 4th realm cultivation, but the patrol girl behind you and the cat demon may not be safe. Li Jing. Although he was confused, after listening to Xie Guangquan's long chatter, he at least realized that this person seemed to have misunderstood something. After dispersing the remaining spiritual attacks behind him, Li Jing put one hand behind his waist and acted like a master. I'll give you 10 seconds. Get out of here as far as you can. You're smart. Xie Guangquan smiled jokingly. He showed no sign of weakness, but his steps were decisive. He just moved his feet, and his figure turned into a gust of cold wind and disappeared. Upon seeing this, Li Jing turned around and did not pursue. Even if the main thing is caught up, he may not be able to do anything. If you insist on insisting on it, you might end up making things worse and make Xie Guangquan desperate. This is not a joke. Chen Yuran saw Xie Guangquan running away in a panic, and his expression was indescribably strange. What was happening just now was undoubtedly a big crisis. If one fails, both the man and the cat will be in trouble. Unexpectedly, Li Jing frightened Xie Guangquan with just one move and scared him away. To be honest, she didn't expect Li Jing to do anything to Xie Guangquan. Li Jing is only at the second level after all. No matter how capable he is, the gap in realm is an unbridgeable chasm. Li Jing might be able to deal with Xie Guangquan, but the probability of winning is extremely low. But then again, Li Jing condensed more than 100 spiritual attacks in one breath, which was indeed very intimidating. Not only was Xie Guangquan frightened, she was also shocked. Chen Yuran didn't think there was anything wrong with this. Daihong must have had some unique qualities to appreciate Li Jing's spiritual attack, and she had expected that. But she didn't expect that he could do this. Thinking about what she had told Li Jing last night, that everyone has a different path, and asking him not to learn from Daihong, Chen Yuran couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Li Jing might be able to follow Daihong's path. Shaking his head, Chen Yuran put away the barrier stone. Xie Guangquan had been scared away, so there was no need to go through the trouble of setting up the barrier. Facing Li Jing, who had returned victoriously, Chen Yuran spoke. Ji Xiumin has another accomplice. I need to contact Team Leader Dai to explain the situation. Everything else is easy to deal with. We have to deal with Xie Guangquan ourselves. Li Jing responded and said, he already knows that Ji Qing is a humanoid monster. It's better to be safe than sorry. It will be very troublesome if he is exposed. Chen Yuran responded and flew to the entrance of the auxiliary road where Xie Guangquan escaped. He stood guard at the entrance and put on the communication headset. Seeing this, Li Jing turned around and looked at Ji Qing. You should have remembered Xie Guangquan's smell? I've got it. Ji Qing responded obediently. He just left. The smell he left along the way is very clear. We can find him easily. As she spoke, she glanced at Li Jing cautiously. She didn't care about spiritual attacks or anything like that. What she cares about is, someone just saw the rat demon appear and immediately became like a different person. That kind of excitement, that desire. This is nothing like the usual casual and calm Li Jing. Ji Qing had doubts the night they met, and now she is confirmed. Li Jing, who appears to respect the lives of monsters, is actually a monster killer who kills monsters without blinking an eye. What made Ji Qing feel fortunate was, on weekdays, Li Jing treated her very well, except that he sometimes looked at her in a strange way. He would cook whatever she wanted to eat, and often play King of Glory with her when he had nothing to do. Even if Li Jing hates monsters so much, he shouldn't do anything bad to her. Seeing Ji Qing breaking the formation while secretly glancing at him, like a coward, Li Jing was a little confused. He has the necessary self-awareness. The problem was, he didn't know what Ji Qing was thinking about him, at least in his opinion. After more than a week of spending time together, he and Ji Qing had become familiar enough, far better than when they first met. Looking at Ji Qing in confusion, Li Jing did not disturb her from breaking the formation and summon the panel. Host, Li Jing. Experience, 709/1843. Level, 13. Skill points, 6. Spiritual strength, 182. Equipment, standard steel knife, level 450% of ordinary items. Passive skills, momentary space, body protection spirit cloth, May 5th, escape technique, May 5th. Active skills, palm thunder, May 5th, spirit strike, May 5th. Checking the data in the status bar, Li Jing silently felt the spiritual power in his body. With each level up, the strength of his spiritual power increases significantly as the level increases. The higher the level, the greater the improvement. Now his spiritual power strength has reached 182. Sensory-wise, it is completely different from level 5. As the strength of spiritual power increases, the efficiency of nourishing items in the equipment bar is also gradually improving. Li Jing was not quite sure whether he was in the middle or late stage of the second realm. This is, to be honest, very annoying. It is not difficult to guess what it takes to enter the third realm. He learned the sudden space, which has the potential for autonomous growth. Whenever the space expands, it means that he has successfully entered the third realm. But in order to find out which realm he is currently in, he has to find a spirit testing instrument to test it. Not long after, Qin came back. I have explained the situation to Team Leader Dai. To prevent any accidents, he has already taken the others to the surface. The underground will be temporarily handed over to the two of us. After Yang Yangon is escorted to the Procuratorate for conviction, he will bring support to search the entire drainage system. After she finished her story, she let out a long breath. But in my opinion, Ji Xiumin and her accomplices may not show up again. Their action plan is very thorough, and if one link is missing, the possibility of success will be reduced. The explosion formation here can be said to be a crucial link. If the formation is not triggered, the impact will be huge. Li Jing nodded silently to show his agreement. At this point, the possibility of Ji Xiumin and his accomplices taking action is indeed very low. This group of people is very slippery. Since Xie Guanquan failed to get the job done, they probably wouldn't take action. Even at this point, they might already be on their way to escape Jianghai City. The news of the incident had already been delivered to his accomplices by Xie Guanquan, and they might not dare to stay in Jianghai for long. Without thinking much, Li Jing looked at Ji Qing. Hurry up! If it's any later, Xie Guanquan might run away with the other evil cultivators. Right away, give me 2 more minutes. Ji Qing concentrated his mind highly, controlling his own demonic energy to obliterate the spells in the formation. Chapter 48, Ambush. The underground drainage system of the northern city is located near the upper city. A strange and chilly wind blew by and stopped at the corner of a side road. The cold wind dissipated, and Xie Guanquan revealed himself. Standing on the muddy and filthy ground of the pipe, Xie Guanquan breathed heavily and carefully looked in the direction he came from. After making sure everything was okay, he took out the intercom. "Old 5, I failed. The assistant I encountered just now was a tough guy, with at least the 4th level of cultivation. I was no match for him and had to retreat first. Failure is failure. Don't make excuses." A cold male voice sounded from the intercom. "If the spiritual energy station is not blown up, the plan will not work. We have already withdrawn. You have to find a way to escape from Jianghai. If you're caught by the patrol bureau, you know what to do." Before he finished speaking, smoke came out of the walkie-talkie in Xie Guanquan's hand. Seeing this situation suddenly, the corner of his eye twitched slightly, although he had anticipated this when he chose to retreat. But faced with the fact that he had been abandoned, he was very angry. "Son of a bitch." Gritting his teeth and cursing secretly, Xie Guanquan threw away the broken walkie-talkie, bent over, scooped up a handful of mud from the ground, and smeared it on himself. He is not a fool. Now is not the time to hold grudges. Li Jing and Qin are accompanied by a humanoid monster named Ji Qing, whose true form is a cat with a keen sense of smell. It is only a matter of time before they find him by following the smell. If he doesn't respond, he can't escape. With his whole body covered in smelly filth, Xie Guanquan turned around and prepared to head towards the upper city. The smell had been blocked, and all he had to do now was find a place to get to the ground. As long as we can successfully return to the ground, it will not be difficult to avoid this incident. Hiding in the busy city, even if Ji Qing remembered his scent, there was no way he could find him. At that time, we just need to find a way to leave Jianghai. However, before he could take off into the air, a layer of light curtain quietly unfolded, covering him along with the surrounding pipes. Barrier? Catch up so quickly. Xie Guanquan's expression changed again and again. "You're quite smart. You know how to cover up your own smell. It's a pity that it's too late." A dull voice came from behind him. Xie Guanquan stiffened and turned his head woodenly. What caught my eye was Li Jing and Ji Qing hovering there. Behind him, there are hundreds of spiritual attacks ready to be launched. Seeing the man, the cat, and the hundreds of spiritual attacks, Xie Guanquan felt his hands and feet go cold. Then he gritted his teeth and a violent, disgusting, evil aura burst out from his body. "The pursuers are here. so everything we say is meaningless. It's time to fight hard. Gokoropka! Li Jing raised his hand and waved lightly. Swish, swish, swish. 100 spiritual attacks were fired at once. Evil energy surged around Xie Guangquan, easily swallowing up all the hundreds of spiritual attacks. Li Jing was not surprised to see this, and tilted his head to call out softly. Ji Qing. No! Ji Qing spoke, and the cat's body shook and burst out with boundless demonic energy, forming a protective shield that enveloped the man and the cat. Wrapped in a protective shield, Li Jing raised his hand decisively. Boom! Thunder exploded. A palm thunder as thick as a bucket roared out from Li Jing's hand like a thunder dragon, instantly piercing through Ji Qing's demonic shield and shooting forward. Ji Qing was prepared early in the morning. He quickly opened his mouth and spit out a breath of demonic energy to fill the broken position of the demonic energy shield. On the other side, Xie Guangquan resisted the volley of spiritual attacks and was about to counterattack. He looked up and saw Li Jing waving his hand and slapping out a thunder as thick as a bucket, his face pale. He recognized the palm thunder. But this was the first time he had seen something so exaggerated. With a loud roar, the evil energy in Xie Guangquan's body burst out as if it was free. The next moment, boom! With a loud bang, the methane in the pipe exploded. This explosion was out of control. Boom! 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 The methane gas filling the pipes exploded in succession, turning into an endless cloud of fire. At the same time, palm thunder swept in and hit Xie Guangquan's evil energy protection. Boom! The palm thunder dissipated. Protected by evil spirits, not a single move was made. Xie Guangquan. This situation was beyond his expectations. Li Jing's palm thunder was so terrifying. How could it just dissipate? There's a lot of thunder, but little rain. This isn't the case, is it? Be reasonable. Thunder magic is the most masculine and the most powerful. Evil spirit is even more sinister than the evil spirit possessed by monsters. As an evil cultivator, he was completely restrained when faced with thunder magic. So, why? Xie Guangquan was confused. Just as he was in a daze, there was a flash of sword light from behind, and an extremely sharp sword light flew towards him, tearing open his evil shield like a rotten wood. Puff! A flash of blood appeared. Xie Guangquan was struck by lightning and stood there in a daze. A line of blood appeared silently on his neck. Xie Guangquan raised his hand subconsciously. Before it reached his neck, his vision began to spin. Consciousness gradually becomes blurred. When he was on the verge of death, Xie Guangquan saw his headless body fall to the ground, and finally closed his eyes unwillingly. Li Jing hid in Ji Qing's demonic energy shield and was not affected by the methane explosion. Seeing Xie Guangquan's head being chopped off, he breathed a sigh of relief. When Ji Qing saw Xie Guangquan's head move, he couldn't help but feel emotional. There is no doubt that evil cultivators deserve to die. Anyone who is an evil cultivator must have blood on his hands and is not worthy of mercy. But to be honest, Xie Guangquan died in a very miserable way. Judging from the intensity of the evil energy he just erupted, he must be in the late third realm. In a normal fight, it would be very difficult for Li Jing, Chen Yuran, her, and the cat to defeat him together. Unfortunately, Xie Guangquan is not very smart. He mistook Li Jing for a fourth-level realm and focused all his attention on him, ignoring Chen Yuran, who did not show up. The saddest thing is, Xie Guangquan never understood until his death that Li Jing was actually only in the second realm. But really speaking, this is not Xie Guangquan's fault. If Ji Qing had not learned of Li Jingshan's true level of cultivation after becoming acquainted with him, he might not have been able to realize that someone was not actually that powerful. Li Jing's magic is indeed a bit exaggerated, and its power is beyond the reach of ordinary second-level magic. However, he himself is ultimately in the second realm. Unless a surprise attack is launched, the threat to the three realms is quite limited. For example, just now, Xie Guangquan used all his strength to defend himself, but Li Jing's palm thunder, which was as thick as a bucket, didn't even make a splash. If Li Jing was at the third realm, the effect would definitely be different. Unfortunately, he is not. At least not yet. Looking at Li Jing, Ji Qing dispelled the demonic shield and rubbed his neck with his head tilted. What stands out is the desire to survive. At the same time, Chen Yuran, who had been hiding in the dark and setting up the barrier stone in advance, and waiting for an opportunity to kill Xie Guangquan with one blow, flew over. After taking a look at Xie Guangquan's body, Qin Yuan raised his hand to call back the flying sword, then looked over and said, "We're done here. Let's go back to the direction of the Inquisition. The body will be left here for now. There's a barrier in place, so no one else can get in." "Okay," Li Jing responded and rubbed Ji Qing's shoulder. Although he didn't know what was going on, Ji Qing was rubbing against him, so he had to cooperate, right? Leaving the corpse behind, the two men and the cat flew back into the air. Before leaving, Qin Yuan took the opportunity to confirm the nearby pipelines. The biogas explosion lasted only a moment. Due to the existence of the barrier, the chain reaction caused by the explosion was limited to a small area. The pipeline itself is capable of withstanding a methane explosion. However, it is still necessary to confirm it. In case there is a problem, timely discovery can stop the loss in time. Chapter 49, Incident. About half an hour later, Li Jing and Qin Yuan arrived near the procuratorate. The main thing is that Xie Guangquan is really good at running, and he ran to a location close to the upper city area in one breath. Just to keep up with him, the two of them put in a lot of effort. After catching up with him from a distance, he followed him all the way and waited for him to stop so that he could set up the barrier stone. Before I knew it, I had passed more than 20 blocks, and the turning back route spanned nearly 50 blocks. If Xie Guangquan had not been so smart as to take the auxiliary road with as many bends as possible in order to escape, and had not taken detours most of the time, making his route more complicated, the distance would probably have been even farther. Arrived below the Review Institute. Qin Yuan hovered in the air and took out his cell phone to check the time. It's past 9:20. According to the escort process, Yang Yanggan should have arrived at the prosecution office. Ji Xiaomin and her accomplices haven't taken any action yet. I think they have given up the plan to kidnap people. So, now we just have to wait for the trial to be over? Li Jing looked over. That's about right. Qin Yuan took over and sighed. We can't say that this case has been solved, but the result is satisfactory. The rest depends on whether the Serious Crime Unit 6 can dig out something valuable from Yang Yanggan after he is convicted. After hearing her words, Li Jing also sighed. Judging from the result alone, this case is indeed a perfect success. However, only Xie Guangquan was executed, and only Ji Xiaomin's identity was confirmed. There is no clue as to how many other accomplices there are or what they look like. The only thing that can be confirmed is that the people involved in this case are a gang of evil practitioners. It's really discouraging to run around like this after all this time. In terms of gains, Li Jing personally made a lot of money, and he was promoted from level 10 to level 13 in one go. But being involved in the case, he certainly hopes that the case can end perfectly. Just as he was sighing inwardly, Dai Hong's voice suddenly rang out through the communication headset. "Li Jing, you ran. Where are you two now?" Li Jing and Qin Yuan were both stunned when they suddenly received the call. Yang Yanggan should have just arrived at the procuratorate not long ago, and there are inevitable procedures to be followed in order to convict him. Dai Hong called me right away. Could something have happened? We just arrived at the basement of the procuratorate. Qin Yuan frowned and replied, "You two come up. Yang Yanggan is dead." Dai Hong whispered, "Dead?" Qin Yuan was stunned. Li Jing, who was standing by, was also extremely shocked. How could Yang Yanggan, who was supposed to be going through the interrogation process, suddenly die? After a moment, the two men took Ji Qing back to the ground through a manhole cover on the roadside nearby. As soon as they got to the ground, Li Jing and Qin Yuan looked up and saw a long cordon set up in front of the entrance of the procuratorate. Dai Hong and other members of the Serious Crime Unit 6 were gathered inside the cordon. Without thinking too much, the two men flew into the air, crossed the street, and landed inside the cordon. When Dai Hong saw the two people arrive, he looked a little tired. "Everyone is here. Beicheng and Qi Dao, you two explain the situation." Mu Beicheng and Li Qi Dao were the group responsible for escorting Yang Yanggan. Hearing Dai Hong's words, the two looked at each other. The escort of Yang Yanggan went smoothly without any accidents. Mu Beicheng opened his mouth and told the story. According to the normal escort and transfer process, Qi Dao and I sent the person to the procuratorate and handed him over to the relevant personnel. Due to the trial rules, after completing the transfer, we went directly to the trial room to wait for the trial to begin. Everything was normal until the trial began, but within 2 minutes of the trial, Yang Yanggan suddenly turned blue and fell to the ground. Having said that, he continued, Beicheng and I sensed something was wrong and immediately wanted to rescue him. However, we didn't know that someone had tampered with Yang Yong'an's body. He fell to the ground and died on the spot due to the dissipation of his internal energy. After that, within about 2 breaths, his body was corroded by some substance and turned into foam. After Mu Baichun finished speaking, Li Qidao sighed and continued. Baichun and I were careless about this matter. If we had known this would happen, we shouldn't have gone through the normal transfer process. Otherwise, we can at least confirm whether Yang Yong'an had problems to begin with or someone took advantage of him after he was transferred. Li Jing and Qin Yuran listened to the two people's conversation and looked at each other. Not only did Yang Yong'an die, but he didn't even leave his body. There is no doubt that this was the work of Ji Xiumin and his gang. If rescue fails, kill to silence the witness. It seems that Yang Yong'an knows something extraordinary. Just as they were feeling puzzled, Dai Hong waved his hand and spoke to Mu Baichun and Li Qi. You two don't have to blame yourselves. The purpose of this operation was to lure the enemy out of their hole. Before we are sure whether Ji Xiumin and his gang have really given up, taking high-profile actions rashly goes against our direction of action. I set the course of action, and I will bear the responsibility. As he said this, he looked over. You ran, you and Li Jing killed the suspect Xie Guangquan. Is the body still there? Here I am. Qin Yuran responded and said, I've set up a barrier so that no one else can touch it. When Li Jing and I left, we didn't see anything wrong with the body. It shouldn't have turned into foam like Yang Yong'an did. As she spoke, she took out her tablet and operated it. I've sent you the location of the body. It's near the upper city. Okay. Dai Hong nodded, took out his tablet to check it, then looked at Li Jing and smiled. Li Jing, you ran did a great job this time. Not only did you help our serious case Team 6 obtain key clues that led to a timely breakthrough in the case, ruining the entire plan of Ji Xiumin and his gang, but you also killed an evil cultivator suspect. When I finish the work on hand, I will report it truthfully and help you apply for the bonus. Without waiting for Li Jing to reply, he continued. You and Yuran have worked hard for the past 20 hours. You two go back and rest first, and the rest will be handed over to our serious case Team 6. If nothing unexpected happens, I'm afraid this case will be closed for the time being. If there are other discoveries later, I will notify you later. This. Li Jing blinked. Dai Hong said everything he could say in one breath. Did he say goodbye seriously, or? Just as he was hesitating, Qin Yuran on the side said something very straightforward. Understood, Team Leader Dai, you should take care to rest. As she spoke, she pulled Li Jing over. Let's go. Go home and get me something to eat, and then go to sleep. Li Jing, he understands the truth. Things have come to this point, and there is nothing left for them to do. The key point is that Qin Yuran is really not shy. You said this in front of so many people. Are you afraid that others will misunderstand you? Being dragged away by Qin Yuran, Li Jing turned back. As expected, what came into view was question marks one after another for all the members of the Serious Crime Unit 6, including Dai Hong. Facing everyone's suspicious gazes, Li Jing could only smile bitterly. He wanted to explain, but Qin Yuran herself didn't care. She was eager to go home and pulled him directly out of the procuratorate. Ji Qing hung on Li Jing's shoulder, pretending to be a cat silently. In front of the entire crime squad, she didn't dare to make the slightest movement. Not until she was out of the procuratorate did she dare to look at Li Jing with sympathy. Li Jing and Qin Yuran did not have any special relationship. She knew that. She also knew what kind of personality Qin Yuran had. At the very least, she had already slept with him for more than a week, and every night before going to bed, Qin Yuran would definitely pull her over chat. He is really a person who doesn't care about details. She would never care about being misunderstood. Li Jing is in trouble this time. All the members of the Serious Crime Unit 6 who were present at the scene were misunderstood. If they were to know about it, the whole inspection bureau would know about it, and it would only take a matter of minutes for it to be reported to the Auxiliary Investigation Department. It won't lead to social death. However, losing the right to choose a spouse is probably inevitable. Chapter 50 The Clown is actually himself. Return to the villa. As soon as Qin Yuran entered the room, she threw herself on the sofa in the living room and slapped away the dog head that was excitedly approaching Stinky Tofu. Go play, I'm tired. Woo! The Stinky Tofu got slapped in the face and groaned in grievance. As a domestic dog, it wouldn't be too much for it to be excited after not seeing its owner for more than 20 hours, right? Even if you're tired, at least you can deal with it, right? As she was complaining, Qin Yuran opened her arms naturally on the sofa. Ji Qing. Ji Qing was hanging on Li Jing's shoulder, yawning lazily. Hearing the call, her big, gem-like eyes blinked twice, and she stood up on Li Jing's shoulders, kicked her 4 short legs hard, and jumped 4 or 5 meters into Qin Yuran's arms. Ji Qing's desire to survive has always been strong. But this time, it has nothing to do with the desire to survive. The main reason was that she had unconsciously gotten used to being close to Qin Yuran. She couldn't help but get used to sleeping in the same bed with the man in her arms every day. To a certain extent, it could be said that she was conquered by sleeping. Seeing Qin Yuran happily hugging Ji Qing, Cho Dofu, who had just been slapped and despised, felt very uncomfortable. He cried out, "Ah," and ran to Li Jing in grievance. Li Jing smiled when he saw this. As the third party, it has been more than a week since Ji Qing came to power and was favored. This silly dog should have adapted by now, right? Why are you still so sensitive? Li Jing said as he reached out and rubbed the stinky tofu dog's head. Okay, stop yelling all day and come with me to the kitchen. I'll make you something to eat. Ouch! Stinky tofu howled, as if to say, Li Jing, you are a good person. Li Jing smiled and turned around. Similar scenes have been repeated every day for more than a week, and he has become accustomed to it. Just as he was about to go to the kitchen, Qin Yuran spoke indifferently on the sofa. Li Jing, don't feed stinky tofu too much meat. Haven't you noticed that it doesn't eat dog food recently? The seasons are about to change. If you keep feeding it meat, it will lose a lot of hair. Then, she added, also, don't be too kind. It's true that the stinky tofu husky's nature is hard to change, but it's not as stupid as you think. It has been coming to me lately to complain and then seek comfort from you. In essence, it just wants to eat and drink for free after tasting the sweetness. Li Jing listened to the first half of Qin Yuran's sentence and didn't think there was anything wrong. After hearing the second half of the sentence, he began to feel something was not right. If someone else had said it, he might not have cared. But what Qin Yuran said, who is Qin Yuran? The man who has been raising stinky tofu for 17 years. If you ask who knows stinky tofu best, it is undoubtedly her. Stopping and frowning, Li Jing looked back. What caught my eye was stinky tofu's look of uncertainty, as if he was guilty of a crime, and his tail stopped wagging. Li Jing. Just the guilty look on Cho Dofu's face at the moment was enough for him to understand that what Qin Yuran presented were ironclad facts. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was not right. After Ji Qing came, Qin Yuran really turned into a scumbag who was fickle and easily bored with the old. However, the stinky tofu that was badly treated badly never made a fuss or made a noise. Not only did it not make a fuss or make a noise, it also licked him every time. It would come to him again after being treated coldly. Put yourself in their shoes. What's the difference between him and the spare tire? Compared with this, eating and drinking with stinky tofu is nothing. As he tried to figure out the key, Li Jing's face gradually turned darker. For more than a week, he has been treating this as a joke. In the end, the clown turned out to be himself. He is the one who was really cheated. He was tricked by a dog. Resisting the urge to slap the stinky tofu dog on the head, Li Jing raised his hand and pointed to the doghouse in the corner of the living room. From today on, you will have no meat to eat. Eat dog food instead. Upon hearing the sound, stinky tofu suddenly looked up, opened his mouth, and screamed, "Oh," as if to say, "Listen to my explanation." Li Jing rolled his eyes, ignored it, and turned away. It would have been fine if he hadn't realized it before, but now that he has understood it, why would he care about stinky tofu's complaints? Once he understood the key point, he thought of more. There is no doubt that the husky's nature of eating stinky tofu is hard to change. It is common to do stupid things. But at the end of the day, this is no ordinary husky. This guy is finished. He is still an old dog who has lived for 17 years. As people age, they become more cunning. How bad can an old dog be? Li Jing was very angry. I can accept being raped by a scumbag woman. Who doesn't meet a few bad people in life? He was deceived by a dog and took advantage of his kindness. He only realized it after being reminded by others. What the hell is this? Seeing Li Jing walking into the kitchen with a frown on his face, Ji Qing stared at the stinky tofu that was screaming with his cat eyes. What Qin Yuran said just now. It wasn't just Li Jing who was reminded, it was her as well. Like Li Jing, she also didn't realize that stinky tofu had so many hidden secrets. The key point is that stinky tofu is silly all day long and has tantrums from time to time which makes it difficult for people to associate with it. After dinner, Chen Yuran carried Ji Qing upstairs to sleep. Li Jing, realizing that he was a clown, simply locked himself in the room, leaving Chou Doufu alone in the living room. Just as he lay down on the bed, Li Jing received a private message from Kong Wu. Captain Dai of the Serious Crime Unit 6 has contacted me. You performed very well in the evil cultivator case. You don't have to rush back to your post. I'll give you 2 days off so you can have a good rest. After reading the contents of the immortal letter, Li Jing's gloomy mood brightened a lot. Although Kong Wu is a bit weird, he is still quite honest in his conduct and actions. Just as he was thinking about it, Kong Wu sent another immortal letter. Holidays are holidays, but we don't have paid leave. If you want to get your full salary this month, you have to work overtime to make up for the working hours. Looking at the typical speech of an old capitalist in the immortal letter, Li Jing twitched the corner of his mouth and silently withdrew the praise in his heart. After editing a message, got it, and sending it to Kong Wu, Li Jing sighed and lay down on the bed. I was temporarily transferred to the Serious Crime Unit 6 for more than 20 hours and experienced a lot. There was almost no chance to stop and rest. The whole process is high intensity. After this experience, Li Jing finally understood why Inspector He's salary was so high. Working your life isn't enough. When something happens, working overtime is not just a casual remark. There's not even a chance to slack off. In comparison, the Auxiliary Investigation Department is much easier. Thinking that he could take a 2-day break, Li Jing picked up his mobile phone, found Lu Cici's letter, and edited the message. Sister Cici, it's been almost half a month. How is the store renovation going? Lu Cici replied as quickly as ever. Before Li Jing had time to put down his phone after sending the message, she sent him a reply. You heartless bastard. You finally remembered me? You haven't even sent me a message since we had dinner together last time. I thought you had forgotten me. Looking at the resentful reply in the immortal letter, Li Jing smiled. A while ago, he worked late-night shifts every day. Although he didn't fall asleep immediately after returning home, he always came back early in the morning. He and Lu Cici simply can't adjust to the time difference. Can you blame him for this? Just as I was about to edit the message to deal with it, Lu Cici sent me a message. The renovation of the store is basically complete, and we will be able to resume business in 3 to 5 days. Without waiting for Li Jing to reply, Lu Cici sent another message. You suddenly sent me a message, so you must be on break? I just happen to have something to talk to you about. How about we have dinner together? Li Jing had long been accustomed to Lu Cici's repeated jumping around. After all, the two have been together for more than 3 months. Seeing that Lu Cici said she had something to talk to him about and took the initiative to ask him out for dinner, Li Jing replied to the letter without thinking much. Okay, I'll pick you up in the evening. Chapter 51, Special Constitution. Evening. After getting enough rest, Li Jing left the villa, took out his ID from the storage space, put it in his pocket, and flew into the air. The patrol team of the Auxiliary Inspection Department has the authority to control the air and can control the air within the city. But the prerequisite is that you must have your ID with you and keep it close to your body. This also applies to on-the-job inspections. Flying in the city is strictly prohibited except in emergency situations. Although different people have different opinions on these rules, they're not simply based on conscious compliance. How many people can achieve self-awareness through self-consciousness? What really makes this rule possible and ensures that the public abides by is the ubiquitous high-precision surveillance cameras in the city. These cameras have recognition capabilities themselves. Only if you pass the identification authentication will you avoid being photographed. It's difficult to avoid it. Flying in the sky and walking on the ground are two different concepts. It is easy to find blind spots in ground surveillance, but there are no blind spots in the sky. To pass surveillance identification, we have to rely on the chip hidden in the relevant documents. The identification chip is unique and cannot be forged or copied, and detailed information is recorded for each one. No one is qualified to have it except the Inspection Bureau and a few special departments. Let's put these digressions aside. Li Jing flew in the air and soon arrived at the neighborhood where Lu Cici lived. Li Jing went straight to the door and rang the doorbell of the apartment. Ding dong. As soon as the doorbell rang, the door opened at the speed of light. Lu Cici, who seemed to have experienced some happy thing, poked her head out with a radiant look on her face. I've been waiting for your meal ticket. It's been so hard for me. The whole afternoon has passed so slowly. She asked while joking. What are we having for dinner tonight? Let's go to the same restaurant as last time, hot pot. Li Jing smiled slightly. He doesn't care what to eat. Since Lu Cece had no idea, she might as well go to Ji Qing's shop. Good things should be kept within the family. Since we are both spending money on meals, we will definitely take care of our friend's business. When Lu Cece heard Li Jing suggest go to the hot pot restaurant they met last time, she nodded subconsciously and then frowned again. I have no problem with eating hot pot, but why are you going to the same place as last time? Are you still thinking about the hot pot restaurant owner? Li Jing was speechless, knowing that Lu Cece had started again. He smiled and shook his head, choosing not to respond. Since Li Jing didn't respond, Lu Cece suddenly had no room to speak. She likes to make noises and joke around, but someone has to take care of her, right? Lu Cece pouted with dissatisfaction and hummed. Wait a minute, I'll get a bag. More than 10 minutes later, the two arrived at Ji Qing's hot pot restaurant. After finding a quiet seat to sit down at the waiter's invitation, Li Jing took out his mobile phone, scanned the order code, and handed it to Lu Cece. He then took a look at her energetic little face and spoke curiously. Sister Cece, I see you seem to be in a good mood. Did something good happen to you these days? It's indeed a good thing. I said I had something to talk to you about at noon, and it was also to share this great news with you. Lu Cece took the phone and said, smiling mysteriously, I'm going to keep it a secret for now. Guess what good thing happened to me? Li Jing frowned when he heard that. When he saw Lu Cece in the apartment before, he noticed that she seemed to have been nourished, and her spirit and energy were very different from before. Lu Cece asked him to guess now. What could he guess? Don't say that women's hearts are as unfathomable as the sea. Lu Cece, who is extremely good at jumping back and forth, has always had a rather strange way of thinking. How could he grasp it? As Lu Cece was in a good mood and in high spirits, Li Jing felt that he could not spoil her fun, so he asked tentatively, You made a lot of money recently? I've been lying at home these days. How can I make a lot of money? Lu Cece rolled her eyes and pouted. Am I so vulgar in your eyes that I would be happy for a little money? Cough. Li Jing coughs. He couldn't tell whether Lu Cece was vulgar, but he himself was quite vulgar. It's true that he would do something to make a little money. With a wry smile, Li Jing thought about it. You have a boyfriend? Lu Cece's mouth twitched. Do I look like I'm in need of a man? Not really, but you don't have a boyfriend. Li Jing responded seriously. Lu Cece. She didn't refute this point. She really doesn't have a boyfriend. Not only that, she has never been in a relationship in her life. Glancing at Li Jing, she gritted her teeth in hatred. Don't hit people in the face. I asked you to guess what good thing happened to me, not to ask you to stab my heart. Oh, what's so heartbreaking about this? Sister Cece, if you want to find someone, aren't there suitors everywhere? Li Jing said something to please him. Go away, stop praising me. Lu Cece disagreed and pretended to be angry. It seems that you have become more powerful during your time working in the Auxiliary Investigation Department. How could you dare to make fun of me in the past? Li Jing smiled when he heard this, but didn't respond. In the past, he had nothing. Now I have gained some strength and have more money in my pocket. If you have a serious job, how can you not be more confident? But joking and teasing still scores points. Seeing that Li Jing didn't respond, Lu Cece didn't let the topic continue, but also didn't keep it in suspense. She came over and whispered, I made a breakthrough. Breakthrough? Li Jing was stunned and looked over in surprise. You mean breaking into the second realm? Lu Cece smiled sweetly and said, I don't know what happened. When I woke up yesterday, I felt that the spiritual energy in my body had increased several times. I thought I had spiritual energy fever. I didn't want to go to the hospital for a checkup. The doctor said that I had broken into the second level and needed some time to adapt. Li Jing, Lu Cece this. To be honest, it's a bit outrageous. To break through the realm normally, one must feel the bottleneck of the realm during proper practice, and then break through the bottleneck to advance. Most people in this world are stuck in one realm, unable to advance further, because their talents are limited and they cannot feel the bottleneck. Even those who are talented enough to sense bottlenecks are unable to break through them due to various factors and are confined to one realm for their entire lives. Is Lu Cece cheating like him, or what? Who can reach the second level while sleeping? Looking back, Lu Cece is now 26 years old. Logically speaking, if she was going to be able to break through, she should have done so long ago. People in this world have been cultivating immortals since they learned to read. If they're talented enough, they will successfully break into the second realm before the age of 20. In a sense, The second realm is the real beginning of cultivating immortals, and the threshold is relatively low. As long as one has the right talent and sufficient accumulation, breaking into the second realm will not be that difficult. Unless it is the latter mentioned earlier, the bottleneck can be felt, but it is unable to be broken due to some factors. Lu Cixi is obviously not the latter. At least Li Jing heard her say that she had never felt a bottleneck. Seeing Li Jing looking at her with disbelief, Lu Cixi spread her hands. Don't look at me like that. I just said that I don't know what's going on. But I did ask the doctor, and he said that I might have some special physique, and I will achieve a breakthrough naturally later in life. As for what that special physique is, I have to discover it myself. Special physique? Li Jing raised an eyebrow. In this world, only 30% of people can truly go further and further on the path of cultivating immortals. Among these 30%, there are many lucky ones who are blessed with special physical conditions. There is currently no accurate detection method for special physical conditions. Most special physiques need to be discovered by the owners themselves. Only some people with special physical conditions with obvious signs can be noticed by others. Usually, people with special physiques have some talents or abilities that ordinary people do not have. These talents and abilities may become a burden to the owners before they are developed and mastered, and produce various effects. There are cases where people are unable to feel the bottleneck due to the burden caused by their special physical condition and are misjudged as not having enough talent and having no chance of becoming an immortal. Thinking that Lu Cixi might have a special physique and would achieve success late in life, Li Jing smiled. Congratulations. Lu Cixi smacked her lips and said unhappily, regardless of whether I have a special physique or not, successfully breaking through to the second realm means that the direction of my life will be different from now on. You just gave me a perfunctory congratulations. What else do you want? Li Jing smiled bitterly. Forget it. I don't count on you. Lu Cixi waved her hand disinterestedly and handed the phone back after placing the order. I don't dare to say anything about others, but I know you well. It's harder than climbing to the sky to expect you to say a few words to comfort others. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes blinked twice. By the way, I have some news that might interest you. Li Jing raised his eyes. In the hospital I went to yesterday, I was chatting with a doctor, and he told me that in recent days their hospital has encountered many people who used physical examinations to confirm their realm. Lu Cixi opened her mouth and began to tell the story. Those people were just like me, ordinary people who were originally trapped in the first realm. The physical examination results showed that they had all entered the second realm without exception. I think there might be something fishy going on. Those people were not like me, who went there because they thought they were sick. Their purpose was very clear, which was to have a physical examination to confirm their realm. Chapter 52, Obscure Involvement. After listening to Lu Cixi's story, Li Jing frowned slightly. People who were trapped in one realm purposefully went for physical examinations to confirm their realm, and then without exception broke through to the second realm. This is indeed a bit unscientific. One or two of them can be understood as having potential special physiques. But special physiques are not common, and it is already very good to have one person in a million. If we exclude those who have successfully broken through due to special physiques that do not cause any burden to themselves, there may not be many people with special physiques buried among ordinary people. To put it bluntly, having a special physique is a low probability event. There's another possibility of causing a burden to oneself. Add the two probabilities. A situation like Lu Cixi's is less likely than an equally low probability incident of urban demonization. In the past, Li Jing wouldn't have thought too much about it, mainly because of the evil miasma. A series of abnormal events occurred in Jianghai during this period. Affected by the demonic miasma, the extremely low probability of demonization has become a frequent event, and some people even use the demonic miasma to deliberately cultivate ordinary creatures into monsters. The abnormalities described by Lu Cixi are vaguely related to a series of abnormal events that have occurred recently. After pondering for a while, Li Jing asked, Sister Cixi, which hospital did you go to? Did the doctor tell me how many similar cases they have encountered? North City First Hospital. Lu Cixi responded. The doctor didn't elaborate on how many similar cases he encountered, but since he said he encountered quite a few, I think there should be more than 10 or 20 of them. As she spoke, she added, Also, I heard from the doctor that apart from the breakthroughs in their realms, They did not see any other abnormalities during the physical examinations and did not have symptoms such as high fever caused by spiritual energy. Considering the privacy of the patients, the hospital only kept their blood samples for continuous observation and did not report them as abnormal events for inspection. After hearing this, Li Jing remained silent. If no abnormality is found, it will not be reported as an abnormal incident for inspection. This is not incomprehensible. Patient privacy is a sensitive issue. Hospitals cannot be so casual as to report it without finding any problems. This alone can easily be exploited by someone with ulterior motives. From a certain perspective, these people go for physical examinations to confirm their realm precisely because of this reason. They had the physical examination with a purpose, which was obviously conscious on their own, and they chose the hospital simply because there was no other way to confirm whether they had made a breakthrough. If a physical examination will be reported to the inspection bureau, who would be willing to go? Just as Lu Cece said before, there must be something fishy going on in this matter. These people who were trapped in a state and achieved a breakthrough must have come into contact with something or been influenced by something, which led to the breakthrough. They cannot withstand in-depth scrutiny. Once the inspection finds something, it could be a big deal or a small matter. After thinking for a moment, Li Jing stood up. You sit here by yourself for a while. I'm going to go out and make a phone call. Seeing that Li Jing seemed to take this matter very seriously, Lu Cece said, "Oh," sat down and took out her cell phone. For her, this matter was just a topic of conversation at best. After all, she is a member of the masses. There are many things she cannot access or understand. The reason I brought this up is purely because I have a friend like Li Jing who is on duty. It's not like she cared much about it. Not to mention that she had just broken through the second realm, her life had changed, and she couldn't even take care of her own affairs. She is just a chicken seller. Why does she care so much about other people's business? Li Jing's situation is actually no different from Lu Cece's. He is just an auxiliary investigator. Logically, he doesn't need to worry about this, nor is he qualified to worry about it. But he was deeply involved in the relevant incidents after all, and even worked as a temporary worker in the Serious Crime Unit 6. He knows a lot of inside information that ordinary people don't know. Secondly, the case of the evil cultivator had not been successfully concluded, and the information provided by Lu Cece might be implicated, so he felt it necessary to report the relevant situation. After walking out of the hot pot restaurant, Li Jing directly took out Dai Hong's phone number and dialed it. The call was connected quickly. Li Jing, what do you want to talk to me about? Dai Hong's voice rang out in a tired and doubtful tone. Well, I accidentally learned of an unusual situation and need to report it to you. Team Leader Dai. Li Jing was not vague and told Lu Cece everything she had heard. Li Jing was able to realize that the matter might be related to the demonic miasma and the evil cultivator case, and Dai Hong could naturally realize it as well. After listening to the details, Dai Hong's voice became much more energetic, and he spoke quickly on the phone. Got it. I'll have someone from the Ministry of Public Security go to the first hospital to find out what's going on. I'll let you know when there's any news. After saying that, he hung up the phone. After informing Dai Hong of the situation, Li Jing didn't worry too much about it and turned back to the hot pot restaurant. He has done what he should do. That's all he can do. Next, we just have to wait for the results of the investigation. In the hot pot restaurant, Lu Cece was sitting in her seat browsing an online shopping website at this time. She looked up and saw Li Jing came back after a while and was surprised. Is it over so soon? I'm just reporting to my superiors. How long will it take? Li Jing smiled and sat down. Lu Cece thought that there seemed to be nothing wrong with what he said, so she put down her phone and asked, You have been working in the Auxiliary Investigation Department for more than a week. How have you been doing recently? It's pretty standard, but it's okay. Li Jing said casually. It's not that he wanted to hide anything on purpose, but his experience was somewhat exciting, and telling it out might make Lu Cece worried. While the two were talking, the waiter brought the ordered hot pot. After the waiter left, Li Jing looked at Lu Cece, who was holding chopsticks in her mouth, waiting impatiently to eat. Sister Cece, since you have already broken into the second realm, the chicken shop, Lu Cece took over the conversation halfway through. I will continue to run the chicken shop. It was not easy for me to build this business. Besides, you know that our business is not just a stall in the farmers market. We have a lot of dealings with hotels and other places. It would be a pity to give it up just like that. As she spoke, a smile appeared on her lips. Besides, I've only just broken through to the second level, and I don't know anything. If I go out and find a proper job, I can earn 20,000 or 30,000 yuan a month at most. I can make at least 10 million yuan a month selling chickens. I'm not stupid. I won't run a store and go out to work. Oh, that's not what I meant. Li Jing shook his head and smiled bitterly. I feel that, Sister Cece, you have entered the second realm and should have other plans and future development directions. You may not have too much energy to focus on the chicken shop. Wouldn't it be better to find someone to help manage it? As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Cece looked at him with a wary look on her face. Hiss, are you thinking about my chicken shop? Li Jing was speechless. Looking at someone choking, Lu Cece chuckled and said with great joy, I have considered hiring someone to take care of it, but there is no rush to arrange it for now. At least I still have the energy. At my age, it is not scientific to go to the Immortal Academy for further studies. Hanging out with a bunch of 17 or 18-year-old brats, they don't mind, but I do. As she spoke, she cupped her cheek with one hand. I plan to enroll in an adult advanced course and learn some of the things that a second-level person should know. There's no rush to learn magic. Even with the guidance of a lecturer from the Immortal Academy, it depends on how much one can comprehend. I can only slowly figure out on my own. Forget about those who secretly teach outside. Even if someone teaches me, I may not dare to learn. It would be bad if I run into a liar and something goes wrong. Chapter 53, Reciprocity. At the dinner table, Li Jing and Lu Cece chat a lot. As for her future plans, Lu Cece doesn't have any unrealistic ambitions. The main focus is to explore what is so special about my own special physique. In my spare time, I learn some knowledge necessary for the second realm and try to learn some offensive and defensive spells. These alone were enough to keep her busy for a while. It is of utmost importance to explore what makes your own special physique special. Having a special physique means that she is born with talents or abilities that are different from ordinary people. This is a natural advantage. It is also a potential hidden danger. Being different comes at a price. Any special physical condition will usually have negative effects, but the manifestations are different. For someone like Lu Cece, who puts a burden on the body, the situation can be said to be more serious. She has been dragged down by her special physique for so many years that she has given up hope and is content with a dull life. If she makes things clear, can she relax and pursue the path of cultivation? If something goes wrong due to special physical condition, it would be like heaven in one moment and hell in the next. As for the knowledge and magic spells that one must know in the second realm, these are necessary homework. Lu Cece has a special physique and can be said to be born with a special condition. But even if she figured out her trick, she couldn't compare with Li Jing. To practice, you have to follow the steps. Learning magic requires your own comprehension and exploration. After learning, you still have to spend time and effort to master it, integrate it, and improve your proficiency. Having money in your pocket cannot solve all problems. For her, money is just a stepping stone to open the door to the future. There are no shortcuts on the path of spiritual practice. After eating hot pot, Li Jing sent Lu Cece back to the apartment and then returned to the villa. What a coincidence! As soon as he landed in the courtyard, the lights in the villa came on. Li Jing was slightly stunned when he suddenly saw the lights in the house come on. Qin Yuran is the type who doesn't want to get up once she lies down, unless she has to. She won't leave the pillow until she has slept for 12 hours. It was a little after 11 in the morning when she went to bed, so now it was less than 8 in the evening. Qin Yuran got up after only 9 hours, which was really strange. Li Jing pushed open the door of the villa and saw Qin Yuran standing in front of the refrigerator with sleepy eyes, and stinky tofu was sticking out its tongue and wagging its tail at her feet. The man and the dog in the room heard the door opening and turned their heads one after another. Seeing that it was Li Jing coming back, Qin Yuran's eyes lit up. I'm hungry. Li Jing. Just now he was wondering why Qin Yuran got up so early. It turned out that she was too hungry to sleep. Li Jing asked as he walked in, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. What do you want to eat? Whatever, as long as I can fill my stomach. Qin Yuran said casually, turned around, threw himself on the sofa, yawned, pulled the pillow over, and closed his eyes. Seeing this, Li Jing opened his mouth in silence, then laughed and shook his head. Qin Yuran's casual demeanor in private is full of flaws. It's hard to imagine that this woman is such a decisive and efficient person at work. Turning his head to glance at the stinky tofu that was still standing in front of the refrigerator, staring at it eagerly, Li Jing let out a breath. The season will change soon, and you will lose your hair. You can't eat too much meat with salt. I can only give you a little bit, so you can try some meat. There's no point in having a cold war with a dog. In essence, Li Jing was not really angry with Stinky Tofu. He was just unhappy because he was deceived by the appearance of Stinky Tofu, stupid dog. In a way, Stinky Tofu taught him a lesson. You can know a dog's face, but not his heart. Even if you're facing a dog, you must not be careless or have preconceived ideas. When the Stinky Tofu in front of the refrigerator heard Li Jing's words, it knew that he had forgiven itself, and it howled twice, shaking its head and tail, sticking out its tongue, and coming forward. Li Jing slapped away the dog's head that Stinky Tofu offered to him, walked to the refrigerator, took out a frozen sausage, broke off a small piece, and turned around. Is this enough? Stinky Tofu was following Li Jing happily at this moment, and he looked up instinctively when he heard the words. This one glance made it confused on the spot. Li Jing said to add a little bit to it, and it really was just a little bit. The sausage in someone's hand is smaller than a fingernail, and at most weighs only a few grams. Li Jing was stunned by the Stinky Tofu and was very satisfied. It's okay to not get angry. The small shoes must be worn by Stinky Tofu. The Stinky Tofu made him realize what a wicked human heart is. How could he not reciprocate and let the former know what a wicked human heart is? More than 10 minutes later, Chun Yuran, who was dozing on the sofa, was woken up and ate some delicious fried noodles. Stinky Tofu lay in front of the dog food bowl with a sad look on his face, staring at the fingernail-sized sausages in the bowl with tears in his eyes. Chun Yuran saw her dog lying in the corner, doubting its life, but she pretended she saw nothing. I have been raising Stinky Tofu for 17 years. She has already worried herself to pieces. She knew better than anyone that this dog couldn't be spoiled. Li Jing, the instigator, has learned his lesson and will certainly not be soft-hearted easily. Li Jing asked after taking out his cell phone and checking the time. Why didn't Ji Qing come down? She's asleep. Don't worry about her. Chun Yuran responded without even raising her head. Knowing that Ji Qing was still sleeping, Li Jing didn't worry too much and started talking. I went out to have a meal with Sister Cece earlier, and at the table. Before he finished speaking, Chun Yuran raised his eyes strangely. You don't need to report to me when you date other women. Li Jing's mouth twitched when he heard that. Will you listen to me, finish my words? Oh, Chun Yuran responded and continued to eat the fried noodles. Seeing this, Li Jing didn't say anything else. He recounted the situation mentioned by Lu Cece and explained that he had already informed Dai Hong. Chun Yuran listened to everything, her brows slightly furrowed. What you said is indeed strange, especially since there have been so many disturbances in recent times, including demonic miasma and evil cultivation gangs. Perhaps there is a connection between them. As she spoke, she analyzed. But it's probably difficult to start with those people who have strangely broken through to the second realm. There must be something wrong with them, but patrols and investigations require evidence. If a person has not broken the law or done anything wrong, there is no need for cooperation. Blindly looking for them is more likely to be bitten back and sued for violating personal privacy. If we want to investigate, we can only visit and investigate secretly. Li Jing naturally understood these principles. He mentioned this matter to let Chun Yuran know and see what she would say. Has Jianghai ever had such an experience before? No. Chun Yuran shook her head and said, the situation you mentioned does have examples in the patrol system. There are many things that can help people trapped in a state to break through. Most of these things are contraband that are harmful to the human body. People with normal brains will not use them. These contraband are either immature and dangerous artificial synthetics or highly toxic substances. The breakthrough phenomenon caused by the related contraband usually comes at the cost of a one-time large overdraft of the user's potential or burning of the foundation, with a 100% mortality rate. Once they are touched, they will generally die within 3 to 5 days. Not to mention modern medical treatments, even life-extending elixirs cannot save them. When Li Jing heard that he would surely die if he was involved in contraband, his brows furrowed. Just as he was about to speak, Chun Yuran spoke again. The situation you mentioned should have nothing to do with contraband. The first hospital is not only the best hospital in North City, but also one of the best in the domestic medical system. Their testing methods are very comprehensive, and the doctors are all masters of medical magic. They will definitely be able to find abnormalities involving related contraband. Those who have strangely broken through to the second realm probably used other means. Are the other methods you mentioned not life-threatening? Li Jing asked the question. Have. Chun Yuran took a mouthful of noodles and said, There are all kinds of wonders in the world, and there are all kinds of spiritual objects in the world, many of which are still unknown. I know of only 3 kinds of spiritual objects that can forcibly break through a difficult situation. These 3 kinds are extremely rare and are top-notch treasures that are in short supply. After that, she sighed. Although I don't know how those people in the first hospital achieved a breakthrough, it definitely has nothing to do with spiritual objects. These fools will cause trouble sooner or later. The Inspection Bureau cannot expect them to cooperate before something goes wrong. They will only think of it after something goes wrong. She had just said half of her words when the cell phone in her pajamas pocket rang. At the same time, the silent phone in Li Jing's pocket began to vibrate wildly. Chapter 54, Complexity. One side is ringing, and the other side is vibrating. The timing of the 2 calls was so coincidental that Li Jing and Chen Yuran both frowned and looked at each other. After looking at each other, Chen Yuran took out his cell phone and looked at it. "This is Dai Hong calling me. It looks like the information you gave me really revealed something, and it's related to the evil cultivator case. Otherwise, he wouldn't have called me." As she spoke, she stood up and went to the side to answer the phone. Li Jing watched her walk away with a strange look on his face. He took out his cell phone and took a look and found that the call was from Kong Wu. Without thinking too much, Li Jing picked up the phone. As soon as the call was connected, Kong Wu's indifferent voice rang out. "Li Jing, why don't you just not come back to work?" "Li Jing." Just as I was about to ask what was wrong, Kong Wu laughed with evil humor. "It's just a joke, don't be nervous." He said this seriously. "Team Leader Dai from the Serious Crime Unit 6 just called me and said he wants to borrow you again. He didn't say what the specific reason was, but your vacation is canceled. Go to the Patrol Bureau to find Team Leader Dai immediately. Liu Yangsheng and Yi Xiuzhu will also be there later. The area that your Tianwang team is responsible for patrolling will be temporarily shared by the Feixin team and the Changya team." Li Jing was not too surprised to learn that Dai Hong was looking for Kong Wu to borrow someone again and specifically asked for him. Regardless of whether the information he gave Dai Hong provided any clues, the latter's call to Chen Yuran was most likely because he had found new clues in the evil cultivator case. Chen Yuran is from the Public Security Department and does not belong to the Serious Crime Unit 6. If it wasn't related to the evil cultivation case, Dai Hong would have no reason to look for her. If we find Chen Yuran, we will definitely not leave him behind. After all, he was also involved in the evil practice case. There has been new progress in the case, so there is nothing wrong with calling back the original team. However, Liu Yangsheng and Yi Xiuzhu were also drafted into the army, which really surprised Li Jing. Dai Hong had met Liu Yangsheng and Yi Xiuzhu before, but the 3 of them didn't talk to each other at that time, let alone know each other. How did they get targeted? Li Jing was very confused, but did not ask more questions on the phone and responded. "Got it. I'll go to the Inspection Bureau right away. Hurry up, it's urgent over there." Kong Wu responded and hung up the phone. Li Jing had just hung up the phone, and Chen Yuran also hung up the phone on the other side. While walking upstairs in her slippers, she left a message. There is indeed a follow-up to the evil cultivator case. Dai Hong didn't say anything specific on the phone, but only said it was related to the information you provided. He asked us to gather in the conference room. "Wait for me. I'll go upstairs to change clothes." Li Jing hummed, when he heard that, and while he stood up to clean up the dishes she had left over, he was secretly amazed. A moment ago, Chen Yuran was still saying that this matter was not easy to approach directly, and that they could only secretly investigate and visit to look for useful information. It had only been 3 hours since he told Dai Hong the news, and the result was already out. Not only did we get results, but we also confirmed that it was related to the evil practice case. The efficiency of the Serious Crime Unit 6 is really amazing. More than 10 minutes later, Li Jing and Chen Yuran flew to the North City Patrol Branch. When the 2 arrived at the conference room, all the members of the Serious Crime Unit 6 who participated in the operation of escorting Yang Yangan in the morning were already present, and there were also several people who did not participate in the operation. Liu Yangsheng and Yi Xiuzhu have also arrived. At this time, the 2 were sitting in the corner of the conference room. Seeing Li Jing coming in from afar, they both raised their hands to signal. Seeing this, Li Jing smiled slightly, turned around and nodded to Dai Hong, who had been waiting in the meeting room, then walked over and sat down next to Liu Yangsheng and Yi Xiuzhu. Chen Yuran followed him and sat together. Dai Hong saw that the 2 had already sat down and spoke. "Everyone is here. Let's start now." As he spoke, he waved his hand and sent out a stream of spiritual energy to activate the projector. Subsequently, 17 case files emerged. 3 hours ago, Assistant Lee from the Auxiliary Investigation Department provided me with a clue. Recently, many people trapped in the first realm have strangely broken through to the second realm and went to the first hospital of North City for a physical examination to confirm their own realm. This matter is full of doubts, but because the first hospital's testing methods have not detected any abnormal factors, it has not been reported yet. After hearing this opening statement, all the members of the Serious Crime Unit 6 looked at him sideways. Even those who did not participate in the morning operation have learned about Li Jing's performance in the investigation of the case. There is new progress in the case, and it is related to Li Jing, which surprised everyone. When Lu Yongxing and Yi Xiuzhu heard Li Jing being called, they both turned their heads to look at him. In front of the projector, Dai Hong mentioned it and continued to tell the story. The investigation into this matter has not made any progress, but I got some information from the intelligence department. 2 years ago, a new type of contraband case occurred in Lingnan City. It used safety and reliability as a gimmick and took advantage of the lucky mentality of people trapped in a certain situation to make a profit. Of course, there is no such thing as safe and reliable. Most people who are involved in new types of contraband die of spiritual energy exhaustion within a week due to the corruption of their foundations. Since only a small amount of residue was detected in the victims' bodies and no actual samples were found, the composition of the new contraband involved in the case is still unclear. When the Lingnan City Patrol Bureau tracked down relevant clues 2 years ago, the criminals had already fled. In the end, all the victims in the case died except for 5 who were missing. As he spoke, Dai Hong operated the projector beside him to retrieve a piece of identity information. Li Jing and Qin Yuran were both stunned when they saw the message. This identity information did not belong to someone else, but Xie Guanquan, who was killed by the 2 men. Before the 2 of them could think about it, Dai Hong spoke. The criminal, Xie Guanquan, was confirmed to be a member of a certain evil cultivation gang and has been shot dead. There is no such person in Longyu Country's household registration system. There are many people with the same name, but there is no biometric authentication information related to him. The identification department has put a lot of effort into this, but has never found anything. It was not until 2 hours ago, when the intelligence department was sorting out cases related to contraband, that a turning point occurred. As he spoke, he pulled up a list of as many as 100 people. This is the list of victims of the new contraband case in Lingnan City 2 years ago. Among them is a man named Xie Miao, whose facial features are 70% similar to Xie Guanquan. A few months before he was confirmed to be the victim, he had undergone a liver transplant. For the sake of thoroughness, I asked the forensic department to conduct a biometric comparison of Xie Guanquan's liver and confirmed that his liver matches the liver obtained by Xie Miao in the medical system records. Everyone present looked at each other in surprise when they heard this. A 70% similarity can at most be considered a resemblance in appearance, but it cannot be confirmed that they are the same person. Moreover, Xie Miao is a recorded victim, and his biometric authentication information must be in the household registration system. A comparison will easily yield results. The biological characteristics of Xie Guanquan and Xie Miao did not match, indicating that they are not the same person. However, the transplanted liver matched. Li Jing felt very strange sitting in his seat and had more questions in his mind. Xie Miao was confirmed to be the victim of a new type of contraband case in Lingnan City. He should have been dead for 2 years. How could a person who had been dead for a long time appear as an evil cultivator? Just as he was wondering, Dai Hong retrieved Xie Miao's identity information. Semyon was not a victim who was directly confirmed dead, but was one of the missing victims. Li Jing frowned. Xie Miao was not directly confirmed dead, just missing? In this case, Xie Guanquan may indeed be Xie Miao. The question is, how did he survive? In the case in Lingnan City 2 years ago, residues were detected in the body of the victim, which confirmed that it was a new type of contraband case. Is it possible to survive after being exposed to this stuff? At this time, Dai Hong in front of the projector spoke with a serious expression. There's another situation that everyone needs to know. Yang Yangan, who died at the trial site of the procuratorate, had his body turned into foam. After sampling and testing by the forensic science department, it failed to match the biological characteristics in his identity file. Chapter 55, Unraveling the Mystery. After hearing Dai Hong's last words, everyone present frowned, except Lu Yongqing and Yi Xiuzhu, who had just been drafted into the team. After Yang Yong'an's death, his body turned into foam, and his basic biological characteristics such as fingerprints, irises, and skin were naturally gone. The whole person is gone. What's the point of talking about fingerprints? But as long as there are remains, DNA will definitely be detected. The corpse water and foam were the last things left of Yang Yong'an. The forensic science department took samples from him for testing and confirmed that there was no match between his biometric features and his identity file, and that DNA had apparently been detected for comparison. Different from Xie Guangquan's situation, Yang Yong'an has been detained in Beicheng Detention Center for half a year. His identity is fully confirmed, and there is no doubt about it. Everyone in this world is cultivating immortality, and there are many ways to change one's appearance. Therefore, before being taken into custody and imprisoned, one must undergo a biometric detection and confirmation procedure to verify his or her identity. The makeover only changes the surface. Various biological characteristics, including DNA, cannot be changed. In other words, at least half a year ago, Yang Yong'an's biometric features matched his identity file. Under normal circumstances, such a result could be understood as Yang Yong'an being replaced with a scapegoat at some point and escaping without anyone noticing. However, in front of everyone at this moment, there is only one person whose transplanted liver can match the victim in the Lingnan new contraband case, Xie Guangquan. When the two are connected, things suddenly become intriguing. Everyone present was thinking about something, and Dai Hong silently put on a mask of pain in front of the projector. Combining the latest information, we have reason to suspect that the evil organization behind Xie Guangquan, Yang Yong'an, and Ji Xiumin is very large and has a long history. The case we have is just the tip of the iceberg of their crimes. The new contraband case in Lingnan City 2 years ago was most likely also a crime committed by this organization. After telling the story, he pondered. Xie Guangquan and Xie Miao look 70% similar, and their transplanted livers match each other, so they are most likely the same person. It's just that for some reason, his biological characteristics have changed in all aspects. This kind of thing is generally impossible. Even if an individual has a genetic mutation, only the DNA is changed, and basic characteristics, such as fingerprints, will not be affected. As a missing victim in the new contraband case in Lingnan City, Xie Miao appeared in Jianghai as Xie Guangquan 2 years later. Apparently, he survived by chance after coming into contact with the contraband. After 2 rounds of conversation, Dai Hong controlled the projector to call up Yang Yong'an's identity information and put it together with Xie Miao's identity information. According to the records in Longyuguo's household registration information, Yang Yong'an and Xie Miao are both ordinary people trapped in a realm. It is not certain whether Yang Yong'an is an evil cultivator. After all, we cannot confirm it without taking action. The person is already dead, and there is nothing to confirm. What is certain is that he has a close connection with the evil cultivation organization behind Xie Miao. Back to the question of why Xie Miao's biometrics cannot be matched. The new contraband that Xie Miao came into contact with is likely the cause of the all-round changes in his biometrics. In connection with Yang Yong'an, the latter was most likely also exposed to similar new contraband. It is no coincidence that 2 people who are presumed to have similar experiences have become evil cultivators and are involved with the same evil cultivation organization. Referring to the information we have in the Yang Yong'an case, the mastermind Ji Xiumin completely led all arrangements in the case, and her position in the evil cultivation organization is definitely not low. She purchased 300,000 white mice to breed monsters in batches as a smokescreen to confuse the inspection bureau. Her thinking and actions are terrifying. It is probably not the first time she has done something similar. As Dai Hong unraveled the story layer by layer, the faces of the people in the conference room gradually changed. Even Lu Yangsheng and Yi Xiuzhu, who did not have a deep understanding of the evil cultivation case, came to a shocking conclusion through Dai Hong's inference. The evil cultivation organization behind Ji Xiumin is most likely creating evil cultivation through new types of contraband. And this manufacturing process has lasted at least 2 years. Xie Miao was the finished product 2 years ago. Yang Yong'an is the finished product of the past 6 months. With the conclusion before his eyes, Li Jing felt a dull pain in his head as he sat in his seat. The complexity of the case is beyond imagination. Li Jing raised his head and rubbed his eyebrows, then asked Chun Yuran in a low voice, "What do you think about this?" Before Chun Yuran could say anything, Chun Yihan, a member of the Serious Crime Unit 6, raised his hand and asked a question. Team leader, your speculation is not unreasonable, but I have a question. No abnormalities were detected in the bodies of the first hospital's group of people who had a breakthrough to the second level. It seems that they did not achieve the breakthrough through contraband. The fact that no abnormality is detected does not mean that it is not related contraband. Instead, it means that the evil organization behind Ji Xiaomin is constantly improving its methods. Dai Hong shook his head and said, regarding the case of the evil cultivator, we initially thought that it was Ji Xiaomin who was responsible, but later we discovered that it was a group of evil cultivators. This matter was suspicious in the first place. Yang Yangan was in the first realm when he was imprisoned. A first realm evil cultivator might be worth a like-minded plan to rescue, but it is definitely not worth the trouble of a group of evil cultivators, not to mention that there are 3 realms in the group who follow his command. Having said that, he continued, Yang Yong'an's biological characteristics have changed in the past 6 months. This does not mean that he must have come into contact with related contraband in prison. It is possible that he had already come into contact with it when he became associated with Ji Xiaomin. But one thing is clear, he is a local of Jianghai and has been in prison frequently. In the past 5 years, we have never had any cases related to contraband in Jianghai, nor have there been any suspected victims. From this, we can assume that the means of the evil organization have been perfected to the point where victims will not appear easily and no traces will be left. Based on this, we can conclude that the case in Lingnan City 2 years ago was a large-scale experiment, and the victims were all guinea pigs. Those who survived were absorbed by the evil organization, and those who died were eliminated. After listening to Dai Hong's story, Chen Yihan thought for a while and raised the question again. So who are these people in the first hospital these past 2 days? I'm afraid it's a new batch of guinea pigs. Dai Hong spoke woodenly. Being trapped in a state cannot be easily changed. Breaking it through artificial means is bound to cost a heavy price. No matter how perfect the evil organization's methods are, they can never be perfect. If they're really perfect, their methods can even benefit the whole world. We have no way of verifying whether Yang Yong'an's biological characteristics have changed as comprehensively as Xian Miao's, but at least it is certain that his DNA has undergone gene mutation. We don't know what consequences the changes will lead to, but the evil cultivators may not know, and they are still trying to improve it. Ji Xiaomin has not left Jianghai in the past 6 months and has not made any suspicious moves until Yang Yangan was about to be convicted. Regardless of whether her plan to kidnap Yang Yangan was successful or not, she must have made preparations for her escape after making so many moves. It is entirely possible that she released the further improved contraband before leaving and created a batch of guinea pigs for observation. Faced with Dai Hong's comprehensive analysis, Chen Yihan nodded silently and put down his arms. Seeing that she had no more questions, Dai Hong raised his eyes and looked at everyone. Speculation is just speculation after all. The specifics of the case we are facing need further investigation. If everyone here has no questions, let's start assigning tasks now. In response to these words, no one spoke. Dai Hong didn't waste any words when he saw this, and looked at Mu Baicheng and Li Qidao. Baicheng, Qidao, you two take 4 people to Lingnan City and try to track down the new type of contraband case 2 years ago. I have already contacted the local authorities, and the Lingnan City Inspection Bureau will fully cooperate with you. Notify me immediately if you find anything. Learn. Clear. Mu Baicheng and Li Qidao spoke one after another, and then pointed at 2 people with their eyes. The tacit understanding within the Serious Crime Unit 6 was very good. The 4 people who were selected by the 2 men stood up one after another and left the meeting room together. As soon as the 6 people left, Dai Hong looked at Chen Yihan. Yihan, you have to work harder. You take 10 people in plain clothes and conduct a secret operation to investigate all suspicious forces in the upper city where Ji Xiaomin has lived for a long time. No matter if they are local tyrants or small thugs, don't let any of them go if you can find them. Then he added, Ji Xiaomin must have run away, but those who were not exposed in the evil group may have stayed behind. If my guess is correct, they still have at least 1 person in Jianghai observing the little white mouse, or even secretly selling related contraband. It is impossible for them to leave no trace at all. Dig out any possible clues for me. I hope to see results within 3 days. Learn. Chen Yihan stood up and pointed at 10 people to take away based on his sight. After the 11 people left, Dai Hong looked at Chen Yihan. You ran. I'll give you the remaining members of the Serious Crime Unit 6. You'll be responsible for clearing out suspicious forces in the North City District. I know your public security department has a lot of informants outside, so use them if you can. At worst, I can treat your director to a drink later. We'll have to operate in plain clothes throughout the whole process to avoid alerting the enemy. Qin Yuran frowned slightly when he heard this, glanced at Li Jing beside him, stood up and nodded. Learn. Upon seeing this, the remaining members of the Serious Crime Unit 6 in the conference room stood up one after another and left. After they left, only Li Jing, Lu Yangsheng, and Yi Xiuzhu were left in the meeting room. Dai Hong looked at the three of them and said, Li Jing, I specially borrowed your Tianwang team. The task I'm going to give you is neither difficult nor easy. If you three can complete it, my Serious Case Team 6 will give you 3 internal positions. In the future, as long as you enter the third realm and pass the patrol written examination, you can report directly to the Serious Case Team 6. Chapter 56, The Mission of the Heavenly King Group. Meeting Dai Hong's promise, Li Jing didn't feel much of a cold. Dai Hong admired him and respected him very much. But one thing is one thing. He did not take the inspection test directly. Firstly, because he had no academic qualifications, and secondly, because the legal knowledge required for the inspection assessment was too complicated and difficult to understand in a short period of time. He chose to assist in the investigation in order to make a transition and gain some experience. Bill review is inevitable. However, the problem of academic qualifications can be solved through seniority. This has nothing to do with whether you have made any achievements or not. The key point is to work within the system. To put it bluntly, it's work experience. Wait until he reaches the third realm and then pass the written inspection test. It would be natural for him to become an inspector, and he would start as a second-level inspector. When it came time to choose a department, he would definitely go to the public security department where Qin Yuran was. In terms of salary and benefits, the Serious Crime Squad is undoubtedly one of the ceilings in the patrol system. The problem is that this system will only take action when faced with major and vicious cases and will ignore other things. Li Jing's original intention of becoming an inspector was to be on the front line and come into contact with more monster incidents. This kind of thing is usually handled by the Ministry of Public Security. To be brought to the Serious Crime Squad, the situation has to be serious enough. Unless hundreds of people died, it couldn't be linked to a serious crime. Li Jing was not impressed, but Lu Yangxin and Yi Xiuzhu both changed their expressions after receiving Su Nuo. The situations of the two are basically the same as Li Jing's. If you don't have the qualifications to take the inspection test directly, you can only go to the auxiliary inspection department to get some money first. One of them is in the early stage of the second realm, and the other is in the middle stage of the second realm. The third realm is a very distant thing for them. But with their talents and wealth, as long as they practice diligently and are willing to invest heavily, entering the third realm is only a matter of time. By then, as long as you pass the written inspection test, you can immediately join the Serious Crime Unit 6, which means you win at the starting line. Not everyone can join the Serious Crime Squad. One has to go through a rigorous internal screening process and meet the requirements before being selected. How many on-duty inspectors have tried their best to join the Serious Crime Squad, but were rejected? Dai Hong looked at the three people's different expressions and glanced at Li Jing, putting aside the fact that he is extremely obsessed with spiritual attacks. As the leader of the Serious Crime Unit 6, Dai Hong has first-rate case-handling abilities and is also quite experienced in his personal life. He could tell at a glance that Li Jing was not very interested in his Serious Crime Unit 6. Everyone has their own aspirations, which is understandable. Dai Hong won't force it. The problem is that the person he likes the most among those present is Li Jing, but that person didn't even give him a decent expression. At the very least, could he at least give him some face? With a light cough, Dai Hong waved to the three people. It's inconvenient for the three of you to talk while sitting so far away. Come here first. Li Jing and others stood up as instructed. When the three people came closer, Dai Hong took out 2 communication headsets and handed them to Lu Yangsheng and Yi Xiuzhu respectively. This is the internal communication headset of the Serious Crime Unit 6. You two should keep it for easy communication. As he spoke, he took out another tablet and handed it to Li Jing. This tablet has access to the patrol database. Don't lose it. Remember to return it to me after use. Li Jing took the tablet, looked at it, and asked, "What is our 3 mission?" Based on the fact that I just reviewed the case without making any mistakes, the group of people who strangely broke through to the second realm achieved this breakthrough by coming into contact with contraband. But without actual evidence, the other party is unlikely to cooperate, and we have no right to intervene by force. Daihong said, narrowing his eyes. Try to contact these guinea pigs as ordinary people, try to gain their trust, and find out the channels through which they obtain contraband. It is human nature to be profit-seeking. Some of them may become the buyer of unknown contraband, or even become a member of the evil cultivation gang. If you encounter them, don't touch them, try to obtain samples of contraband and bring them back. Then, he added, it may not be possible to handle this with regular patrols. People like me are used to investigating serious cases, so it's hard for them to not have some personal habits in their daily lives. It's not a problem to disguise as an ordinary person in normal times, but it's easy to be noticed when you meet sensitive people. The three of you have only been assistant investigators for a short time, so you don't have similar bad habits, and your abilities are not weak, so you're suitable for this job. I understand. Li Jing responded. Lu Yangqing and Yi Xiuzhu on the side also nodded. You have to figure it out on your own. I can't give you many ideas. These guinea pigs are all people with hidden agendas and are very sensitive. Don't be impatient when you act. Be cautious and be prepared for a protracted war. Daihong continued speaking. The 17 people who came into contact with the contraband are definitely not the only ones in the first hospital. Some may have gone to other hospitals, and some may not have gone to the hospital at all. You don't have to worry about these things. The intelligence department and other departments are conducting investigations. I will inform you of new results. In addition, if you have the opportunity, you can collect some body hair, dandruff, or daily necessities from the relevant personnel. The forensic department has obtained their blood samples through the first hospital, but this alone is far from enough. After giving all the instructions, Daihong sighed. You guys can research the rest on yourselves. I have to compile a report and submit it to the director. After saying that, he hurriedly left the meeting room. After watching Daihong leave, Li Jing used the tablet in his hand to retrieve the information of the 17 targets and looked at Lu Yangqing and Yi Xiuzhu. How to contact these 17 people? Do you two have any ideas? Yi Xiuzhu said nothing, looking at the list with a thoughtful expression. Lu Yangqing looked at the list carefully and spoke directly. I do have an idea, but I don't know if it can be used. How do you mean? Li Jing tilted his head. Everyone knows the harm of contraband, and no one with a brain would use it. Lu Yangqing said, narrating. These people took the risk of getting in contact with contraband. I can't say they were fooled. I guess they were either forced by life or unwilling to be ordinary. They went to the hospital for a checkup. It should not be just to confirm whether they have broken through to the second level, but also to confirm whether there is anything wrong with their bodies. Before going to the hospital, they should have used conventional methods to test themselves. As he spoke, a smug smile appeared on his face. Civilian instruments are our main business, and there are hundreds of types of testing instruments related to personal health. I am sure there will be some of our customers among these people. Li Jing raised his eyebrows when he heard the voice. Do you have a way to get your company's customer information? I didn't inherit the family business, so how can I just get it? Lu Yangqing shrugged and said, I can only ask someone to help me check the company database. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xiuzhu spoke. Can you ensure that the person you find is trustworthy and won't leak the information? Don't worry, I'm definitely looking for one of our own. Besides, there's no need for me to explain the specific matter, right? Lu Yangqing responded, took out his mobile phone, opened the immortal letter, entered the 17 names on the list, and made up more than a dozen non-existent names, and sent them to a friend. Seeing that he was very creative in forging other people's names, Li Jing looked at him strangely. After Lu Yangqing sent the immortal letter, he raised his eyes. Okay, let's wait a while. There will be a reply soon. As he said this, he glanced at Li Jing, who was looking at him. My lord, I have a question for you. Li Jing, I noticed at the seafood market before that you seem to be very familiar with Inspector Chun. Lu Yangqing said with a gossipy expression on his face. You two just came here together again. I don't think it's as simple as just meeting on the road. What's your relationship? Chapter 57. The word misery is written on the legs. Lu Yangqing just gossiped for a long time. Li Jing smiled and said, Inspector Chun is my landlord. I am staying at her house. Stay here. Lu Yangqing was beaming with joy. Can I assume that you two are already living together? Li Jing. That's right, actually. But he felt he needed to explain. Even though Qin Yuran had publicly pulled him aside in the morning and asked him to go home and sleep together, the entire Serious Crime Unit 6 had misunderstood it, and sooner or later some rumors would spread. But as a man, he should be careful no matter what. Regardless of whether Qin Yuan cares about the rumors in the outside world, what others spread is different from what he believes. Just as he opened his mouth to explain, Lu Yangcheng suddenly remembered something and sighed heavily. Alas, it's true that people can't be compared. If I were half as lucky as you, I would meet a beautiful landlord. Li Jing slowly typed a question mark. It would be fine if the sourness in Lu Yangcheng's words was obvious, but why did he suddenly become so sentimental? Li Jing was puzzled. Xiaozhu, who was standing by, saw that he was confused and spoke kindly. You should still remember that Yang Cheng had a dinner with Deng Ying from the Changyi group last night. Before he finished speaking, Lu Yangcheng spoke quickly. Stop. Don't say that. After stopping Xiaozhu, he looked over and said, Don't ask. It's so embarrassing. Lu Yangcheng had an appointment with Deng Ying, the leader of the Changyi group, last night, but Li Jing really forgot about it because he was too busy. However, with Xiaozhu's reminder, he already remembered. Seeing Lu Yangcheng so excited at this moment, he suddenly became interested. It's good to be embarrassed. The more embarrassing it is, the more we should speak out to make everyone happy, right? Li Jing leaned closer to Xiaozhu and whispered, What happened? Tell me in detail. Lu Yangcheng was of course not happy to see this, and said decisively, Xiaozhu, I told you what happened last night because I regarded you as a friend and a brother, hoping that you could comfort me. You have been rubbing salt into my wounds all night, and I didn't blame you. But if you dare to tell me what happened, we will no longer be brothers. Xiaozhu was about to respond to Li Jing, but frowned when he heard this. So, there's still friends to be made? Lu Yangcheng. Without waiting for him to speak, Xiaozhu tilted his head. Deng Ying is his distant cousin. Li Jing's mouth twitched. Deng Ying is Lu Yangcheng's distant cousin? Is there such an operation? Looking at Lu Yangcheng, whose expression fell because the truth was revealed, Li Jing felt both amused and helpless. Your own cousin, don't you know her? Lu Yangcheng moved his lips and said silently. She's said to be a distant cousin. The relationship is very distant. Isn't it normal that I don't recognize her? Li Jing blinked when he heard that, but he thought there was nothing wrong with it. It is common to have difficulty recognizing the relatives when there are so many of them, especially the younger generation who don't care much about this. We may not be able to recognize all of our close relatives, let alone distant relatives. So here comes the question. There doesn't seem to be anything shameful about this. At most, Lu Yangcheng just wasted his time. Is it necessary to be so excited? Apparently, there is a sequel to this story. Li Jing, a temporary worker in the Serious Crime Unit 6, quickly analyzed the case and cast an inquiring look at Xiaozhu beside him. Xiaozhu was not ambiguous when he saw it, and said lightly, Yang Cheng didn't recognize Deng Ying, but Deng Ying recognized him. Then when they met, he saw that Deng Ying didn't mind his tanned hair at all and was very concerned about him. So he confessed his love to her. Li Jing. He guessed that there was a sequel to the story. But this development was really beyond his expectations. Lu Yangcheng is really brave. We just chatted in the group for a few days, and he confessed his love as soon as we had the first meal together. You can't be so impatient, right? Up to here, there's actually nothing. The worst that can happen is you get rejected. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. The key point is that Deng Ying is his cousin and she knows him. This wave is a direct result of social death. The word miserable was written on his legs. Looking at Lu Yangcheng, Li Jing seemed to be hesitant to speak. At this moment, Lu Yangcheng was like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water, rolling his eyes. It's not a big deal. Isn't it just a misunderstanding? As he said that, he glared at Xiaozhu hatefully. Just wait for me. You'd better not let me find out about any embarrassing things you do in the future, or you'll be in trouble. Xiaozhu smiled mysteriously and did not respond. When Lu Yangcheng saw this, he felt like he was punching cotton, but there was nothing he could do. He has no temper towards Xiaozhu. Just as he was feeling depressed, the phone in his hand vibrated. After looking down at his phone, Lu Yangcheng looked up in surprise. There's really a client of mine who won 10 in one go. As he spoke, he held up his cell phone so that Li Jing and Xiaozhu could check it. At this moment, in Lu Yangcheng's immortal letter, there were 10 screenshots of customer orders that matched the target list. Each person had purchased personal health-related testing equipment in recent days. After examining the 10 orders, Li Jing spoke. We have the order. How are we going to contact these 10 people? This is easy. Just pretend to be one of my employees and bring gifts to visit us to experience our products. Although I can't guarantee that I can dig out something valuable from these 10 people, at least I can ensure that I can contact them without being noticed. Lu Yangcheng said, but we have to make some preparations before we go. We have to put on a good show, and we can't be without work clothes and work permits. Li Jing thought for a moment after hearing this and said, it's already late tonight. It's not just a return visit. It's not scientific for us to try to contact the others on the list right now. Team Leader Dai asked us to prepare for a protracted war. Obviously, he took this into consideration. Having said that, he continued, Yangcheng, leave me your address. Go back tonight and prepare everything you need. Xiuzhu and I will meet at your house tomorrow morning. You can prepare more gifts for the return visit to ensure that the recipient cannot refuse to contact us, but don't make it too exaggerated. You should keep a record of the expenses incurred on official business and ask Team Leader Dai to reimburse you later. Okay, Lu Yangcheng responded. There's another problem. The three of us cannot make the follow-up visit at the same time. If the three of us show up, we may not be able to make a second contact with these 10 subjects. It will be fine if we can get something, but if not, we will only have 7 contactable subjects left. Li Jing nodded in approval. There are definitely more than just the 17 people on the list who have come into contact with contraband. But they only have this list at the moment, and it is not worthwhile to eliminate 10 contactable people in one day. Just as I was thinking about how to arrange it, Xiuzhu suddenly spoke. I will not participate in the return visit. Li Jing turned his head. Lu Yangcheng also asked in confusion. What's wrong? Meeting the two people's gazes, Xiuzhu said calmly. I'm not very good at talking. It's okay with acquaintances, but if I meet a stranger, I'm afraid I'll offend him if I can't say more than a few words. I can't do things like return visits. Li Jing, Lu Yangcheng. Faced with Xiuzhu's self-aware words, the two were unable to refute. They really didn't think this through. After the two main colleagues got to know each other, Xiuzhu had never done anything outrageous except for his occasional sinister behavior, so much so that they had somewhat forgotten that this buddy was not good at getting along with others. Seeing Li Jing and Lu Yangcheng looking at him silently, Xiuzhu showed a little unnatural expression on his face and said, You two will do the return visit, and I'll take care of the 7 targets without orders. I have some connections in society. Assuming they have hobbies in their daily lives, as long as they're not too low level, I should be able to find out. Give me a day, and we will meet at this time tomorrow night to discuss countermeasures. After saying that, he added, I have orders for these 10. If there's a need later, I can check them separately. This is quite time-consuming, and I can't take care of so many at once. Hearing this, Li Jing and Lu Yangcheng both raised their eyebrows. Regardless of what social connections Xiuzhu was talking about, since he dared to say it, he must be sure. If we can confirm the entertainment interests of the other 7 subjects, it will undoubtedly be much easier to formulate contact strategies. Thinking of the benefits, Li Jing said, Okay, be careful if you act alone. Chapter 58 Return Visit begins. There is a preliminary plan. Li Jing and 3 others left the inspection bureau and went back to their homes. Compared with the other 3 groups, their task is much easier, but equally challenging. Lu Yangcheng and Xiuzhu had their own plans when they returned, and Li Jing was not idle either when he returned home. Locking himself in the room, he took up a tablet and studied the information of 17 subjects, gaining an in-depth understanding of their social histories by checking the archival information stored in the database. The more you know about a subject, the easier it is. The night passed quietly. After a night of in-depth research, Li Jing obtained valuable information. It wasn't much, but it was all useful. For example, what kind of work do the 17 subjects each do, and what industries have they worked in the past, all of which will be used in trying to contact them. Early morning. According to the address left by Lu Yangcheng, Li Jing flew to a luxurious villa area with extremely high style. Although he knew in advance that Lu Yangcheng's family was wealthy, when he really arrived at his door, he still couldn't help but be amazed in his heart. It's great to have money. In the luxurious villa area in front of us, every household has a swimming pool. The house and courtyard of each household have their own characteristics and are quite unique. The floor area of each villa is more than 3 times that of Bayou Garden. The location here is much better than that of Bayou Garden. Looking at it this way, Chen Yuran's small villa was easily outshined. Certainly, if you have to compare, there is no comparison between the two. After all, Chen Yuran bought the villa herself, and Lu Yangcheng who is not yet married, probably lives with his parents. Their family is in the business of testing equipment, and the business is quite big. Even the inspection bureau will turn to their company for emergency orders. They are definitely the top company in the relevant industry in Beicheng district. Find Lu Yangqing's home according to the house number. Li Jing landed and took a look into the courtyard, then sent a fairy message to the former, informing him that he had arrived. After a while, Lu Yangqing pushed the door and walked out of the villa. Arriving at the gate of the courtyard to greet Li Jing, Lu Yangqing smiled. I have prepared everything that needs to be prepared. Come with me into the house and change your clothes. Then sit down for a while. It is not appropriate for us to fly in plain clothes. I got up this morning and asked someone to send a business car over. It will take a while to arrive. Hearing that Lu Yangqing had even prepared a car, Li Jing nodded and hesitated. Your parents should be home? Would it be inappropriate for me to go in like this? It's okay. My parents left for work early in the morning. You can't see them even if you want to, Lu Yangqing said casually. Besides, you are my friend, not an ugly bride. It's okay even if he saw you. Li Jing was speechless. He was powerless to refute this. Following Lu Yangqing into the house and changing into the custom-made suit of his company's return visit specialist, Li Jing sat down and chatted with him for a while, and then 2 car horns were heard outside the villa. Hearing the noise, Lu Yangqing stood up. The car is here. I'll introduce you to a little beauty. Li Jing was about to stand up, but frowned when he heard this. Why is this little beauty involved for no reason? Seeing that Lu Yangqing had already walked outside, he could only follow. As soon as he walked out into the yard, Li Jing looked up and saw a pretty girl standing outside the outer door and a high-looking business car parked behind her. The girl was indeed good-looking, but also a little small in the truest sense of the word. Judging from his face, he looks to be around 18 years old. The girl outside the door saw that not only Lu Yangqing, but also Li Jing came out of the villa. Both of them were wearing custom-made suits with nameplates. Her slender eyebrows frowned. The girl asked as she approached the 2 men. Lu Yangqing, what are you doing again? Children should not ask too many questions about adult matters. Lu Yangqing said this seriously and pointed at Li Jing with a smile. My buddy Li Jing, nice to meet you. Having said that, he turned to Li Jingdao again. This girl is Su Jianghai. She is my uncle's daughter and is currently studying at the North City Immortal Academy. Before she finished speaking, Su Jianghai made a tisk sound with her mouth. You're only 3 years older than me. Do you have to treat me like a child by calling me that? As she spoke, she looked at Li Jing and nodded politely. Hello. Before Li Jing could say anything, she glanced at Lu Yangqing again. Although I don't know what you are up to, I advise you not to do anything out of the ordinary. You're going to be an assistant investigator on your own, and your uncle and aunt are strongly against it. If you cause trouble again, be careful that they will punish you. After saying that, she snorted, shook her hair, and walked away. Li Jing blinked and tilted his head when he saw this. This person seems to have a lot of opinions about you. Nothing. Lu Yangqing waved his hand, glanced at Su Jiai's receding back, and said, This girl has been following me around since she was little, and we have a very good relationship. She is just harsh in words, but in fact, she cares about me. Li Jing was speechless. As an outsider, he couldn't tell whether Su Jiai and Lu Yangqing had a good relationship. But if you ask me about concern, I really don't see it. Thinking that other people's affairs had nothing to do with him, Li Jing didn't continue the topic. Let's not talk about this. Let's get down to business. Lu Yangqing nodded, opened the car door, and got into the driver's seat. Li Jing got in the car, took out his tablet, and retrieved the archive information he had sorted out, and said, Among the 10 people who have orders, 3 have stable jobs and may not be at home during the day. Of the remaining 7, 2 have recently lost their jobs, and 5 have been unemployed for more than a year. It's still early, so we'll start with these 7 and consider the 3 who have jobs in the evening. As he spoke, Li Jing reported the address of the first contactable person. Seeing that he had figured out the social background of the people he could contact, Lu Yangqing nodded without saying anything, turned on the car navigation, and drove off. The first contactable person is named Chao Yishuan, male, 27 years old. His residence is very close to Lu Yangqing's home, only 3 blocks away. In less than 10 minutes, they arrived at the place. The subject does not live in a luxury mansion, but just an ordinary residential apartment building. After parking the car downstairs of the apartment building, Lu Yangqing got out and took out 2 boxes of nutritional supplements and handed them over. You don't know much about our business, so please don't talk when you go upstairs. I'll be in touch with the target. If you can get into the house, take a chance and see if you can find anything. And collect some things that the forensic department needs. Okay. Li Jing nodded, took the nutritional supplement, and held it in his hand. He was the one who tried not to talk, so it was obviously more appropriate for him to hold the things. Soon, the two took the elevator upstairs to the floor where their partner lived. When he arrived at the door, Lu Yangsheng took out the work badge he had prepared in advance from his neck and hung it outside, then rang the doorbell. Seeing this, Li Jing also turned out his work badge and put on a professional smile on his face. Even if you haven't eaten pork, you've seen pigs run. Before he traveled through time, he had encountered many people who made follow-up visits or even door-to-door sales, so he was still good at fake smiling. Just as Li Jing put on a smile, the apartment door opened. Chao Yishuan went out and saw the two of them, frowning. What do you two do? Hello, Mr. Chao. Lu Yangsheng started talking with a smile and handed over 2 boxes of nutritional supplements from Li Jing. We are the return visit specialists of Tianyu Testing Instrument Company, Limited. Mr. Chao, you recently purchased our products, and we are here to do a return visit to learn about your experience. This is a return visit gift. I wonder if Mr. Chao would be able to cooperate with us in the return visit. Hearing this, Chao Yishuan showed a hint of impatience. However, when he saw the nutritional supplements handed to him by Lu Yangsheng, his expression relaxed again. The nutritional supplements that Lu Yangsheng specially prepared are not cheap. You can tell from the packaging that they are high-end products. What can be called nutritional supplements in this world are real nutritional supplements, not IQ taxes. As long as it is a nutritional supplement, it must be related to nourishing spiritual creatures. It is of no use to high-level practitioners. But for practitioners at a lower level, especially those who have been stuck in one realm for a long time and cannot make any money, it is quite a luxury. Reaching out to take the nutritional supplement and taking a look at it, Chao Yishuan nodded. Come in and talk. My house is a bit messy. Please don't mind. No problem. Lu Yangcheng smiled and walked in. Li Jing followed quietly, and using Lu Yangcheng's figure blocking the way in front of him, he quickly scanned the room, and suddenly his whole body was shocked. There is a cage in the living room of the apartment. Inside, there was a white rat with a blood stripe on its head. Chapter 59. Change of Action Plan. The appearance and individuality of the white rats in the cage have not changed, and they look no different from ordinary white rats. But if there is a health bar, there must be a problem. And its health bar is not short. The value is as high as 819. Health bar, 819. The middle stage of the first realm. The moment he caught a glimpse of the white mouse, Li Jing decisively stopped and turned around. Brother Lu, I suddenly remembered that yesterday's return visit report has not been submitted to the company system. You go ahead and do your work here. I'll wait for you in the car. Lu Yangcheng was walking in front, thinking about striking up a conversation with Chao Yishuan and getting close to him. Hearing a voice suddenly calling Brother Lu, he paused and turned back in confusion. This pause just happened to block Li Jing's retreat. Turning around, Lu Yangcheng was completely confused when he saw Li Jing leaving the apartment with only his back left. What are you doing? Although he was confused, he did not forget to adapt. Turning around and smiling at Chao Yishuan, who had also stopped, Lu Yangchengdo. That's how new people in the company are. They lose things all the time. You know what? This remark aroused Chao Yishuan's empathy. Chao Yishuan was one of the 2 people who had recently lost their jobs. He happened to be a door-to-door salesman and had worked in the position for several years and had trained new employees. I understand this. I used to work in sales and have trained many new people. Chao Yishuan said, sighing. Most young people nowadays are like this. When they first enter society, they know nothing and they don't know how to learn carefully from their seniors to learn more useful things. It's not easy for them to survive in society. Oh, isn't that right? Lu Yangcheng took the opportunity to continue the conversation. Just as he was about to talk about something else, Chao Yishuan led him into the living room. Then he noticed the white rat in the cage and his body stiffened. He had to deal with Chao Yishuan, and his attention just now was on the ladder. Looking around can easily attract attention. When he saw the white rat at this moment, he immediately understood why Li Jing retreated. Last night, after Li Jing discussed the division of work with him and Yi Xiuzhu in the meeting room of the Inspection Bureau, he briefly told the 2 of them about the situation related to the evil cultivator case, in which he mentioned that the evil cultivator gang had the means to control monsters. Dai Hong also mentioned at the meeting that Ji Xiumin, the leader of the evil cultivation gang, purchased a large number of white mice for breeding and artificially demonized them into monsters. Although Lu Yangsheng could not see the monster's health bar like Li Jing, when he saw a white rat kept as a pet in Chao Yishuan's house, many associations suddenly occurred to his mind. Without losing his composure, Lu Yangsheng remained natural and pretended to be very interested in looking at the white mouse that was looking at him. "Mr. Chao, you have raised a great white rat. I once raised a white rat as a pet, but it died." Chao Yishuan turned his head subconsciously when he heard this. "This white rat is not." Halfway through his words, his expression changed, and he changed his tone. "This white mouse was given to me by my niece. I have been raising it for some time." "So?" Lu Yangsheng responded happily, taking in Chao Yishuan's expression at that moment. He avoided the sensitive topic and took out a form and handed it over. "Mr. Chao, this is our company's customer experience form. You've worked in sales before, so you should know that this is a routine matter. Please let me help you fill it out. We'll chat about it when we're done. By the way, send me a message, and I'll send you the electronic shopping vouchers that the company gives back to its customers." Hearing that there were electronic shopping vouchers available, Chao Yishuan said, "Okay," and took the form without thinking too much. At the same time, downstairs in the apartment building, Li Jing walked out of the elevator and let out a long breath. Walking out of the apartment building and looking up at the upper floors, Li Jing frowned. The white rat in Chao Yishuan's house is definitely a monster and is related to the evil cultivation gang. It couldn't be such a coincidence that he just happened to have a spiritual beast, a white rat. Besides, he was just an ordinary person trapped in a certain place a few days ago, and a spiritual beast was not something that someone like him could afford to raise. The demon white rat is in Chao Yishuan's house, probably to monitor and observe him. To be on the safe side, Li Jing chose to avoid it. That day at the seafood market, he took advantage of the fact that the rat demon was attracted by the members of the Serious Crime Unit 6 who had rushed to the scene and was about to escape, and killed it by surprise. The evil cultivator who was hiding in the dark and controlling the rat demon to observe the scene had no idea that it was he who took action. But he had made eye contact with the rat demon at the scene that day, so there was no guarantee that he would not be recognized. Lu Yangsheng is not a problem. This guy had been exposed to the sun in the open sea for more than a week. After 2 days of being nourished by the spiritual energy, his hair had become a little whiter, but he was still a completely dark-skinned guy, just not as dark as when he first came back. Not to mention strangers. Even if it's someone you know, you may not be able to recognize him before he opens his mouth. This incident was just a coincidence. Fortunately, Li Jing walked behind Lu Yangsheng when he entered the room so that he could be observed more easily. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome if he had seen him face to face. Back in the car, Li Jing felt itchy. Upstairs, it's 819 experience points. But this rat demon cannot be killed. Even if he could avoid being seen, the evil gang would inevitably be alarmed once the rat demon died. After silently sorting out his thoughts, Li Jing took out the communication headset of the insider of Serious Crime Unit 6 and put it on, choosing to connect with Dai Hong. "Team Leader Dai, I found something here." "What do you mean?" Dai Hong responded quickly. Seeing that Dai Hong was online, Li Jing did not hesitate and told him about the situation in which he saw the rat demon in Chao Yishuan's house and chose to avoid it. He also explained that he and Lu Yangsheng were trying to contact the target by return visits through the convenience of the latter's family business. Dai Hong listened to his story in silence for a while, then spoke. "Well done. I didn't expect your team to reap rewards so quickly. Tell Lu Yangsheng that I'll give him credit for this, but of course you and Yi Xiuzhu will also get credit." Having said that, Dai Hong continued. "After seeing the rat demon, we can now be completely sure that these people who have made strange breakthroughs have achieved breakthroughs through the evil cultivation gang's contraband. They're all little white mice. My previous prediction was correct. Jianghai still has people from the evil cultivation gang secretly observing." After telling the story, Dai Hong asked, "You have already met the target Chao Yishuan. Do you think it is possible that he has joined the evil cultivation gang? Is the rat demon acting as a liaison?" "I don't think that's possible," Li Jing said. "If he has already joined the evil cultivation group and changed to the forbidden cultivation method, he can't be so defenseless. And it is even more impossible for him to be moved by 2 boxes of nutrition products and cooperate in the return visit. Evil cultivators are punishable by everyone, and it takes courage to really embark on this path. Chao Yishuan's current situation is at most that his life is not going as he wished, but he is not going to embark on an evil path. Another more important point is that if he has joined the evil gang, he has no reason to go to the hospital for a physical examination and expose himself. The evil gang will not allow him to do something that may attract the attention of the patrol bureau. The rat demon should be the evil gang that used sweet words to trick him into accepting it, and the purpose is only to monitor and observe him. After saying these two sentences in succession, Li Jing's voice gradually became heavy. The evil cultivators directly used the rat demons to monitor and observe the little white mice. There's a big problem here. There's no need to be so obvious to observe the little white mice. The risk is too high for the evil cultivators lurking in the rivers and seas. Things may be a little different from what you expected, Team Leader Dai. The contraband they used to help this batch of little white mice break through may not be something relatively stable after being perfected, but a new thing that even they themselves cannot grasp the side effects, and they need to be observed at all times. If it were not the case, they would not risk doing this. After all, the rat demons are a known connection, and we can think of them when we see them. Dai Hong did not speak for a long time on the communicator. Li Jing was not in a hurry, even while sitting in the car. He probably anticipated that Team Leader Dai on the other end of the communicator had already put on a mask of pain, so he had to give the latter some time to relax. After a long while, Dai Hong spoke. As for the follow-up visit, do another one. If the next target also has a rat demon around him, don't continue. Product experience follow-up visits make sense, but you are too goal-oriented. If you do it too much, it will be easy for clues to be discovered. Then try to contact the target in other ways. Having said that, he continued. Besides that, change your course of action. If you're sure that there is a buyer for the guinea pigs, take them down directly. It would be best if you can get samples, but don't force it if you can't. Regardless of whether you have any results or not, I will arrange to close the net and capture all the known guinea pigs at midnight tonight. Clear. Li Jing responded and cut off the communication. It is understandable that Dai Hong changed his course of action. According to the original assumption, the evil gang's contraband has been perfected to a certain extent, and it remains to be seen whether the guinea pigs who touched the contraband will survive. At least Xie Miao and Yang Yangan, who were also guinea pigs, survived and joined the evil organization. But no one knows what other specific effects they have suffered besides the changes in their biological characteristics. The situation is different when it comes to new things that even the evil gangs themselves cannot grasp. Whether or not the existing batch of guinea pigs will eventually die is not the point. The evil organization placed rat demons around the little white mice to closely monitor and observe them, and they must have known that some of the little white mice had gone to the hospital for physical examinations. Assuming that the matter has probably been noticed by the inspection bureau, they will most likely hold back and observe which way the wind is blowing. But they did not restrain themselves, nor did they kill people to silence them or destroy the bodies. It is obvious that the evil gang has been prepared for this and is not afraid of being exposed. Once you are prepared and are experimenting with new things, the more experimental subjects the better. After doing this job, they will run away and no one will be able to find them. There is a high possibility that they are still secretly expanding the scope of their experiments without any scruples. It doesn't matter whether it will alert the enemy or not. What matters is to obtain all possible clues as soon as possible and take drastic actions to let the evil cultivation gang know clearly that the inspection bureau has started to track them down, so as to avoid further damage. Chapter 60 Wild Road. Not long after Li Jing hung up the phone, Liu Yangqing walked out from the ground floor of the apartment. When he approached and got into the car, Li Jing asked, "How's the situation up there?" "It's okay." Chao Yishuan didn't notice anything. Liu Yangqing let out a sigh of relief and turned his head to confirm. The white rat in his room. It must be the rat demon from the evil cultivation group. Li Jing nodded. Liu Yangqing was silent for a moment. "So we're off to a good start?" "You could say that." Li Jing responded and said, "I have already reported this to Team Leader Dai, and he said you will be credited for this. First merit." Liu Yangqing raised his eyebrows slightly and chuckled. "It seems that my position in the Serious Crime Unit 6 is secured. This is an unexpected gain." He said it jokingly, then his face turned serious. "What should we do next? What instructions does Team Leader Dai have?" "He asked us to continue the follow-up visit. If we also find a rat demon next to the next target, the follow-up visit will end here, and we will try to contact the remaining targets through other means." Li Jing spoke, detailing his speculation and relaying Dai Hong's instructions in full. Liu Yangqing listened to everything and looked at him in surprise. "You're really good. You've only been with the Serious Crime Unit for 2 days, but you've already adapted to the thinking behind handling cases. You saw only a rat demon, and you deduced that the evil cultivators were experimenting with new drugs. You even had a reason and evidence. I admire you a little bit. Some things depend on talent. Li Jing shrugged. Lu Yangcheng was speechless, then laughed and cursed. I told you you're fat, and you really caught me off guard. But your speculation does make sense. If it were me, I might have to think about it for a long time before I could figure out the problem. Let's not talk about Ishioju. That guy's brain circuit is different from that of ordinary people. He can do things, but he's definitely not good at reasoning. He spoke in a serious manner and took the opportunity to criticize Ishioju. Then he pulled over and fastened his seatbelt. Since Team Leader Dai has decided to close the net and make a big move tonight, the originally planned protracted war is definitely out of the question. Next, we have to race against time. To be on the safe side, you pick one of the remaining 9 targets whose address is far away. We will go there later. I will go to the door alone to contact the target, and you stay in the car. If we confirm that there's a rat demon around the target, we will immediately go to find Ishioju to see if he has found anything. As he spoke, Lu Yangcheng drove out of the community and added, the operation must go smoothly, and we probably won't get any credit. If we want to get more credit, we have to get something before midnight. Li Jing responded, feeling helpless as he selected the next person to contact through the tablet. What Lu Yangcheng wanted was to make a contribution. What he was thinking about was the rat demon. Previously, he had Chen Yuran, a serious second-level inspector, by his side. Now, he is working with Lu Yangcheng and Ishioju, who are also auxiliary inspectors. It is unlikely that he can participate in a roundup operation. If you really want to get involved, the risks are quite high. If he encounters a third-level evil cultivator like before, he might be able to protect himself and deal with the situation, but it would be difficult for Lu Yangcheng and Ishioju. It is almost impossible to meet the enemy across borders. Even though the spells he knew were all perfect and at the third realm level, they were still not comparable to the true third realm. Li Jing has never stopped exploring himself. With the blessing of spiritual power, the magic spells he learned were indeed much stronger than those of the immortal practitioners at the same level. But its strength is reflected in the high energy efficiency of spiritual power. Referring to charging a mobile phone, his spiritual power was fully charged in an instant. Other cultivators can only charge slowly. It's not that their spiritual energy is not sufficient, but under the rated standard restrictions, the energy effectiveness of spiritual energy is far less than his spiritual power. The same applies to magic spells in Li Jing's hands. Putting aside the spell proficiency, equal amounts of spiritual power and spiritual energy constitute the spell formula, which can easily crush the same level in his hands. However, when the realm is very different, energy density is a big problem. There is a reason why Kong Wu dared to rely solely on his spiritual energy to protect his body without using any defensive spells when facing a group of second-level masters in the practical skills assessment. Failure at the hands of Li Jing is another matter. The level of the second-level magic at the great perfection level is already at the threshold of the third level. If we don't defend properly, the 3 realms won't be able to resist. But even so, even if Li Jing used all his strength, he might not be able to cause any substantial damage to Kong Wu. At most, he would just feel a little uncomfortable. To put it simply and bluntly, it is the gap in hard power. Before the hard power is up to standard, skills and techniques like Dai Hong's can only be regarded as icing on the cake. Only after the hard power has reached the standard, skills and techniques will become the key to using magic to break the constraints of the realm. More than half an hour later, Li Jing and Lu Yangcheng drove to the residence of the person among the 9 people to be visited, whose address was farthest from Chaoishuan. After finding his residence, Lu Yangcheng got out of the car and tried to contact him, while Li Jing waited in the car. After about 20 minutes, Lu Yangcheng turned back. After he got in the car, Li Jing asked, "How is it? There is a rat demon in the house." Lu Yangcheng replied, "The return visit is not an option, so we can only contact Ishioju to see what he has learned." After confirming that there was also a rat demon in this person's home, Li Jing nodded and tried to connect with Ishioju through the communicator. "Shioju, how are you doing?" "The harvest is limited at the moment." Ishioju responded quickly and then asked, "It's not even noon yet. Why are you contacting me all of a sudden? Is there something wrong?" Li Jing responded and narrated the situation in full. Ishioju learned the details and gave an address. "Come find me here and we'll talk when we meet." "Become." Li Jing responded by relaying the address to Lu Yangcheng who was not wearing a communicator in order to facilitate contact with the person he was visiting. As the two drove on the road again, Li Jing reported the situation to Daihong. Another half an hour's drive. According to the address given by Yi Xiuzhu, Li Jing and Lu Yangcheng drove to the door of a high-end club in a prosperous area of North City District. When they arrived at the place, they found it was a high-end club and looked at each other in surprise. Yi Xiuzhu's so-called personal connections are related to his entertainment hobbies and are divided into low-level and high-level. The two of them can probably imagine a little bit of it. But when you really see the truth, it is really... After parking the car on the side of the road, Lu Yangqing stared at the attractive girls at the entrance of the club, swallowed hard, and turned back. Although it was somewhat expected, to be honest, I really didn't expect Yi Xiuzhu, a man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, to be so wild. There were a bunch of girls standing at the door in broad daylight. Anyone who knows their background would know. Li Jing grinned, but said nothing. Yi Xiuzhu's approach is indeed a bit wild. The meeting place is a high-end club. Since he has this connection, it's obvious that his family is in this business. Li Jing raised his hand to open the communicator and connected with Yi Xiuzhu. Xiuzhu, Yangsheng and I are here, and the car is parked outside the club. Okay, I'll come out to find you. Yi Xiuzhu responded through the communicator. Soon, he walked out of the main entrance of the club. When the attractive girls standing in front of the club saw him, they all retreated away, as if he was a ghost to be feared by ghosts. Li Jing saw the scene in the car and said silently, "It seems that Xiuzhu is a prince like you." "No. Can this be related to me?" Lu Yangcheng frowned and said, "My family runs a legitimate business, and I have 2 older brothers, but they are now abroad. It won't be my turn to inherit the family business in the future. I'm not a prince." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xiuzhu came to the car and opened the door. After getting in the car and sitting down, he glanced at Lu Yangcheng indifferently. It's hard to say whether a club is legitimate or not. Times have changed. False businesses can no longer be run. As for certain situations, it's not up to the operators to decide, but the guests themselves. Well, like this. Lu Yangcheng smiled awkwardly, turned his head and glared at Li Jing. Yi Xiuzhu responded to his question as soon as he got in the car. It was obvious that someone was using the communicator to deliberately trick him. Chapter 61. Suspicious Resident Singer. Facing Lu Yangqing's cold eyes, Li Jing pretended that he saw nothing and looked sideways at the back seat of the car. Xiuzhu, what specific discoveries did you make here? I can't say that there has been any harvest in my family's business for now. I haven't found any spending records of the 7 people I have. The investigation is still ongoing. Time is too tight, and it won't be finished in a short time. Yi Xiuzhu replied, saying, "But when I asked some friends who have business dealings with my family for help, I got some unexpected results." As he spoke, he narrated, "A bar owner told me that a bar called Ascension on the outskirts of the city has been booming recently because of a female singer who has joined the bar. It is said that she is very beautiful and has an intoxicating voice. She also seems to be conducting some unspeakable transactions in private. After every night's performance, she will select 5 or 6 customers on the spot for a late-night tryst. Impossible transaction, 5 or 6 people at a time?" Lu Yangqing took a breath and said without daring to compliment him, "Does this have anything to do with what we're investigating? The woman always picked strangers and only those who looked like they didn't have much money. The chosen ones never showed up in the bar again. So many customers joked that she didn't have good business skills and didn't even have repeat customers." Yi Xiuzhu continued to talk to himself. The bar owner knows how to do business and promoted this as a selling point, saying that anyone who gets the favor of the resident singer and comes to the bar again can get a free month's meal, which attracted many people. People who were interested in the scene would take photos every night and upload them online. I didn't pay much attention to it at first and just took a casual look, but I didn't expect to find something. As he spoke, he took out his mobile phone, opened a web page, and used 2 fingers to enlarge a photo on the web page. Li Jing and Lu Yangqing lowered their eyes subconsciously and saw a familiar face in the photo. Yi Qing is one of the 10 people they can contact with orders. Since the follow-up visit could not go ahead, the two had no contact with him. In the photo, Yi Qing was chatting with a charming woman, his face full of anticipation. After taking a closer look at the alluring woman in the photo, Li Jing raised his eyes. "Is the woman in the photo the bar's resident singer?" "Right." Yi Xiuzhu nodded and said, "This photo was taken 3 days ago." According to the uploader's description, Yi Qing was one of the lucky ones chosen that night. As he spoke, he zoomed out and adjusted the photo to the publisher's description. Ascension Bar, the first lucky person tonight. Li Jing and Lu Yangqing both frowned after seeing the description. Yi Xiuzhu spoke. According to the medical examination records we have, Yi Qing went to the first hospital for a physical examination 2 days ago, which was the day after he was selected at the bar. This is a bit suspicious. Li Jing examined the photo and said, let's not talk about whether this woman really has poor professional skills. Yi Qing had contact with her the night before the physical examination. It is necessary to investigate her thoroughly. Your Majesty, do you think this woman might be connected to the evil cultivation gang? Did the contraband leak out from her hands? Lu Yangqing spoke. This possibility cannot be ruled out. Li Jing nodded and said, but the 17 people on our list who can be contacted include both men and women. Even if this woman is really related to the evil cultivation gang and is selling contraband, she only sells it to men at most. Currently, we can confirm that Yi Qing is the only one who has had contact with her. As he spoke, Li Jing thought for a while and said, well, let's go to Feishan Bar tonight and see if this woman is really up to something. Okay, Lu Yangqing replied and asked. It's still early, and there's only a little time left during the day. Wait for follow-up news from Xiuzhu. If there is no follow-up, we can only wait until dark and go to Feishan Bar. Li Jing shrugged and leaned back in a seat. The return visit route has been cut off, and it's hard to find someone to contact. At most, in the evening, we split up to look after those who have jobs. But it doesn't make much sense. If we meet them on the road, we can just chat with them at most. Lu Yangqing fell silent after hearing this, sighed, and said nothing more. It is not easy to get in touch with the object. Originally, there was plenty of time to fight a protracted war, which was fine. The net will be closed tonight, and they really can't do anything. Once the way for a return visit is cut off, all hope rests on Yi Xiuzhu. At the moment, Yi Xiuzhu has no useful information to provide, and it is difficult to find someone to create a chance encounter with. There is really no need to continue. In a blink of an eye, it was evening. There is some news about Yi Xiuzhu. Among the 7 contactable persons, for had consumption records in the dance hall, bar, and KTV run by his family. However, these records are from more than half a year ago and are of no value at all. At best, these 4 people just consumed it for a while, and it cannot be considered as an entertainment hobby. As the sky gradually darkened, the 3 drove to the Feishan Bar on the outskirts of the city. When we arrived, it was exactly 6 o'clock in the evening, just in time for Feishan Bar to open. After getting off the car and entering the hotel, they found a seat to sit down, ordered some drinks, and waited for the night show to officially begin at 7 o'clock. In order to identify the bar's resident singer, they conducted facial comparisons with photos taken online during the day and found his resume in the patrol database. Chu Lianghong, 25 years old. He is from Jiangsu province, not a native of Jianghai. According to the records of entering and leaving Jianghai, she came to Jianghai a month ago. The file is clean, with no criminal record. As time passed, more and more customers came to the bar, men and women coming in an endless stream. By 7 o'clock, the bar was completely packed. Seeing the entire bar filled with people in less than an hour, with more people coming in from outside, Lu Yangqing had a strange look on his face. This bar is ridiculously popular. Its business is almost as good as the hottest shops in the city. With Chu Yanghong's story on the internet, this place is no different from a celebrity check-in spot. Li Jing said absent-mindedly, looking around. I have to say that the owner of this bar is really good. He used Chu Yanghong as his signature and promoted it. He had all the necessary elements. Beautiful women, good singing, 5 or 6 people a night, and a strange thing that the chosen ones will never show up at the bar again. It's impossible not to be popular. Before he finished speaking, Yi Xiuzhu, who was sitting beside him, spoke lightly. Chu Yanghong will be on stage in a few minutes. Li Jing, why don't you not sit here and squeeze in at the bar? Li Jing looked back. Lu Yangqing turned his head. I did some research during the day and found out that when Chu Yanghong starts the show, a lucky person will be chosen. Then, during the show, random selections will be made, and the show will end once the person is chosen. Yi Xiuzhu spoke calmly. The 3 of us are all new faces, but Li Jing, you have the highest chance of being selected. Lu Yangqing. Li Jing. Although he knew Yi Xiuzhu didn't mean anything else, he felt offended at that moment. Chu Yanghong has 2 prerequisites for selecting people. 1, new faces. 2nd, it looks like there isn't much money. The fact that he doesn't seem to have much money is actually quite intriguing. What does it mean to look poor? Specifically, Li Jing doesn't know how to define it. but he has some self-awareness and knows that he fits the definition. Looking at Yi Xiuzhu and Lu Yangsheng, who was trying hard to hold back his smile, it was obvious that their clothes were not made of ordinary materials. Then looking at his own cheap t-shirt, which he bought for 30 yuan, Li Jing stood up without saying a word. He wouldn't mind being chosen. After all, the three of them came here to investigate Chu Lianghong, so it would be best if they could talk before the performance began. Coming to the crowded bar, Li Jing felt a little withdrawn. Just when I was trying to find a place to squeeze in, there was a commotion in the bar. Amid countless whistles and cheers, a charming figure slowly walked out from the stage behind the bar. Before he could see the person clearly, Li Jing first saw a health bar with a value as high as 3312. Chapter 62, The First Lucky Person Tonight. When he first saw the health bar, Li Jing thought he was seeing things. Looking closely, the health bar was indeed hanging above Chu Lianghong's head, moving with her. Health bar value, 3312. The early stage of the third realm. A humanoid monster? Li Jing was a little confused. Before coming to Feishan Bar, he had many ideas, but he never expected that the suspicious Chu Lianghong would be a human-shaped monster. On the stage, Chu Lianghong walked to the microphone stand in the center of the stage amid whistles and cheers, took out the microphone and smiled confidently and charmingly. "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Thank you for your continued support." Before he finished speaking, someone shouted from the audience, "Sister Hong, forget the opening remarks. Just tell me who you will choose first tonight." Someone started talking, and immediately others started to make a fuss. Choose me. Sister Hong, I don't mind your poor business skills. Sister Hong, I could do it 7 times a night. 7 times is nothing. 17 times is no problem for me. The guy who did it 7 times, I admire him. The guy who did it 17 times, how fast are you? Most of the booing was filled with foul language, but most people spoke in a joking tone. When Chu Lianghong saw everyone cheering, she smiled ambiguously, and anger appeared on her charming face. "You guys are really going too far. Hong, I am an innocent person. The midnight tryst was just a private exchange with people who support me. It's not as despicable as you think. If you keep talking nonsense, I will get angry and stop singing." When the audience heard these words, they burst into laughter. It is worth mentioning, most of the people present were joking and teasing, and no one was tactless enough to jump out and put a bad label on Chu Lianghong. We are all out here to have fun. There's nothing wrong with chatting and laughing. If you're too serious, then it will be meaningless. In fact, no one can tell for sure whether Chu Lianghong really conducted any unspeakable transactions in private. After all, the people who were chosen never came to the bar again, and no one knew what the midnight tryst was all about. The people Chu Lianghong chooses are particular and also extremely deceptive. To conduct a transaction, it must be based on money, right? If they really want to sell it, they will definitely pick those who look wealthy and rich. But Chu Lianghong always picks on those who look poor, and there is never an exception. It is precisely because this matter seems so bizarre that so many people come here to see it. If we were really sure that Chu Lianghong was in that line of work, how could so many people come here? People who come to the bar to play have more or less the expectation of having an unforgettable encounter. But they're not really unselective at all. Chu Lianghong picked 5 or 6 in one night. If that kind of thing really happened, who would dare to take off their pants? If he gets sick, it will be a lifelong problem. Seeing that Chu Lianghong's coquettish expression made the already lively atmosphere in the bar even hotter, Li Jing frowned strangely. Judging from the aspect of controlling the situation alone, Chu Lianghong's professional ability is really good. It was a midnight tryst, and the gimmick was quite impressive. Looking at Chu Lianghong, who was the center of attention on the stage, Li Jing had some thoughts. Evil cultivators and humanoid monsters are both the type that cannot stand in the light of day. He couldn't say whether the two would be connected, but the Chu Lianghong in front of him was a little too high profile. Humanoid monsters lurk in the world, and in order to live a better life in human society, they do engage in a variety of industries for a living. Like Ji Qing, she opened a hot pot restaurant to make a living. It would be fine if Chu Lianghong just wanted to be a resident singer in a bar. But she created such a big gimmick, which really went against the principle of humanoid monsters to keep a low profile. Whether she really engaged in such a deal in private is not the point for now. Using blatant gimmicks to attract customers will sooner or later attract inspectors to come and investigate. Are you really not afraid at all? Li Jing was wondering here. Chu Lianghong looked around the room and finally fixed his gaze on him. Their eyes met, and Li Jing was stunned again and again. On the other side, Chu Lianghong smiled. "Handsome boy, come on stage. I will choose you first tonight." Li Jing. Grass. Was I really chosen? Hesitantly looking at the health bar above Chu Lianghong's head that had a value of 3,312, then looking at the countless envious and jealous eyes on both sides, Li Jing forced a smile and walked forward. The crowd blocking the road ahead will automatically separate. At the table in the corner of the bar at the back, Lu Yanqing stared at Li Jingcheng, who became the first lucky man tonight, and his eyes widened. If the king is really chosen, what should we do next? Good thing, we'll wait and see how it develops, Xiaozhu said lightly. While the two were talking, Li Jing stepped onto the stage. Chu Lianghong was very proactive and came to greet him before he went on stage. Seeing Li Jing coming on stage with a slightly stiff smile, she smiled coquettishly. "Handsome guy, you seem a little nervous?" "I wouldn't say I was nervous. I just didn't expect to be chosen so suddenly." Li Jing took over and adjusted himself quickly. Seeing that his expression quickly returned to normal, Chu Lianghong handed the microphone to him with a smile on her face. "What's your name? Would you mind telling me?" Li Jing blinked as he stepped into the microphone. "Lu Yancheng." Lu Yancheng is paying attention to the stage. Xiaozhu, who always appears to be aloof, twitched the corner of his mouth, but his expression remained unchanged. On the stage, Chu Lianghong learned of Li Jing's response and looked down at the audience and chuckled. "You all heard it. Tonight, Hong Hong, my first tryst partner is this handsome guy named Lu Yanqing. Please remember him. Maybe you will be the one who gets a month's free bar bill." Before he finished speaking, there was another commotion from the audience, with all kinds of comments. Some people thought that Li Jing was not capable enough, while others encouraged him and told him to come back tomorrow. Lu Yancheng listened to all kinds of words and gritted his teeth in anger. He is not worried that his name will be posted on the internet and make him famous. If you want to send a name, you must send a photo first. The photo and the name don't match, and they have nothing to do with him. The key point is that Li Jing's intentions are really sinister. He is simply trying to harm him. Chu Lianghong heated up the atmosphere again with a casual remark, and turned sideways to make a gesture of invitation. "Handsome, please go sit over there for a while. The show will probably be over in about 3 hours. Please wait until the end of the show." "Good." Li Jing nodded and sat down in an empty seat beside the stage. He had just sat down when melodious music started. Chu Lianghong took the microphone and went back to the center of the stage. With her eyes half closed, she swayed slowly to the music. The scene then became quiet, with no more noise or disturbance. Under the stage lights, Chu Lianghong's charming figure is very eye-catching. Soon, the prelude ended. Chu Yang opened her red lips, and a clear, singing voice rang out. When Chui heard the song, Li Jing raised his eyebrows. Chu Lianghong's singing skills are very good, even comparable to professional singers. Just as he was about to listen carefully, his protective spiritual clothing suddenly reacted. The spiritual power that was originally evenly distributed in his body was concentrated in his ears, blocking some invisible force. Li Jing was shocked when he suddenly realized this, and he looked up at Chu Lianghong silently. The protective spiritual clothing reacted automatically. This was the first time he encountered this. But this did not prevent him from realizing that there was something fishy about Chu Lianghong's singing, and that there was some hidden purpose behind it. There is something seriously wrong with this woman. Chapter 63, Thunder Strikes Kill. Li Jing remained calm on the surface, looking directly at Chu Lianghong and glancing around quietly out of the corner of his eye. No one else in the bar noticed anything unusual. Those who need to drink, drink. Those who need to chat, chat. And those who need to take photos, take photos. However, including Lu Yanqing and Xiaozhu, everyone in the bar seemed to have their eyes glued to Chu Lianghong and would not look away no matter what they did. In addition, their behavior was vaguely limited to doing the work at hand while enjoying the song, repeating it over and over again. Noticing this situation, Li Jing's heart sank slightly. Things are getting a little troublesome. But judging from the current situation, the situation is not that bad. Means that are not offensive in nature but can affect others are usually spiritual spells, such as charm, that can affect people's will. Such methods are known to be obscure and undetectable, making them difficult to guard against. The methods used by Chu Lianghong should not be too advanced, and his proficiency is not high. Otherwise, he would have been caught by now. Chu Lianghong is in the early stage of the third realm. There is a big difference in realm. If it is a high-end method and requires a certain level of proficiency, he, who is still in the second realm, may not be able to resist it. At this time, the people in the bar did not say how obsessed they were with Chu Lianghong. They just stared at her and couldn't take their eyes off her. It couldn't be said that they were bewitched or something. It was more like they had been given some kind of hint. After quickly analyzing the situation in his mind, Li Jing finally chose to remain unchanged in the face of ever-changing circumstances. There is no way. If he makes the slightest movement at this moment, he will be noticed. Opening it directly is not very scientific. In a head-on fight, he would not be a match for Chu Lianghong. Moreover, the bar was packed with people, and if a fight had occurred, the casualties would be incalculable. All he could do now was to hold back for the time being and wait and see what Chu Lianghong was up to. At least according to the current situation, Chu Lianghong's methods are not intended to harm people, but for prevention and control. As long as he doesn't move, the latter shouldn't harm anyone in the bar. After all, similar performances have been going on for several days, and nothing has happened. Time flies. More than 2 hours passed in a blink of an eye. Chu Lianghong was a great singer, and she only stopped 3 times in more than 2 hours, during which time she selected 3 lucky singers. When her singing paused, the people in the bar had a moment to regain their consciousness. No one realized that they had been tricked. While praising Chu Lianghong for her beautiful singing, they also vied with each other to cheer when she was selecting the lucky one. Li Jing sat on the edge of the stage and thought about giving a reminder to Lu Yangsheng and Yi Xiuzhu while they were awake. However, Chu Lianghong always selected people very quickly. She would let the selected person come on stage, ask his name, and then continue singing immediately. Temporarily late at night at 10 o'clock, Chu Lianghong stopped singing and wiped the unnecessary sweat from his forehead. Tonight's performance ends. Thank you all for your enthusiastic support. According to tradition, I will select the last date of the night and sing one more song for everyone before leaving the stage. Chu Lianghong said this with a charming smile and casually pointed at someone below the stage. The person who was chosen was obviously looking forward to it, with an ecstatic look on his face. Without waiting for Chu Lianghong to speak, he pushed through the crowd and headed for the stage. Chu Lianghong didn't mind seeing this. She gave a charming smile to the man who came on the stage, and waved to Li Jing and the other 4 lucky ones who were waiting at the edge of the stage. Li Jing was stunned when he saw this, and stood up subconsciously. The other 3 lucky ones also stood up. At the same time, Chu Lianghong sang again and retreated to the back of the stage. Seeing that Chu Lianghong was still using her singing to confuse other people in the bar before leaving, and even skipped the step of asking the lucky guy's name, Li Jing narrowed his eyes slightly. Li Jing inadvertently glanced at Lu Yangsheng and Yi Xiuzhu, who were tricked again, and walked away silently. Including the lucky one, who had just been chosen, the other 3 had already started following Chu Lianghong to the back of the stage, and he had to move. Soon, Chu Lianghong sang and led the 5 people to the back of the stage, entered a dark alley through the back door of the bar, and slowly walked deeper into the alley. Her singing hasn't stopped yet. Li Jing followed behind him with a rather grim look on his face. This song Lianghong is really flawless. The wireless microphone in her hand was directly connected to the speakers inside the bar. As long as the singing continues, the people in the bar will not recover. He noticed it when he left the stage. Even though Chu Lianghong had left, the people in the bar still looked at the place behind the stage where she left. Following Chu Lianghong deep into the dark alley, Li Jing did not act rashly. After walking for a while, Chu Lianghong emphasized the last word, put away the microphone, and changed the singing into a soft hum. Obviously, the maximum distance of wireless microphones has been reached. But this does not change the current situation Li Jing is facing. When Chu Lianghong emphasized the last word, he clearly felt that the spiritual power condensed in his ears by the protective spiritual garment was under some pressure. This emphasis, no doubt, is the effect of reinforcing its means. It seems that Lu Yangsheng and Yi Xiuzhu can no longer be relied on for the time being. It is no wonder that there are so many discussions on the internet that are vaguely related to Chu Lianghong, but there is not a single piece of information related to her specific rendezvous location. This woman is very cautious. After walking in the dark alley for about 3 to 5 minutes, Chu Lianghong, humming softly, led the 5 people out of the alley and walked toward the residential courtyard. From a distance, Li Jing saw a figure in front of a house. He couldn't see the figure's face clearly. In the suburbs at midnight, It was quiet, and there was very little light. "It's too dark." Just as Li Jing saw the figure, Chu Yanghong, who was walking in front, raised his hand and made a gesture. The figure standing in front of the yard nodded to her from afar, then twisted his body and turned into a gust of cold wind and disappeared into the yard. Evil cultivator. Li Jing's body stiffened, but his steps did not change. He had already felt the evil spirit. The figure used a trick to escape and inevitably revealed a hint of something. Li Jing quietly glanced behind Chu Yanghong, glanced at the 5 people traveling with him, and continued to follow. Soon, the group arrived in front of a private house. Chu Yanghong emphasized the syllable again and stopped humming. He stopped and looked at the other 4 lucky ones and smiled. "Please wait here. Mr. Liu is the first one to be selected tonight. We will go in order." In response to her words, the 4 lucky ones nodded one after another, their eyes fixed on her. Li Jing noticed this detail but remained calm. As he expected, Chu Yanghong's methods had limited influence and were merely like hints. I think that although those who have been infected won't notice anything unusual after recovery, they will still have the memory of what they have experienced. Otherwise, after she bit the accent to enhance the method, there would be no need for her to specifically explain that they should follow the order and let others wait here. Chu Yanghong received responses from the 4 lucky ones and glanced at them casually. After confirming that there was no problem, she pulled Li Jing and walked into the yard, pushed the door open and walked into the house without turning on the lights, and went straight to the stairs. There was no light, and the inside of the house was dark. Li Jing couldn't be sure if there was anyone else in the room, but at least there was no sound in the house. Not missing the rare opportunity, Li Jing took out the communication headset of the Serious Crime Unit 6 with his fingertips and connected it to Dai Hong. When Chu Yanghong pulled him up the stairs, he gently placed it on the shoe cabinet at the entrance of the stairs. Chu Yanghong didn't notice anything unusual and pulled Li Jing into a bedroom and closed the door. In the darkness, her extremely charming voice rang out. "Mr. Liu, you should be at the first level of cultivation." Li Jing nodded upon hearing this, with a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Seeing some evil cultivators standing watch outside the courtyard, he was certain that Chu Yanghong was connected to the evil cultivator gang. In addition, Chu Yanghong's suspicious behavior of selectively choosing lucky guys in the bar has made it clear that at least part of the contraband came from her. It was obvious that Chu Yanghong was trying to transform herself into Pan Mo Yin and use hints to induce him to act out the scene of Dalong taking medicine. This trick is very dirty. Because of the suggestive influence, it is impossible for the victim to voluntarily take risks just because he does not want to be ordinary. But if nothing unexpected happens afterwards, they will think that they did it voluntarily. It must be hard to be an ordinary person, right? Do you want to break through to a new level? Chu Yanghong whispered in the darkness and moved closer to Li Jing, almost face to face, and took out a pill and handed it to him with a sweet breath. "This is a realm-breaking drug I made from spiritual medicine. After taking it, you will be able to break through to the second realm and escape from the bottom of society and move to a higher level." Li Jing saw the pill and slowly raised his hand to take it. There is no way he can take medicine, but there is no reason not to take the sample that is right in front of you. You are lucky to be chosen, and tonight is the day that changes your life. Chu Yang looked straight at her with his eyes as red as water and spoke softly. "You can rest assured that this medicine is absolutely safe. After you take it, just pretend we have never seen each other. I will not force you to do anything. When you leave later, someone else will follow you and give you a domesticated rat demon. As long as you take good care of it, it will help you on your path of cultivation in the future." As she spoke, she seemed a little impatient and reached out to hold Li Jing's hand holding the pill and put it to his mouth. Li Jing cooperated very well, following her movements to put the medicine to his mouth, then stopped and put his other hand on the latter's chest. Kulianghong. The sudden change made her a little confused. Normally, Li Jing should take the medicine obediently. However, not only did he not eat it, he also played a dirty trick on her. What's going on?" Before Chu Yanghong could figure out what was going on, a loud bang was heard in the darkness. An extremely bright lightning exploded in front of her chest. Chu Yanghong had no time to react at all. He groaned and flew out, then hit the wall with a bang, cracking it. In the darkness, Li Jing's eyes swept across the blood stripe above Chu Yanghong's head like lightning. Health bar with value 3312. There is an empty space showing 2570. This was the first time that Li Jing encountered a situation where one attack failed to clear the health bar. But he knew very well, even if he attacked with all his strength when the enemy was off guard, the damage he could cause to the three realms would be quite limited. Without any hesitation, Li Jing waved his hand and took out the auxiliary inspection standard steel knife. Spiritual power infusion. The blade light appeared. Li Jing threw the steel knife without saying a word. Puff! A flash of blood appeared. The steel knife pierced through the darkness and stabbed into Chu Lianghong's chest, giving her a chill and nailing her to the broken wall. The health bar decreased again, showing 2346. Seeing the health bar decreasing, Li Jing raised his hand decisively without changing his expression. Chu Lianghong had reacted by now, but she had no room to resist. If she is prepared, Li Jing's palm thunder cannot hurt her. Too bad she was unprepared. At this moment, her whole body was numb, and she couldn't mobilize her demonic energy at all. The extremely masculine and powerful thunder method also curbed the flow of her evil spirit to a certain extent. Seeing Li Jing raise his hand, Chu Lianghong's already pale face instantly turned pale. Don't want. Is it possible that Li Jing would pay attention to her? Of course not. Solve this one. There's another one out there. This is not the time to show mercy. Palm thunder. Full fire, continuous fire. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive palm thunders were blasted out with full force, one after another, accurately hitting the steel knife on Chu Lianghong's chest. A violent electric current rushed in her body. It destroyed everything she had and shattered the wall behind her. The blood bar on top of its head, which was originally very strong, receded like running water and was completely emptied in the blink of an eye. Experience plus 3,312. Level increase 14. Spiritual strength plus 28. Skill points plus 2. Level increase 15. Spiritual strength plus 30. Skill points plus 2. Warning, standard steel knife, ordinary grade, 458%, damaged. Emotionless reminder sounds rang in Li Jing's ears one after another. At the same time, the spiritual power in his body that had skyrocketed due to a level jump seemed to have crossed a certain threshold, and its breath became at least 10 times thicker. With this feeling, Li Jing suddenly understood. I have successfully entered the third realm. Unlike before when he entered the second realm in a confused manner, he didn't even know when he was promoted. This time, his feelings were particularly strong. In the perception, the storage space created by the sumo space has also expanded by more than 3 times. 3 realms. Li Jing clenched his hand. Just as he was trying to experience the spiritual power that he was not used to due to the qualitative change, there was a loud bang in his ears, and a huge black handprint smashed the roof of the floor and pressed down heavily. Grass! Li Jing only had time to curse. The black handprint pressed down on the body, smashing the entire house into pieces. Chapter 64. All means are used, fight. The night is dark. Above the residential building that had been reduced to ruins, a figure stared coldly below and waved his hand to take out a walkie-talkie. Something went wrong. Chu Lianghong is dead. After saying this briefly, he crushed the intercom and stared at the ruins of the house. With a crash, the ruins of the house broke apart. Li Jing stood up covered in dust and then raised his eyes. Aishmet. The atmosphere was stagnant for a moment, and the figure narrowed his eyes. Patrol? You're not going to run? Li Jing asked back. It's not too late to kill you and leave. The figure snorted coldly, and evil energy suddenly burst out from his body. He waved his hand, pulled out a bloody long sword, and threw it out lightly. As soon as the blood-red sword left his hand, it immediately turned into a sharp blade light and slashed down. The knife flashes extremely fast. However, Li Jing reacted quickly and raised his hand decisively to release a palm thunder. Boom! The palm-sized thunder, as thick as a bucket, collided head-on with the falling sword light and knocked it back. Li Jing took advantage of the situation and flew into the air. This person in Gaokong is in the third realm. Having officially entered the third realm, he has the ability to face the third realm head-on. The increase in the density of his spiritual power after his realm was promoted made the Great Perfection spell in his hands no longer just at the third realm level, but truly reached the third realm level. But this alone is not enough to deal with the current situation. He had no time to adapt to the sudden surge in power. The other party was even more unethical, and as soon as they met, they took out their weapons and used their magic to control objects. From the perspective of cultivation, relying on external things is a minor path. But in actual combat, an external object of high quality can easily become the key to determining victory or defeat. Precisely because of this, spells such as controlling objects have become must-learn spells in the three realms, and things such as treasure-level flying swords have become necessities in the three realms. This is not. Li Jinggang used the air escape technique to climb high into the sky. The sword light that was repelled by the palm thunder returned to the figure and then shot towards him with an even more fierce posture. Facing the knife light again, Li Jing hurriedly slapped out the palm thunder. Boom! The knife light that was about to reach his body was repelled once again. Looking at the knife light retreating back to the man, Li Jing's face looked very ugly. The attack just now was almost in the face. When he raised his hand and slapped out the palm thunder, there was some contact between his palm and the knife light. The protective spiritual clothing that truly reached the third realm level was quite powerful and did not cause him any damage. But if he were to be hit head-on, he would definitely not feel good. A treasure is a treasure after all. The power of the third-level object control technique is probably extraordinary and irresistible. It gets worse. The treasure turned into a sword light and fought with him. The man opposite him kept changing the seals in his hands, obviously preparing some kind of spell. Spells that cannot be cast instantly are usually high-powered bursts of power. Seeing that the knife light that was repelled turned around and was about to shoot towards him again, Li Jing quickly glanced around. The noise he made when he killed Chu Lianghong was quite loud, and now as he was dealing with the man opposite, all the houses around him, which were originally dark, were now lit up. The nearby residents have all been awakened. Behind the windows of some floors, one could vaguely see people's terrified faces. The four lucky ones, who had escaped the disaster by waiting outside a private house, collapsed on the side of the road, their faces also pale. Why does China strictly prohibit the use of offensive spells in cities? When gods fight, mortals suffer. For ordinary people, the consequences of fights between high-level cultivators are often ultimately devastating. Li Jing understands the truth, but when he faced it at this moment, he truly realized the responsibility and difficulty that the word inspection carried. We must never let the evil cultivator release the spell he is preparing. Li Jing gritted his teeth, and all the spiritual power in his body burst out. Supported by the third-level spiritual power, thousands of spiritual strikes appeared behind him at once and shot out like a violent storm. Thousands of spiritual weapons fired at the same time. How terrifying would the momentum be? The evil cultivator on the opposite side changed his expression again and again when he saw this. He no longer bothered to prepare spells, and his evil energy burst out to form a huge protective shield. At the same time, the sword light he controlled shot over again. Li Jing waved his hand upon seeing this. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder roared one after another. The lightning sword transformed from the palm, thunder, appeared in his hand. At this point, he had nothing to hide. If you want to reduce the harm, you have to use all means. Boom! The lightning sword swept across. The lightning-fast blade light was swept away, and the lightning sword collapsed. With the support of the third-level spiritual power, the lightning sword, which originally had little practical value, now has a certain value. Continuous and instantaneous small-scale palm thunder may not necessarily kill people. However, its degree of conciseness is completely different from before. Coupled with the continuous instant attacks, it is no problem to blow anything away. The evil cultivator on the opposite side successfully resisted the volley of spiritual attacks with the help of the evil energy shield. He raised his eyes and saw Li Jing holding the lightning sword and blasting away his sword light. The expression on his face changed again. What spell? Palm? Thunder? Just as he was feeling suspicious, Li Jing looked at him coldly and pushed his hands horizontally. Lightning sword, dual wielding. The evil cultivator's heart trembled when he saw this. Putting aside the power, the lightning sword is used to scare people, and it always works. Especially at this moment, there is no obstruction around, and Li Jing has in his hand the palm thunder with a maximum length of 50 meters. 50-meter lightning swords, dual-wielded. I just want to ask you if you are afraid? The evil cultivator lost his will to fight on the spot. To be precise, when the spell in his hand was forced to stop, he no longer had the will to fight. His time is limited. In fact, at this moment in the dark night, countless sword lights can be seen shooting into the sky from all over the northern city area. The next second, it will turn around. The inspection was a blast. After taking a deep look at Li Jing, the evil cultivator dispersed his spiritual energy shield without saying a word, turned around, and controlled the sword light to shoot out to the overseas direction. If you want to run, you can only run overseas. If we go inland, there is no way we can escape the patrols and pursuit. Li Jing breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the evil cultivator fleeing. If this guy really stays and fights, it will definitely be a big trouble. Li Jing did not consider pursuing. As for simply flying in the air, he could try relying on his great skill of escaping into the air. But people rely on the art of controlling objects to escape. Not to mention that he hasn't learned the art of controlling objects yet, and he doesn't have a handy treasure, so he can only stare blankly. Looking at the direction where the evil cultivator fled, Li Jing dispersed the lightning sword in his hand and sighed in his heart. Daihong, did you fail to catch up after all? Just as he had this thought, thousands of flying swords suddenly appeared in the distant sky, whistling through the night sky, and accurately hit the sword light wielded by the evil cultivator. Boom, boom, boom. Every time a flying sword hits the knife light, there will be a violent explosion. Amid the loud roar of the explosion, the sword light wielded by the evil cultivator was instantly annihilated by the explosion. Li Jing was surprised when he saw the scene in the distance. Spirit strikes the flying sword. Daihong caught up in time. Looking at the distant sky, there was an explosion and then no sound. Li Jing was shocked. He really wanted to learn Daihong's method. Now he can also launch thousands of spiritual attacks. But Daihong's power is ridiculously supermodel. After that, his spiritual attack looked like a flying sword. So handsome. It's a pity that if he learns from Daihong, he might fail. Li Jing knows exactly how much he is worth. He learned magic without even a learning process. You can learn it just by looking at the mnemonics. He never read the previous experiences and in-depth interpretations following the purchase page. Personal understanding does not exist. To go back and understand it seriously is equivalent to starting from scratch. How much energy does it take to carefully interpret a spell? How much time does it take to develop some personal skills from it? Daihong has been obsessed with spiritual attack for at least 7 or 8 years, and at most 10 to 20 years. Li Jing said it's not too late to get involved now. But to get any results, God knows how long it will take to study hard. Instead of delving into it, it is better to rely on some personal ideas to verify them in actual use and work out some techniques. With something hanging on his body, it seems a bit counterproductive to devote himself to the study of a certain magic. Learning more high-end spells would be more suitable for him than focusing on studying a single spell. With Daihong present, Li Jing no longer had to worry about anything else. The evil cultivator is already dead. There is no need to waste your energy on him. After landing in the ruins, Li Jing took out his cell phone and found Lu Yangqing's number. Just as I was about to press the dial button, 2 beams of light rose from the direction of the bar under the night sky and flew towards this side. In just a breath, Lu Yangqing and Yi Xiuzhu arrived. Seeing Li Jing covered in dust but unharmed, Lu Yangqing exclaimed in surprise. King, are you okay? Why? You hope something happens to me? Li Jing tilted his head. Lu Yangqing choked. Li Jing laughed when he saw this, walked up to him and lightly punched him in the chest, saying, I'm fine, I just had a little adventure. How are you two? It's okay, not affected at all. Lu Yangqing nodded, still feeling a little scared. But it took us a long time to fully realize it. It wasn't until a fight broke out on your side and Team Leader Dai came to contact us that we realized you were lost. Before he finished speaking, Yi Xiuzhu apologized. I'm sorry we couldn't help. We are all brothers. Why are you saying these things? Li Jing waved his hand and said, although Chu Yanghong's methods are not sophisticated, they do have some skills. If I hadn't been proficient in self-defense, I would have definitely fallen into her hands. While speaking, Li Jing did not let the topic linger. Let's not talk about that for now. I have killed Chu Yanghong and buried her in the rubble. She is a humanoid monster and will return to her original form after death. Brothers, please lend a hand and help find her. When they heard that Chu Yanghong was a humanoid monster, Lu Yangqing and Yi Xiuzhu were both shocked. How did the evil cultivator get involved with the humanoid monster? Li Jing didn't want to explain too much to the two of them at this moment. Daihong should be here soon, and we'll explain it together later. In comparison, the point is that there is a dead humanoid monster buried in the ruins under your feet. High-level monster, full of treasures. Chapter 65. Chu Yanghong's True Body, Spirit Control Method. Seeing Li Jing running to look for rubble alone, Lu Yangcheng and Yi Xiuzhu looked at each other and went forward to help. While searching, Lu Yangcheng glanced at the four lucky guys shivering on the side of the road and asked in a low voice, "Heavenly King, you are in the third realm?" Li Jing responded nonchalantly. Now that things have come to this, there is no need to hide it deliberately. In order to deal with the evil cultivator, he took out everything he needed. Being too deliberate is not a good thing. After receiving Li Jing's affirmative response, Lu Yangcheng's eyes widened again and again. Just now he and Yi Xiuzhu were in a nearby bar. The reason they didn't come over was because Daihong strictly ordered them not to take risks and to prioritize the safety of the people present. But the head-on confrontation between Li Jing and the evil cultivator was so loud that the two of them had some sense of it. That fluctuation was undoubtedly at the level of the third realm. After getting the confirmation at this moment, Lu Yangcheng was a little bit unbelievable. When Li Jing was preparing for the exam less than half a month ago, he was still in the early stage of the second realm. How come I reached the third realm all of a sudden? Looking at Li Jing in surprise, Lu Yangcheng subconsciously wanted to ask a question. But before he could open his mouth, Yi Xiuzhu spoke. Everyone has their own opportunities in spiritual practice. Some people can achieve enlightenment overnight, while others can achieve success after years of hard work. Don't ask too much about other people's affairs. Even if you and I are good friends, don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Lu Yangcheng paused after hearing this and nodded angrily. He really shouldn't have asked this. Yi Xiuzhu saw that he didn't say anything else and looked over at him. That's true, but Li Jing, you'd better keep a low profile in the auxiliary investigation department. You just need to have a clear conscience for your breakthrough, and you don't have to explain it to anyone. But there are many of you in the same period, and everyone present that day knows that you are in the early stage of the second realm. Knowing that you broke through to the third realm in a short period of time, it is inevitable that people will criticize you. Understand all this. I will be more cautious in front of outsiders. Li Jing smiled. Just as Yi Xiuzhu said, he didn't need to explain anything to anyone for his breakthrough. He just had to have a clear conscience. This is due to the fact that the world attaches great importance to the privacy of spiritual practice. For example, the forms filled out by the 3 people when preparing for the exam were very inflated, but only a limited number of people, including the examiner, were qualified to view them. After the assessment, the data will be archived. Even if the Inspection Bureau wants to conduct an investigation, it must have a legitimate reason. However, if he wants to make his mischief known to everyone, certain situations are inevitable. The most terrifying thing in the world is always the human heart. There are many people who like to gossip and criticize others behind their backs, and there are also those who are jealous of other success. Yi Xiuzhu warned Li Jing, but didn't say much, and buried his head in searching through the rubble. As he was looking down, Lu Yangcheng suddenly screamed, "Oh my God!" and jumped more than 3 meters high on the spot like a wildcat with its fur standing on end, then flew backwards. Li Jing turned his head and typed 3 question marks in a row. Yi Xiuzhu was also confused. Facing the 2 people's attention, Lu Yang stood in the distance and pointed tremblingly to where he was just now. "Snake, snake! Snake?" Li Jing was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes lit up and he stepped forward. When he arrived at the location Lu Yangcheng pointed out, he saw in the moonlight a long snake as thick as an arm buried in the rubble. Without thinking too much, Li Jing reached out, grabbed the snake, and lifted it up. With a crash, the long snake was pulled out from the rubble, revealing its true appearance. The snake is about 2 meters long. Holding in his hand, it was a bit longer than Li Jing, who was 1.8 meters tall. At the waist of the snake, you could see a badly damaged knife handle inserted there. When Li Jing saw the knife handle, he felt a pang of pain in his heart. Unfortunately for his standard steel knife, it only reached 59% after more than a week of nurturing, and it melted before it could even get any quality upgrade. Ordinary objects are, after all, ordinary objects. It can carry spiritual energy, but cannot withstand the bombardment of powerful spells. At this time, Yi Xiuzhu came over. "Is this Chu Yanghong?" "It should be her, right?" Li Jing responded, examined the snake in his hand. His eyes fell on its tail, and then he raised his eyebrows. At the end of the snake's tail, there's a string of translucent keratin. Such obvious characteristics clearly point to a very famous and extremely venomous snake. Rattlesnake. On an ecological level, there are no wild rattlesnakes in Longyu country. It seems that Chu Lianghong was originally a pet snake and was brought to the country before it achieved success in its cultivation. Creatures that transform into monsters usually do not leave their habitats. Even if they succeed in practicing and transform into a human form, they will integrate into the nearby human society. Unless absolutely necessary, monsters will not choose to leave their homes and away from their familiar environment. Secretly guessing Chu Lianghong's origin, Li Jing focused on the keratin at the end of her tail. He originally thought that Chu Lianghong had learned some means to confuse others, but had not mastered it. Now that his true identity has been confirmed, the truth has become clear. Rattlesnakes are called rattlesnakes because their tails make a rattling sound. The trilling sound has many uses, including trapping and confusing weak prey. From this we can conclude that Chu Lianghong did not learn any tricks, but it was her own innate talent. No wonder her methods are so limited and only exist in the form of hints. It is true that rattlesnakes have a natural talent for using the vibrations of their tails to lure and trap small prey, but this is essentially just a functional performance and is not very deceptive. Speaking of talent, toxicity is Chu Lianghong's real talent as a snake demon. After figuring out the whole story, Li Jing smiled and looked at Lu Yangcheng in the distance, who was still frightened. This snake demon is already dead. Is it worth it for a grown man like you? Lu Yangcheng moved his lips, but said nothing. He stood there as if he had no intention of coming over. Li Jing smiled when he saw this. Just as he was about to say something, a dazzling sword light came from the sky and landed in front of him. The light faded, and Dai Hong revealed his figure. Seeing that Li Jing was safe and sound, Dai Hong showed an expression of obvious relief and looked at him in surprise. Third realm. Li Jing nodded. Good. Dai Hong said this and walked over. The third realm is an important turning point on the road of cultivation. It is the first time you will experience a qualitative change in your power level. There are many details involved. I can't teach you the rest. You can only explore it yourself. But as a senior, I would like to warn you for now. Don't rush to learn the third realm attack and defense spells next. Having said that, he continued his story. Those fancy things are of little use to you right now. This is your first time experiencing a qualitative change in your power level, and it will take a long time to adapt. What you need now is an auxiliary spell that can help you adapt faster. Among the relevant auxiliary spells, I recommend the Soul Control spell. As long as you master the Soul Control spell to a minor level, you will basically be able to adapt. Li Jing is indeed having trouble adapting to the surging power. It is difficult for him to control the strength of his attacks, and the change in the power level in his body also makes him feel uncomfortable. It feels like a newborn baby who hasn't learned to walk yet suddenly has an adult's body. He was able to stand up, but his head was heavy and his footing was unstable. Hearing Dai Hong's warning at this moment, Li Jing humbly accepted it and asked weakly, Team Leader Dai, is the spirit control method you mentioned expensive? Dai Hong. He imparted his experience to Li Jing as a senior and was naturally prepared to answer questions. Li Jing did ask a question, but the question was really a bit outrageous. When we meet, all we have to do is to use the spirit controlling technique. Is it expensive? Is it that expensive? Xiaozhu and Lu Yangcheng were somewhat speechless when they saw how honest Li Jing was. There are many things that you may not be able to learn even in the Academy of Immortal Studies. After all, lecturers in the college are also human beings, and their accomplishments and insights may not be that high. There's a great master of the fourth realm standing in front of me. If I want to ask the same question, shouldn't I ask something meaningful? Apart from anything else, what Dai Hong just said is a point of knowledge that is not taught in college. Unlike Li Jing, Xiaozhu and Lu Yangcheng both attended college. It's just that the majors they studied are not relevant to inspection, and each profession has its own specialties, so they cannot be used to take the inspection exam. The guidance in the academy textbooks for those in the third realm who are unable to adapt to the changes in power levels in a short period of time is to try your best to adapt, and then give priority to the art of controlling objects, which is a must-learn for those in the third realm. The textbook says this. How many lecturers would have the courage to contradict the textbook? Dai Hong must have his reasons for daring to say this. Just this point alone was enough to teach Xiaozhu and Lu Yangcheng a lesson. Compared with the college lecturers who follow the textbook step by step, the personal experience of Dai Hong, a master of the fourth realm, is obviously more reliable. Seeing Dai Hong being embarrassed by Li Jingwen, Lu Yangcheng, who was standing far away, coughed. I've heard of the soul control method. It's one of the top-level methods among the three realms' auxiliary spells. It's extremely difficult to get started and even harder to master. But once you get started with the soul control method, your control over spiritual energy will be far better than that of ordinary people. If you can practice it to perfection, your control over spiritual energy output will be meticulous, greatly improving the stability of spells and formulas, greatly reducing the preparation time for casting high-level spells, and even enhancing the power of spells. Then he added, usually, those who have the conditions in the third realm will learn the spirit control method, but because it is difficult to get started, most people will choose to learn the spirit control method after mastering other spells. Li Jing was deeply moved after listening to Lu Yangcheng's story. The benefits gained after the great perfection of the soul control technique are really too comprehensive. It also reminded him of Dai Hong's powerful spiritual attack. The spirit control method recommended by Dai Hong is definitely one of the key factors that makes his spiritual attacks so powerful. Li Jing could not expect to have the experience and skills that Dai Hong gained after studying spiritual attacks, but he could learn the related spells. Getting started and becoming proficient are not problems for him. The key lies in the price of the spirit-controlling method. Just as he was about to ask Lu Yangcheng a question, Dai Hong spoke quietly. The spirit control method is not expensive, only half the price of an ordinary flying sword. Li Jing, no matter how ordinary a flying sword is, the starting price is 3 million. Half a handful, 1 million a half. This is not expensive. He has never seen the three realms assistance method, but he had paid attention to the three-realm attack and defense method. Among the offensive and defensive methods, except for the popular sword-wielding technique, the most expensive one is only 800,000 at most. This is almost twice as fast. Do you want to learn how to control spirits? Of course you have to learn that. If you don't learn, you're a fool, Li Jing said, looking at Dai Hong with a shameless face. Team Leader Dai, the bonus you promised me before. Facing someone's hesitant words, Dai Hong's mouth twitched, and he said, your bonus is still being applied for, and you will get it. With your active performance in this operation, and your single-handed efforts to repel the evil cultivators and ensure the safety of the surrounding area, you will get at least 2 million in bonuses afterwards. The approval process needs to go through, and I will transfer 2 million to you later, and I will give you the extra money later. He knew about Li Jing's situation. This guy is very short of money. With Li Jing's current conditions, even if he has reached the third level of cultivation, he will not be able to enter the inspection bureau and get a high salary in a short period of time. Inspection and examination is a mandatory requirement. When Li Jing heard that the bonus he could get would be doubled, his eyes lit up and he waved his hand to take out the pills. Team Leader Dai, this is a sample of contraband. Dai Hong was stunned when he saw this and cried out in surprise. You got the sample. Does this count as a merit? Li Jing hopes to reveal his money-grubber nature. Okay, I'll transfer you an extra 500,000 later. Dai Hong reached out and grabbed the sample and said, the net closing operation has already started and ended successfully when you contacted me. All the known guinea pigs have been sent to the first hospital for medical observation. Whether they can survive depends entirely on luck. There are samples for analysis, and the survival rate may be higher. I will send them to the medical laboratory now. As he spoke, he summoned his flying sword, glanced at the rattlesnake in Li Jingti's hand, and flew into the air, leaving his words behind. You three will stay here for now. The Patrol Bureau is conducting a citywide blockade and search, so no one can come. The Auxiliary Investigation Department will be here soon. You will be responsible for guiding the on-site evidence collection. Don't forget to collect the statements of the people involved. Come to me at the Bureau when you're done. I want a detailed report. Chapter 66, Retire After Success, Skill Arrangement. That night, the entire North City area was in panic. In today's highly developed internet world, information spreads at an extremely fast speed. The news of a fight between high-level practitioners on the outskirts of the city spread across the internet within minutes of the incident. The loud thunder and violent explosions at midnight greatly agitated the nerves of residents in the northern city area. The mood of panic spread quietly. However, seeing countless sword lights flying the night sky and roaming throughout the entire North City area, people's touched nerves gradually calmed down. As long as the Inspection Bureau takes action, everything will be fine. This is the subconscious consensus of the people of Longyu, and it is also a reflection of the people's trust that the Inspection Bureau has earned through hard work and blood over a long period of time. What kind of situation caused the North City Patrol Bureau to mobilize so many people, which sparked heated discussions on the internet? In recent times, the North City District has suffered many disasters. The source of the evil miasma breeding overseas has not been dealt with yet, and another evil cultivator has committed a heinous crime. And then there is what happened tonight. How can it not cause heated discussion? There are many different opinions on the internet, and various speculations emerge one after another. There are also monsters and devils who are eager to create chaos in the world and stir up trouble on the internet and try to guide public opinion. But these have nothing to do with Li Jing. Do your job and think about your work. As a small assistant inspector, he doesn't need to care about things beyond his duties. According to Dai Hong's instructions, Li Jing and 3 others stayed at the scene and took the lead in collecting evidence on the scene after the relevant personnel from the Auxiliary Investigation Department arrived. They were busy until 5 in the morning when they went to the Inspection Bureau to find Dai Hong and report the details. Dai Hong took the case involving humanoid monsters very seriously. However, he didn't say much to Li Jing and the other 3. The investigation of the case has not yet ended, but it is already difficult to go further. The crackdown is over. Under his instruction, the Patrol Bureau launched a blockade search of the entire North City District. With such a big move, no matter whether it is a human, a demon, or a ghost, as long as it has a sound mind, it will tuck its tail between its legs. At this critical juncture, who dares to make some noise? Dai Hong would not be willing to make such a decision unless he had no other choice. But since we have done it, we naturally have to put in enough effort to exchange for peace in the North City District. After listening to the reports from Li Jing and the other 2, Dai Hong asked them to go back and rest while he started to prepare for the press conference. The news must be made public. One of them is to calm public opinion. Secondly, he couldn't be sure how many other people had come into contact with the relevant contraband, so he had to use public information to get these people to come forward on their own initiative. Contact with contraband does not necessarily mean death. It is not impossible to save lives by conducting timely medical observation and prescribing the right medicine before the condition deteriorates to an irreversible state. It was nearly 7 in the morning. Li Jing and the other 2 left the Inspection Bureau, said goodbye to each other, and went home. Their work as temporary workers of the Serious Crime Unit 6 has now come to a successful conclusion. Temporary workers have their advantages. The 3 of them don't have to worry about the rest. After returning to the villa, Li Jing locked himself in the room. Xin Yuran probably won't come back today, although it is not known whether she is still investigating suspicious forces in the North City District or has been transferred to other tasks. As an on-duty inspector, she will at least have a chance to catch her breath after all the work is completed. Sitting on the bed and taking out his mobile phone, Li Jing chose to log in to the Xinhua website. Dai Hong is very trustworthy. After he finished his report, the promised advance of 2.5 million bonus was transferred to his account without any hesitation. Li Jing now has 2.81 million in his account. I have to say, having money really gives you a sense of security. But the money that should be spent still needs to be spent. The spirit-controlling method recommended by Dai Hong must be arranged. The spells that can be learned in the 3rd realm are much more than those in the 2nd realm. The major spell systems also have more detailed classification and identification. After spending some time to find the soul-controlling spell among the auxiliary spells, Li Jing glanced at the price and reluctantly pressed the purchase button. Balance, -1500000. The website page jumps and the mnemonic pops up. Then, an emotionless female voice of reminder sounded in my ear. I have discovered that you can learn a passive skill, soul control. Do you want to log in? Log in. Li Jing muttered to himself. Successfully logged into the passive skill, soul control. As the prompt sounded again, Li Jing clearly felt that the discomfort caused by the change in his strength level had been alleviated a lot. He has only logged in successfully, and there is no proficiency in the spells he has learned. It's like I just learned it. Just by learning the soul control method, the physical sensation improved. Li Jing did not hesitate and chose to spend 5 skill points to max out the soul control method. The next second, the discomfort all over his body disappeared instantly. The protective spiritual clothing and the air escape technique, which were both passive skills, saw their effects increased by more than 50% in an instant, operating quietly within his body. Such immediate results made Li Jing very happy. It turned out to be a good idea to listen to Daihong. The great perfection of the soul-controlling technique brought him an astonishing benefit. What does it mean to directly increase the passive skill effect by 50%? He doesn't know. But he knew that simply because of the effect of the soul control method, the limitations of the second level of magic have been broken through to a certain extent in his hands, becoming even more powerful. After feeling himself, Li Jing spread his hands. Squeak! A thin arc of electricity leaped up and dissipated in his palm. Watching the electric arc leap up and dissipate, Li Jing raised his eyebrows. The mastery of the spirit control technique can allow one to control power to a meticulous level, and this is not an exaggeration. Before, although he could change the power of spells by adjusting the output of spiritual power, due to the extremely high energy efficiency of spiritual power, the scale of the spells he released could not be small at all and was very eye-catching. Now that he has the soul-controlling technique, he can even make the palm lightning appear in the form of a thin arc of electricity. The changes here are more than just big. The method of controlling spirits is amazing. With a heartfelt exclamation, Li Jing summoned the panel. Host, Li Jing. Experience, 72/2566. Level, 15. Skill points, 5. Spirit strength, 240. Equipment, none. Passive skills, momentary space, body protection spirit cloth, May 5th. Escape technique, May 5th. Spirit control technique, May 5th. Active skills, palm thunder, May 5th. Spirit strike, May 5th. Examining the data on the panel, Li Jing focused on the levels. At level 5, he is about 2 realms. He had no idea whether he had just crossed the threshold of the second realm. What is certain is, crossing the threshold of the 3 realms is achieved at level 15. Based on this, it can be inferred that the threshold for level upgrades and realms may increase by 5 levels. In other words, to enter the 4th realm, he must reach level 30. With a guess in mind, Li Jing calmed down. Level 30 is a bit far away for him at the moment. The experience threshold for upgrading has become higher and higher, and the amount of experience required for each upgrade is also getting bigger and bigger. Now he needs 2,566 experience points to upgrade 1 level. You can only advance to the next level by killing a monster in the late second realm. It will probably be difficult to skip grades in the future. If he wants to jump to the next level, he has to kill a monster with at least 5,000 HP. With 5,000 HP, that means he is in the 4th realm. Li Jing took out Chu Yanghong's body from the storage space and took a look at it. After thinking for a moment, he put it back and lay down to rest. The original form of Chu Yanghong is undoubtedly a good thing. But if you want to sell it, you have to go to a professional organization to appraise its value. High-level monsters are no better than creatures that have barely been demonized. There are standards for what price something can be sold at. Without evaluation, it is not appropriate to sell more or less. Take a nap first, and when you're well enough rested, go to the spiritual object trading market to find a professional to evaluate it. The problem of adapting to the change in power levels has been solved through the spirit control method. The next thing to arrange is naturally the art of controlling objects. If you want to learn the art of controlling objects, you must first prepare a suitable treasure. He still has skill points, but there are only 1.31 million left in his pocket. He can't even afford the lowest-end flying sword. Not to mention that learning the art of controlling objects also costs money. Whether or not the object control technique can be arranged depends on the price that Chu Yanghong's snake demon body can be sold for. Chapter 67. Survival of the Fittest in Nature. When Li Jing woke up, it was already evening. When I walked out of the room, Ji Qing and Cho Dofu, a cat and a dog, were watching TV in the living room. If other people saw this kind of scene, they would certainly find it incredible. But in this villa, it is a daily routine. Seeing Li Jing coming out of the room, Cho Dofu quickly stood up and wagged his tail. Ji Qing asked in human language, "When is dinner?" "Well, I'll cook right away." Li Jing responded, went to Cho Dofu's doghouse, gave it some dog food, and looked at Ji Qing. "Chinyaron hasn't come back yet?" "No." Ji Qing curled up on the sofa, yawned lazily, and then sighed. There are patrols and assistants everywhere outside now. It's even more serious than when the demon miasma broke out a while ago. It looks like I'll have to wait a while before I can go back to the hot pot restaurant and be my own boss. We really have to wait a little longer. This time, things won't be resolved so easily. Li Jing nodded. Ji Qing had obviously learned about the current situation in Beicheng district through news and other channels. The incident did have a huge impact on her, especially the case involves a humanoid monster. Li Jing didn't know what Dai Hong thought about this, but to be on the safe side, it would be better for Ji Qing to stay quiet at Chen Yuan's house. Li Jing walked to the refrigerator to choose ingredients and looked back. After dinner, I'm going to go to the spiritual object market. Spiritual item market? Ji Qing cried out in surprise, then jumped off the sofa and trotted over, kicking his 4 short legs hard and leaping onto Li Jing's shoulders. Take me with you. I haven't been out for a long time. I'm bored all day playing games at home. With you by my side, I don't have to worry about being stopped by the patrol for questioning or anything like that. Li Jing hesitated. There's nothing wrong with taking Ji Qing out. The key point is that he went to the spiritual object market to get an estimate of the value of Chu Lianghong's body, and if he could sell it on the spot, he would sell it. Since this involves a humanoid monster, it seems a bit inappropriate to bring Ji Qing along. Seeing Li Jing's hesitant expression and seemingly unwilling to take him with him, Ji Qing tilted his head. What? Are you going on a date or something? Can't you take me with you? Not really. Li Jing shook his head. After thinking about it, he simply took out Chu Lianghong's body from the storage space. Ji Qing was stunned when he suddenly saw someone take out a snake. This is a female snake demon that transformed into a human form. I killed her. Li Jing tells the story. Ji Qing was silent, then asked, She hurt someone? She has a share of the trouble in the city. Li Jing said, I went to the market to get an estimate of the price and to find a merchant who buys monster materials to sell them for some money. You'd better not join me in this matter. She's the same as you. Before he finished speaking, Ji Qing made a strange sound. I'm a cat, and you have a snake in your hand. We are not of the same species. As she spoke, she looked closely at Chu Lianghong's real body. Since you have harmed people, you deserve to die. I will not sympathize with anyone just because we are all monsters. We monsters in human form do not follow as many rules as you humans, but there's a saying that goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. To integrate into society, we must adapt to and learn all the laws and customs of human society. After talking on and on for a while, Ji Qing continued. The snake demon in your hand has caused so much trouble to others. It is a threat to me as a human-shaped demon. For example, my life has been seriously affected by it now. I don't even have time to hate it, so how can I sympathize with it? Listening to Ji Qing's very rational voice, Li Jing frowned strangely. I understand the logic. I plan to sell this snake demon for money. Do you mind? What's the big deal? Ji Qing said calmly. Even if we monsters have human forms, we are not human after all. We have the nature of beasts in our bones, and there's a food chain relationship. Hunting each other is very common, and it is even more common for the same species to kill each other. If monsters want to live in harmony with each other, it must be based on equal strength and temperament. As she spoke, she added with a hum. Take me as an example. I belong to the cat family and am a born predator. However, as a ragdoll cat, I am relatively docile and do not like hunting. If it were another cat family, they would kill a monster transformed from a snake, rat, or bird on the spot. They would do so without exposing themselves and being able to capture the opponent. It is very rare for them to hold back unless there is a special reason. As he spoke, Ji Qing licked his pink little paws with a hint of greed in his cat's eyes. You're just selling this snake monster for money. In my hands, it would be a snake meat soup. For you humans, high-level monsters are full of treasures. The same is true for us monsters. For me, who is also a monster, high-level monsters are really a great tonic and help my practice. By the way, the same concept applies to tofu, which is a spiritual beast. Spiritual beasts are only docile to humans, and they are not very friendly to other beasts. Stinky tofu looks harmless to humans and animals because it has been domesticated since childhood and its breed is relatively special. Li Jing, what Ji Qing said is very true, and it makes sense. Isn't this how nature works, the survival of the fittest? Human beings are essentially a link in the natural food chain. It's just that humans are special. They possess humanity and wisdom and stand at the top of the food chain. Li Jingxin had never thought about it so much before. Ji Qing's explanation made him understand. Whether it is a spiritual beast or a demon, they are fundamentally beasts. Even though there's a distinction between good and evil, animal nature is still difficult to eliminate. People like Ji Qing are so gentle not because they have good intentions, but purely because of their special birth and nature. Seeing Jiqing staring at the snake in his hand while talking, Li Jing turned his head to look at Stinky Tofu, who was eating dog food in the corner of the living room, but actually sneaking glances at him from time to time, and silently stuffed Chu Lianghong's body back into the storage space. It would have been fine if he hadn't realized it at first. Now that he understood this, how could he not be on guard against the possible thief in the house? Since Qin Yuan was not around, Li Jing didn't prepare anything too sumptuous. After having a meal with Jiqing, he went back to his room and changed his clothes. When I returned to the living room, Jiqing was already waiting at the door. After filling his stomach, the Stinky Tofu lay down in his own doghouse. After being bullied by Li Jing, it became much more obedient and no longer dared to act rashly. It knew that there would be no place for it in the spiritual item market, so it simply stopped making a fuss. Li Jing came out and saw Jiqing already at the door, so he stepped forward and tried to pick her up. Unexpectedly, when the hand had just reached halfway, Jiqing, who usually submissively allowed himself to be touched, suddenly jumped away. Li Jing frowned. It's a rare opportunity for me to go out, so I want to go in human form. Jiqing spoke in human language. Without waiting for someone to reply, she looked outside the villa to confirm that everything was okay, then transformed into a human form. Then, she pulled Li Jing over without saying a word. Hurry up! Hurry up! Qin Yuan may come back at any time. Don't run into him. Li Jing. He could understand that Jiqing wanted to go out in human form. After all, she has remained in cat form all this time and has never transformed into a human form. She must have been feeling very depressed during this period. The problem is that if Jiqing goes out with him in human form, he won't be able to fly. It takes an hour to get to the spiritual market by taxi. Chapter 68. Sorry, I'm used to it. Li Jing was dragged out of the door, feeling helpless, but there was nothing he could do. After leaving the community, I hailed a taxi on the street. Li Jing opened the car door and turned sideways with the grace of a gentleman. Jiqing, who turned into a human form, is indeed a beautiful lady, as pretty as a flower. When you are surrounded by beauty, you have to do something to look good. Li Jing knew that Jiqing was a demon, but others did not know. When you go out, you always have to give your female companion some face. If he is really careless, who knows what others will think of him when they see him? Besides, Li Jing had always regarded Jiqing as a female friend. If the latter had gone out with him in cat form, he would not have needed to be careful, but when she turned into a human form, he would definitely have to show due self-awareness. Seeing that he was very gracious and opened the door to let herself get in first, Jiqing looked at him strangely. Although they had been together for nearly half a month, it was the first time she knew that Li Jing had such a side. The main thing is that Li Jing and Qin Yuan live under the same roof, so there doesn't seem to be much etiquette between them. Both of them are very casual and private. One of them walks around the house in his pajamas all day long with no makeup on, while the other one, apart from cooking for the former when he is hungry, doesn't show any special consideration or care for the former. After getting into the car one after another, Li Jing spoke to the driver. Master, go to the North City Spirit Item Market. Okay. The driver responded, and while driving on the road, he glanced at Jiqing through the rearview mirror. In the back seat, Li Jing caught a glimpse of the driver stealing glances at Jiqing, but didn't think much about it. Beautiful women are not rare in this world. Pick up any young person on the street, and you'll find that they are all dressed up. If only my cultivation level was higher. Her age can be directly ignored. She looks ethereal from head to toe, and is a pleasure to look at. But Jiqing is a little different. It's not that her human beauty is far superior to anyone else's. The key is that she has a unique lazy temperament that is quite charming. The lazy temperament is not uncommon in ordinary people, but it is hard to find another person who can grasp it as well as Jiqing. Jiqing's lazy temperament comes from her nature as a cat demon. Cats are naturally lazy. Ordinary people may not be able to learn from her. Jiqing is so special that it is normal for people to look at him with suspicion. If it were Li Jing, he would also take a second look at her if she were a beautiful woman with extraordinary temperament walking on the street. As a man, this is the only hobby I have. Thinking that the next ride would be at least an hour, Li Jing leaned back in the back seat and let out a breath. Just as he was about to open his mouth to talk to Jiqing, he felt his arms tighten and his shoulders sink. Li Jing turned his head blankly. What he saw was Jiqing holding his arm and resting his little head on his shoulder. When Li Jing turned his head, their eyes met. Eyes met. Li Jing was a little confused. Jiqing was also stunned. The atmosphere was quiet for a moment. Jiqing coughed, sat up straight, and spoke in a low voice. Sorry, I'm used to it. Li Jing. Facing someone's gaze, Jiqing's cheeks flushed. It really wasn't her intention, just now. She just thought that Li Jing behaved like a gentleman when he went out, and, as a woman, she should give him some face. Men and women go out together. How can a woman make a man look respectable? Simple. Linking arms lets others know that you have a close relationship. There is nothing special about this. It is just for show. The intimate behavior between boyfriend and girlfriend is different. Jiqing originally just wanted to casually link his arm as a token of her respect, but as his hand was extended, she leaned towards him out of habit. I have to say, getting used to something is a really scary thing. Seeing Jiqing's embarrassment, Li Jing also understood what was going on. For more than a week, Jiqing has been acting like a cat. She likes to jump on his shoulders whenever she has nothing to do, and it is common for her to hang on his shoulders. Nodding to show that he understood, Li Jing spoke. Would you like to visit the store later? Jiqing was not a particularly green person. He just felt a little embarrassed. Seeing that Li Jing understood her and didn't say there was any misunderstanding, she returned to her normal demeanor. If you don't mind taking me to the store, I don't mind. I've been eating your home-cooked meals lately, and I've been missing my own hot pot. Let's go to the store for a midnight snack when we get back. The 1-hour drive passed quickly. Arriving at the North City Spiritual Object Market, Li Jing glanced at the taximeter with some pain and silently paid the fare of nearly 200 yuan. He doesn't need those 200 now. He felt it was not worth it, as he had spent $200 on the issue. After traveling through time and space and living in poverty for more than 3 months, being thrifty in life has become a good habit in his bones. After paying the fare and getting off the bus, Li Jing and Jiqing walked into the Spiritual Object Market. The Spiritual Object Market is crowded with people at night. Of course, there are also many people here during the day. The Spiritual Item Market is similar to a large shopping mall, except that all kinds of spiritual items are bought and sold here. Since the Spiritual Object Market is relatively special and requires strict management, the market is usually opened by the Urban Management Bureau of the corresponding province or city. Only businesses with business licenses and relevant qualifications are eligible to enter. After entering the market, Li Jing did not wander around aimlessly. This place is a real gold-spending den. No matter how cheap the goods are, they're all priced in tens of thousands. There are spiritual objects and materials worth hundreds of millions everywhere. Some rare items simply cannot be measured in monetary terms and need to be bartered with items of equal value. For cultivators, money is just a universal currency used in daily life. Going straight to the first floor of the market, they found a shop that had the qualifications to identify the quality of spiritual materials. Li Jing took Jiqing and turned into the shop. Then he paused and frowned. There was only one female clerk inside and outside the store. That's nothing. The key point is that he had just seen this female clerk yesterday morning. From face to figure, Su Jiai is truly petite. In the shop, Su Jiai looked up and was slightly stunned when she saw Li Jing coming in. Why is it you? Li Jing was speechless, thinking to himself, I also wanted to ask the same question. Jiqing on the side blinked in confusion. Do you know this clerk? Well, she's my colleague's cousin. Li Jing responded and walked up to the counter. Meeting Su Jiai in the Spiritual Object Market made him feel that the world was really small. But he didn't care much about it. He and Su Jiai were not acquaintances. They had only met once. Looking around, Li Jing saw that there was indeed no one else in the store. He then looked at Su Jiai, who was also looking at him. Are you the only one in the store? The others are not here, so if you need anything, just come to me. Su Jiai responded. Also, don't get me wrong, I'm not working here. This store is owned by my family. As she spoke, she glanced at Jiqing, who was following Li Jing like a little bird. Her gaze lingered on the high point of her chest for a moment, and she asked, Your girlfriend? No, just friends. Li Jing responded and took out Chu Lianghong's body from the storage space. This is a 3rd-level snake demon. I want to estimate its value. A 3rd-level snake demon? Su Jiai raised her eyebrows, looked closely at the nearly 2-meter-long snake monster, and reached out to take it. Wait a moment, I'll help you identify it. Li Jing was slightly stunned when he heard this. Do you know how to identify? Don't confuse me with Lu Yangqing. I will inherit the family business in the future. Su Jiai curled her lips and said, I studied appraisal at the Immortal Academy, and I passed the Junior Appraiser Certificate exam last year. As she spoke, she pointed to several qualification certificates hanging on the back of the store. Li Jing subconsciously raised his eyes and saw Su Jiai's junior appraiser certificate among several qualification certificates. Just as he was about to say something, Su Jiai took the snake demon and walked towards a side door at the back of the store. Please keep an eye on the store for me. The appraisal will take some time. I will give you the complete appraisal data later. Li Jing. He wondered if he was not a guest. Why do you still want to help look after the store? Chapter 69, Apprentice of Weapon Refining. In a blink of an eye, more than 20 minutes passed. Many customers came and went in front of Su Jiai's store, but no one came in. Li Jing was not surprised by this. This store specializes in identification and purchase, not sales. It is estimated that the trafficking business was placed separately elsewhere. Most of the customers who come to the spiritual objects market come for shopping. Only a few come specifically to identify or sell spiritual objects and materials, and those who do come do not necessarily come at night. Li Jing stayed in the store and chatted with Ji Qing, waiting patiently. Identifying and evaluating spiritual objects and materials is a technical job. During the process, not only various testing equipment will be used, but also relevant spells will be used for testing. The time required depends on the quality and difficulty of the identification and evaluation. The more time Su Jiai spends, the more valuable Chu Lianghong's body proves to be, and Li Jing can't wait longer. While chatting with Ji Qing, a handsome young man suddenly walked into the store. Li Jing spoke when he saw the young man coming in. The clerk is busy. You have to wait a moment. The young man paused when he heard that, nodded, walked to the counter, waved his hand, and took out 5 flying swords from the storage space. Li Jing greeted the young man and wanted to continue chatting with Ji Qing. Suddenly, he saw the young man take out 5 flying swords in one breath. His eyes lit up and he became interested. This person is obviously here to appraise the flying sword. It just so happens that he is planning to buy one. So, shouldn't we have some communication? Normally, if you want to buy a precious flying sword, you have to go to a regular magic weapon shop. The treasures that come into the store are all clearly marked with prices, and there is no room for negotiation. But if you can buy it directly from the weapon refiner, there is room for negotiation on the price. On the one hand, the price is determined by the weapon refiner himself, and on the other hand, without the existence of a magic weapon shop, there is no middleman to make a profit from the price difference. Without thinking too much, Li Jing stepped forward. "Brother, are you a weapon refiner?" The young man was not shy when he was approached, and just smiled shyly. "No, I can't be called a weapon refiner yet. I'm just a weapon refiner apprentice." As he spoke, he glanced at Ji Qing, who came with Li Jing, and straightened his back a little. "I'm a sophomore student majoring in weapon refining at the North City Immortal Academy. I can't take the qualification exam until next year. These flying swords are my practice works, and the quality is not very good. It just so happens that this shop belongs to my senior sister's family, so I came here to appraise them and asked her to buy them back for me in exchange for some money for the materials." Seeing the young man glance at Ji Qing and tell all his past in one go, Li Jing's mouth twitched. Ji Qing didn't say anything. He wanted to clearly state how many people were registered in his family. Was it that necessary? Ji Qing looked at the young man and found it a little funny. Such a pure young man is really rare in this era. "My name is Li Jing." Li Jing introduced himself. "Xiang Minghui." The young man smiled, and his eyes involuntarily fell on Ji Qing. Ji Qing smiled when he saw this. "Ji Qing. Nice to meet you." Xiang Minghui responded honestly, not daring to look at Ji Qing, and looked at Li Jingdao. "Brotherly, what are you and Miss Ji coming to my senior sister's shop to identify?" "I am here to identify the monster, a 3rd-level monster." Li Jing responded casually. Just as he was thinking of taking advantage of Su Jiai's relationship to get closer to her, Xiang Minghui's eyes lit up. "A 3rd-level monster. This is a rare commodity," he said quickly. "Brotherly, to tell you the truth, I have been refining weapons frequently recently in order to hand in my final assignments. I have tried many times, but still cannot produce a satisfactory product. The one I finally produced is still a defective product. At present, the high-quality materials I have are almost used up. Brotherly, how about we discuss it, and you sell the monster to me?" Li Jing. Before he even had the chance to ask if he could sell him a flying sword at a lower price, Xiang Minghui already set his sights on his monster. Li Jingdao looked at Xiang Minghui with a strange look on his face, which was full of expectation. "If you can give me a fair price, I can sell the monster to you." The price is easy to negotiate. I will trade with you based on the price that senior sister estimates. Xiang Minghui responded unusually straightforwardly. King. Li Jing nodded in agreement. Those who play the game of refining equipment are not short of money. There's a reason why treasures are so expensive. Before craftsmanship, high-quality materials are needed first. If you want to refine a treasure weapon, or even a spiritual weapon of high quality, you can't save on materials. Looking back, refining equipment itself is a kind of gambling. Spending expensive materials may not necessarily produce a satisfactory work. It is very likely that you can refine materials for an 8th level treasure, but in the end you will only get a 1st or 2nd level treasure, or even an ordinary weapon. It is very difficult to protect your capital. It's even harder to make money. In fact, except for mass-produced treasures like the standard flying swords equipped by the Patrol Bureau, most flying sword below level 8 are failed products in the hands of weapon refiners. The profession of weapon refiner is a game of heartbeats, and the goal is to refine the weapon to a higher level. It worked, and I became rich overnight. If you lose, go to the rooftop depending on the situation. Let's put aside all these trivial things. Xiang Minghui was willing to give a price based on Su Jiai's appraisal results, which was very fair. If the deal goes through, both parties benefit mutually. Li Jing had no sales channels of his own and could only sell to merchants who purchase spiritual objects and materials. Merchants will purchase at a discount. When it comes to Xiang Minghui, it's just like Li Jing trying to get close to him to buy a flying sword. It's much cheaper than buying it directly from a merchant. It is hard to say whether the middlemen are black or not, but they definitely make money. As the two were talking, Su Jai walked out from the side door of the store carrying the snake demon. When she looked up and saw Xiang Minghui in the store, she frowned. When she saw the 5 flying swords on the counter, Su Jiai's slender eyebrows were twisted into 2 knots on the spot. Xiao Xiang, you've been refining weapons so hard that you've almost lost your underwear. Why don't you give up? It's just a final assignment. It won't affect your qualification exam for the weapon refiner. Why don't you just make a 3rd or 4th level weapon and hand it in? Xiang Minghui is obviously very familiar with Su Jiai. Hearing the voice, he turned back awkwardly. I've lost so much money. If I don't make it back, my father will beat me to death. Besides, the higher the quality of the treasure I submit, the more credits I can get. Next year, I can focus on taking the qualification exam. As he spoke, he looked closely at the snake demon in Su Jiai's hand. Brotherly just agreed to sell me his snake demon. What's the result of the appraisal? Su Jiai was stunned when she heard this and looked at Li Jing strangely. Li Jing felt somewhat embarrassed that she had taken a fancy to him. If he hadn't met Xiang Minghui, his snake demon would most likely have been sold at a discount to Su Jiai. At least he and Su Jiai knew each other. It will be easier to talk to someone you know, and they will offer you a higher price. This time he skipped Su Jiai, causing people to lose out on some money. Su Jiai herself did not say much about the current situation. It's a free buy and sell. Li Jing can sell the snake demon to whoever he wants. She can't make any objections or anything like that. Walking to the counter, Su Jiai put the snake demon down and said to Li Jing, "You are a very good snake demon. I think you have already cultivated into a human form before you died. It's a pity that all the internal organs of the snake demon, including the poisonous non, that can be used to refine pills have been destroyed." Then, Li Jing asked. He had expected what Su Jiai said. After all, when he killed Chu Lianghong, he used a standard steel knife as a lightning rod and fired 3 palm mines into his body in a row. The standard steel knife melted on the spot. So how could Chu Lianghong's body be any better? Everything else is okay, Su Jiai said, taking out an appraisal report and placing it on the counter, and narrated. The snake skin is very tough, and the 2 fangs are well preserved and of high quality. Both can be used as raw materials for refining 9th level treasures. As for the snake meat, it is cheaper. The result of the appraisal is that its medicinal value is limited, and the effect of refining pills is not very good. Before he finished speaking, Ji Qing pulled Li Jing over. "Keep the snake meat for me. I'll give it to you based on the estimated price." "Okay." Li Jing tilted his head in response. Ji Qing suddenly spoke, apparently because snake meat was cheaper. If she wants it, how can Li Jing refuse? Su Jiai stood in front of the counter and saw another person popping out to order snake meat, and her lips twitched. There seemed to be a lot of people crashing the place today. Exhaling heavily, Su Jiai continued. "The snake meat is worth about 800,000 yuan, and the snakeskin and fangs are worth 6.2 million yuan. 800,000 plus 6,200,000. 7 million. Li Jing stared. He knew that the third-level monsters were very valuable, but he never expected the value could be so high. This is still incomplete. If it is complete, the price would be over tens of millions, right? Ji Qing heard Su Jiai's offer and didn't think anything of it. She is not as ignorant as Li Jing. A complete third-level monster is worth tens of millions, which is actually quite cheap. Whether it is valuable or not mainly depends on the degree of tempering of the monster's body and where the parts can be used and what the effect is. Xiang Minghui, who was standing by, was not surprised at all when he heard the offer, and was even a little overjoyed. Snake skin and snake fangs can be used as raw materials for refining 9th-level treasures. This wave must be won. Materials worth 6.2 million would cost at least hundreds of thousands more from a legitimate merchant. After taking out his cell phone and checking his account balance, Xiang Minghui's expression froze, and he coughed. "Senior, did you help me sell the Qing Feng I brought last time?" Chapter 70. Flying Sword Qing Feng. "No, the stuff is still hanging in my shop upstairs." Su Jiai shook her head and said, "It's not that I don't want to help you. Although your Qing Feng has the quality of a 7th-level treasure weapon, its spiritual energy conductivity is too low, and it will leak when used. If it is an 8th-level treasure weapon with growth potential, this flaw is nothing, and these problems can be solved through acquired cultivation. A 7th-level treasure weapon does not have growth potential, which is equivalent to being half-wasted. You are not willing to sell it at a low price, so the lowest you can accept is 20% off, so it is difficult to sell it." This, Xiang Minghui looked embarrassed and looked at Li Jing a little bit awkwardly. Without waiting for him to say anything, Li Jing asked with interest, "The Qing Feng you two just mentioned, is it a flying sword or—" "Flying sword," Xiang Minghui responded and then sighed. "Brother Li, you also heard what the senior sister said just now. The Qing Feng I refined has a lot of defects. It is difficult to sell it at the price of a 7th-level treasure weapon. But if I really sell it at a low price, I will lose a lot. At the very least, the quality of a Qing Feng is also a 7th-level treasure weapon. The lowest I can accept is the price of a 6th-level treasure weapon." Li Jing nodded and asked to confirm. "Level 6 treasure, the price is about 7 million, right?" Xiang Minghui responded and said, "If there are no defects, Qing Feng will definitely be sold for 8 million. Just as I was about to say something else, Su Jiai interrupted. "That's true, but your Qing Feng has a fatal flaw. Spending 7 million to buy it is tantamount to paying an IQ tax. The spiritual energy conductivity will directly affect the use of the flying sword, and its power will also be greatly affected. For the same price, it would be more appropriate to buy a flawless treasured 6th-level flying sword," she said calmly. "If you really need money, I can take your Qing Feng for you for a flat price of 4 million. "Senior sister, you are too dark." Xiang Minghui turned around, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and said, 4 million, this is the price of a 3rd-level treasure. In my opinion, your Qing Feng is only worth this much." Su Jiai shrugged and said, "Even if I take the initiative to buy it, I can only get 200,000 or 300,000 yuan by selling it to others, and I'm not sure if I can sell it." Li Jing listened to Su Jiai's words with a strange look on his face. He didn't know whether the price of 4 million was unreasonable or not, but he knew that, as the daughter of a businessman, Su Jiai had to make money. All businessmen are dishonest. She said that the boss wanted to take Qing Feng in and deliberately lower the price, and it was obvious that there was profit to be made. Whether it can be sold or not is not certain. It is purely a matter of rhetoric. Looking at Ming Hui's troubled face, which seemed to be shaken by the lack of money but unable to give up, Li Jing spoke. "I just want to buy a flying sword recently. Minghui, can you bring Qing Feng to me for a look? I want to see the specific defects of Qing Feng. If the defects are not serious and within my acceptable range, I will give you 500,000 yuan and bring snake skin and snake fangs to exchange with you." Su Jiai, who was sitting in front of the counter, twitched her eyes imperceptibly when she heard that. Li Jing's destruction of the place made her a little overwhelmed. Xiang Minghui's face lit up with joy, and he looked over eagerly. "Brother Li, are you serious? How else can I make fun of you?" Li Jing tilted his head. "Okay, Brother Li, wait a moment. I'll go upstairs to the sales department of my senior sister's house and get Qing Feng." Xiang Minghui spoke quickly and walked out of the store without saying a word. Seeing Xiang Minghui running very fast, Su Jiai raised her hand and rubbed her eyebrows. "You should think it through. Xiaoxiang's Qing Feng does have flaws. Unless you are willing to spend a lot of money to find a refiner to recast it, its practicality can only be on par with a 4th level treasure at best. It's not a big problem, Li Jing said with a half-smile. Whether to take it or not, I will make a decision after taking a detailed look. If this deal goes through, it will be considered as a favor to him. If I have other needs in the future, it should be more convenient to find Minghui. After hearing these words, Su Jiai said nothing more. The quote she gave to Xiang Minghui was actually very reasonable from a business perspective. The fact is indeed, as she said, taking the defects into consideration, the practicality of Qing Feng is equivalent to that of a 4th level treasure. It's just that because it is of level 7 quality, it is far superior to level 4 treasures in terms of toughness and sharpness. If she took the initiative to accept it, she would only make a profit of a few 100,000 yuan. Li Jing intends to acquire Qing Feng for a total price of 6.7 million, which is a good thing for Xiang Minghui. There is nothing to say between the two of them. One is willing to fight and the other is willing to be beaten. After operating the computer in front of the counter for a while, Su Jiai raised her eyes. The appraisal fee is 50,000. Li Jing blinked when he heard the voice. Can it be cheaper? Su Jiai smacked her lips and said with a dark face, I've already given you a 50% discount. How much more do you want? Well, like this. Li Jing coughed and took out his phone to pay. After confirming that the commission had been received, Su Jiai spoke again. Do you need me to help you divide the materials? Do you want money? Li Jing responded subconsciously. Su Jiai remained silent, rolled her eyes, ignored him, picked up the snake demon, and walked away. Ji Qing, who had never interrupted the conversation, chuckled and said in a low voice, I really didn't realize before that you were quite good at making people angry. Li Jing was speechless. He wanted to say that it was just his instinctive reaction and he didn't mean to anger Su Jiai or anything. He is used to being poor. Can you blame him for this? Looking at Su Jiai's back as she walked towards the side door of the store, Li Jing wondered whether he should ask someone to add a fairy letter. Just as Liu Yangqing told him that day, Su Jiai is a typical person with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. He has a bit of a bad mouth, but he's a very nice person. He didn't even say a word, but they gave him a 50% discount on the appraisal fee. After dividing the materials, I simply didn't ask him for money. The materials cut by professional techniques are far beyond the reach of laymen in terms of both integrity and appearance. Just for this item, it would not be excessive to charge 10 or 20,000. While thinking about it, Ji Qing whispered, Li Jing, I understand that you are short of money and want to buy a cheaper flying sword, but Xiang Minghui's Qing Feng has such a big flaw. Are you sure you want to buy it? Wait until we see something. Li Jing smiled and used his mobile phone to call up the payment code. You want snake me? Give me money. Ji Qing. She hummed as she took out her cell phone wordlessly. Can you give me a friendly price? Cannot. Li Jing spoke very firmly. Me? Ji Qing snorted, scanned the code, and transferred 800,000 yuan, and said, Next time you find cheap monster flesh, remember to come to me. I can't afford the extravagant ones, but I can take the inexpensive ones to replenish my body. No problem. Li Jing looked at the income of 800,000 and responded happily. A few minutes later, Xiang Minghui walked in quickly from outside the door, holding a green flying sword. He met Li Jing and Ji Qing, who were waiting in the store, and handed over the flying sword with great anticipation. Brotherly, look, this is my Qing Feng. Li Jing reached out and took the flying sword. Then, a reminder sound rang in my ear. I have found a treasure-level flying sword Qing Feng, which can be registered as an exclusive equipment. Do you want to register? Without rushing to confirm the login, Li Jing input a stream of spiritual power into the Qing Feng sword. As spiritual power was poured into it, the blade of the Qing Feng sword trembled slightly, emitting a brilliant light. After feeling it for a while, Li Jing raised his eyebrows slightly. The spiritual energy conductivity within the Qing Feng sword is indeed slightly low, and there are obvious signs of power leakage. The conductivity of spiritual energy alone is not a problem for him. The energy efficiency of his spiritual power is inherently higher than that of spiritual energy. The slightly lower conductivity does not affect its use at all, except that there is a slight feeling of blockage. It is somewhat difficult to leak out the power. In normal use, Qing Feng's power will be reduced. Having felt the flaws, Li Jing silently recited login in his heart. Login successful. Obtain equipment Qing Feng, treasure level 7. With the current strength of spiritual power, it will take 6 days to upgrade to the 8th level of treasure. Hearing the prompt sound in his ear, Li Jing raised his eyebrows again and quietly called out the status bar. Host, Li Jing. Experience, 72/2566. Level, 15. Skill points, 5. Spirit strength, 240. Equipment, Qing Feng, level 7 treasure, 89%. Passive skills, momentary space, body protection spirit cloth, May 5th. Escape technique, May 5th. Spirit control technique, May 5th. Active skills, Palm Thunder, May 5th. Spirit strike, May 5th. Li Jing was secretly delighted when he saw that Qing Feng in the equipment column was at 89% of the 7th level treasure weapon and only 11% away from the 8th level treasure weapon. This time I made money. The most fundamental reason why he was willing to pay to buy Qing Feng was that Qing Feng's defects could be improved through nurturing. With the equipment bar in place, the threshold for item cultivation was meaningless to him. He can even nurture ordinary weapons. So how could it be a problem for him to nurture precious weapons? Of course, he could buy another cheap, low-quality treasure to keep. But maintaining a treasure requires time, right? What if it's just like the auxiliary standard steel knife, and he breaks it before it can be upgraded to a higher grade? How unprofitable would that be? The treasure is level 7, very stable. It's difficult to play badly. Finally, he also speculated about the efficiency of his own artifacts. The efficiency of the equipment in the equipment bar depends on the strength of his spiritual power. With his current spiritual power strength, the efficiency of nurturing ordinary weapons must be very high. But when it comes to the level of a treasure weapon, its efficiency will most likely be greatly reduced. The fact was just as he thought. Qing Feng was only 11% away from transforming into an 8th level treasure, but it would take 6 days to complete the nurturing. Li Jing waved his hand to put away Qing Feng and looked towards Xiang Minghui. I want this flying sword. Ah, this. Xiang Minghui was stunned and said hesitantly, Brother Li, why don't you take a closer look before deciding? Li Jingning was very happy that he wanted the Qing Feng sword, but in his opinion, the former just took Qing Feng to try out the feel and then put it away. What could he see from this? I've seen what I need to see. There's no point in seeing more. Li Jing said something mysterious and took out his cell phone. Give me your immortal letter, and I'll transfer 500,000 to you. Jianghai is helping to divide the snake demon materials inside. You can take the snake skin and snake fangs later, and our transaction will be established. Seeing that someone was not ambiguous at all, Xiang Minghui nodded in surprise and joy. Brotherly, I'm grateful for your kindness this time. If you need anything in the future, just come to me. Chapter 71. Heavenly Sword. Return to Origin. Soon, Su Jiai returned to the counter with the processed materials. Xiang Minghui received the snake skin and snake fangs and thanked Li Jing again and again. Then he left immediately and angrily, not even noticing that the 5 flying swords he brought were still on the counter. Judging from the look on his face, he obviously couldn't wait to go back and take a big gamble and refine a piece of equipment to see if the materials he just got can make a difference. Not to mention Su Jiai, Li Jing was also deeply worried about this. This guy is simply a typical gambler. Li Jing was very worried. Before using his favor, would Xiang Minghui go to the rooftop first? After giving the snake meat to Ji Qing alone, Li Jing asked Su Jiai for the immortal signal, then said goodbye to her and left the spiritual object market. According to the prearranged itinerary, Li Jing and Ji Qing took a taxi to the hot pot restaurant. The hot pot restaurant's business has not been affected during Ji Qing's absence of more than a week. It was almost 10 o'clock in the evening when the two arrived at the hot pot restaurant. Most of the seats in the restaurant were occupied, with only 2 or 3 tables empty. If I go to another hot pot restaurant, it would probably close by 10 o'clock in the evening. Ji Qing appeared and instantly became the focus. Old customers greeted warmly, and the shop assistants came over to pay their respects to the proprietress. Ji Qing readily followed suit, dealing with customers and shop assistants with a sweet smile, and sat down with Li Jing at an empty table in the corner of the hot pot restaurant. Sitting down at an empty table, Li Jing directly transferred 500 yuan to Ji Qing and asked her to place the order. As a man, he can't say that he wants to eat Ji Qing, right? Seeing that the person was so sincere, Ji Qing took out his mobile phone without hesitation and scanned the ordering code to figure out what to eat. Li Jingza picked up his phone and opened the Xinxue website. Now that we have the flying sword, we must of course arrange the sword controlling technique. Sword controlling technique is the most popular method among all types of object controlling techniques and is developed based on the various characteristics of flying swords. Its price is unique among the three realms' attack and defense methods. It costs 1 million to purchase, which is 200,000 more than the most expensive attack and defense method. It is worth mentioning, there's not just one type of sword-wielding technique, there are many subcategories. Some are good at wielding swords and killing. Some are good at wielding swords and are good at speed. Some are good at wielding swords and defending. Li Jing looked at various sword-wielding techniques with different specialties, and finally chose the heavenly sword technique, which is famous for its lethality and emphasizes the unity of man and sword. Reluctantly press the buy button. Deposit, -1 million. The formula popped up, and a reminder sound rang in my ear. I have discovered that you can learn the active skill, Heavenly Sword Technique. Do you want to log in? Log in. Successfully logged into the active skill, Heavenly Sword Technique. After learning the Heavenly Sword Technique, Li Jing vaguely felt that he had a connection with Qing Feng in the sea of consciousness between his eyebrows. Without thinking too much, Li Jing chose to add some. This time, he did not use the Heavenly Sword Technique to its full potential in one breath as he usually did. He has a surplus of skill points, currently only 5 points left. It is unknown when I will be able to upgrade and gain skill points next time. He needed the flying sword only for auxiliary purpose, so as to avoid being at a disadvantage without a flying sword when encountering an opponent in the third realm. Choosing to add 3 points to the Heavenly Sword Technique and bringing his proficiency to the entry level, Li Jing clearly felt that the connection between Qing Feng and himself had become much closer. After glancing at the remaining balance of 560,000 in his account, Li Jing continued to browse the Xinhua website. He had no plan to keep the remaining 2 skill points. There is no point in keeping the money in your pocket. He doesn't spend much on his daily necessities. In half a month, he should receive his first salary as an assistant investigator. Instead of looking through the 3 realms attack and defense methods, Li Jing chose to search through the auxiliary methods. He has a direction on what to learn. Chu Yanghong's experience can be said to be due to his good luck, or can be said to be due to the former's lack of strength. We really need someone who is proficient in spiritual methods. Not to mention that he was only in the 2nd realm at that time. Even if he had entered the 3rd realm, he might have been in trouble if he was caught off guard. Spiritual level methods are known for being difficult to detect and hard to guard against. In theory, such measures are difficult to successfully defend against even if one is prepared. If you want to resist effectively, you have to increase the strength of your soul. The stronger the soul, the harder it is to confuse the mind and other spiritual methods to work. It can even directly backfire on the caster due to the difference in the strength of the souls. There are 3 ways to increase the strength of the soul. 1. Improve your realm. 2. Eat spiritual objects that have the effect of nourishing the spirit. 3. Learn spiritual auxiliary methods to consolidate and strengthen the soul. Li Jing doesn't need to consider the first 2 methods. The improvement of realm itself will strengthen the primordial spirit, but the problem is that there must be a breakthrough in the realm. Spiritual objects seem too luxurious. Most of the spiritual objects that have the effect of nourishing the soul are extremely precious and high-quality spiritual objects, but their effects are relatively limited. The only option he could consider was option 3. Psychic auxiliary method, relatively unpopular. The main reason is that it has limited use in actual combat. Unless one is specialized in mental spells, there's not much difference between practicing it and not practicing it. Certainly, this is limited to those below the 3rd realm. After reaching the 4th realm, the cultivator can, when necessary, use his soul to leave his body and fight with his soul, which cannot be damaged by physical means, thus hurting people invisibly. When it came to choosing the spiritual support method, Li Jing did the same as always and picked the most expensive one. He will not be stingy when it comes to arming himself. After spending some time looking through the spiritual assistance methods, Li Jing finally locked on the Guyuan method. Price, 510,000. Buy. The formula pops up and the reminder tone sounds in your ear again. I have discovered that you can learn the passive skill Return to Origin. Do you want to log in? Successfully logged into the passive skill Guyuan method. After learning the Guyuan method, Li Jing added the remaining 2 skill points. As the Guyuan method achieved minor success, he felt that the concentration and stability of his own soul had improved a lot, and his sensory perception of the surroundings had also become much clearer. To Li Jing's surprise, in addition to the improvement in the stability of his soul's concentration and sensing ability, the flow of spiritual energy in his body also became faster. The speed of spiritual energy flow increased, making the effectiveness of the passive skills of body protection, spiritual clothing, and escape technique increased by half. Such an unexpected gain made Li Jing both surprised and delighted. Admittedly, the small improvement brought by the Guiyuan method cannot be compared with the controlling spirit method. But the Guiyuan method is still only a small achievement after all. Even if it cannot reach the level of improvement brought by the soul control method after it is fully developed, it may not be much different. This means that after he has maxed out the Guiyuan method, the effectiveness of his spells will be further enhanced. What's more important is, this discovery opened his eyes to a new path. Improving the strength of the soul will help control the power in the body. No, strictly speaking, the enhancement brought about by the increase in soul strength is not at the control level, but rather the faster flow of spiritual power in the body. It is a different concept from the blessing brought by the spirit controlling method. The two are complementary to each other. If it weren't for the subtle effects of the spirit control method, the accelerated flow of spiritual power would have become more difficult to control before it could adapt. After pondering for a while, Li Jing put away his phone. Just at this time, Ji Qing beside him also finished ordering. Seeing that Li Jing no longer looked down at his phone, she blinked curiously. "You were just studying sword control?" Li Jing smiled and nodded. "Hiss." Ji Qing took a breath, looked around, and spoke in a low voice. "I was wondering when I was at home before. With your ability, there is no reason why you can kill a humanoid monster in the third realm. You just bought a flying sword in the spiritual object market. I thought you wouldn't be able to use it for the time being. So you have already entered the third realm? Does it matter whether I have entered the third realm or not?" Li Jing smiled intriguingly and asked back. "Someone stipulated that one cannot study sword control techniques unless one reaches the third realm. I was just asking casually, do you have to be so defensive against me?" Ji Qing smacked his lips and said, "It's not like I don't understand the rules. I want to ask questions that I shouldn't ask." As she said that, she twisted her waist, sat closer, and whispered, "But I have a question that I hope you can answer." "What's the problem?" Li Jing looked over. "How should I put this?" Ji Qing showed a thoughtful expression and suddenly spoke playfully. "Don't you think that a tower-type treasure is more suitable for you than a flying sword?" Li Jing, tower-type treasures do exist, and they are quite popular. But he couldn't choose at all. If he chooses a tower as his treasure, won't he really become the pagoda-bearing heavenly king? What's more, in the future, when he passes the assessment and becomes an inspector, he can get a standard flying sword for free. If he chooses a tower-type treasure, he'll have to learn other techniques for controlling objects. Even if he got the flying sword for free, he would still have to spend extra money to learn the sword controlling technique. Not only do you have to spend an extra tuition fee, but you also have to consume skill points. No matter how you think about it, it's not cost-effective. Li Jing rolled his eyes at Ji Qing, who was obviously teasing him, but ignored him. He took out his cell phone again, found the letter from Chun Yuran, and edited the message. "Yuran, have you gone home?" Not long after the immortal letter was sent, Chun Yuran replied, "The Bureau is seriously short of manpower at the moment, and the citywide search is still ongoing. I won't be able to get away until tomorrow night at the earliest. What do you want to talk to me about?" Li Jing couldn't help but be amazed at this response. "Good job. Is this the daily patrol routine?" Chun Yuran was already on duty the night before yesterday, and would not be able to get away until tomorrow night at the earliest, so was not certain whether she could come back. In other words, she has to be on duty for at least 3 days and 3 nights? Even the cows in the production team wouldn't work so hard. Thinking that he would become an inspector in the future, Li Jing grinned and replied to the editor's letter. "It's okay, I just asked you something. Just go about your business and don't worry about me. When you come back tomorrow night, I'll make you some chicken soup." Chapter 72, The Rebirth Society. No words were spoken that night. Time quickly came to the next evening. Li Jing stewed chicken soup before dark, waiting for Chun Yuran to come back. In his spare time, he went back to his room and studied his homework on the computer. Being a temporary worker again, Kong Wu gave him Liu Yangsheng and Yi Xiuzhu 2 days of vacation. Having a vacation is undoubtedly a good thing, especially now the situation in the North City is very tense. The Inspection Bureau is already so busy, and the Auxiliary Inspection Department is not much better. However, some things that need to be faced still need to be faced. In 2 days, which is the day when their Heavenly King group returns to their posts, they will face the newcomer assessment. In recent days, Li Jing has actually found time to do all the homework he needs to do. The basic laws that need to be understood for auxiliary research are not too many, just relatively complicated. At the critical moment when you're about to go to the battlefield, it is very necessary to prepare for it in advance. The scope of the formal newcomer assessment is more comprehensive, the difficulty is much higher, and there are no bonus points. If you fail to reach the basic threshold of 60 points, no matter who you are, the only result is to pack up and leave. While studying his homework, Li Jing's cell phone on the table vibrated. Picking up the phone, he found it was a message from Xiang Minghui. How did this guy think of sending a message? After a moment of confusion, Li Jing clicked on the message. Brotherly, your materials are really powerful. I refined an 8th-level treasure. Li Jing was surprised when he saw the content of the message. Xiang Minghui's good news came very suddenly. After that, I actually bet on this guy to get a treasure of level 8. The treasure is level 8, with a minimum value of 10 million. Whether it can be sold for a higher price depends on the various data obtained after the treasure is appraised, and the highest price can be up to 20 million. Without thinking too much, Li Jing edited the message and replied with congratulations. As soon as I clicked send on the message, Xiang Minghui sent a message simultaneously. It's a pity that I didn't win the 9th-level treasure. Otherwise, I could have saved up enough credits for the next 2 years in one go and just waited for graduation. I have to thank you for this. I'll return the 500,000 yuan you gave me last night, brotherly. The message just showed that Xiang Minghui directly transferred 500,000 yuan. Li Jing was stunned when he saw the transfer. He didn't expect that he could get back the money he spent. Just as I was about to reply, Xiang Minghui sent another message. Brotherly, if you have any monster materials to sell in the future, remember to find me. I'll charge you a 10% premium. Seeing this message, Li Jing burst into laughter. Has Xiang Minghui tasted the sweetness and considered himself a lucky male god? A 10% premium is already close to the more fair selling price of goods by merchants. After glancing at the balance in his account, which had grown to 550,000, Li Jing edited the message and sent it. Okay, next time I need monster materials, I'll definitely look for you. Just as I replied to the message and was about to put down my phone, I heard the sound of a door opening in the living room. Then, the joyful howl of stinky tofu was heard. Hearing the noise, Li Jing raised his eyebrows. Qin Yuran is back. Li Jing stood up and walked out of the room, just in time to meet Qin Yuran, who was about to go upstairs with a tired look on her face. When they met face to face, Qin Yuran paused. Are you waiting for me? Didn't I send you a message last night saying I would prepare chicken soup for you? Li Jing asked back. Oh, I forgot about it. Qin Yuran suddenly realized and smiled. I'll go upstairs and take a shower, change my clothes, and come down. Okay, Li Jing responded, walked to the kitchen, brought out the chicken soup that was still simmering on a low fire, and placed it on the table. Not long after, Qin Yuran took a shower, changed into pajamas, and came downstairs. Walking to the table and smelling the chicken soup that Li Jing had already prepared, Qin Yuran looked over with a smile. I suddenly realized that it's not bad to have you in my family. At least you are good at taking care of people. Besides being able to take care of people, don't I have any other advantages? Li Jing responded jokingly. Not found yet. Qin Yuran smiled, sat down at the table, drank a mouthful of chicken soup, made a hum sound, gave a thumbs up, and then asked, why is Ji Qing sleeping upstairs? Normally at this time, she should be very energetic. Is she feeling unwell? No, she simply overdid it. Li Jing said, you should have heard that I killed a snake demon the night before yesterday. I have already asked someone to deal with it. Ji Qing asked for the snake meat. At noon, she clamored for me to make her a snake soup. After eating, she fell asleep and has not woken up since then. So, Qin Yuran blinked and didn't pay much attention. Of course, she already knew that Li Jing had killed the humanoid monster. Not only that, she had also learned from Dai Hong that someone had already reached the 3rd realm. After drinking a few sips of chicken soup, Qin Yuran's slightly depressed spirit perked up a lot, and he looked over and said, you have entered the 3rd realm. What are your plans next? No particular plan, Li Jing said casually. First, pass the assistant inspection newcomer assessment in 2 days, work for a while, and then try to take the inspection test when you are qualified enough. Qin Yuran nodded. Li Jing knew that she joined the auxiliary inspection position in order to become a patrol inspector. Qin Yuran said, without letting the topic linger, the situation in the northern city has stabilized, but martial law will continue for some time. The medical laboratory has analyzed the samples you obtained, and the progress is very good. They have determined the research direction and are trying to provide targeted treatment for the victims. As she spoke, she continued to babble. According to the experts at the medical laboratory, the new contraband distributed by the evil cultivation group is a biological agent mixed with an unknown virus that will infect the foundation of cultivation. With samples revealing the true nature of the virus, it is not difficult to solve it. However, no one can say for sure what kind of sequelae will be left after the virus is eliminated. What is certain is that the cultivation of these people cannot be preserved, and they will become useless people with no cultivation at all afterwards. After listening to Qin Yuran's story, Li Jing remained silent, feeling sad. He had personally experienced how difficult it was to live in this world without any cultivation. Although it is not completely impossible to survive, it is inevitable that one will have difficulty in taking a single step. With a sigh, Li Jing asked, "Is there any follow-up news about the evil cultivation gang?" "Have." Qin Yuran responded and said, "At noon today, the International Monitoring Office sent a message saying that they would send someone to communicate with us tomorrow." International Monitoring Agency? Li Jing was stunned. The International Monitoring Office is an organization jointly established by countries around the world to deal with serious transnational crimes. The agency is positioned as completely neutral and does not get involved in any matters not related to transnational serious cases. The International Monitoring Office will only intervene when it involves serious transnational cases and when there is a demand and consent from the victim country. The International Monitoring Office will send someone over tomorrow. Does it mean the group of people who committed crimes in Beicheng District are a multinational group? "I was just guessing," Qin Yuran said. "According to the case files we submitted, the International Supervisory Office suspects that the group in Beicheng is closely connected to the internationally notorious demonic group, Beicheng Society. Similar cases have occurred in countries around the world in recent years, involving as many as 37 different types of new contraband, and each of the new types of contraband points to the Beicheng Society." As she spoke, she let out a breath. "I don't know what's going on. It involves a transnational evil group, and I can't get in touch with too much with my rank. You just need to know about this matter, and the rest will probably have nothing to do with our North City branch." The group represented by Ji Xiumin has suffered several setbacks in North City, and Team Leader Dai has made such a big move to impose martial law on the entire city, so there shouldn't be any follow-up. Li Jing nodded and silently memorized the name, Beicheng Society, in his heart. The evil united group. Monsters and evil cultivators join forces? He was very interested in this.